In a previous life during the apocalypse, Jiang Nian found himself imprisoned in a basement, abandoned by his family amidst a horde of zombies, ultimately meeting a tragic end in the arms of his former partner, Cheng Jing, who had come to rescue him. Upon awakening once more, Jiang Nian is reborn a fortnight prior to the onset of the apocalypse. Determined to survive, he promptly resolves to shamelessly seek forgiveness and re-establish connections. His first course of action is to borrow some funds from his ex-partner to stockpile supplies. Jiang Nian, Cheng Jing, could you possibly lend me some money? Cheng Jing, you dare to name me directly when asking for money? Are you not going to have me kneel before you? Jiang Nian, I was wrong. Jingo. Having successfully regained his standing, he embraces his former partner turned current ally, settling into a laid-back existence as the apocalypse unfolds. Chapter 1. A Tragic Demise. After all, he is merely a burden consuming resources, a hindrance to our progress. The journey to base us will take at least half a month, and who knows what may happen along the way. Who has the capacity to care for him? Moreover, my brother requires a superior recuperation environment after absorbing the ability crystal core. Sister Wei instructed us to be cautious and care for him along the way, but the vehicle is limited in space, and carrying someone on the brink of death is a hassle. That's true, but I fear it may not be easy to explain to Mr. Chen. Rest assured, Doctor, my mother will speak on my behalf. Besides, his agreement to the transplant surgery implies he has accepted the outcome of this waste's demise. He can distinguish between the death of one person and the death of an entire family. Without my brother, we cannot reach base S. When the zombies encircle the city next time, everyone will perish. Very well. If that is the case, I shall cease administering medication to him. Indeed, there's no need to waste any more medicine. Doctor, I will take care of the rest. You may attend to your other matters. In the dimly lit basement, Jiang Nian lay pallid and barely alive upon a filthy iron bed, his emaciated limbs shackled by rusted chains, clad in a loose hospital gown. The area around his abdomen was stained a deep crimson, the sheets beneath him marred with grime. He could not rise and could only painfully turn his head to glimpse the partially ajar door, but alas, he could see nothing, only hear the voices of a man and woman discussing his disposal. It was his stepsister, Chen Lin, conversing with a private doctor. The words that reached his ears were akin to the whispers of demons, brutally cruel in nature. Jiang Nian felt no sorrow. After all, 2 days prior, when the ability crystal core was extracted from him, he had resigned himself to becoming mere refuse, discarded. At this moment, however, a strange sense of relief washed over him. He was finally to be liberated from nearly 2 years of suffering worse than death. Bang! The half-open metal door was forcefully kicked open, and Chen Lin, clad in a black and white athletic ensemble with her hair styled in a ponytail, strode in. In her hand, she held a syringe as thick as an infant's arm, filled with a viscous, pale yellow liquid. Jiang Nian was no stranger to this substance. It was the nutrient solution used in hospitals during the apocalypse to prolong the lives of special patients. For the past 2 years, it had been his lifeline. Chen Lin approached with practiced brutality, prying open his mouth to force-feed him the nutrient solution, her enhanced strength from her awakened abilities evident. Jiang Nian weakly kicked his legs in futile struggle, his skin tearing against the chains, nearly choking as he attempted to swallow. Asterisk thud, star. The syringe was yanked from his mouth and tossed to the ground. Chen Lin looked down at him, her expression twisted in delight as he gasped for breath, his face momentarily flushed from asphyxiation. Congratulations on consuming your last supper. Ugh. Jiang Nian struggled to breathe, gritting his teeth in anguish as he stared at her. I'm on the brink of death. Why must you feign concern and waste this nutrient solution? It would be better to ignore him altogether, allowing him to find release sooner. Ha ha ha. Chen Lin suddenly laughed, her gaze akin to that of a stray dog, conveying to him, you once claimed you would ensure our demise. I am merely taking it upon myself to demonstrate what that truly means. Jiang Nian, this dose of specially concocted anesthetic nutrient solution will allow you to linger here for 10 days. Experts predict that within a week, the zombies will breach the base's defenses. At this point, Jiang Nian understood her intentions. He attempted to speak, but felt his lips and tongue growing heavy, a result of the specially formulated anesthetic. Seeing the terror in his eyes only fueled Chen Lin's cruel amusement as she continued. Tonight, those in the central district of Base C will begin their evacuation to Base S. Our family will be among the first to leave, thus you will not witness the zombies invading the base. You can watch from here as those vile creatures bring about your demise. You waste. With that, She kicked the edge of the bed and spat at him before turning to leave, only to pause at the door to add, "By the way, thank you for providing the purified ability crystal core. My brother is recovering more swiftly now, and we will make good use of it. Farewell." The door slammed shut once more, and as her footsteps faded into the distance, Jiang Nian's heart sank, closing his eyes in despair. Not even in death could he claim autonomy, a bitter realization, yet he felt utterly powerless. The combination of frustration and exhaustion soon cast him into a state of semi-consciousness. Jiang Nian was unaware of how long he slept until the blaring of sirens pierced through the base, accompanied by the sounds of gunfire and screams rising from the ground above. Before long, the door to the basement swung open, and the stench of decay flooded the confined space. Zombies, their faces contorted in grotesque expressions, lunged at him, ravenously tearing at his flesh. Fortunately, the agony did not last long. A zombie bit into his throat, and as the pain faded, so too did his consciousness. Jiang Nian felt his body growing colder, the only sound left in his ears the greedy sounds of consumption. Bang, bang, bang. A barrage of gunfire rang out, snapping his scattered awareness back to reality as the zombies atop him were dispatched with explosive force. Jiang Nian, a figure clad in combat gear and wielding an AK, was calling his name, the voice oddly familiar. After a moment of dazed reflection, Jiang Nian recalled it was Cheng Jing, his ex-boyfriend who had unilaterally ended their relationship before the apocalypse. Cough. Jiang Nian attempted to speak, but as he opened his mouth, blood spilled forth from his torn throat. Cheng Jing's expression was fraught with concern as he pressed his hand against Jiang Nian's neck, cradling him while uttering countless words, yet Jiang Nian could not respond. The voices around him grew fainter until the last words he heard were Cheng Jing's anguished shouts. "You fool! Why didn't you come find me? Why didn't you seek me out?" Jiang Nian. Listening to Cheng Jing's desperate cries, Jiang Nian had never felt such a profound urge to weep. For over 2 years in the apocalypse, he had wished for death, yet now, in the final moments of his life, he longed to survive. Indeed, when his mother had passed before the apocalypse, he had desperately wanted to find Cheng Jing. Why had he chosen instead to seek out a father who had never fulfilled his responsibilities? Why hadn't he persisted in searching for Cheng Jing? Now, amidst the chaos of the apocalypse, why could they not reconcile? If only he had sought Cheng Jing, he would not have ended up like this. As the last vestiges of sound faded away, Jiang Nian succumbed to darkness, filled with an unquenchable sense of regret. Buzz, buzz, star. Buzz, buzz. In the early morning light, in a room shrouded by blackout curtains, the vibration of a phone accompanied the melodious ring resonating from the bedside table. After a moment of stirring beneath the air conditioning blanket, a hand emerged to grope for the phone. "Hello?" A gentle female voice emanated from the mobile device. "Greetings, this is the customer service of Anshin Loan. We have detected that you applied for a loan on our platform, and the final verification has yet to be completed. May I inquire if you are encountering any issues?" "No, thank you." Without allowing the other party to finish, Jiang Nian promptly terminated the call. After a brief moment, she stifled a yawn, threw off the covers, and sat up. Habitually, she raised her hand to massage her neck, but suddenly froze. In the next instant, her expression shifted dramatically, her face paling as she glanced around in terror. Ultimately, her gaze settled upon the mobile phone beside her, which remained lit. Tianhe District, East City, August 13th, 2036, 9:25 a.m., clear weather. Chapter 2, Rebirth. This. Jiang Nian instinctively raised his hand to his mouth. What the hell? Simultaneously, a torrent of memories surged into his mind. Prolonged drought, the death of his mother, toxic rain, viruses, zombies, the apocalypse. Jiang Nian pinched himself hard several times, grimacing in pain. Despite the air conditioning being set to its lowest, beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and his cheeks flushed due to the tumult of unexpressed emotions. Without a moment's hesitation to put on his shoes, Jiang Nian leapt from his bed, approached the window, drew back the curtains, and flung open the window. Outside, the sun shone brilliantly in a cloudless sky. The air was hot yet fresh, tinged with a faint floral fragrance. There were no ominous clouds or pollution, no desolate wasteland strewn with severed limbs. No land turned black and barren by viral contamination, and certainly no grotesque zombies. The absence of any apocalyptic imagery convinced Jiang Nian, at last, that he had indeed been reborn. According to the calendar, He had returned half a month before the toxic rains that heralded the apocalypse. Exactly 10 days following his mother's funeral. His mother, who had battled stomach cancer for 2 years, had passed away. In the 2 years spent seeking treatment for her, their once modestly comfortable life had plunged into crippling debt, and his relationships with friends and family had deteriorated to a point where they were more estranged than acquaintances. During her illness, his mother had insisted he not sell their home, preferring to leave it for him, insisting they could not lose both their home and their fortune. Yet, he longed for her presence. Despite knowing the outcome would not change, he clung to hope, wishing to prolong her life even by a day. Thus, he borrowed money from anyone willing, promising to sell the house and repay his debts after her passing, which allowed them to endure for 2 years. Immediately following her funeral, relatives began pressuring him to sell the house, fearing he might renege on his promise. He held no resentment. After all, repaying debts was an obligation, and he recognized the necessity of fulfilling his commitments. Furthermore, borrowing money was an act of kindness, while not lending was merely a matter of principle. Those who had previously lent to him deserve his gratitude in return. In his haste, he sold the house at a loss, but fortunately, it sufficed to settle his debts. After tying up all loose ends, he found himself with less than 10,000 yuan in his bank account. Exhausted, he sought temporary accommodation, only to fall ill, self-medicating and drifting into a stupor for 2 days. Jiang Nian vividly recalled that in the annals of significant historical events from his previous life, March 2036 marked the onset of an unprecedented global drought that lasted over 5 months. As August drew to a close, meteorological authorities announced forecasts of a torrential downpour following the drought. The weather predictions proved accurate, but the rain brought catastrophic consequences. On August 27, 2036, the drought ended with a toxic rain, which, according to those who survived the apocalypse, infected anyone caught in it with a deadly, unknown virus. By September 1st, the infected began to resurrect as zombies. Driven by their primal hunger, these zombies attacked humans, and those who were scratched or bitten also succumbed to the infection, marking the onset of the apocalypse. This unprecedented disaster swept across the globe with the fury of a hurricane. Although humanity displayed remarkable resilience, leading to the emergence of special evolved beings under extreme pressure, the apocalypse was accompanied by a myriad of natural disasters. Extreme cold, searing heat, storms, earthquakes, plagues, and polluted floods ravaged the scarred earth. Humanity struggled to survive while simultaneously attempting to rebuild their homes. It was not until over 2 years after the apocalypse that research at the S-Base made significant strides in developing an antidote serum for the zombie virus. Following a gathering of experts from various bases, S-Base announced that they would require 1 more year to produce the serum, assuring that as long as the infected had not entirely lost their sanity, there was hope for them. Subsequently, S-Base extended an olive branch, recruiting talented individuals from all walks of life, planning to purify the environment and reclaim polluted lands simultaneously with the serum's release. Those with power and influence gradually congregated at S-Base, leaving smaller bases to dwindle, just as Jiang Nian had witnessed with his own family in his previous life. Having endured over 2 years in the apocalypse, nearly 2 of which were spent confined in the basement of Z-Base, he learned of both good and bad news solely through others' accounts until he was ultimately abandoned to die. Tears welled in his eyes as he buried his face in his blanket, transitioning from quiet sobs to full-blown cries, releasing all his grievances, reluctance, fear, helplessness, and resentment in the most direct manner possible. Concurrently, memories of his past life flooded back to him. It was summer vacation, and as a soon-to-be 4th-year student, he had spent the entire break caring for his gravely ill mother. Following her death, upon recovering from his own illness, he had sought out his father in the southern district. Although they resided in the same city, his parents had divorced when he was very young, leaving him to live with his mother. Due to prior agreements, his father had not provided any child support, only occasionally sending supplies, resulting in their meetings feeling akin to encounters with strangers. He refrained from judging the complexities of adult relationships, as long as his mother could accept the situation. So could he. During her illness, his father lent him 20,000 yuan, promising to wait for repayment until he was financially stable, leaving him with no other option but to stay with his father until school resumed, only for the apocalypse to strike. After his father remarried and started a new family, His life flourished, and he welcomed a pair of twin siblings, Chen Yu and Chen Lin, who were merely 2 years younger than him. When the apocalypse descended, he found himself trapped in that household, descending into a living hell. In his previous life, he inexplicably fell ill with a high fever the day after the toxic rain, and it was 3 days later that the zombies emerged and he awakened his powers. Soon, satellite broadcasts began reporting the emergence of special abilities across various regions. Naturally, he shared his awakening with his family. Regrettably, in comparison to more offensive powers, his purification ability seemed rather insignificant at the time, merely a small surprise. Later, while driving with a rescue team towards the base, they were ambushed by a horde of zombies, resulting in Chen Yu being accidentally scratched. In a desperate attempt to save him, Jiang Nian used his purification ability on the wound, miraculously slowing the spread of the zombie virus, thus becoming Chen Yu's protective talisman. With the assistance of Chen Yu's girlfriend, Xia Weiwei, their family managed to enter the central area of Z base, circumventing the base's health screening. To ensure Chen Yu's safety, they chose not to disclose his status as an ability user to the base. Xia Weiwei leveraged her connections to assemble a private medical team for Chen Yu, secretly studying Jiang Nian's abilities while providing medication for his brother. Initially, he volunteered, as Chen Yu was his half-brother, but by the time he realized something was amiss, it was far too late. With his father's and stepmother's tacit approval, along with Xia's encouragement, he became Chen Yu's exclusive test subject. Confined to the basement, subjected to blood draws, experimental drugs, injections, and biopsies. It was only when the experiment to transplant the ability crystal nucleus succeeded that the research on the antidote serum at S-Base made a breakthrough, leading to him being secretly deprived of his ability crystal and subsequently discarded like refuse. Chapter 3. Where is your boyfriend? After a cathartic bout of crying, Jiang Nian calmed his emotions and stepped into the bathroom to wash his face and brush his teeth. Upon seeing his normal reflection in the bathroom mirror after such a long time, he couldn't help but freeze in place. A 21-year-old young man, though slightly haggard due to illness and the anguish of losing his mother, still possessed a healthy complexion and twinkling, naturally charming peach blossom eyes. His physical attributes are commendable, standing at an impressive height of 183 centimeters, with a gentle demeanor that exudes an air of scholarly charm. Even in anger, his expressions fail to convey ferocity. Although he may not be the archetype of a devastatingly handsome man, he certainly ranks among the tall, long-legged, and dapper figures that both the elderly and children are drawn to. Since his adolescence, he has been quite popular with the opposite sex. Perhaps it is for this reason that Jiang Nian looks down upon those who pursue him. He finds himself more attracted to the elusive, high-status individuals. Cheng Jing is the one he painstakingly wooed and eventually won over, 2 years a senior, whom he met during a sports competition organized between their high schools. In his youthful exuberance, he had heard that Cheng Jing was aloof and difficult to pursue, which piqued his interest. Later, they both enrolled in a university in Qingyun City, and as Jiang Nian prepared to enter, they established their relationship. At that time, Cheng Jing was already in her 3rd year and had moved out of the university dormitory, renting an apartment conveniently located between their 2 schools. However, after Jiang Nian managed to win Cheng Jing's affections, her aloof persona crumbled. Her previously reserved and ascetic nature morphed into that of a clingy partner, exhibiting some paternalistic tendencies, dictating various aspects of his life: no smoking, no drinking, returning home before 10 o'clock every night, notifying her of any school-related matters in advance, and reporting any weekend outings. Especially to bars or clubs, her demands were more stringent than those of a mother. Yet, aside from her controlling nature, Cheng Jing treated him with genuine kindness, consistently attentive and accommodating. Unfortunately, not long after, his mother was diagnosed with gastric cancer. Distraught, he yearned to confide in Cheng Jing, but she preemptively revealed her decision to take a leave of absence from her studies to enlist in the military. The words he intended to say were swallowed back. Thus, when Cheng Jing first called him after joining the army, he unilaterally announced their breakup. Cheng Jing did not agree, her frustration palpable even from a distance, as if she could strip him of his skin over the phone. Yet, he changed his number and went silent, leaving her helpless. Thus, their first love ended without any resolution. As his mother's condition deteriorated, and with no one to support him, Jiang Nian hired a caretaker for their home and began searching for various part-time jobs to make ends meet. Each day was consumed with attending school and working, alongside phone calls to his mother, leaving no room for anything else, and all news regarding Cheng Jing reached him only through hearsay. He learned that after enlisting, Cheng Jing had emerged to pursue her studies while simultaneously establishing a security company with her well-connected comrades, achieving considerable success and wealth, an impressive feat that left many of her peers envious. After their breakup, they had not seen each other again. Although Jiang Nian thought of Cheng Jing first when his mother passed away, yearning to inform her and seek her out, he ultimately refrained from doing so. To his astonishment, their reunion in this apocalyptic world turned out to be a final farewell. In his previous life, he had died at the age of 23, while Cheng Jing was 25, appearing to thrive even amidst the apocalypse. Now, at 21, preparing for his senior year, he felt emotionally and physically drained from his mother's affairs, devoid of the carefree spirit he once possessed in high school. Cheng Jing, at 23, had become a model student promoted in their alumni group. The cool water splashed onto his face, halting his memories. Jiang Nian forced himself to detach from the melancholic emotions of his past life. Given the chance to start anew, he vowed to cherish it, refusing to squander the opportunity gained at the cost of death. With his mother gone, he was unencumbered, and with the world on the brink of collapse, he would seek out Cheng Jing. Whatever the outcome, he would strive forward. After washing his face, brushing his teeth, and preparing a simple breakfast of egg noodles, he found a fleeting sense of happiness in this rebirth. Yet sorrow lingered for not having the chance to see his mother one last time. Once satisfied, he steeled himself mentally before picking up his phone and dialing a familiar number. Although he had changed both his number and phone since their unilateral breakup 2 years prior, memories remained unaltered. Moreover, individuals engaged in significant endeavors seldom change their contact information, as their social circles often overlap with potential clients. Thus, he gambled on the hope that Cheng Jing's number remained the same. After 3 rings, the call connected, and a familiar yet foreign voice greeted him. "Hello, who is this?" "Hello, is this Cheng Jing?" Jiang Nian instinctively lowered his voice, excitement mingling with anxiety. The voice on the other end seemed to ponder for a moment before responding. "This is she. Who is this?" "It's me, Jiang Nian." He wished to appear composed, but his tremulous voice betrayed his facade, and his grip on the phone tightened. Following a prolonged silence, Cheng Jing remained silent, and just as Jiang Nian was about to speak again, the call abruptly ended. Sighing, he lamented that rekindling past connections was not so easily accomplished. Mustering his courage, he dialed again, feeling somewhat shameless for pursuing his ex-boyfriend. After 4 attempts, the line was answered again, yet Cheng Jing remained reticent. Jiang Nian took a deep breath, feeling slightly awkward, and initiated the conversation. Long time no see." Despite the triviality of his words, an inexplicable joy surged within him. "Do you need something?" Cheng Jing's tone had grown even colder than before, embodying the quintessential response of an ex-lover. Caught off guard by her directness, Jiang Nian hesitated, but recalling their previous unpleasant exchange, he decided to cut to the chase. I want to see you." His brazen declaration was succinct, yet it left him blushing deeply. Cheng Jing's voice hinted at a barely concealed irritation. "What's this? Did you lose a game of truth or dare?" No, I'm serious," Jiang Nian hastily clarified, realizing how abrupt he sounded after vanishing without a word. Understanding Cheng Jing's feelings, he quickly added, "My mother passed away. I just finished arranging her affairs, and I'm not in a good state right now. Is that all right?" His heart ached, but it was a necessary truth to share. He hoped Cheng Jing would remember their past fondly, despite the abruptness of his request and the hint of self-pity. Moreover, it wasn't entirely a falsehood. Having been reborn after a tragic death, he sought solace in Cheng Jing. Even if the apocalypse wasn't imminent, he merely needed to stay close to her until the end of the world arrived, for she was the support he could rely on. The tragedy of their past stemmed from his own ignorance. Remembering how Cheng Jing had held him desperately before his death, he felt a lump in his throat, compelling him to remain by her side, no matter how shameless it might seem. "Take care," Cheng Jing's tone softened, her desire to comfort him evident. Yet she struggled to find the right words. After a moment, she inquired softly, "What about the others around you?" Jiang Nian clenched his other hand tightly, contemplating his response before answering. "As I mentioned before, my relationship with my father is strained. I have no desire to seek him out. He vowed never to return to that home again. He would fight to survive and eventually seek vengeance. Acknowledging his own limitations, he understood that this would be a long-term plan, fraught with uncertainty. Cheng Jing fell silent for a moment before asking, "What about your boyfriend?"
Ah?
Jiang Nian was momentarily taken aback, realizing Cheng Jing seemed to be testing him, prompting him to continue speaking. "Without a boyfriend. I've been alone ever since we parted ways. My mother has been ill for the past 2 years. And I was too fearful to reach out to you after our breakup, worried you might retaliate upon returning from the military. Over these 2 years, I have not dared to cast more than a fleeting glance at any handsome man." After a pause, I added, "I truly mean it. You can verify it. Having faced death once, one must speak wisely and possess a thicker skin, striving for leniency in judgment. After all, when you pursued Cheng Jing, you uttered even more ludicrous flirtations. Of course, despite your current bravado, you are still a proponent of pure love. Otherwise, you would not dare to engage with someone like Cheng Jing. They have solidified their relationship, and Cheng Jing has even planned the wedding. Utterly absurd." After a moment, Cheng Jing snorted, "You better be." "Of course." Jiang Nian exhaled in relief before inquiring, "So, can I come find you? We could settle our matters." Combining a sob story with the clearing of old debts, I thought it wise to meet first, and then see what opportunities arose. "I'll pick you up at Qingyan Station." Finally, Cheng Jing agreed. Jiang Nian was astonished. "You're in Qingyan? What a revelation." I had assumed they were much farther apart. Previously, I had heard that Cheng Jing's security company was located in the capital, but that was evidently not the case. The call abruptly ended, yet Cheng Jing quickly added me as a friend on social media, providing a subtle concession. Jiang Nian breathed a sigh of relief. Regardless of other challenges, this significant issue was resolved, granting him a foothold. Next, he needed to devise a plan to gather some funds. No one would lend him money anymore, so he resorted to tapping into recently paid-off credit cards and extracting as much as he could from online lending platforms. The world seemed to be ending, so he thought, why not take the risk? After some maneuvering, his account balance swelled to over 70,000. While this amount was negligible when hoarding supplies for the apocalypse, at least it was something. After all, what if something unexpected occurred when he sought out Cheng Jing? This small sum would suffice for his survival. He had sold his house along with its furnishings, taking only a few sets of clothing, some daily essentials, his mother's memorial photo, and an album, so his possessions were minimal, just a suitcase and a backpack. The transitional rental process with the landlord was straightforward, and that afternoon, Jiang Nian dragged his 2 suitcases to a hotel. Later that evening, around 8, his father called to ask if he wanted to stay for a few days. Jiang Nian declined. He needed to maintain his composure. No matter how much resentment he felt, he had to endure. He feared that breaking down now would leave him vulnerable. However, upon learning he had sold the house to repay debts, his father scolded him for not consulting him first, claiming he had sold it for a price his stepmother could have managed. A heated exchange ensued, and unlike in his previous life, when he had been restrained in his rebuttals, this time Jiang Nian was resolute in tearing down the facade, leading to an outright argument. When his father, feeling his patriarchal authority was being challenged, angrily accused him and his mother of lacking conscience, Jiang Nian surprisingly remained calm. Taking a few deep breaths to wipe away his tears, he fiercely ripped apart their remaining pretenses. "Chen Shanmin, you can berate me, but do not involve my mother. It is precisely because of her conscience that I even dare to call you dad today. Apart from our biological connection, you do not deserve the title. When my mother insisted on bearing me during your entrepreneurial phase, you chose to divorce her. That was the end of our father-son bond.
To you,
I was merely an inconvenient accident, which is why I bear the surname Jiang, the son of Jiang Shuiyan. You are Chen, the father of Chen Yu and Chen Lin. In his past life, before his mother passed, she had urged him to maintain peace with his biological father, indicating that they should at least discuss matters amicably. He had agreed. However, with the apocalypse looming, he thought that blood ties should prevail, and perhaps they could set aside their differences to survive together. Unfortunately, that was merely his naive hope. In Chen Shanmin's eyes, he would forever be an unfortunate mistake, at best a tool for Chen Yu's salvation, treated with the same indifference as stray cats and dogs. The revelation of his father's past failures being publicly exposed shattered the facade of the successful man. leading to a harsh ultimatum to sever ties and demanding immediate repayment of his debts. Jiang Nian did not hesitate. As soon as the call ended, he transferred 20,000 yuan to him, sent a message to clear their accounts, and then blocked all contact. He had contemplated simply avoiding repayment, believing that with the apocalypse upon them, his father could do nothing to him. However, this debt was tied to his mother's medical bills, and he wished to avoid any future moral coercion regarding this matter. Everyone adheres to different moral principles, and having faced death once, he desired to sever ties cleanly. When the opportunity for revenge arose, he wanted to do so without any psychological burden. Having resolved this troubling matter, Jiang Nian lay back on the hotel bed, taking deep breaths to cool his fevered mind. After approximately half an hour of emotional recalibration, he pulled out his phone to purchase a ticket for the following day to Qingyun City, sending a screenshot to Cheng Jing. The response was cold and dismissive, prompting Jiang Nian to seek conversation. "Could you send me a photo? It might be crowded at the station, and it would help me find you." 2 years apart had undoubtedly altered both of them. Cheng Jing replied swiftly, "No need. I would recognize you even if you turned to ash." Jiang Nian hesitated, feeling a surge of emotion from those seemingly mundane words. He sent a string of exasperated ellipses followed by, "But I want to see you." Cheng Jing did not respond nor send a photo, and regardless of what flirtatious remarks Jiang Nian made, his messages fell into silence, akin to stones sinking into the ocean. Jiang Nian felt as if he had returned to the days when he was a devoted admirer, when Cheng Jing had treated him with indifference, responding minimally to his heartfelt declarations. That aloof demeanor was infuriating, yet he found joy in the pursuit. On August 14th, at 1:30 in the afternoon, Jiang Nian arrived at Qingyun Station. Cheng Jing was not waiting at the exit. Instead, he sent a location pin for the parking spot. The sweltering summer heat made the air feel stifling. After just 5 minutes outside, Jiang Nian was drenched in sweat as he dragged his suitcase to the designated spot, his head buzzing from the heat. Inside the vehicle, Cheng Jing caught sight of the approaching figure in the rearview mirror, his heart inexplicably tightening. Dressed in a simple white t-shirt paired with casual pants and flat shoes, Jiang Nian's relaxed attire only served to accentuate his appealing features. No matter the circumstances, Cheng Jing could always spot Jiang Nian among the crowd. 2 years had passed, and while Jiang Nian had not changed drastically, he appeared leaner, which stirred an impulsive desire within Cheng Jing. Despite his irritation, he had to admit that upon receiving Jiang Nian's call, his surprise outweighed his astonishment. His pride had led him to regret hanging up the phone, and subsequent attempts to appear aloof only heightened his anxiety about whether Jiang Nian would call again. Even without the sorrow of Jiang Nian's mother's passing, he could not refuse the request. He could not deceive himself. He could not let go of this troublesome individual. Finally arriving beside a black Hummer, Jiang Nian, now soaked in sweat and frazzled, glanced at the car's reflective surface and suddenly had an epiphany, conjuring 2 sensational headlines. Shocking. My ex thrived after our breakup. And the humble ex-husband cast aside, rising to the pinnacle of life. Chapter 5. Reunited with an ex. I wish to stay with you. Jiang Nian took a moment to compose himself, wiping the sweat from his brow before approaching the car with a smile and gently tapping on the window. After a considerable wait, Cheng Jing finally opened the door and stepped out. The rush of cool air from the car enveloped him, somewhat clearing the fog in Jiang Nian's mind. He feigned calmness and greeted, "Brother Jing, it has been quite a while." Cheng Jing's indifferent gaze swept over him, as if he had inadvertently lowered the temperature around them. He then took Jiang Nian's suitcase and walked towards the trunk. There was certainly a sense of awkwardness, but Jiang Nian resolved to muster his courage. Unabashedly staring at the man he had not seen for so long, it was undeniable that Cheng Jing was taller and more handsome than him, a fact that had transformed him into a devoted admirer back in the day. His tousled hair was slicked back, and he wore a black shirt paired with matching trousers. The shirt devoid of a tie, with a couple of buttons undone. His attire exuded a relaxed business vibe that bore a hint of maturity compared to 2 years ago. Although he appeared slightly warm, one could easily attribute that to merely stepping out of an air-conditioned environment. Cheng Jing was the epitome of a strikingly handsome man, with sharply defined features and an impeccable symmetry. He possessed an innate aura of ruggedness, complemented by his impressive height of 190 centimeters and a well-trained physique. Wearing a suit suited him exceptionally well. Those long legs seemed to stretch beyond measure. Furthermore, the sight of Cheng Jing's physique without a shirt was enough to evoke envy, an unspoken truth that Jiang Nian had harbored. Although he too maintained a fitness regimen, boasting abs and a V-line, the results paled in comparison to Cheng Jing's. Reflecting on the past, Jiang Nian realized that his decision to end their relationship was a grave misjudgment. Cheng Jing sensed the lingering gaze directed at him. Jiang Nian had always looked at him this way, his eyes brimming with affection, a silent declaration of his fondness, and yet he had turned away and ended things. The sound of the trunk slamming shut jolted Jiang Nian from his reverie, clearly a deliberate act by his ex to break the silence. As Cheng Jing returned to the driver's seat, Jiang Nian smartly took the passenger side, fastening his seatbelt and fanning himself with his collar. "This dreadful weather is unbearable." Cheng Jing's expression was not particularly warm. Despite the car's automatic climate control, he raised his hand to lower the air conditioning, his tone distant. "It's almost 2 o'clock. Let's grab a bite. What would you like to eat?" "I'm good with anything, Brother Jing." "You decide," Jiang Nian replied cheerfully, aiming to present himself as obedient. If he played his cards right, Cheng Jing might refrain from expressing his frustration openly, allowing him to inch closer. Cheng Jing cast a restrained glance at him, pressed his lips together, and drove out of the parking lot. The soothing melodies that filled the car somewhat alleviated the tension. They were both familiar with Qingshan City, and when it came to dining and entertainment, the best spot was undoubtedly Ingbin Road. Cheng Jing skillfully navigated to a private dining establishment. After parking, ascending the stairs, and placing their order, Jiang Nian refrained from asking too many questions, and Cheng Jing offered little in response. Yet, the dishes ordered were evidently Jiang Nian's favorites, almost instinctively chosen. Jiang Nian felt a surge of joy, warmth flooding his heart, and he struggled to suppress a smile. As they embarked on this delicately tense first lunch as ex-lovers, Jiang Nian found himself wanting to initiate conversation multiple times, but each glance from Cheng Jing coupled with the food made him swallow his words. The atmosphere felt insufficient for dialogue. Cheng Jing initially intended to politely ask for Jiang Nian's opinion on the food, but observing him anxiously devouring his meal, it was clear that he was quite hungry, rendering the taste of the food secondary. Once they had finished eating, Cheng Jing went to settle the bill while Jiang Nian headed to the restroom before returning to the parking lot. Jiang Nian had anticipated that Cheng Jing would take him home. However, he was instead brought to a hotel where a room had been reserved in advance. After dismissing the bellboy who assisted with the luggage, Jiang Nian's expression fell. How could he cling to Cheng Jing's side in a hotel? Moreover, in a world on the brink of collapse, hotels were among the most perilous places. Yet, reflecting on it, Cheng Jing had merely agreed to let him visit and had not promised him a place to stay at his home. Securing a room in a 5-star hotel was already a generous gesture. Noticing Jiang Nian's despondent demeanor, Cheng Jing frowned and inquired, "Is there something you are dissatisfied with?" Was he already casting a cold shoulder before they had resolved their past? Jiang Nian earnestly countered, "Brother Jing, I would prefer not to stay in a hotel. Could I stay at your place instead?" The closer he was to Cheng Jing, the more secure he felt. Cheng Jing scrutinized him intently, recalling the reason for Jiang Nian's visit, suppressing his ire to avoid harsh words. "You are here to relax, the environment is pleasant, and the hotel security is managed by our company, so it is safe." Jiang Nian pouted slightly. "While I may be here to unwind, my main reason for coming was to find you. I also don't have much money now, and ever since my mother's passing, I've been plagued by terrifying nightmares, suffering from severe anxiety, and am not comfortable being alone at night." Cheng Jing's heart fluttered. Was Jiang Nian implying he wanted to share a bed? Jiang Nian interpreted the look in his eyes, his cheeks flushing as he hastily defended, "I don't mean to imply I want to sleep with you. It's just that being close to you makes me feel secure and alleviates my anxiety." Although he found his ex exceedingly tempting, he was not one to engage in ambiguous encounters. Every major calamity has its premonitions, and dreams are often the most common occurrences. In his previous life, many survivors recounted having dreams about impending disasters before the apocalypse struck. His current explanation also served as a pretext for his future preparations, as directly stating that the world was ending would undoubtedly lead others to deem him insane. Cheng Jing's expression reverted to its usual coldness. Did Jiang Nian not wish to sleep with him, nor desired a reconciliation, but rather intended to use him as a mere support? Was he taking advantage of Cheng Jing's tendency to indulge him? You are merely grieving over your mother. A change of environment will help you heal. Take your time to relax and adjust. You need not worry about finances. Just stay comfortably. Taking a few deep breaths to quell his tumultuous thoughts, Cheng Jing spoke in a somewhat stiff tone to comfort him before adding, "It is not convenient for you to stay at my place right now." Jiang Nian's expression faltered, momentarily stunned, when a sudden ringtone interrupted his thoughts. Cheng Jing pulled out his phone, glancing at it for a moment before his brows knitted in concern. Addressing the visibly disappointed Jiang Nian, he said, "I have some matters to attend to. You should rest for now." With that, he answered the call and departed. Sighing, Jiang Nian slumped onto the sofa, feeling disheartened. With less than half a month until the apocalypse, he had miscalculated. He could only cling to half a thigh. Cheng Jing's claim of inconvenience hinted at someone being present at his home. However, Jiang Nian was aware that Cheng Jing's family resided in a city in the northern province, accompanying his brother, who was attending military school there, so it couldn't be family. The likelihood of friends or subordinates was also low, as Cheng Jing had a strong sense of personal boundaries. The most probable scenario was that he had a partner. Chapter 6. Actively clinging to an ex's thigh influenced by memories from his previous life and subjective assumptions, Jiang Nian had somewhat jumped to conclusions, believing that Cheng Jing, having just left the military, would be busy juggling studies and career, and thus would surely be single. But what if he wasn't? Jiang Nian wanted to lean on Cheng Jing, relying on the history they shared to justify his boldness in approaching him. But why would Cheng Jing accept him? What made him worthy of such an outstanding person? Indeed, even in this rebirth, his mind seemed insufficient. He felt utterly foolish. A pang of bitterness welled up. Yet Jiang Nian did not harbor resentment, accepting the harsh reality of being unwanted. After lying on the sofa and pondering for considerable time, he decided to send Cheng Jing a message. "My apologies, Brother Jing. I was rather abrupt just now. I sincerely apologize. How about this? I won't disturb you, but could I trouble you to help me find a rental near where you live? A 2 or 3 bedroom apartment on a mid to high floor would suffice. If anything arises, I would appreciate your support. I don't mind if the rent is a bit steep. If I cannot gain entry into your inner circle, I shall settle for being your neighbor." Surely, Cheng Jing would not abandon him in times of need. Perhaps he was busy, for Cheng Jing did not respond even after he had taken a nap. By evening, glancing at the chat interface and adopting a proactive mindset, Jiang Nian sent 2 more messages. "Brother Jing, which community do you reside in? If you're too busy, I can search for it myself. Brother Jing, have you finished your work? I would like to treat you to a meal." Yet, regardless of whether he adopted a serious tone or attempted to be endearing, Cheng Jing remained unresponsive. As Jiang Nian picked up the service QR code in his guest room to order food, a wave of sadness washed over him, prompting him to order a serving of sauerkraut fish. He now felt as sour, pickled, and superfluous as the dish itself. The flavor of the sauerkraut fish was delightful. Yet with each bite, his heart ached more profoundly, and tears began to well in his eyes. To avoid waste, he could only weep silently as he finished 2 bowls of rice along with the fish. It was only when the room service attendant collected the empty plates that Cheng Jing finally replied, "No need, just eat by yourself." Jiang Nian read the message several times, editing and deleting various responses before ultimately deciding against it. Clearly, Cheng Jing was intentionally ignoring his previous messages. It would be rather rude for an adult to probe further. Thus, he resolved to seek a rental in a nearby community on his own, his mind already set on a target. Suddenly, his vision blurred. He was unsure why his tears flowed so uncontrollably. However, thinking back to the previous life, where Cheng Jing had clutched his broken body, screaming in anguish, filled him with a profound sorrow. If only he could have been reborn at an earlier point in time. Meanwhile, in an office within a commercial building, Cheng Jing leaned back in his chair, perusing a document with a serious expression. His assistant, Huang Qian, sat patiently in front of his desk, dressed in a sleek black business suit, her hair neatly pinned up, and her makeup meticulously applied, embodying the quintessential image of an urban white-collar worker. After about 10 minutes, Cheng Jing closed the document and looked up. "All individuals involved in the smuggling operation have been apprehended. The authorities have successfully wrapped up the case, and our security mission is considered complete. When will Yang Kai return to the team?" Huang Qian gave him a subtle look, answering, I've arranged 2 possible return dates. One is the day after tomorrow, and the other is in 5 days. He opted for 5 days, but ultimately, the decision lies with you, as you need to accompany him back to Beishur to report this assignment to the boss. Cheng Jing glanced at his phone and decided, the day after tomorrow, then. The sooner the better. He was reluctant to go unless absolutely necessary. Jiang Nian's visit had left him feeling uneasy, an instinctive professional intuition gnawing at him. Collaborating with the authorities was a hassle, despite them being the ones to seek assistance. The endless procedural reports could drive anyone mad, and refusing was not an option. Huang Qian shrugged. You'll need to discuss this with Yang Kai personally. He seems eager to spend more time with you. Yang Kai was not only an undercover agent, but also reportedly a second-generation heir, with a notable background. Cheng Jing looked at her, scrutinizing. Assistant Huang, I've noticed your remarks have taken on a rather sardonic tone lately. Huang Qian was his university classmate, known for her wild spirit during their studies. After passing the assessments at the Beishur headquarters, she became his assistant. Appearing like a mere ornament, but possessing abilities that matched her looks, rarely found in most men. Their current assignment involved him working closely with the undercover Yang Kai, who was infiltrating a smuggling ring abroad while pretending to be in a romantic relationship with Cheng Jing. Initially, there was nothing amiss, but recently, Huang Qian had been unusually talkative. She spread her hands in response. What sardonic remarks? I'm merely concerned about whether you're preparing to remarry after being a widower for 2 years. Cheng Jing gritted his teeth. Leave. After being rejected by Jiang Nian, he had changed his social media status to reflect being a widower, becoming the subject of jokes among his close friends, particularly from this woman who laughed the loudest. Don't be so harsh, she teased, leaning in with a conspiratorial tone. Mainly, Yang Kai has been inquiring about you, which led me to wonder if, after months of close contact, you two might be developing genuine feelings. Cheng Jing shot her a glare. Spreading rumors with your mouth, are we? You should understand that such slander could jeopardize one's career. What nonsense. It seemed the older one got, the less professional one became. But I genuinely believe Yang Kai likes you. It doesn't seem like an act, she asserted confidently, sitting up straight. Her tone firm and reminiscent of cult leaders brainwashing their followers. Cheng Jing waved her off in disdain. Enough, you may leave now. After this task, you'll have a month of paid leave. Hurry and find yourself a romantic partner. Your hormones are about to explode. Huang Qian remained stationary, gazing at him intently before adopting a serious expression, asking if Yang Kai truly has feelings for you. How do you plan to handle it? Mishandling this could impact our future collaborations with the authorities. Cheng Jing replied without hesitation, I'd eliminate him. The astute assistant rose, conceding, I was hasty. Pure love is invincible. With that, she sashayed out of the office. Once the door closed behind her, Cheng Jing picked up his phone to message Jiang Nian. I'll be on a business trip in a couple of days and want to return for about a week. It would be better for you to stay in a hotel. After a considerable pause, Jiang Nian replied with just 3 words. Oh, thank you. Staring at the chat interface, Cheng Jing sensed that the other party might be a bit displeased, but given his current circumstances, he decided to address it upon his return from the trip. After all, they had only just reunited. A little withholding of affection wouldn't hurt, would it? With that thought, he coordinated with the hotel through his security privileges to ensure they kept an eye on Jiang Nian. Once arrangements were made, he left the office, only to receive a message from Yang Kai stating that he was waiting downstairs. Chapter 7. The Wayward Son. Cheng Jing had initially thought Jiang Nian would behave and take some time to rest and recuperate, so they could resolve their past grievances upon his return. However, to his surprise, the following afternoon, while he was engaged in an online meeting at his residence, he received a notification from the hotel. Jiang Nian had checked out but had temporarily left his luggage in storage, stating he would return in the evening to collect it. That wayward child. Cheng Jing couldn't help but grit his teeth in frustration. Once the meeting concluded, he called Jiang Nian, who vaguely mentioned he would reach out once settled before abruptly hanging up, playing dead. Cheng Jing felt a surge of frustration and slammed his fist on the desk in his study. They had agreed to wait for his return. What a rascal. What's wrong, Brother Cheng? The door opened, revealing Yang Kai, dressed in a white shirt and black trousers, tall and well-proportioned, with a polished appearance enhanced by his gold-rimmed decorative glasses that lent him an air of sophistication. As a professional undercover agent, Yang Kai played his role of secretary and boyfriend exceptionally well. Nothing. Let us go. We'll wrap up some remaining tasks, and you can head back tomorrow. Cheng Jing calmed himself, putting away his phone as he exited the study. He needed to finish work promptly, so he could address that little rascal later in the afternoon. Actually, I was considering postponing my return for a few more days. Yang Kai smiled, his eyes brimming with insinuations. Cheng Jing shot him a glance, effectively stifling the conversation. If you're not busy, I am. Your presence here implies my tasks remain unfinished, which will only delay my affairs. Very well.
Yang Kai get helplessly,
resigning himself to the notion that there would be ample time in the future to visit him in his private capacity after he completed his report in Beishur. Cheng Jing, suppressing his frustration, accompanied Yang Kai to the underground garage. However, as they exited the elevator, they spotted Jiang Nian and a middle-aged man disembarking from a taxi not far away. The two were facing them, engaged in conversation as they strolled closer. Just as Cheng Jing pondered how to avoid them, Jiang Nian caught sight of them, his expression momentarily one of surprise, but he quickly recovered. Greeting him with a smile, Jinga, cough cough, Cheng Jing. The rapid shift in address and the accuracy of his expression and tone irked Cheng Jing. Upon hearing the voice, Yang Kai instinctively linked his arm with Cheng Jing's, softly inquiring, "Is this a familiar face for you, Chinga?" "Indeed," Cheng Jing replied, suppressing the urge to retract his hand, striving to maintain his composure. "What a coincidence, you live here too." The middle-aged man lingered nearby as Jiang Nian approached them, effortlessly introducing himself. "Hello, I am Jiang Nian, a fellow townsman of Cheng Jing." Yang Kai extended his hand in greeting. "Hello, I am Yang Kai, Cheng Jing's boyfriend."
Well,
"You certainly kept that under wraps," Jiang Nian chuckled, giving Cheng Jing a friendly pat on the shoulder. Cheng Jing, suppressing his emotions, feigned calmness and queried, "What brings you here?" The coincidence was uncanny. It felt as if fate were toying with them. Jiang Nian gestured to the waiting middle-aged man. "I intend to rent a place here. Had I known you lived here, I would have asked you sooner." How brazen! He had not inquired before, only to have it revealed inadvertently. This community was where they once resided together during their romance, which partly influenced Jiang Nian's choice to seek housing here. Yet, the primary reason remained that this area was an older neighborhood, primarily inhabited by original residents, many of whom had vacated as newer districts developed, leaving behind vacant or rental properties occupied mostly by solitary elderly individuals. The property management and security were handled by local retirees, fostering a somewhat semi-public service atmosphere. They led leisurely lives, opening and closing the premises and tidying up, and occasionally visiting the nearby community square, requiring calls for assistance, lacking any significant service experience. Coupled with the relatively high rental prices in this locale, tenants were scarce, making it a quiet retirement community where unusual activities would go unnoticed. For instance, in the building he rented, which housed 3 units per floor across 22 stories, no floor was fully occupied. The 10th floor he selected was entirely vacant, with neighbors primarily consisting of elderly residents and a few migrant workers. With broken streetlights and a malfunctioning elevator surveillance system, the place was devoid of attention. However, Jiang Nian found this arrangement quite satisfactory, although the rent was not inexpensive. The landlord had consented to his modifications. The sparse population ensured discretion, and its proximity to the main thoroughfare of the old town made it an ideal refuge in a world on the brink of collapse. It was well known that densely populated areas became hotspots for chaos and danger, with high occupancy rates in new districts filled with schools, hospitals, hotels, and large factory dormitories. To his surprise, his former partner had also chosen to reside here, perhaps due to a low-profile security job or work-related necessity. Jiang Nian mused quietly. Surely Cheng Jing and Yang Kai aren't living in the same place they rented before. Could it be a case of life imitating art?
Yet,
he observed no resemblance between Yang Kai and Cheng Jing. While he mentally entertained these thoughts, Cheng Jing merely responded with a detached "oh," offering no further elaboration. "All right. You both carry on. I shall go view the apartment," Jiang Nian declared, feeling equally discontented, and, not wishing to prolong the charade, took his leave. It was only when he saw Jiang Nian enter the elevator with the middle-aged man that Cheng Jing averted his gaze and entered the vehicle. Despite his efforts to conceal it, Yang Kai discerned the underlying tension, but chose not to pry further. The house hunting proceeded smoothly. A spacious three-bedroom apartment nearing 150 square meters, it was pristine, albeit somewhat barren, equipped only with essential kitchen and bathroom fixtures, a bed in the master bedroom, and built-in wardrobes, leaving the rest for personal furnishing. While others might find this unappealing, it suited Jiang Nian perfectly, offering a blank canvas for him to personalize and stockpile supplies. With the onset of the apocalypse, compounded by severe cold weather, the chaos of the preceding months had spiraled out of control, leading to widespread infections and fatalities, relying solely on self-sufficiency alongside minimal official assistance and rescue protocols. Areas with prompt official responses fared somewhat better, while those that lagged were among the first to experience fatalities, leaving the rest of the populace to fend for themselves. Once the tumultuous adaptation period concluded and the extreme cold passed, rescue teams from various apocalyptic aid bases finally responded to distress signals, embarking on missions to save survivors, ushering humanity into a prolonged existence of uncertainty and survival. After some negotiation and heartfelt appeals, Jiang Nian signed a lease agreement with the landlord, opting for a deposit and monthly payment arrangement. But that was of little consequence, as in half a month, currency might hold no value, and the landlord might no longer exist. After the landlord departed, leaving him with the keys, Jiang Nian promptly enlisted a cleaning service through the property management. Following a professional cleaning, the task of upkeep would become significantly easier for him. He also arranged for a contractor specializing in window and door reinforcement to visit, choosing a more remote individual to ensure that, when the apocalypse struck, no one would be able to reach him. All windows were to be fortified, and an additional super-thick stainless steel security door was to be installed in the corridor outside the entrance, achieving standards suitable for earthquake and robbery resistance. Despite the seemingly eccentric demands, the contractors, charmed by his generous compensation, assured him they would complete the work within 3 days. However, with only half the deposit paid for the rental and door-window modifications, Jiang Nian found his bank balance dwindling alarmingly. Once he settled the final payment for the door-window work, he would barely have funds left for supplies. After cleaning was completed, and the cleaning lady departed, the contractor also left, and standing in the empty safety haven he had prepared for the impending apocalypse, Jiang Nian reluctantly dialed Cheng Jing's number. It was 6 in the evening, the sun still shining brightly, and he wondered if his former partner had finished his tasks and whether he could negotiate alone. Chapter 8. Why don't you let me kneel? The call connected swiftly, and before Jiang Nian could speak, Cheng Jing queried first. Where are you? At the rental place. Preparing to head to the hotel to collect some things, Jiang Nian replied candidly, then asked, Cheng Jing, could you lend me some money? Cheng Jing ground his teeth. You're calling me out by name to ask for money? Why don't you just ask me to kneel? Jiang Nian hastily rephrased. Brother. I was rude. I apologize, I was too loud just now. The term Jingo was an affectionate title they used during their relationship, intimate and ambiguous. Jiang Nian had intended to change it now that they were completely over, yet Cheng Jing seemed accustomed to it. Typical man. Only then did Cheng Jing inquire. How much do you need? What for? Jiang Nian contemplated for a moment before responding. A few thousand would suffice. But if you can spare more, say 10 or more the better. I assure you, you won't regret lending it to me. And how will you repay me? Cheng Jing laughed at his somewhat deceptive tone. A pang of bitterness struck Jiang Nian's heart as he feigned nonchalance. Well, offering myself is out of the question. I'm afraid your boyfriend would object. But I will express my gratitude in other ways, you'll see.
It will be worth your while.
It was uncommon for anyone to ask for money in such a manner, yet he truly didn't know how to articulate his request. Only able to excuse his lack of courage. After a while, Cheng Jing responded, I have the money, but we need to discuss it face to face. I will wait for you at the hotel later, in the same room as before. How audacious to run around and even borrow money from him. Showing no remorse for past debts, a heartless little rascal. All right. Thank you, Brother Jing, Jiang Nian nodded, confident that he could secure a little assistance from Cheng Jing based on his understanding of him. In a good mood, he took a taxi back to the hotel. The receptionist informed Jiang Nian that his belongings had been returned to the room by Cheng Jing, her tone tinged with a hint of gossip. Jiang Nian thanked her and entered the elevator, contemplating how to phrase his request for a larger sum. The door to the room was ajar, and Cheng Jing was on the phone. Jiang Nian quietly entered, avoiding disruption, and headed to the bathroom to change clothes. After a long day, He was utterly exhausted. Halfway through his wash, Cheng Jing knocked on the door. "Have you eaten yet?" Jiang Nian, lounging in the bathtub amidst bubbles, lazily replied, "Not yet. I was hoping for something spicy. Thank you, Brother Jing." He needed to borrow money soon, so he had to sweeten his words. Cheng Jing was susceptible to such tactics. Cheng Jing stepped away, and as Jiang Nian finished his wash and emerged, room service arrived just in time. The meal was a delightful mix of light and spicy dishes, accompanied by cold dishes, fruits, and beverages. Although the portions were modest, the table was filled with an inviting array that felt a tad extravagant for two. Cheng Jing greeted him before starting to eat. After expressing his heartfelt gratitude, Jiang Nian hesitated, knowing that business discussions often flourished over drinks, but without alcohol. He found it hard to speak up. So, he quietly asked, "Brother Jing, may I order a bottle of wine?" Cheng Jing, not even glancing up, firmly declined no. Just as Jiang Nian contemplated arguing his case, Cheng Jing paused, his gaze piercing. "Have you forgotten how poor your drinking etiquette is? We have serious matters to discuss. Do not think of indulging." Was this little rascal developing a drinking habit after 2 years without his guidance? He barely touched his food before yearning for alcohol. No wonder he was so thin. Jiang Nian, taken aback, lowered his head like an ostrich. Fine, he had little experience with drinking, and his moments of reckless abandon were scarce, mostly when in Cheng Jing's presence. During their fleeting romance, he would return from drinking with classmates and pester Cheng Jing, leading to Cheng Jing's irritation. When Cheng Jing lost his temper, he found himself bedridden the next day. Forget it. Wine was not essential. Cheng Jing observed the almost bowl-bearing figure before him, his ears flushed with embarrassment, and the fleeting flirtatious mood dissipated as he said, "Once we conclude our business, I'll let you drink." It was acceptable to be a little unhinged in front of him, as long as he didn't act out in front of others. Jiang Nian shook his head. No, I won't drink. I was just joking. Please don't take it seriously. It would be disgraceful to lose my composure while clinging to someone else's boyfriend. After the meal, as the waiter cleared the table and departed, Cheng Jing settled on the sofa, watching the news broadcasting a serene, harmonious world. Jiang Nian grabbed a cushion and sat beside the composed man, contemplating before softly asking, "So, Brother Jing, have you thought about my request for a loan?" Money, oh money, he desperately needed it. Cheng Jing's gaze shifted to him. "How much do you want to borrow?" "What for?" "Rent, buying things. The more, the better if it's convenient for you," Jiang Nian replied honestly, admitting his purchases exceeded $1 million. Cheng Jing pursed his lips. "I thought it was because of your mother's debts that you needed money." With such a direct inquiry, there was no way he could refuse. He was not stingy, just wanting clarity. "I sold my house just enough to clear my mother's debts, which is why I'm out of funds," Jiang Nian said, resting his chin on the cushion, his eyelids drooping. He had contemplated using this reason to borrow money from Cheng Jing, but the words faltered on his lips. He didn't want to exploit his mother to deceive Cheng Jing. Cheng Jing longed to ask why he hadn't reached out for help during tough times, but it felt superfluous now. He could only sigh inwardly before inquiring, "You mentioned your mother had been ill for 2 years. Was that during our relationship?" "Yes." Jiang Nian tightened his grip on the pillow. "I intended to tell you, but you mentioned enlisting first, so I held back. My emotions were in turmoil, and sharing that news would only affect you. Besides, I didn't want you to go to the army, which made me act out." His mother's illness and his boyfriend's departure were a double blow, rendering him unsure of how to cope. Cheng Jing was speechless. "You withheld such crucial information just because I spoke first? You decided unilaterally without telling me, thinking it would spare me from worry." Fine. Knowing the truth only fueled his anger. He believed that someone who didn't change their heart yet broke up was unwell. How childish, even in college.
I'm sorry.
Jiang Nian sincerely apologized, glancing up and continuing, "That was your intention. If you hadn't enlisted, I would have confided in you, and you would have stayed by my side. But since you went, the distance turned comfort into mutual exhaustion. My negative emotions became overwhelming at times. Thus, it seemed better to end it. He could focus on school and work while caring for his mother, and Cheng Jing could pursue his future aspirations. He believed that was for the best for everyone. Look at him now, doing quite well." He didn't consider his actions noble. They were merely a reflection of his emotional state at the time. The helpless yearning, when accumulated to a breaking point, could overwhelm anyone. Cheng Jing gazed at him for a long time, eventually looking down in silence, the resentment dissipating slowly with Jiang Nian's words. Yes, it made sense. Chapter 9. I still disagree with the breakup.
Ah.
In any case, I'm sorry, Brother Jing. Jiang Nian choked on his words as he apologized, lowering his head to rub against the cushion before rising and heading to the bathroom. Gazing at his reddened eyes in the mirror, he sighed helplessly. He had rehearsed these words many times before arriving, striving to remain calm while expressing them, yet as he spoke, his throat tightened and tears began to fall. A wave of regret and helplessness surged within him, impossible to suppress. If given another chance, he would not repeat such mistakes. Cheng Jing approached, and not wanting him to see his disheveled state, Jiang Nian reached out to turn off the light and bent down to wash his face, supporting himself on the sink. He cleared his throat. I say this with no ulterior motive. I merely want you to know my genuine thoughts at that time. I understand that our relationship has ended.
It was my fault.
Rest assured, unless it's a matter of life and death, I won't disturb you, nor will I speak carelessly in front of your boyfriend. He wasn't so lacking in decorum. He knew he was unworthy of forgiveness after 2 years apart. Cheng Jing had been more than good to him. Every aspect of being here and the plans made were his own determination to survive in this world. There was no lingering resentment. All he needed now was money to prepare for the impending apocalypse. You're not. Cheng Jing entered, casually closing the bathroom door, blocking more light from flooding in. The room darkened once more, causing Jiang Nian's heart to skip a beat as he turned to him. What do you mean not? I'm not in a real relationship with Yang Kai. The confidentiality agreement was voided. Cheng Jing stepped closer, pulling Jiang Nian into his embrace, whispering softly in his ear. He is the security target of the company, an official individual. Our pretense of being a couple is merely a ruse to divert attention and assist him in completing his mission. Today marks the final handover. Jiang Nian remained silent, yet comprehended his intent, his heart racing uncontrollably, an indescribable joy flooding his chest, while his throat felt constricted with warmth, causing his eyes to sting. There were no others between us. Thus, I steadfastly refused to end our relationship. Cheng Jing tightened his embrace, his arms encircling Jiang Nian. I apologize for not being by your side during your most challenging times. This was not a matter of principled misunderstanding. They still harbored feelings for each other. There was no need for him to belittle the one who had fallen into despair. The so-called indulgence and cruelty were unacceptable. True affection could never permit such torment. Jiang Nian finally broke down, returning the embrace. Brother Jing, I was wrong. I should have spoken up. Perhaps it was because of the profound regret he felt at the end of his previous life that the heavens granted him another chance. Cheng Jing gently patted his back. You are not at fault, Jiang Nian. Let's start anew. His words were an undeniable affirmation, and Jiang Nian nodded against his shoulder. Just then, the phone rang. An untimely interruption. Cheng Jing released him to answer the call. Jiang Nian took a deep breath, regaining his composure as sadness transformed into joy. He turned on the light, washed his face clean of tears, and felt a sense of relief akin to disembarking from a roller coaster. Moments later, Jiang Nian emerged from the bathroom, having adjusted his emotions and redirected the conversation with Cheng Jing, who had just hung up. So, Brother Jing, could you lend me some money? Now that we're back together, surely you can lend a bit more. Cheng Jing regarded him with a bemused smile.
No, I cannot.
My money is meant for supporting my wife. He had held this belief since they had established their relationship. He could not let down someone who had pursued him so earnestly. Jiang Nian was momentarily taken aback, then shamelessly leaned closer. How fortuitous, then, because your wife is in dire need of funds. What is a face, after all? If lost, so be it. Who needs dignity when one can bask in the scent of a man? After 2 years apart, his ex had certainly grown more adept. Cheng Jing felt an impulse to hold him close and indulge, yet he restrained himself. He could not stay tonight, and it would be inappropriate to act playfully so soon after reconciliation. Instead, he retrieved a bank card from his wallet and handed it to Jiang Nian. This is my personal card. Sometimes I need to cover expenses during missions, and the special funds from the headquarters have yet to arrive, so there's only around 900,000 in it for now. Use it as you need. The password remains the same as before, our birthdays in order. When they were together, they had set the bank card password accordingly, and he had never changed it. Thank you, Brother Jing. My card password hasn't changed either. Jiang Nian accepted the card with a beaming smile and a kiss. Cheng Jing pondered for a moment before adding, actually, I believe you need not rent a new place for the month leading up to school reopening. After the semester starts, my place will no longer be under security surveillance. You can move in then, and for now, it's fine for you to stay here. Jiang Nian held the card against his chin. But I've already paid. So I'll just rent for a month and see how it goes. That way, if I decide not to stay, I can get a refund. But I do need to stay here for the next few days. Initially, he had planned to find a cheap hotel for a few days. After all, it seemed unreasonable to have his ex-boyfriend cover the costs of a 5-star hotel after their breakup. But now that they were back together, he felt justified in relying on him, especially since he was quite strapped for cash. His pride couldn't afford to stand tall. He was suited for a softer approach. Cheng Jing nodded. All right, I have a business trip tomorrow. You handle it as you see fit. Jiang Nian, holding the card cautiously, said, Brother Jing, I might end up spending quite a bit. Cheng Jing considered this and asked, is it illegal? As long as it wasn't unlawful. Spending money on purchases was perfectly normal. Jiang Nian waved his hand dismissively. Not illegal, not illegal. Trust me, and you'll find that my expenditures will be worthwhile. I'll explain everything when you return. Tomorrow was the 16th, and a week later would be the 23rd or 24th. By then, he should be prepared to discuss things. According to the statistics released by the officials after the last world-ending event, the first batch of awakened individuals emerged before the toxic rain. Although mainstream media had refrained from reporting on it, treating it as mere sensational entertainment. When Cheng Jing returned from his trip, he could remind him through dreams, and by reviewing those articles, Cheng Jing gazed at him intently for a moment, recognizing that his behavior was somewhat peculiar, but choosing to trust him. All right, if you need more money, just let me know. For ordinary expenses, 900,000 was quite substantial. However, if Jiang Nian were to purchase something extravagant, that amount could easily fall short. After all, extravagant gifts for lovers could easily reach hundreds of thousands. He had little to complain about spending this amount for his wife. After being apart for 2 years, Jiang Nian had endured considerable hardship, and this was merely a small form of compensation. Jiang Nian nodded eagerly. It should be enough. It should be enough. Thank you, Brother Jing. For personal collection 900,000 was more than sufficient, as anything beyond that might be challenging to transport later. Unless he could concoct a plan to persuade Cheng Jing to join him in acquiring even more. Chapter 10. Clearly, it is I who wish to take advantage of Brother Jing. The two continued to chat for a while, and Jiang Nian seized the opportunity to inquire, Brother Jing, is the place you are staying now the apartment we used to rent? Cheng Jing grasped his hand tightly, openly confirming, yes, I intended to purchase it. But the landlord refused to sell. Oh, Jiang Nian responded, his spirits lifted, and he also confessed, I inquired about renting that apartment when I was looking for a place. But the property management said it had already been rented out. Upon sharing this, they exchanged smiles, understanding a shared secret known only to them. The feeling of being in love had returned. It must be said that the hormones of love are among the most healing forces. In a moment of silence, Jiang Nian leaned against Cheng Jing, who instinctively wrapped him in his embrace as they watched television, occasionally discussing news topics, reminiscent of their earlier days together. However, Jiang Nian felt a sense of restlessness. Glancing at the time, he saw it was nearly 11 o'clock. Biting his thumb casually, he asked, Brother Jing, are you staying over tonight? I've been having nightmares lately, and would like you to stay with me. Was his ex-boyfriend truly so composed upon rekindling their romance? The man who had always been calm and reserved had become even more steadfast after his military service, making him feel as though they were from different generations. The previous notion of not sleeping together had been rendered obsolete. Unspoken words had no place between them. He wanted to share a bed with Cheng Jing, now immediately. After much internal conflict, Cheng Jing ultimately shook his head. No, although the current mission is considered complete. I can only feel at ease accompanying you after sending Yang Kai off. Don't overthink it. If it comes to it, we can take some medication. Poor sleep could take a significant toll on one's mental state, and prolonged deprivation could lead to lasting decline. All right, if it comes to medication, then so be it. Jiang Nian sighed softly, suddenly shifting to sit in his lap, pressing his forehead against Cheng Jing's. So, when are you leaving? If it's not urgent, shouldn't you comfort your restless boyfriend? Perhaps I won't have nightmares tonight. After all, During their previous interactions, he had never shied away from being bold. Therefore, he felt no embarrassment now. His boyfriend was undeniably handsome, and it would be foolish not to seize the opportunity. Cheng Jing gazed at him for a moment, then suddenly smiled, raising his hand to caress the back of his neck. I am concerned that you might perceive our reconciliation as an opportunity for me to take advantage of you, and alas, I cannot remain. In truth, it is I who yearns to take advantage of Jingge. With a smile lingering on his lips, Jiang Nian leaned in and playfully bit him, the tremor in his voice betraying his emotions. It matters not if I cannot stay. First, please soothe me, Jingge. I miss you so much. The burdens of 2 lifetimes cannot be quelled by mere words or a fleeting embrace. Noticing his tension, Cheng Jing gently kissed his face and asked, "Would you care for a drink?" Jiang Nian chuckled softly, "No need. Just now, I was contemplating borrowing money from you to muster the courage to drink. But that is no longer necessary. I can still lose my mind without alcohol." Although the prolonged separation had made it difficult to let go initially, things soon began to flow smoothly. With their ears brushing against one another, Cheng Jing embraced him, issuing a warning. "Jiang Nian, now that you've returned, be content to remain with me. If you dare to run again, I shall break your legs and confine you in a cage." Jiang Nian huffed, "I will not run. In this lifetime, I swear to cling to you until death." "Very well," Cheng Jing replied, satisfied, as he tenderly caressed Jiang Nian's ring finger, contemplating the notion of adorning it with a ring as a mark of possession. With the task accomplished, he might also collect their marriage certificate during this respite. Prolonged courtship without obtaining a certificate would be rather unscrupulous. Cheng Jing departed only after Jiang Nian had drifted into slumber, leaving behind the car and keys while also notifying the hotel staff. By the time he returned home, it was already past 2 in the morning. Yang Kai was still awake, lounging on the sofa, enveloped in smoke as he watched television. Upon seeing Cheng Jing, he cast a scrutinizing glance his way. "Where did you go tonight, Chengge? It's quite late. You should smoke less at your young age." Cheng Jing did not respond, opting instead to activate another air purifier. This fellow had filled the place with the stench of smoke after residing there for months. Fortunately, he had strictly forbidden Yang Kai from entering his room. Otherwise, Jiang Nian would surely have found it distasteful. "I was merely waiting for you, although the task is complete. I still worry when you are out so late," Yang Kai remarked, extinguishing his cigarette in the ashtray before his expression shifted as he observed Cheng Jing closely. The scent of hotel shower gel. "Have you just returned from a hotel?" Cheng Jing settled into a seat opposite him. "Your nose is remarkably keen for someone who drinks and smokes. You undercover agents are truly impressive."
Cheng Yi.
Yang Kai stared intently at him, pressing further with the question. "Where did you go?" Cheng Jing furrowed his brow. "You already discerned it. The hotel. The task was completed, and I needed to unwind." Yang Kai smirked, a hint of jealousy in his tone. "With your hometown acquaintance?" Such insight stemmed from his professional instincts.
Cheng Jing show silence.
There was no need for him to disclose Jiang Nian's identity, particularly to someone like Yang Kai. Yet, he could not bring himself to deny it, reveling instead in the joy of rekindling his relationship with Jiang Nian. Yang Kai, realizing he had hit the mark, felt an inexplicable irritation rise within him. Unable to resist, he lit another cigarette and, taking a deep drag, began to speak. "Jiang Nian, is it? Ever since you met him today, you've been acting strangely. I thought perhaps you had a history together, but it seems you are merely maintaining a connection." However, his reaction upon seeing me did not resemble that of a legitimate partner. "Is he merely your kept man?" Jiang Nian's response had been too natural. Even his discerning eye could detect no trace of deceit in Jiang Nian's demeanor. Cheng Jing refuted the notion. "From the past until now, he has only been cooperating with our work. He is the legitimate partner, and I do not keep a lover. If I were to keep a lover, I would not be unable to forget that little scoundrel." Yang Kai grasped the situation. "But I heard from Sister Huang Qian that you had a white moonlight, someone whose loss felt akin to bereavement, and you have yet to move on." Cheng Jing nodded. "Indeed, the lost soulmate has returned. Just moments ago, I altered my status to married. Let us see who dares to mock me now."
Ah?
Yang Kai was momentarily taken aback before a realization dawned upon him. "So, it is him."
No wonder.
He then regarded Cheng Jing with a hint of melancholy. "Jingge, I like you, as you must know. However, during the mission, We adhered to our respective roles. Now that the task is complete, do I still have a chance? Jiang Nian was unmistakably endowed with enchanting peach blossom eyes, his gentle brows and warm smile capable of ensnaring hearts. It was no surprise that Cheng Jing found himself captivated. He was utterly lost. Cheng Jing had been prepared for Yang Kai to break the silence during Huang Qian's ramblings, hence he was neither shocked nor overly emotional. Meeting Yang Kai's earnest gaze, he replied, "Yang Kai, we share a cooperative relationship. If a person only has one genuine chance at love in their lifetime, I have already used mine. To be candid, I do not fancy men. Aside from him, no one else suffices." Had Jiang Nian turned him? Certainly not, as such matters require mutual consent. Rather, he had always occupied the more passive role. When Jiang Nian pursued him, he found himself defenseless. When that little scoundrel cast him aside, he felt helpless. When Jiang Nian returned, he could scarcely muster anger. The moment Jiang Nian shed a tear, he wanted nothing more than to embrace him tenderly. This was akin to an instinctual habit, directed solely towards Jiang Nian. Chapter 11. Entering hamster mode, Yang Kai observed him silently for a moment before suddenly breaking into a smile. "All right, I understand. A fruitful collaboration. Congratulations on your union." Emotions cannot be forced, and he was all too aware of the devastating power of a white moonlight. "Thank you. A pleasant collaboration," Cheng Jing nodded, seizing the remote to turn off the television before retreating to their respective rooms. Lying in bed, Cheng Jing found sleep elusive. Pulling out his phone to peruse his chat history with Jiang Nian, there was little there, yet he could not resist reading it repeatedly. The following day, Cheng Jing and Yang Kai ventured to Beishur, while Jiang Nian languished in the hotel, his back and waist aching, fully embracing his frantic hamster mode. He engaged in online shopping, meticulously timing his orders to align with his specifications for delivery. To mitigate any risks, he wrote one delivery address as a self-service station near the community, using Cheng Jing's phone number, while the other was for home delivery, utilizing his own number. And he endeavored to select delivery companies situated farther from the community. As the sun set, he finally set out to drive, scouting various supermarkets and procurement markets. The list of items he needed, both online and offline, was extensive, and purchasing everything from the same place would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. Though the mortality rate for couriers and similar professions was the highest during the apocalypse, caution is the mother of safety. He was determined to endure until the end. Beyond that, he purchased several high-capacity external hard drives and tablet computers, downloading an array of films and variety shows to pass the time during the apocalypse, as well as encyclopedic materials covering various aspects of life. Many authoritative survival guides contained hypothetical scenarios for the end of the world. Having experienced the apocalypse, he sought to be as prepared as possible, merging experience with theory. The shopping list was endless. He could never buy everything he needed. Spending his boyfriend's money while driving his car felt utterly delightful. Since he had already handed a spare key to the craftsman for the window and door renovations, he needed not rent a place for the next 3 days, merely waiting to inspect the completed work and settle the final payment on the third day. 3 days swiftly passed, and on the evening of August 18th, after inspecting the modifications to the safe house's doors and windows and confirming they met his requirements, Jiang Nian readily paid the final amount and the craftsman's transportation fees. Once again, he summoned a locksmith at a steep price from several dozen kilometers away, opting for the most expensive mechanical lock available on the market. In his mind, the mechanical was forever the divine. After everything was settled, on the following day, August 19th, he began stockpiling supplies, simultaneously purchasing items from the supermarket while receiving deliveries from online shopping, all while driving Cheng Jing's imposing Hummer. Occasionally, he would buy extra items at larger supermarkets and have them delivered to the basement elevator entrance. As long as it wasn't excessive, it would not attract attention. Meanwhile, far away in the northern city, Cheng Jing found himself lost in contemplation as he observed the incessant notifications of deductions from his bank account and the tracking data of the vehicle. Aside from the various supermarkets and wholesale markets, there were also delivery stations, and pharmacies and farmers markets. It was evident that Jiang Nian was indeed shopping, and the assortment of items he purchased was quite eclectic. The following days followed this pattern, leading him to suspect that the amount of money spent daily correlated with Jiang Nian's physical capacity to carry items. Once he could no longer manage, he would pause and continue the next day. Cheng Jing was not particularly concerned about the expenditure, even transferring an additional 500,000 from another card. Understanding that items from supermarkets were not inexpensive and an unsuccessful payment due to excessive purchases could lead to embarrassment. However, his curiosity regarding Jiang Nian's acquisitions was piqued. Based on the vehicle's trajectory, it was clear he hadn't ventured into luxury boutiques. And the sheer volume of ordinary items he was collecting could easily stock a small grocery store. Thus, on August 22nd, Cheng Jing could no longer contain himself and called his most trusted confidant, Huang Qian, requesting her to discreetly investigate Jiang Nian's activities. That evening, Huang Qian, having successfully completed her assigned task, sent Cheng Jing a message. "Your wife is hoarding supplies like a hamster, appearing in good spirits and enjoying her shopping, though she looks rather eccentric." She subsequently sent 2 sets of photographs. One featured the entrance to Jiang Nian's rented residence, fortified with gleaming layers of security. Such modifications were not unfamiliar to those in the security industry, clearly a safe house, perhaps even more robust than their own renovations. The second set captured Jiang Nian in a mask, donning various outfits, as he collected items from different delivery stations and supermarkets. While the modifications to the house were not alarming, the frequent changes of attire for shopping and the decision to wear a mask during the sweltering heat to avoid recognition raised concerns. Together, these elements suggested the possibility of some clandestine activities. Cheng Jing's instincts told him something was amiss with Jiang Nian's behavior. Yet he chose to trust that his beloved would not engage in anything unlawful. Thus, he called Huang Qian and urged, "Do not speak of this to anyone. Keep it confidential. If necessary, provide him with some cover, and I will return to address it." Before reconciling with Jiang Nian and departing on his business trip, he had confided in Huang Qian about the situation, finding solace in having someone trustworthy watching over Jiang Nian. Huang Qian, setting aside her usual flippancy, responded earnestly, "Rest assured. I understand. However, you must return swiftly and enlighten me as to what Jiang Nian is hoarding supplies for. My curiosity is unbearable. It's rather outrageous to rekindle a relationship after 2 years just to squander your money like a hamster." Cheng Jing said nothing further, ending the call and falling into deep thought. He was well aware of Jiang Nian's character, occasionally playful, but never reckless. From the moment he had expressed his intention to visit, Jiang Nian's demeanor had been somewhat peculiar, constantly seeking closeness, refusing to stay in a hotel, even choosing to rent a place next door despite misunderstandings regarding his relationship with Yang Kai. Even after their reconciliation, Jiang Nian insisted on the rental, converting it into a safe house. Although the sensation of being pursued by Jiang Nian was quite exhilarating, it did not blind him to the underlying issues. Jiang Nian appeared to be a person filled with insecurity. Suddenly, it struck Cheng Jing's security. He recalled Jiang Nian mentioning that ever since his mother passed away, he had been plagued by nightmares, having brought it up several times. Initially, Cheng Jing had assumed it was merely the result of grief, but now he realized it was far more complex. In mere seconds, a wave of anxiety washed over him. He took out his phone and called Jiang Nian, quickly switching to a video call after a brief conversation. The actions of someone so fearful as to fortify their living space and stockpile supplies could not merely be attributed to simple nightmares. He had been too careless. Jiang Nian was perhaps being stalked by someone or some organization, unwilling to confide in him, much like he had chosen to end their relationship unilaterally last time. Bearing the burden alone, the video call connected swiftly, the view wobbling as the phone was placed on a stand. Jiang Nian was seated at a hotel table, indulging in a feast of crayfish and fried skewers, placing his phone down and donning disposable gloves before greeting him with a wave of a shrimp.
Yin Ye.
Having a late-night snack. Seeing him with a mouthful of food, Cheng Jing felt a sudden wave of relief. "I thought you were asleep." "Not at all. Just enjoying a late-night snack and shopping online." Jiang Nian took a bite of the shrimp brain, his voice slightly muffled as he adeptly peeled the shell. Cheng Jing smiled indulgently before inquiring, "How have you been sleeping these past few days? Still having nightmares?" Chapter 12. Ominous Dreams. Initially, Jiang Nian instinctively intended to respond that he was fine, but then reconsidered and shook his head. "Not well. I'm still dreaming, and the nightmares are becoming increasingly vivid and terrifying. Sometimes, upon waking, I struggle to distinguish between reality and the dream." With the safe house already stocked with numerous items, Cheng Jing knew it would be impossible to hide this from him upon his return, so he needed to prepare the ground as much as possible. Cheng Jing furrowed his brow. What kind of nightmares are you experiencing? Please share with me. It seems quite serious. Of course, I've been meaning to tell you, but I was afraid you wouldn't listen. Jiang Nian immediately set down the crayfish, removed his gloves, wiped his mouth, and assumed a serious demeanor. Adjusting the angle of the phone camera, Cheng Jing nodded in concern. It was my oversight. Please speak. I'm all ears.
Yin Ye.
Jiang Nian pondered for a moment before speaking. What I'm about to say may sound absurd, even as if I'm losing my mind. But I hope you can trust that I'm not ill. If the events I describe do not transpire as I predict, I will seek medical attention, all right? Cheng Jing nodded earnestly. Understood. Speak freely. I believe you. Taking a deep breath to gather his thoughts, Jiang Nian began to recount his experiences from a past life. Ever since my mother passed away, I have repeatedly dreamt of apocalyptic scenarios, reminiscent of those portrayed in films. Natural disasters, viruses, zombies. These dreams are interconnected, often with specific timelines. I dreamt that a severe drought would conclude by the end of the month, followed by a terrifying toxic rain. Those caught in the rain would contract an unknown virus, dying and then reviving as zombies. The zombies, driven by their primal instincts, would attack the living, and those injured would also become infected. Amidst this catastrophic chaos, some individuals would awaken with supernatural abilities. It's all very chaotic and frightening, and I am terrified, unwilling to speak of it casually. After finishing, Jiang Nian took a deep breath, watching Cheng Jing's reaction with trepidation, fearing he might burst into laughter or deem him delusional, though it indeed sounded quite far-fetched. However, Cheng Jing remained serious, his gaze fixed intently on him, clearly absorbing his words, perhaps out of trust and respect for his beloved, and that was sufficient. After a long pause, Cheng Jing asked, "The drought will end by the end of the month?" It turned out that Jiang Nian was not being pursued by malevolent individuals or organizations, but was genuinely troubled by nightmares. However, dreams with specific timelines felt too real and were quite rare. Nonetheless, he had heard reports suggesting that some sensitive individuals might experience premonitions before significant events. Jiang Nian nodded. Indeed, around the 27th, a deadly virus-laden rain is expected to fall, heralding the appearance of zombies and the onset of the apocalypse. I believe that every major catastrophe has its ominous signs. Thus, as my dreams grow increasingly vivid, I feel compelled to take precautions. Cheng Jing's expression subtly shifted. How do you intend to prepare? Stockpile supplies? A safe house, hoarding resources. It's truly reminiscent of those strategies for surviving apocalyptic disasters. Rather absurd. He responded. Yes, Jiang Nian admitted, contemplating for a moment before deciding to be forthright. I have even transformed my rented apartment into a safe haven, storing everything I've purchased these past few days inside. I hesitated to tell you the truth because I wanted to act first and inform you later. By the time you return, I will have acquired most of what I need. If nothing occurs, I can always donate the supplies to impoverished regions. At least they won't go to waste. Smart, Cheng Jing complimented, appreciating the clarity with which Jiang Nian managed his finances. Jiang Nian continued, if a catastrophe truly strikes, I won't have to worry about supplies while waiting for rescue. In my dreams, I saw myself being bitten by zombies due to a lack of resources. You were unharmed, but unable to save me. Upon noticing Cheng Jing's grim expression, he added, Jinga, I am not lying. This is also why I insisted on finding you. If the apocalypse were to arrive, it would be regrettable not to reconcile with you. Such tragedies as in my previous life shall not recur, yet the memories still linger painfully. Cheng Jing rubbed his face with both hands and took a deep breath. That won't happen. No matter what unfolds, we will remain together. There will be no situation where it is too late, I promise. In the event of a true apocalypse, I will stay by your side. I believe in you. Jinga, Jiang Nian smiled and then asked, do you believe in me? Cheng Jing smiled back. Whether it's merely a bad dream or a harbinger of disaster will soon be verified. I trust you. If nothing occurs, we can donate the supplies you've bought and then take you for a thorough checkup at the best hospital. But you must not mention this to anyone else. Jiang Nian nodded emphatically. Of course. I understand. I only trust you, Jinga. If he truly is sick, then perhaps the memories of his previous life are merely a nightmare. After hanging up, Jiang Nian continued to snack and shop online, encouraged by Cheng Jing to buy whatever he wished with ample funds in his account. He certainly would not hold back. With support at hand, he intended to purchase more items. By the time Cheng Jing returned, the weather forecast would likely be released, and they could further discuss their plans. On the evening of August 24th, Cheng Jing returned to Qingyun City, finishing up some work at the company, and it was nearly midnight. Jiang Nian drove to pick him up, opting not to disturb the office, and instead waited in the building's visitor area, ordering late-night snacks, and even inviting the security guard to join him. With the apocalypse looming, he wanted to seize the moment to indulge in food and drink. Purchasing extra packaged cooked crawfish to satisfy cravings occasionally, Huang Qian, reluctantly working overtime, followed Cheng Jing out of the elevator and couldn't help but tease. Your little hamster seems to have turned the visitor area into a snack bar. It's either buying or eating nonstop. Quite impressive. For days, she had watched Jiang Nian hoard supplies during the day and order takeout frantically at night, truly convinced he was a reincarnation of a hamster spirit. Yet, Cheng Jing indulged him, not only refraining from stopping Jiang Nian's hoarding, but joining him as well. Indeed, no matter how intelligent a man is, once love takes hold, he can exhibit the most bewildering behaviors. Being able to eat is a blessing. Besides, I have no concerns about my figure, Cheng Jing remarked indulgently, appreciating Jiang Nian's love for both hoarding and culinary delights. As they approached, the security guard, having finished a few skewers of barbecue, excused himself. Cheng Jing seized the opportunity to introduce Jiang Nian to Huang Qian. Sister Qian, hello. This is for you. Jiang Nian, sweet and obedient, upon learning that Cheng Jing was working overtime with a beautiful assistant, thoughtfully ordered a cup of low-sugar beauty tea for Huang Qian, presenting it with a smile. The beautiful assistant was instantly delighted. Thank you. That's very thoughtful. Delicious. And this is for you, Jingge. After attending to the lady, Jiang Nian handed Cheng Jing a cup of herbal tea to cool the body, expressing concern for their workload. The office lady, alternating between sipping flower tea and nibbling on barbecue, mused that this sweet-tongued hamster was quite charming and polite, adept at ingratiating himself, while Cheng Jing, the typically reserved man, was not unjustly held captive by his charms. Chapter 13. Unfamiliar with the concept of reserve. Thus, the three enjoyed their late-night meal in the visitor area. And when they finished, they didn't even have to clean up. The accommodating security guard cheerfully offered to tidy up, sending them directly home. Huang Qian drove herself, while Jiang Nian took Cheng Jing back to the hotel, chattering incessantly along the way. Cheng Jing listened intently, engaging earnestly in discussion, particularly fond of the way Jiang Nian's eyes sparkled when he spoke. One of Jiang Nian's most captivating traits was his gentle demeanor paired with a vibrant, carefree spirit, capable of both calmness and exuberance, possessing a rebellious streak, able to be obedient or act on impulse. His enchanting eyes could drown a person. As for Cheng Jing, he was already ensnared. Jingge, I'm coming in. As the words left his lips, the bathroom door swung open. In Cheng Jing's presence, Jiang Nian was utterly oblivious to the notion of modesty, clinging to him without end in the bathroom. Recently reconciled, they were in high spirits, entirely at ease with one another. Cheng Jing indulged him, and their playful antics continued late into the night before they finally succumbed to slumber. After a week of indulgent meals and restful sleep, Cheng Jing noted with satisfaction that the once frail figure had gained some weight, rendering the expenditure worthwhile. Having accomplished a significant task, the next phase was a holiday, so the following day they rose late, well past noon. My back hurts. I don't want to move, Jiang Nian lamented, supporting his waist as he got up to wash his face and brush his teeth. The stamina of someone returning from a business trip was undiminished. He had certainly indulged a bit too extravagantly, yet he felt blissfully happy. Cough. Cheng Jing, somewhat awkward, set the breakfast on the table before approaching. Let us have breakfast. Then we can check out your safe house. After that, you can rest there. Absolutely not. Jiang Nian shook his head, toothbrush in mouth. I still need to collect my packages and buy more supplies. Cheng Jing responded naturally. I can go shopping. You can stay home to rest and unpack. Hey, thanks.
Yin Ye.
Jiang Nian cheerfully accepted the proposal, relishing the idea of being a sloth today after overindulging. He adored the side of Cheng Jing that shed his aloof persona and embraced a more fatherly disposition. The more experiences they shared, the more Jiang Nian appreciated the value of having a partner with Cheng Jing's character. As they made their way to the safe house, Jiang Nian excitedly recounted how many supplies he had amassed over the past few days. However, even with his preparations, upon witnessing the transformed doors and windows and the cluttered three-bedroom apartment, Cheng Jing was still taken aback. All the curtains in the apartment were drawn, and despite it being broad daylight, the lights were on, and the air conditioning was set to its lowest. Everything available in the supermarket was stocked here, and even items not found in stores were present: food, drinks, essentials, and even a substantial quantity of agricultural seeds. The spacious balcony was piled high with bottled water, both in bottles and barrels, stacked 2 or 3 layers deep, and there was a minimal amount of beverages. The living room featured a fabric sofa set, 2 yoga mats, a small table with 2 stools, and a large freezer filled to the brim with fresh meat. The remaining space was cluttered with various batteries, lighting tools, self-defense equipment, and a multitude of unopened packages. In the kitchen and the balcony of life, aside from pots, pans, and stoves, several liquefied gas cylinders lay scattered across the floor, while the cabinets brimmed with an array of condiments and sauces, surpassing even the displays of supermarkets. The small study was stocked with numerous medical supplies, such as masks and alcohol, alongside tissues and large bags of edible salt, sugar, and sealed packets of plant seeds. The guest room was filled with an abundance of food, both staple and snack, encompassing a wide variety of packaged goods, including both meat and vegetarian options, whether raw, cooked, or partially cooked. There were even several boxes of baby formula, prompting an exclamation of astonishment. The bedroom featured a 2-meter bed piled high with blankets and comforters, while the wardrobe and various corners overflowed with clothing, footwear, hats, and scarves, even protective gear, which could easily make one break into a sweat just by looking at it. The bathroom, too, was replete with an impressive array of toiletries and skincare products, though there was an abundance of items, neatly organized to maximize space. Each room was not entirely filled, allowing for further purchases. If one disregarded expiration dates and considered Jiang Nian's consumption, these supplies could sustain an isolated existence for 2 to 3 years. It was rather extravagant. His first instinct was to worry about the building's structural integrity, but after a thorough inspection revealed no anomalies, he breathed a sigh of relief.
Yin Ye.
Observing Cheng Jing's astonished expression, Jiang Nian felt a flutter of anxiety within, knowing these were all considerable expenditures. Although he had not calculated the exact sum, after all, the transaction notifications were sent to Cheng Jing's phone, and he had to discreetly dispose of any receipts due to the rushed nature of their preparations. He simply swiped and moved on. It's quite a spectacle. I commend you for accumulating so much in a week, Cheng Jing remarked, returning to reality and recalling Huang Qian's description of a hoarding hamster. Unable to suppress a chuckle at the thought of how tired such a creature would be with all these supplies. Jiang Nian relaxed at the sight of Cheng Jing's smile and sheepishly scratched his head, self-deprecatingly admitting, "Isn't it a bit over the top? I must seem a little unhinged." It was undeniable that having a boyfriend with a stable demeanor was a blessing. Cheng Jing patted him on the back, reassuringly stating, "I believe you. And if it comes to it, we can always donate whatever we don't need to charity or utilize some essential items within the company. All right, you're at home today. I'll go shopping. Please make a list of what you need." This was clearly a well-thought-out plan. Even if he didn't lend money or support, Jiang Nian would find a way to gather what he needed, perhaps even resorting to pleading with others. Why create unnecessary friction? Jiang Nian mused aloud. Today, treat yourself to some new clothes and shoes. I didn't buy much before, fearing you might not like them. We need to prepare for both winter and summer, as the weather following the toxic rain will swing to extremes of cold and heat. Noticing Cheng Jing's gaze upon him, he felt a twinge of guilt and added, I had a dream about it a couple of days ago. In his previous life, the power had gone out just half a month into the apocalypse, leaving him craving meat to the point of seeing green.
Now,
he had specifically purchased a freezer and a large capacity battery to ensure he could stock up on meat before the impending cold and darkness descended. After the extreme cold set in, he wouldn't have to worry anymore. Cheng Jing's expression shifted slightly, yet he nodded in understanding. Who would believe such an explanation? Nonetheless, he chose to trust Jiang Nian. After all, loving someone meant embracing their whimsical tales. Jiang Nian cleared his throat and continued. As for the rest, Just handle it as you see fit. You're in security, so you should have your own ideas regarding emergency supplies and survival. All right, Cheng Jing replied, having already walked around the room and formed a mental list of what needed to be purchased. Due to the nature of his job, he often encountered special security cases, so he had some experience in discreetly stockpiling supplies. As the doors opened and closed, Cheng Jing set off to buy the items, while Jiang Nian relaxed in the air conditioning, unpacking and organizing deliveries while searching for the latest entertainment news and oddities. Today was the 25th, and some subtle signs should have begun to emerge, barring any surprises. The evening weather forecast and mainstream news would soon announce impending heavy rain in the next day or two. After perusing for a while, he indeed stumbled upon several peculiar news stories of individuals suddenly manifesting extraordinary abilities, some accompanied by images, while others consisted solely of textual descriptions. Chapter 14. It's rather inconsiderate not to invite him for a bath. Had he not experienced the apocalypse and witnessed the emergence of superhumans? Knowing that there were signs before the end times, Jiang Nian would surely be skeptical of those awakening abilities prior to the apocalypse, who were referred to as precognitive superhumans. If bizarre phenomena occurred frequently, the government would have special departments to address them, although such matters were beyond the reach of ordinary citizens like him. In his previous life, he had heard of such occurrences, but they remained merely hearsay. Given the nature of his behavior, he could easily conceal it without drawing attention from special departments in the short term. After the apocalypse, everyone would prioritize their own survival and disregard others. Bookmarking the news webpage, Jiang Nian planned to show it to Cheng Jing later. Stockpiling supplies was a remarkably therapeutic and satisfying process. Even with the harsh reality of the impending disaster, he couldn't help but feel joy while organizing the items. Disasters were unavoidable, but ensuring one's own well-being was paramount. Having nearly completed the organization, he still wished to stock up on more medical supplies. However, the specific items he desired were tightly regulated by hospitals and generally unavailable at pharmacies or online. He could only wait for the onset of the apocalypse, seizing the opportunity to procure what he needed from hospitals before others could react, which should not pose a problem with Cheng Jing by his side. By the time Cheng Jing returned, Jiang Nian had already dozed off on the sofa. The afternoon heat, particularly around 3 or 4 o'clock, rendered the community quiet, as people refrained from venturing outside, making it an opportune time for them to move their belongings. Upon being called to help downstairs, Jiang Nian discovered that Cheng Jing had secured a small truck for the task. Goodness! One trip was equivalent to his entire day's effort, and it was indeed his Jingge. The truck was filled to the brim with a variety of items, notably including some unusual supplies that Cheng Jing had managed to procure, which he couldn't find in supermarkets, self-defense tools not available on the market, unbranded canned goods and compressed biscuits, as well as powder drinks and small pills. There was no flashy packaging, some bore markings indicating they were for exclusive use. Jiang Nian prudently refrained from asking too many questions. Once everything was organized and the packaging waste disposed of, Cheng Jing called the rental company to retrieve the truck, then hopped on a shared electric bike to the community's express delivery station, where he collected Jiang Nian's final 3 large online orders, a hefty box of encyclopedias and 2 substantial boxes of assorted maps, national, provincial, and city maps, including not only standard maps but also ultra-detailed maps of cities, counties, and towns, effectively serving as a paper navigation system. Some notable or unique places and buildings in various cities, excluding military restricted areas, were elaborately described, complete with photographs and floor plans. Simply absurd. The encyclopedias were manageable, but as Cheng Jing gazed at the 2 large boxes of maps, he fell into contemplation without voicing any inquiries. After setting up the safe house and completing all the tasks they could manage, nightfall had already arrived, with the available space filled to capacity. We shouldn't need to buy anything more tomorrow, right? Cheng Jing sighed while observing the room, now only allowing for a narrow passageway. This was the sort of situation where anyone else would have rushed to the hospital, yet with Jiang Nian, he had to accommodate and cooperate. No more, no more. Thank you, Jingge, Jiang Nian replied joyfully, ready to twirl around before planting a quick kiss on the man. Stockpiling supplies alone brought happiness, but doing it together was double the delight. Seizing the moment, Cheng Jing inquired, "Do you wish to stay here tonight?" After some contemplation, Jiang Nian shook his head. "Let's stick with the hotel for now. Who knows how long we'll be able to enjoy that luxury." Previously, They were timid and hesitant, afraid to act recklessly. But now the situation has transformed. They are prepared to embrace bold endeavors with grace. Thus, they decided to stay at a hotel. Under the cover of night, the couple stealthily departed from their residential complex, indulging in a meal and a leisurely stroll before returning to their lodging. As they rekindled their romance, even passers-by with dogs seemed to be inundated with their affection, making their intimacy utterly unavoidable. Jiang Nian nestled on the sofa engrossed in a video game, while Cheng Jing, after responding to a few messages from Huang Qian, retreated to the bathroom. Upon hearing the sound of running water, Jiang Nian hastily abandoned his phone and rushed over. "Shall we wash together, Jingji?" It was indeed quite unreasonable for his boyfriend to shower without inviting him, as if they were strangers. "As you wish," came Cheng Jing's voice, laced with the moist allure of steam, exuding a captivating sensuality.
Yin.
"Your half-hearted invitations leave me feeling quite awkward," Jiang Nian remarked, though he swiftly slipped inside. Observing the mischievous grin on Cheng Jing's face, he was playfully seized and pinned against the wall. "If I were to take charge, you would accuse me of bullying you. If things escalated, you would call me a mad dog. So, it seems I can do no right." "What a little rascal." Jiang Nian simply smiled, tilting his head to gaze at him, his hands audaciously roaming. He relished Cheng Jing's serious demeanor that became frenzied when provoked. It was exhilarating. The bathroom had always been a place where passions ignited, and this time was no different, their playful antics continuing well past 10 o'clock. After freshening up, they lounged on the sofa, conversing, and Jiang Nian felt his bones turn to jelly. He pulled out his phone to show Cheng Jing some intriguing news about individuals awakening their powers, subtly changing the television to the channel broadcasting the evening weather report. Typically, Cheng Jing would dismiss such stories as nonsensical, unworthy of belief. But faced with Jiang Nian's earnest demeanor, he nodded in acknowledgement, albeit with some reservations. Jiang Nian did not press him to fully embrace his perspective. After all, the information seemed rather fantastical, and his willingness to entertain the notion was commendable. At precisely 10:45 p.m., the evening weather forecast commenced. Just like in his previous life, the meteorologist animatedly announced the impending heavy rainfall, extinguishing any flicker of hope Jiang Nian held. His mood plummeted. Cheng Jing instinctively tightened his grip on Jiang Nian's hand, his expression turning grave as he absorbed the news that rain would blanket the nation after the afternoon of the 27th. A chill ran through him. It was eerily in line with Jiang Nian's dream. Thus, the nightmare served as a harbinger, or perhaps a prophecy. Jiang Nian remained silent in his embrace, only changing the channel once the weather report concluded. However, every late-night channel had begun broadcasting this weather update. "Nian Nian, do you know how many days the toxic rain will last?" Cheng Jing inquired, his voice subdued. He found himself re-evaluating the impending apocalypse. Jiang Nian answered candidly, "From the 27th to the 31st. I'm unsure of the specifics in between, but zombies will emerge on the 1st, and things will escalate from there." In his past life, he had fallen ill the day after the toxic rain began, awakening to find the apocalypse had arrived. He later learned that deaths commenced on the 28th, with hospitals becoming overwhelmed as the rain fell. Those who perished during the rainfall were not immediately cremated, so once the rain ceased, their bodies emerged. Observing Cheng Jing's serious expression, Jiang Nian carefully broached the subject. "Jingji, while I am certain that my dreams will come to pass and you believe me, others will not. Therefore, we must focus on our own well-being. Even if they were aware of these events, they could not alter them. Who would believe them if they spoke out? They could only await the unfolding of reality." Cheng Jing understood Jiang Nian's intentions and was aware of the underlying implications. After contemplating, he nodded. "I understand. Don't worry, as long as we know, that's sufficient." Speaking out would only lead to complications, regardless of the outcome. He had faith in Jiang Nian because he knew that everything Jiang Nian did was manageable in his eyes. Whether the apocalypse arrived or not, they could handle it properly. No one else needed to know. However, if they disseminated this information, they risked being apprehended before the apocalypse even began. Moreover, if it truly occurred, Jiang Nian's foresight would only invite skepticism, leaving them in a precarious position. It was best to let fate take its course, as each person had their own destiny. They could only consider extending a helping hand to others after ensuring their own safety. For instance, advising family members to prepare. His parents and younger brother lived in the military district's family quarters, which were likely to be the safest should anything occur. They merely needed to be reminded to avoid prolonged exposure to the rain, ensuring it was not contaminated. He could also call his mother, who had a penchant for stockpiling supplies, urging her to gather provisions to weather the brief, rainy season. As for the rest, they would wait for anomalies to occur. The military's response would be prompt, so there was no need for concern. He planned to call his parents and younger brother the following day. Apart from his family, he also needed an excuse to secure supplies for trusted individuals under his command. Their security company had a special relationship with the authorities, which made their operations rather unique. During the 2 months of collaboration with the government, they could not accept other assignments, and the number of permanent personnel at any given location was capped at 10. In Nian City, including himself, there were only 8 individuals forming a small team. He was the captain, Huang Qian was the assistant, and the remaining 6 were caretakers of 3 safe houses, with one serving as the nominal vice captain, all personally selected by him, trustworthy individuals. Furthermore, the team members all had unique family backgrounds. Some were from orphanages, while others had no close relatives alive. Huang Qian had escaped from a family that valued sons over daughters, nearly forced into marriage. Thus, most of the time, the team members followed him, ensuring companionship during the apocalypse. Besides the 8 of them, the rest of the security personnel were transient, with headquarters reallocating staff based on task demands. Having just completed a mission, the 8 of them needed to remain low-key for 2 months before returning to normal operations, while other security personnel had returned to headquarters. Given this context, Cheng Jing felt it prudent to find a reason for others to stockpile supplies at other safe houses. Since Huang Qian did not have a safe house under her direct responsibility, he decided to assign her to manage the one he was currently renting. After all, in the event of the apocalypse, he intended to be with Jiang Nian. Cheng Jing's mind raced as he devised a foundational plan. It was always wise to be prepared. Just as he was about to inquire further, the person in his arms had already drifted into slumber. He sent a message in the team group chat, instructing each group to prepare supplies for the safe houses, emphasizing the urgency of their efforts, before turning off the television and carrying Jiang Nian back to their room. The next morning, when Jiang Nian awoke, Cheng Jing was already gone, leaving a message that he had taken Huang Qian and others to gather supplies. Citing training for a new task, Jiang Nian trusted Cheng Jing's reliability and did not pry further, nor did he mind Huang Qian staying in their romantic haven. After all, they had better accommodations. On August 26th, Cheng Jing spent the entire day out, while Jiang Nian enjoyed a leisurely time at the hotel. It was only in the evening that Cheng Jing texted him to come to the complex, asking him to bring some food. Huang Qian harbored a twinge of suspicion regarding Cheng Jing's actions. After all, even when there were training tasks, it was not typical for her, as an assistant in logistics, to oversee the supply preparations for the safe house. Her instincts hinted that it was somehow connected to Jiang Nian, that little hamster. However, the rationale provided by her elder brother was exceedingly reasonable, claiming that she should seize the opportunity of training to enhance her professional competence, leaving her utterly devoid of any grounds for skepticism. When Jiang Nian arrived with the food, the two were engrossed in their tasks, bustling about with fervor. The interior of the house had largely remained unchanged since the days he and Cheng Jing cohabited, save for the reinforced doors and windows due to security measures. It bore a striking resemblance to their former living arrangement, albeit now infused with the lingering scent of smoke, a remnant left by the faux rival, Yang Kai. Jiang Nian arranged the food and called the busy duo over to satiate their hunger. The air conditioning in the room was set uncomfortably low, to the point that both Jiang Nian and Huang Qian would shiver when they encountered water. Yet Cheng Jing's skin radiated heat, drenched in sweat. Handing him a glass of ice-cold soda, Jiang Nian inquired, "Jingge, are you alright? You're sweating profusely, and your skin feels quite hot." Cheng Jing took the drink and gulped it down, shaking his head. "I don't know why, but I feel exceptionally warm today. Despite being under the air conditioning since noon, I'm still sweating and feeling increasingly hot." Jiang Nian furrowed his brows. Could it be a heat-related illness? "Do you feel unwell anywhere? The apocalypse is approaching. You can't afford to fall ill." Cheng Jing shook his head. "I don't feel unwell anywhere, just hot." Huang Qian chimed in mischievously. "It's probably because you reconciled with your partner. After all, it's been 2 years of solitary confinement, which is no easy feat." Jiang Nian paused, momentarily taken aback before feeling a tinge of embarrassment as he realized her insinuation. He could only act flamboyant in front of Cheng Jing while feeling too bashful to do so in front of others. Truly, Huang Qian was a fierce woman, fit to be Jing Ji's assistant. Cheng Jing shot her a disapproving glance. If your mouth cannot be sealed, perhaps it should be stitched shut. Huang Qian, unfazed, glanced at Jiang Nian wiping Cheng Jing's sweat and remarked, in this day and age, working overtime is already challenging enough. And now you have to endure being coerced into consuming dog food. While Jiang Nian refrained from flirting in front of outsiders, he did possess a knack for banter. Thus feigning nonchalance, he asked, Sister Qian, do you have a boyfriend? I didn't see anyone pick you up last time, even so late. He was curious about the kind of person capable of taming such a remarkable woman. Shut your mouth. Huang Qian retorted lightly. Sister prefers to remain beautifully independent, without the need for a man. By the end, her tone was almost gritted in irritation. Just as Jiang Nian was about to compliment her independence, Cheng Jing interjected. Your sister's love affairs begin with her appearance and culminate in her eccentricities. Her ex is currently bedridden in the therapy room due to overexertion. Cheng Jing, you're spreading rumors and distorting the truth. Huang Qian, the stunning beauty, finally lost her composure, her delicate hand morphing into a claw. Just as Jiang Nian feared for the aesthetic of her boyfriend, Cheng Jing adeptly seized her wrist. I've told you countless times, in a fight, avoid targeting the face, especially a man's face. I may not have a partner, but I do. If I were to be dumped again, you would bear the blame. Your mouth is so unappealing. You deserve to be dumped. Huang Qian shot back, incensed by his smug expression. As she raised her other hand, Jiang Nian swiftly offered her an iced floral tea to calm her down. Sister Qian, please don't get upset. Being independently beautiful is wonderful. Outstanding women are suited for independence. Feeling inferior to her fierceness, Jiang Nian realized he could never cause Cheng Jing to be hospitalized from overexertion. However, he himself might end up in that predicament. All right, we'll call it even on this one. The delicate hand he held continued to struggle, and Cheng Jing instinctively exerted a bit of force to push her away. He believed he had controlled his strength well, yet Huang Qian suddenly shrieked, throwing the floral tea she held and leaning back, her expression contorted in pain as she fell from her chair. Chapter 16. Cheng Jing's Anomaly. Huang Qian. Sister Qian. The sudden turn of events startled both Cheng Jing and Jiang Nian, who hurried over to assist her. Huang Qian glared at Cheng Jing, fuming. Cheng Jing, have you lost your mind to electrocute me with something?
Huh?
I didn't. Cheng Jing replied, visibly bewildered. They were merely joking around. And this wasn't their first time engaging in such banter. He was too one to take it too far, especially with a girl. Huang Qian awkwardly scrambled to her feet, brushing herself off, still dissatisfied. You just acted like you were wielding a high-voltage electric baton against me. After glancing at his empty hands, she added, but no way. Jing couldn't have anything. Jiang Nian exclaimed, instinctively reaching for Cheng Jing's hand. But the moment he made contact, a strong current surged from Cheng Jing's fingertips, causing him to recoil in shock. Stumbling back, nearly losing his balance, Jiang Nian clutched his wrist, his expression twisted in momentary pain, as if a brief buzzing had filled his head. Jiang Nian Cheng Jing, still recovering from the shock, instinctively reached out to him, but Huang Qian was quicker, pulling him away. Cheng Jing, don't move. Something's off with you. It seems like you're electrified. As she spoke, she scanned the ground and surroundings, but saw nothing amiss. Cheng Jing, drenched in sweat, lowered his gaze to his hands, his expression grave. I can feel it too. It feels like there's an electric current flowing within me. He then turned to the two he had inadvertently shocked. Are you both all right? I'm fine. Huang Qian shook her head, her body merely feeling slightly numb now. I'm okay too. Jiang Nian managed to recover from his initial fright, suddenly having a revelation. Ignoring Huang Qian's presence, he nervously swallowed before stepping closer to Cheng Jing. Jinga, listen to me. You might be experiencing an ability awakening. The manifestations and reactions during an ability awakening vary for everyone, but an unexplained high fever is the most common symptom. What ability awakening? Huang Qian asked, utterly perplexed. She grasped each word he uttered, yet when strung together, they made no sense. Jiang Nian shook his head, indicating he would explain later. Ability awakening. Cheng Jing recalled the peculiar news articles he had seen, along with Jiang Nian's nightmares about the apocalypse and humanity experiencing ability awakenings. His heart began to settle, prompting him to ask, "What should I do now?" Drenched in sweat, he felt as though he were on the verge of combustion. First, don't panic. Try to calm your emotions, Jiang Nian advised, recalling his experiences during his own ability awakening and the accounts he had heard from others. Follow the energy coursing through you. Don't resist or suppress it. Let the electric current merge with your body. This requires a process that could take hours or even days. For now, we cannot approach you, so you need to isolate yourself in a room. But I feel so hot. It feels like I'm burning up, Cheng Jing said, his skin gradually turning red. And soon arcs of electricity began to flicker at his fingertips and on exposed skin. Lightning, just as Jiang Nian contemplated that Cheng Jing might be awakening a lightning-based ability. Flames suddenly ignited at the tips of Cheng Jing's fingers, the arcs of electricity entwining with the flames, creating a beautiful yet perilous sight. This is a dual attribute mutation of lightning and fire. Not only Huang Qian but even Jiang Nian was taken aback by the simultaneous appearance of flames and electricity. He quickly waved at Cheng Jing, who was now enveloped in steam. "Jingge, hurry to the bathroom. Your abilities won't harm you, but they could endanger those around you and your surroundings. If there's fire, you can't stay in the room. Go to the bathroom, quickly." Cheng Jing felt lightheaded from the heat. After listening to him, he rushed directly to the restroom. Jiang Nian followed closely, shutting the door behind him. Standing outside as he said, "Do not panic, Jingge. Steady your mind and maintain your composure. Slightly channel your mental energy to restrain your abilities. There is water in the restroom. Do not allow it to expand uncontrollably, or else the entire room, even the entire building, may be in jeopardy." Offensive abilities can be extraordinarily destructive, particularly such rare dual attribute mutations. Although he had not witnessed much in his previous life, he had heard plenty. Individuals possessing strong offensive abilities are highly sought after, even by the authorities at times. Rest assured, I can control it. However, you and Huang Qian should stay away from the door. If it becomes unbearable, you should head downstairs, Cheng Jing said, leaning against the wall. Enveloped in a tempest of thunder and fire. He had expected his hair to singe, yet it did not. It was indeed remarkable. His rationality remained intact, and he was confident in his ability to maintain control, though he harbored fears of the unforeseen. "No, I will wait for you right here," Jiang Nian insisted, bringing over a stool to guard the door. He trusted Cheng Jing. Huang Qian, now calmed, also fetched a stool to sit beside him.
We'll keep watch over you.
Should you feel you are losing control, just remember, your wife and your most capable assistant are waiting outside. Jiang Nian felt a bit embarrassed by her bluntness. Yet he refrained from saying much, seizing the opportunity to share with her his findings on the awakening of abilities, showing her the peculiar news articles he had collected, and casually mentioning his recent nightmares of the apocalypse. He selectively omitted details, summarizing, "I have heard that signs precede great calamities. I believe this is one of them." Setting aside other matters, the awakening of abilities was imminent, and Huang Qian could not convince herself otherwise. Connecting this to Cheng Jing's indulgence of Jiang Nian's stockpiling behavior, realization dawned upon her, and she nodded. "I understand." Then she called out to Cheng Jing in the restroom, "Big brother, the reason for stockpiling resources for the training task is this, isn't it?" Cheng Jing did not deny it. "Some things need not be spoken aloud, Huang Qian. I hope tonight's events remain known only to the three of us, including Jiang Nian's dreams and everything we have done." Huang Qian waved her hand dismissively. "I know. Regardless of whether the apocalypse arrives, spreading this information would lead to endless trouble. Prioritize self-preservation, respect the fates of others, and only consider the rest if you have the capacity." It was commendable that these two could find reasons to care for one another in such times.
Indeed.
As long as Sister Qian understands, Jiang Nian sighed in relief. He was genuinely worried. After all, girls were prone to compassion, and in chaotic times, the naive often faced dire consequences. Huang Qian seemed to perceive his thoughts, flashing him a radiant smile and waving her hand. "Do not worry. I am not the type to morally bind others like a false saint. Regardless of the circumstances, anyone who fails to discern the situation and prioritize matters accordingly deserves their fate." "Agreed." Jiang Nian smiled in return. The terms saint and father were not inherently derogatory. He simply disapproved of those who used moral coercion to shift the burdens of their foolish actions onto others. In simpler terms, one should tend to their own affairs without dragging others into their troubles. Chapter 17. The preemptive ability user. The conversation continued, with Jiang Nian answering Huang Qian's inquiries while awaiting Cheng Jing's integration of his abilities. Sounds of running water and crackling electricity emanated from the restroom, with flickering flames faintly visible. However, Cheng Jing's will remained unshaken, and thus Jiang Nian and Huang Qian felt no significant concern. After having a bite to eat, they resumed organizing supplies. Huang Qian explained that they would continue their shopping expedition the following day, urging others to hasten their efforts. After 2 more hours, nearing midnight, Cheng Jing's condition had stabilized. He instructed Huang Qian to return home, assuring her that they would gather enough supplies during the day and that she should refrain from going out thereafter. All right, if anything comes up, remember to call me. Recognizing that her staying wouldn't be of any assistance, Huang Qian left after reminding Jiang Nian to prioritize his safety. The room fell silent. Cheng Jing, now enveloped in thunder and fire, reiterated to Jiang Nian, Nian, you should go sleep in the next room. You need not wait for me. No, I'm not tired. Jiang Nian stubbornly refused. His boyfriend was a preemptive ability user, and he felt exhilarated, unable to sleep. Very well, Cheng Jing conceded. If you become weary, rest. If not, share with me the details of your subsequent dreams.
All right.
After the zombies appear, a series of natural disasters follows, starting with extreme cold. Jiang Nian retrieved some food from the table and began to eat while recounting everything he had seen and experienced in his past life that was relevant. Given that the premise of prophetic dreams was already established, Cheng Jing believed him, and so sharing more details was inconsequential. Cheng Jing listened until fatigue overcame him and informed those outside that he wished to take a short nap, leaning against the wall and closing his eyes. Regardless of the sparks and flashes surrounding him, after the initial adjustment period, he no longer felt any heat. Instead, he experienced a sensation of complete fluidity, akin to the physical refinement depicted in cultivation novels. Jiang Nian pushed a lounge chair over, settling into it for a makeshift nap. When he groggily awoke, it was already past 5 in the morning, and daylight streamed through the windows. Glancing towards the restroom door, he noticed it was quiet. The water had ceased, and the sounds of flames and electricity had vanished. Sleepiness evaporated, and he hurriedly called out, Jingo, how are you? After a moment, Cheng Jing's voice emerged.
Fine.
Please fetch me a change of clothes from the room. Okay, just a moment. Jiang Nian quickly retrieved a suit and shirt for him from the adjacent room. Due to his profession, Cheng Jing's wardrobe was quite uniform. Just as Cheng Jing was dressing, Huang Qian burst in, carrying breakfast. I barely slept a wink last night, big brother. Come out and take a few steps. Cheng Jing emerged from the restroom, appearing unchanged, but with a noticeably improved demeanor and a sharper intensity in his gaze. Huang Qian examined him from head to toe, smacking her lips. I thought you might have gone bald. Jiang Nian imagined Cheng Jing bald and couldn't help but chuckle. Even if he were bald, Jingo would still be handsome. Huang Qian rolled her eyes at him. You need to tone it down. You praise everything. Initially, it seemed Cheng Jing was the only one with a romantic fixation, but it turned out they were both smitten. Truly, what a pair they made. Under their watchful gaze, Cheng Jing turned his right palm over, revealing a flickering flame. With a mere thought, visible lightning enveloped his entire hand, culminating in a fusion of thunder and fire. Impressive, my brother. Huang Qian's eyes sparkled with admiration. Were it not for Jiang Nian's presence, she would have likely exclaimed her excitement more boisterously. Jiang Nian shared her joy. He had not anticipated that Cheng Jing would be among the first batch of awakened ability users, let alone possessing the rare dual attributes. No wonder he thrived in his past life. Overjoyed to the point of tears, she felt secure knowing her boyfriend was so formidable, no one would dare to bully him, and she need not worry about protecting their supplies. As Cheng Jing retracted his abilities, he shared his sensations post-awakening. My senses have sharpened significantly, and I am no longer susceptible to heat. I feel invigorated throughout. Big brother, remember to take me along when you strut around. Huang Qian exclaimed, her envy palpable. Having witnessed such a miracle, should the apocalypse truly arrive, she would be fortunate to have a formidable ally by her side. Cheng Jing nodded. Very well. You should go and procure supplies before darkness falls, and take the opportunity to inform the others to hasten their efforts. Additionally, do prepare ample warm clothing. Once it rains, it is best to refrain from venturing outside. You know what to say, and I, along with Jiang Nian, have other matters to attend to. We will contact you later. Rest assured, brother, I understand. Huang Qian replied, already initiating contact with others. As a competent assistant, this was but a trivial task. Cheng Jing and Jiang Nian returned to the hotel, primarily to collect Jiang Nian's luggage, and since they had not rested well the previous night, they needed to sleep at the hotel before heading to the safe house, where they would remain for the foreseeable future. Nian, if a person can awaken their abilities, do you think objects can also mutate and acquire special functions? Cheng Jing asked suddenly as he drove. Jiang Nian paused momentarily before responding. Indeed, but it is quite rare, and it mostly depends on the energy of the ability user. There are no fixed rules, and it relies heavily on chance. In his past life, he had witnessed someone awaken the ability to manipulate metal, transforming a commonly used fruit knife into a blade capable of slicing through iron effortlessly. It was said that this transformation occurred because the individual was holding the fruit knife when their abilities awakened, causing it to be refined by the awakening energy. However, such occurrences are exceedingly rare, and most objects tend to be damaged under the impact of abilities. Oh, Cheng Jing said, understanding. Jiang Nian noticed a peculiar expression on his face and, struck by inspiration, inquired, why the sudden curiosity? Jingo? Could it be that something you possess has mutated? I shall reveal that to you shortly, Cheng Jing replied with a mysterious smile, piquing Jiang Nian's curiosity. Although he recalled that Jingo had not been holding anything when his abilities awakened. Upon returning to the hotel and tidying up, Cheng Jing produced a pair of men's wedding rings. I specifically ordered these before my trip. I intended to present them to you last night, but the awakening of my abilities delayed that. Since I have carried them around, the packaging was burned, and the color has turned out like this.
I hope you don't mind.
Of course not, Jiang Nian exclaimed, momentarily breathless as he gazed at the once pristine platinum rings now marred by a dull, dark hue. He felt an overwhelming joy. After all, who wouldn't he appreciate a sense of ceremony, even two grown men? Cheng Jing continued. I refrained from revealing them when Huang Qian was present because I thought they had become somewhat peculiar. Jiang Nian seemed to have an epiphany and hurriedly asked, in what way peculiar? Could they possibly transform into a whirlwind of flames? That would be quite extraordinary. Cheng Jing remained silent, first placing one ring on Jiang Nian's finger before allowing him to adorn his own. Upon contact with their skin, the rings seemed to emit a brief surge of electricity, likely due to the influence of their abilities. They are beautiful, Jiang Nian declared excitedly, noting that Cheng Jing had chosen wedding bands in the size for the fourth finger. A testament to the man's possessive nature, which he found utterly endearing. Once they had donned the rings, Cheng Jing picked up the car keys from the table, and in a fleeting moment, the keys vanished from his palm. Upon concentrating, he summoned them back into his hand. Chapter 18. The Spatial Ring. Jiang Nian was momentarily stunned before whispering in astonishment, a space. The ring possesses a storage space attribute. This was remarkable. While it could not elevate him to the heavens like a whirlwind, such a mutation was even more delightful. In a post-apocalyptic world, possessing a discrete mobile warehouse would be the stuff of dreams. Most importantly, since the apocalypse had yet to arrive, they could stockpile more supplies, covering all their needs. Cheng Jing nodded with a smile. Indeed, it seems that due to my awakening while wearing the rings, they mutated after being subjected to the refining power of thunder and fire, which is why I inquired. Upon discovering this phenomenon, he had been so excited that his body trembled, nearly overwhelming his control over his abilities. This, Jiang Nian stammered, overwhelmed with elation. What extraordinary fortune is this? Surely, it must be a divine compensation for my misfortunes in my past life. He immediately began testing the ring, and to his delight, he found that it could indeed store items. After familiarizing themselves with the function, they realized that the storage space of one ring was slightly larger than that of their three-bedroom safe house, with walls that shimmered with a metallic sheen. While not vast, the combined capacity of the two rings was considerable. After all, this was a rare mutation resulting from the influence of abilities, far from the capabilities of those who had awakened spatial powers, and it could not store living beings. It was merely a simple storage warehouse. However, The space allowed items placed within to maintain a stable condition for an extended duration. In other words, the spoilage rate of items stored in the ring would be negligible. Even perishable items like fresh meat and fruits could be preserved without issue, which was more than sufficient. The supplies in their safe house were intended for consumption while awaiting rescue, while the items stored in the spatial ring could be utilized in the future. Cheng Jing clearly recognized the significance of this, and, without further discussion, they reached a consensus. This time, they would not proceed slowly. Instead, they would wait for the toxic rain to descend and the zombies to emerge, for instance, on the night of the 31st, just before the apocalypse fully descended, to secretly seize resources. Cheng Jing had already devised a plan for what to take and where to procure it. I am absolutely elated," Jiang Nian exclaimed, rolling around on the bed with a pillow, showering the ring with kisses, utterly at a loss for words to describe his current feelings, overwhelmed with joy. In his exuberance, he leaped onto Cheng Jing, saying, "Jinga, come here." Cheng Jing was momentarily taken aback, but upon realizing the implications of Jiang Nian's words, he cleared his throat. "Let us not be unruly in broad daylight." Unfazed, Jiang Nian unabashedly began to explore Cheng Jing's form. What does it matter? The apocalypse is nearly upon us. His clothing seemed to act as a seal, rendering his Jingo perpetually composed and restrained, but once that seal was lifted, it was as if he had transformed into a different person. Jiang Nian adored it. "Little lunatic," Cheng Jing's tone was a blend of exasperation and affection. "Yes, you're little lunatic." Their lips met in a fervent and lingering embrace, the essence of their love intertwining in that moment. Eventually, after reveling in their joy and indulging in sleep, half a day had passed. At 2 in the afternoon, Cheng Jing and Jiang Nian set off on separate paths to finalize their preparations for the impending apocalypse. Cheng Jing drove his Hummer, inviting Huang Qian to accompany him in another off-road vehicle to carry out substantial modifications for the apocalypse, while stockpiling gasoline and fuel. Thanks to their special channels, the efficiency was remarkably high. While others required several days for modifications, they needed only 1 or 2 hours. After parting ways with Huang Qian, Cheng Jing ventured alone to the materials warehouse prepared by the company, collecting the gasoline and vehicle maintenance tools procured through their special channels and storing them in the spatial ring. He also thoroughly scavenged the medical room, which contained supplies and equipment that surpassed those found in ordinary hospitals and clinics. Meanwhile, Jiang Nian rented a small truck and first headed to an electronics store to purchase 4 commercial-grade freezers, discreetly storing them in the spatial ring in an unmonitored area. Afterward, he visited the fresh produce and wholesale markets, replenishing a significant amount of fresh meats, vegetables, fruits, as well as staple foods like rice and flour, along with various packaged goods and seeds. He even acquired 2 small electric scooters for personal use, along with the super batteries he had previously hesitated to buy. In his past life at the base, electric scooters were highly sought after and exceedingly expensive. With Cheng Jing's electrical abilities, he need not worry about power shortages. As long as he had sufficient storage devices, he could utilize various electrical appliances after modifications. At the base, water and electricity usage were restricted, making these 2 types of ability users highly desirable. Jiang Nian meticulously organized the freezer, 2 compartments filled with fresh frozen meat, while the other 2 housed ice cream and semi-finished frozen snacks. Once arranged, he placed the freezer directly into the ring space, ensuring its functionality, even without electricity. In the absence of conditions, one must make do. When conditions permit, why not indulge? After Cheng Jing awakened his abilities, he had firmly embraced the belief that the apocalypse was imminent, and he indulged without restraint. Jiang Nian mused that they truly were a match made in heaven. Shortly after 6 in the evening, Cheng Jing and Jiang Nian returned to their safe house. Not long after, ominous clouds gathered in the sky, and a violent wind swept through. Following a prolonged drought, dust filled the air, evoking a sense of foreboding akin to the end of the world. Securing the doors and windows, Jiang Nian hummed a tune as he prepared dinner, which consisted of freshly packed dishes from a hotel. He had purchased quite a bit, and there was ample space in the freezer for provisions that could last for several days. Cheng Jing, leaning against a bare wall in the room, participated in an online meeting with Huang Qian and others, confirming that they had all prepared sufficient supplies to return to the safe house. He issued a command: from now on, everyone is to stay put in the safe house and await my instructions. Particularly during the rain, Do not venture outside. After a long drought, who knows if the rain is clean? Be vigilant. As those engaged in security work, they were inherently more cautious than the average person. It was perfectly reasonable to be wary of the unusual weather and the potentially contaminated rain. Huang Qian was the first to respond, and the others followed suit, acknowledging his directive. He had issued the necessary warnings, and those who disobeyed would be courting danger. Once the meeting concluded, Cheng Jing called his family to remind them not to wander outside. He also sent a photograph of himself with Jiang Nian to his parents, sparing them the shock of a sudden reunion. His family had been aware of their relationship from the beginning, and naturally, the reconciliation would be disclosed. Huang Qian then initiated a video call with Jiang Nian, inquiring whether she could come over for dinner. Jiang Nian initially considered acquiescing, but was promptly rebuffed by Cheng Jing, who had just hung up the phone. From now on, let's each mind our own business and not disturb one another. Everyone has supplies. Yet they wish to mooch off us while being a third wheel? How naive. Huang Qian lamented dramatically. Oh, the cruelty of my elder brother. Cheng Jing replied with an impassive expression. How else could I be the elder brother? One must be resolute to stand firm, as you once said. With that, he hung up the call, preparing to eat. Jiang Nian chuckled beside him. He typically refrained from opposing Cheng Jing's decisions, exhibiting obedience when required. Chapter 19. Toxic Rain. On August 27th, it began to rain at 7:03 p.m. Initially, the air was thick with the scent of dust, gradually transforming into a refreshing coolness as the rain intensified from a light drizzle to a torrential downpour, eventually stabilizing to a moderate level. After such a prolonged drought, most people were elated. News outlets and social media were abuzz, with many rushing outside to revel in the rain, observing those soaked individuals joyfully broadcasting live on their phones. Jiang Nian could already envision their transformation into zombies, letting out a resigned sigh as he focused on his meal. Indeed, the culinary expertise of a five-star hotel was unparalleled. Cheng Jing remained silent, recalling Jiang Nian's assertion that those who had been caught in the rain would experience adverse effects later that night and would subsequently require hospitalization, leading to fatalities within hours. In the days that followed, hospitals would be overwhelmed, shrouded in an atmosphere of death. He calculated the timing to stock up on essential supplies, particularly medications, sugar, and salt. Having experienced an apocalypse once before, Jiang Nian maintained a calm demeanor, adhering to his routine of eating and sleeping, silently reciting, "Heaven has compassion for the living. Everyone has their fate. Take care of oneself and do not burden others." Cheng Jing observed him, but said nothing, continuing to trust in his foreboding dreams. After dinner, Jiang Nian began charging all the devices capable of storing electricity. Although Cheng Jing could utilize power, it required physical and mental energy. Thus, he aimed to conserve what he could before any power outages occurred. With nothing to occupy him, Cheng Jing focused on becoming more familiar with his newfound abilities. Following a lively day, Jiang Nian settled down obediently in Cheng Jing's embrace. "Get some rest, Brother Jing. You will soon grow accustomed to this." Cheng Jing glanced down at him. "It seems you have already adapted." Jiang Nian nestled closer, half-heartedly masking his anxiety. "I am unperturbed, especially since you have awakened your abilities." "Very well, let us sleep," Cheng Jing replied, opting not to pursue the matter further. On rainy days, sleep typically comes more easily. So despite the underlying tension, Cheng Jing found himself waking later than usual. When he arose, Jiang Nian was already in the living room, eating instant noodles while video chatting with Huang Qian. The two were discussing the news of individuals who had succumbed to death mere hours after being caught in the rain. Upon Cheng Jing's entrance, Jiang Nian paused his conversation to prepare a bowl of noodles for him, beef flavor, with a boiled egg. Huang Qian, observing from the video call, teased, "I must say, little Nian, you've become quite the devoted partner. Ever since you slipped that ring on, you've been thoroughly ensnared." Jiang Nian smiled nonchalantly. "I only do this occasionally. Most of the time, it's Brother Jing taking care of me." He then raised his left hand to showcase the ring. "Isn't it beautiful, Qianjia? I absolutely adore it." Huang Qian sighed in exasperation. "What a waste. Why not channel that earlier vigor you had when you kept him on his toes?" Jiang Nian, feeling a twinge of guilt, glanced toward the restroom and lowered his voice. "Qianjia, you mustn't speak recklessly. I never toyed with Brother Jing. That was a misunderstanding." Ending things unilaterally was the gravest mistake of his life. Huang Qian rolled her eyes. Of course, of course. A misunderstanding that left him looking like a heartbroken widower. I truly did not, Jiang Nian protested, eager to defend himself, but upon noticing Cheng Jing emerging from the restroom, he swiftly changed his tune. What has passed is past. From this moment forward, we will cherish each other. You'll be envious. He then turned to Cheng Jing with a radiant smile. Right, brother Jing?
Indeed.
Cheng Jing affirmed as he sat down beside him, and Jiang Nian eagerly offered him chopsticks and a carton of soy milk. Huang Qian, watching from the other end, silently ended the video call. After satisfying their hunger, Cheng Jing observed Jiang Nian, who voluntarily began cleaning up the trash, and chuckled. Are you worried I might dredge up old grievances? He resembled a cat that had inadvertently stepped on its tail. Jiang Nian drew closer, entwining his arm with Cheng Jing's. I have already apologized. The past is inconsequential. What matters is utility. He was indeed apprehensive, although they had reconciled smoothly that day. The ease of it left him concerned, as old grievances still loomed. Well, I have forgiven you, so there's no need to worry. Cheng Jing affectionately caressed his face, well aware that Jiang Nian had taken the initiative to return. He was not one to dwell on the past. Once it was over, it was over. Suddenly, group messages chimed incessantly on Cheng Jing's phone. He glanced at it, noting that others in the group were tagging him, thanking him for his warning that had kept everyone indoors the previous day. His family members also sent messages to confirm their safety. Outside, the rain continued to fall steadily. Neither heavy nor light, but with a weight that suggested it could last for days. Cheng Jing reminded them to don protective gear if they absolutely had to go out, and to remain vigilant for any relevant news. Afterward, he began sifting through news reports from various regions, and soon, alarming headlines emerged. Individuals who had been caught in the rain were infected with an unknown virus, resulting in fatalities. An increasing number of rain-soaked individuals were flooding hospitals, instigating a rising tide of panic. Chaos was about to ensue. Jiang Nian observed the tumultuous discussions circulating within his school and friend circle. Due to his mother's illness, he spent his university days either working part-time or preparing for employment, resulting in tenuous relationships with his classmates. After all, if one declines invitations to various activities on multiple occasions, others will eventually cease to extend such invitations out of a sense of futility. Moreover, his sexual orientation was not a secret. Those who approached him with romantic intentions or offers of assistance were met with his polite refusals. Having experienced a first love that was extraordinarily captivating, subsequent encounters paled in comparison, as he was not one to settle in matters of the heart. Consequently, his phone remained devoid of familiar contacts, and conversations with acquaintances were brief and fleeting. Throughout the day, Cheng Jing remained attuned to the unfolding events outside through the news. In contrast, Jiang Nian remained remarkably composed, engaging in his usual activities apart from the occasional discussion with Cheng Jing. He alternated between tinkering with various gaming consoles and experimenting with the fitness equipment he had purchased online, which included dumbbells and a compact treadmill. His calm demeanor was strikingly disproportionate to the chaos that had transpired, as if he had grown accustomed to such turmoil long ago. On August 28th, the first day of sheltering at home due to the rain, tranquility reigned. With limited means of expending energy, the youthful exuberance found its outlet in the confines of the bed, as sultry sounds lingered until the late hours of the night. However, in the depths of the night, Jiang Nian was struck with a high fever. Much like in his previous life, he felt no fear. It was Cheng Jing who was alarmed, fearing that Jiang Nian had overexerted himself. It was only when Jiang Nian subtly mentioned that this inexplicable fever could signify the awakening of his latent abilities that Cheng Jing's worries were alleviated. By August 29th, the death toll escalated, and chaos began to erupt in hospitals nationwide. Cheng Jing's company headquarters and their official communication groups dispatched precautionary notices to various teams in response to the turmoil. Yet, Cheng Jing was preoccupied with caring for Jiang Nian, whose fever showed no signs of abating. Under normal circumstances, he would have rushed Jiang Nian to the hospital, but the gravity of the situation held him back. Jiang Nian, delirious from the fever and drenched in perspiration, occasionally uttered nonsensical phrases. Cheng Jing tirelessly provided him with hydration and changed his clothes to lower his temperature, offering words of comfort during his delirium. As night fell, Cheng Jing found himself unable to close his eyes, his typically composed mind spiraling with anxious thoughts. What if Jiang Nian woke up with amnesia, forgetting him entirely? Chapter 20. Abilities, Purification. On August 30th, the authorities finally released an official statement declaring that the mortality rate for those infected with an unknown virus after exposure to the rain was a staggering 100%. They urged citizens to remain indoors and, if venturing outside was unavoidable, to implement comprehensive protective measures. The announcement sent the nation into disarray, with residents scrambling to stockpile supplies. In response to the chaos, local authorities began to restore order, and by the afternoon, mandatory stay-at-home orders were implemented nationwide. Cheng Jing and his team received new directives from headquarters to cooperate with the Qingyun city authorities to maintain urban order when necessary. On the morning of the 31st, after 3 days of fever-induced slumber, Jiang Nian finally awoke. Much like in his previous life, he discovered that he had awakened the power of purification. While purification fell within the realm of healing support abilities, it lacked the potency of true healing powers, often perceived as somewhat superfluous and rarely garnering attention.
Yet,
Jiang Nian understood that among the myriad of abilities, only purification had efficacy against the zombie virus and was particularly sensitive to energy fluctuations. Furthermore, in his previous life, he had endured severe drug-induced trauma just before his abilities were to be extracted, resulting in a mutation that bestowed new properties upon his powers. However, at that time, he was consumed by a desire for death and had no intention of saving Qinyu, leaving him uncertain if Qinyu, who had inherited his ability core, would discover that property. Purification is excellent, Jiang Nian mused. At least in the apocalypse, we can consume food more safely than others. You mentioned that some individuals would awaken mental abilities. With you by my side, I have nothing to fear. Cheng Jing replied, cradling him in his arms. His own powers being of a more offensive nature, which often placed him on the front lines of danger. Although purification seemed trivial, to him, it was the most unpredictable of abilities. Jiang Nian smiled and nodded. Thank you, Jingji. See, you always know how to console me. This makes me feel incredibly capable. In his previous life, the only opportunity he had to use his abilities was to alleviate Qinyu's zombie virus affliction, with no chance for anything else. This time, he was determined to make it happen. Cheng Jing's expression turned serious. I am sincere. I will handle external matters. You only need to support me from behind.
all right.
Jiang Nian nodded earnestly before adding, Jingji, I do not wish to disclose my abilities unless absolutely necessary. I prefer to keep it discreet to avoid unnecessary complications. Cheng Jing respected his wishes. Very well, we shall keep it secret and reveal it only when the time comes. After ensuring Jiang Nian had eaten, Cheng Jing joined Huang Qian and others in an online meeting, instructing them to remain prepared for the ensuing chaos, prioritizing their own safety before considering others, even if tasked by the authorities. Following the issuance of the stay-at-home order, an eerie silence enveloped the world, save for hospitals. As evening approached, Cheng Jing received an official call requesting him and his team to report to a designated location for accountability in case of emergencies. Dressed in protective gear, Cheng Jing temporarily took Jiang Nian's ring before leaving. The rain will cease tomorrow on the 1st. Those who have died will soon rise again. After I report tonight, I will fill the rings and should return by dawn. You need not wait for me. Just eat and rest to regain your strength. Understood, take care. Though Jiang Nian was concerned, he refrained from saying more. Cheng Jing's profession was unique, and he could not refuse the official summons. After descending, Cheng Jing drove alongside Huang Qian to report, each in separate vehicles to mitigate potential risks. Meanwhile, Jiang Nian remained at home, gradually acclimating to his newfound abilities. Although he had been bedridden with a fever for 3 days, upon awakening, he felt no discomfort apart from a mild hunger and drowsiness. In fact, his purification ability had significantly improved his overall condition, even alleviating some sub-health symptoms. With enhanced training, he was confident he could bolster his physique, which would, in turn, aid the evolution of his abilities. After all, the strength of one's powers is directly proportional to their physical condition and mental fortitude. The stronger the body, the better the spirit, and the faster the abilities would evolve. Jiang Nian tested the maximum range of his powers. The radius extended to approximately a 3-meter diameter, with a one-way distance of about 3 meters. In his previous life, he had not had the opportunity to train extensively and under the influence of drugs. His limit had reached 500 meters, a milestone that had revealed the mutation of his powers. Jiang Nian reflected on his situation. While he may not possess Cheng Jing's formidable prowess, he was determined to cling tightly to him. After all, he was a tall young man, standing at 183 centimeters. Full of vigor, and relying solely on Cheng Jing's protection felt unjust. In his past life, he had perished like a dog, bound in a basement. This time, he was resolute in standing tall. Cheng Jing returned just before dawn, the rain having ceased. It was only after his arrival that the restless Jiang Nian finally succumbed to sleep. Cheng Jing silenced their phones, and upon waking, the world outside had dramatically changed. Apart from Huang Qian and a few others, they received no communication. Even the headquarters and official channels had fallen silent. The apocalypse had arrived, and everyone was preoccupied with their own survival. The news on mobile phones has been inundated with reports of the undead rising from the grave to attack humanity, with those assailed swiftly succumbing to infection and transforming into zombies. From downstairs, terrified screams and cacophonous sounds reverberated, prompting Cheng Jing to draw back the curtains for a glimpse. He beheld an elderly man who had once relied on a cane, now transformed into a zombie and pursuing their housekeeper with ravenous intent, while several others engaged in a fray nearby. Breakfast consisted of a simple fare of toast paired with poached eggs and milk. After satiating his hunger, Jiang Nian leaned against the sofa, scrolling through his phone while muttering to himself, "It's only the first day. The peak will not arrive until the end of the month. However, in a fortnight, we shall face water and power shortages. The military and authorities will prioritize rescuing schools and individuals with special identities, along with their families, before organizing the establishment of apocalypse relief bases. By mid-October, hail will fall, followed by a drop in temperature and snowfall, ushering in a bitter cold that will claim many lives. It won't be until mid-March, when the extreme cold subsides, that military rescue teams will set out from various bases to search for survivors. This means that from now until next April, ordinary individuals without connections must rely solely on themselves and the meager assistance from local governments." Cheng Jing cast a sidelong glance at him, feigning casualness as he inquired, "Will a rescue base or shelter be built here?" "Not in Qingyan City, but there are some in the suburbs of neighboring cities," Jiang Nian replied without hesitation. Upon instinctively raising his head, he met Cheng Jing's profound gaze and suddenly realized he had inadvertently revealed too much, offering an awkward smile.
Yin Ye.
Cheng Jing approached and sat beside him, pulling him into an embrace. He caressed the ring on Jiang Nian's left ring finger and sighed softly, asking, "Jiang Nian, can you share the truth with me?
How do you know all this?"
"I would rather you claim to possess the gift of foresight than believe this is merely a dream." It was as if they were following a script he had laid out. Jiang Nian lowered his eyes, falling into silence. Recently, he had been unwittingly easing his guard and speaking nonsensically, intending to find an opportunity to confess to Cheng Jing. Yet now that the moment had come, he felt a wave of fear wash over him. Chapter 21. Confession. Jinga, I have died before. Sensing his unease, Cheng Jing leaned down to kiss his face, softly reassuring him. "Given how cooperative I am, will you tell me? Trust me, this matter will remain between us." He was not attempting to pressure him. He simply wished to better protect Jiang Nian, necessitating an understanding of the source of his anxiety. Jiang Nian looked up at him. "I fear you may not believe me." Cheng Jing chuckled lightly. "I have already accepted a reason as absurd as this. What is there to disbelieve? Sometimes, reality is stranger than fiction." With a resigned sigh, Jiang Nian ultimately spoke, buoyed by Cheng Jing's encouraging gaze. "Jinga, I have died before." His tone was calm, yet Cheng Jing's expression shifted dramatically. Jiang Nian continued before Cheng Jing could respond. "It resembles the fantastical tales in novels. After my death, I was reborn. The circumstances I now face, I have already experienced once in my past life." Cheng Jing's expression turned grave. This was indeed more outrageous than a dream, yet it also seemed the most plausible explanation. Jiang Nian took a moment to prepare himself, adjusting to a comfortable position in Cheng Jing's embrace, recounting the harrowing tale from the moment of his mother's passing to the arrival of the apocalypse, culminating in his tragic demise. While it sounded as though 2 years of apocalypse had been lengthy, in reality, due to his confinement, his experiences outside of serving as a mere test subject were scant. Jiang Nian refrained from tears this time, and as he concluded, he inhaled deeply and smiled at the man whose eyes were now red-rimmed. It was you who beckoned me to find you, and so I came. Since reconciling with Cheng Jing, the shadows of suffering from his past life had dissipated considerably. Having been reborn, he felt no need to allow the anguish of his previous existence to shackle him any longer. Cheng Jing held him tightly, remaining silent, his heated breath caressing Jiang Nian's neck. I should have sought you out first. I am sorry, I am sorry. He lamented that he had suppressed his yearning to find Jiang Nian out of pride. Jiang Nian stifled the impulse to weep and intertwined his fingers with Cheng Jing's. It is not your fault, Jingge, it was my choice. Look, after choosing incorrectly in my past life, I corrected my mistake, and now everything is well, isn't it? He had heeded the advice and did not let the notion of being a reborn individual lead him to arrogance. Indeed, Cheng Jing murmured, his voice muffled, unwilling to meet Jiang Nian's gaze as he pressed him closer, repeatedly stroking the nape of his neck with his broad palm.
Ying.
Let us strive together to navigate through this apocalypse. Jiang Nian suspected that Cheng Jing might be crying, yet, being a man, he held on to his pride, allowing Jiang Nian to relish in the embrace quietly. We shall surely prevail. Cheng Jing's tone was resolute and unwavering. After revealing the truth, Jiang Nian felt a wave of relief wash over him. Carrying a secret had hindered his ability to express himself freely. The weight of the truth lifted. He found himself growing increasingly shameless, embodying a sense of entitlement, which inadvertently led to a rise in impulsive behavior. What could Cheng Jing do? Naturally, he indulged Jiang Nian with unwavering patience. Through Jiang Nian, he gleaned insights into the unfolding situation. Seizing the early stages, fortified by their newfound abilities, Cheng Jing led his team to gather supplies swiftly and safely to fill the safe houses of others. After all, their teammates could not prepare as extensively as they had. It was prudent to conserve resources. Simultaneously, they implemented Jiang Nian's suggested methods for combating zombies, with headshots proving the most effective. Their swift reflexes allowed the team to amass sufficient supplies before others began to mobilize, some acting alone, while others formed groups. Naturally, the official teams were the most substantial in scale. However, a deadly storm claimed the heaviest toll on those in public service. They had braved the rain, training and maintaining order, only to find themselves on the front lines during the ensuing chaos, leading to the annihilation of entire departments. Consequently, the current official team constituted a rescue unit formed from the collaboration of all departments in Jiang City, firefighters, police, and stationed military personnel. With the total headcount reduced to about half of its original size, collectively termed the Rescue Police, and the municipal government building serving as the command center for rescue operations. As news of the emergence of individuals with abilities spread, the command center summoned these extraordinary individuals to join their efforts in gathering supplies for ordinary citizens. Before the military's arrival, they needed to unite and strive for survival. With their own supplies secured and safe, Cheng Jing led his team in cooperation with the official operations, voluntarily reporting their awakened abilities. Given that his team comprised security personnel and their leader had awakened powers, they were all assigned firearms and joined the rescue efforts alongside the rescue police. Jiang Nian wished to accompany them, but Cheng Jing forbade him, insisting he train his abilities at home. Half a month later, on September 16th, the districts of Jiang City began to experience water and power outages. Within just 2 days, aside from the command center, the rest of the city plunged into darkness, and mobile signals were lost. Only satellite broadcasts and satellite phones remained operational, yet these were inaccessible to the average citizen. The weather remained sweltering, and amidst the chaos, corpses littered the streets, and zombies roamed freely. The sight of dismembered bodies and bloodstains became commonplace, and with a severe shortage of supplies, panic and decay enveloped the entire city. Jiang Nian drew the curtains tightly, daring only to illuminate the room and prepare food under the cover of darkness. Although their neighborhood was sparsely populated, and Cheng Jing discreetly dealt with the zombies, the eerie howls that occasionally echoed in the darkness were still spine-chilling. The security guards and property management personnel had either been consumed or transformed into zombies, leaving no one to oversee the area. Wandering zombies would occasionally be drawn in by the scent of the living. Today, it was Cheng Jing's team's turn to distribute supplies to the residents in the new district, and they would not return home until late. The work schedule rotated between one day on and one day off, with payment rendered in the form of supplies, for in such times, money had become mere scraps of paper. Fortunately, someone within the official organization had awakened a spatial ability spanning dozens of acres, significantly easing their operations. Although they did not lack supplies, too many prying eyes on Cheng Jing could lead to complications. In a world turned upside down, discretion regarding wealth was of paramount importance. At 10:30 in the evening, Jiang Nian, seated under the gentle hum of a battery-operated fan, opened a box of potato chips and spicy chicken feet, messaging Cheng Jing as he munched. This satellite phone, gifted by Cheng Jing, resembled an old-fashioned model, heavy, sturdy, and waterproof, with a battery life that could last 6 months under normal use, albeit limited to calling specific numbers and sending messages. After each mission, Cheng Jing would send him a message to confirm his safety. "Jingo, I should be home in about an hour. If you're tired, you can sleep first." Jiang Nian, with a chip between his teeth, swiftly typed back, "No, I want to wait for you. Cheng Jing, This exchange had become their most frequent dialogue lately, word for word, exuding a certain childish charm that they both relished. Suddenly, a series of forceful knocks reverberated against their reinforced stainless steel door, a stark intrusion into the stillness of the night. Chapter 22. The Malicious Plea for Help. Jiang Nian set down his phone and snacks, cautiously approaching the door. Peering through the modified night vision peephole, he confirmed that someone or something was indeed knocking on their outer door. The sound was loud and forceful, yet the door remained steadfast. The substantial investment in security measures was not in vain. There was a considerable distance between the outer door and the entrance, cluttered with various self-defense tools, knives, baseball bats, steel pipes, and stun guns, among others. Additionally, it served as a makeshift storage for household waste, which Cheng Jing would take downstairs to dispose of when he ventured out the following day. The original entrance had been reinforced with a steel frame, while the outer door was crafted from thick stainless steel in a double-door structure. The outermost layer boasted steel bars, while the inner layer was composed of thick steel plates, with a third of the structure designed as a small door that could be opened from the inside to glimpse the outside. The knocking persisted, showing no signs of abating, until a male and female voice called out, "Hello, we know you're home. We're your neighbors from downstairs. Your boyfriend is part of the rescue team. He delivered supplies to us a couple of days ago." Before the apocalypse, Jiang Nian had familiarized himself with the neighbors in their building, and indeed, Cheng Jing, as a member of the rescue team, had often interacted with them during supply deliveries. Thus, upon recognizing the male's voice, Jiang Nian recalled who they were, a couple residing on the 8th floor, below their own, of similar age. The commotion at such a late hour could attract unwanted trouble. Jiang Nian cautiously opened the entrance door, and then gently shut it, picking up a headlamp to illuminate the scene. Finding it too bright, he switched to a smaller flashlight and stepped forward, coldly inquiring, "Stop knocking. What do you want?" In the pitch darkness, such aggressive knocking could only stem from foolishness or malice, or perhaps a combination of both. He had encountered enough of both in his previous life. The knocking ceased, and the woman's voice followed. "Hey, our door lock is broken. Could you shelter us for the night?" "No. Find another way or seek help elsewhere," Jiang Nian replied without hesitation. The man's voice interjected, "Brother, just for one night. We'll leave early tomorrow, and we won't disturb you for long."
No.
"The zombies here aren't numerous. The rescue team cleared them out just days ago. You can manage by barricading your door for one night. Just don't sleep too deeply." Jiang Nian remained resolute. In terms of safety, their building was far superior to others, thanks to Cheng Jing. In the early days of the apocalypse, when zombies had yet to mutate, it was not difficult for someone with Cheng Jing's abilities to clear the undead from their vicinity. "Are you really alone at home? Let us in. We won't be a bother. We can stay on the balcony for the night, and we'll trade supplies with you," the woman pleaded, her voice tinged with urgency. Jiang Nian grit his teeth. "No need. You should leave. It's late, and it would be better to figure out how to barricade your door." After saying this, he turned to retreat into his home. If not for his rebirth and the lessons learned from his previous life, he might have softened and opened the door. But not now. While he empathized with their plight, he would not let them in. However, after he had once again refused, the people outside began to pound on the door with even greater force. No, it was more akin to smashing, clearly using something to strike it. These two had come equipped with tools to seek help. How audacious. The man's voice grew irate. We're all neighbors. How can you be like this? We're part of the rescue team, family. You have a sturdy safe house, and you want to let us in for one night? Damn it. The woman, shedding her earlier soft tone, chimed in sharply. Exactly. You're part of the rescue team, family. What's wrong with helping us a little? We're not trying to take advantage of you. We'll exchange supplies. What are you afraid of, big guy? Shut up. Jiang Nian was never one to be meek. Feeling his temper flare, he retorted, Go ahead and call your mother. It's the apocalypse, so spare me your moral coercion. Helping is a kindness, not an obligation. Do I know you well enough to let you in? Get lost. If you keep this up, you'll attract the zombies. There's a limit to being a saint, and if he let these two fools in today, who knows how many others would follow tomorrow, seeking to guilt him into compliance.
Bang, bang, bang.
The man, wielding something, slammed it against the door, cursing furiously. What has got you so riled up? Just because you're riding the coattails of the rescue team doesn't make you special. You're just a pathetic man relying on others. Jiang Nian, half laughing in anger, retorted. Damn it. My boyfriend provided this for me willingly. You're someone's boyfriend too. But if you had any capability, you wouldn't be here at this hour, banging on someone else's door with your girlfriend. Who do you think you are to lecture me? Off you go to the zombie pile. Having said this, he ignored their continued insults and retreated to his room, locking the door behind him. If not for the peculiar circumstances that required restraint, he would have relished the opportunity to step outside and smash that fool's head in. What audacity to confront him. His phone chimed with incoming messages. Cheng Jing had sent several inquiries about what he was doing, how his powers were progressing, and what he had for dinner. He replied promptly, and just as he picked up the phone to respond, a call came through. The melodious ringtone rang for a moment before Jiang Nian composed himself, a smile gracing his lips as he answered. Hello, Jingo. I was just busy and couldn't reply to your messages in time. I was wondering what you were up to, Cheng Jing remarked before pausing. Then asked, What's that noise on your end? Outside, the couple continued their raucous banging, spewing curses. Jiang Nian glanced at the door and responded. The couple on the 8th floor claimed that their door lock was broken and sought refuge with us for the night. I declined their request, and now they are angrily banging on the door, accusing me of being a family member of the rescue team and attempting to impose a moral obligation on me, even going so far as to insinuate that I rely on men for a comfortable life. Do not open the door or pay them any heed. I will handle it upon my return. Such foolish individuals rarely endure long. There is no need for us to stoop to their level. Cheng Jing's tone was harsh. Being rebuffed late at night and resorting to rage and door banging is hardly the mark of a virtuous character. How infuriating. Jiang Nian, aware of his concern that she might impulsively confront them, chuckled softly. Rest assured, Jingo, I shall not act rashly. Besides, I find the comforts of a leisurely life quite delightful. You all should exercise caution outside. Cheng Jing responded with a restrained acknowledgement, and Jiang Nian surmised that he might refrain from speaking freely due to teammates being present, so she proactively ended the call and continued snacking. The ruckus outside persisted, yet he could barely muster the energy to cast a glance in their direction. Meanwhile, in a modified business van, Cheng Jing had just hung up the phone after returning with his team when he was met with the teasing expressions of his companions. Seated in the passenger seat while Huang Qian drove, the ever-inquisitive female driver initiated the conversation. Has your hamster encountered some trouble? Chapter 23. A second bloom is unlikely. Cheng Jing had grown accustomed to the nickname Huang Qian had bestowed upon Jiang Nian, rolling his eyes in response without elaborating. Were it not for the threat of zombies, those two dimwits outside would have already faced Jiang Nian's wrath. He knew her all too well. She was merely docile in his presence. Yet her fighting prowess surpassed his by far. After all, she was once one of the school bullies at the affiliated No. 1 high school, known for settling scores for younger classmates, capable of reducing adversaries to their knees with a charming facade, only to retract her claws for his sake. Huang Qian's remarks sparked a flurry of inquiries from the other teammates. When will you introduce your new sister-in-law to us, Jingo?
Indeed.
But why does Qian Jie refer to her as sister-in-law Hamster? Cheng Jing recently changed his relationship status to married. It seems he has finally moved past the pain of loss. Congratulations on your successful second chance at love. Is it true that Cheng Jing has truly let go? Absolutely. He even wears a ring now, right, Cheng Jing? The atmosphere, initially weighed down by fatigue, was instantly enlivened by the flames of gossip. Cheng Jing, unwilling to engage, simply closed his eyes to rest. The individuals in the van were among the few permitted to view his social media, and each of them had been led astray by Huang Qian's antics. Ha! You all are too naive. Your Cheng Jing is notoriously single-minded. There's no chance for a second bloom. Observing everyone's curiosity and Cheng Jing's unfazed demeanor, Huang Qian seized the opportunity to continue. Qian Jia, care to share some insider information? With a chorus of eager compliments, Huang Qian wasted no time in revealing the truth. There is no second bloom, no new marriage. The hamster is merely a reincarnation of your Cheng Ji's lost love. A collective silence fell, followed by whistles of astonishment. Wow, is that even possible? It seems that even a good horse can return to its old pasture. I believe in love, once more. Such a devoted Cheng Jing deserves to be revered. After a turn, the van parked in a discreet, aging residential area. Arriving at a safe house, Cheng Jing, eyes still shut, commanded, "Get out of the car. You chatter too much. Hey, Cheng Jing, let us visit your sister-in-law next time. Her profound abilities merit our admiration." Agreed. Two individuals exited the vehicle, leaving with lingering curiosity about the person capable of captivating Cheng Jing to such an extent. Had they possessed even a fraction of her allure, they would not remain single to this day. As the car door shut, gossip continued until they had returned everyone safely to the safe house. Only then did Cheng Jing and Huang Qian make their way back to their own community, Taihe Mingcheng. After parking, they armed themselves, turning on their headlamps to survey the surroundings before Cheng Jing escorted Huang Qian upstairs. As they walked cautiously, Huang Qian recalled and inquired, "What was the situation when Jiang Nian called you earlier?" "Some fools knocked on the door looking for trouble, but it's nothing serious." He had thoroughly examined that reinforced door. It would take a rocket launcher to breach it. Those who had endured the apocalypse had learned well, which was why he felt secure venturing outside. The fifth floor was not particularly high, and after ensuring Huang Qian entered safely, Cheng Jing quickly departed. Their safe houses were 2 buildings apart. Along the way, he dealt with a few zombies before beginning his patrol from the ground floor upward, taking extra care with his own residents. He deliberately scrutinized the 8th floor, noting that every door was shut. Attempting the couple's entryway, he discovered that the lock was not broken. Rather, the doorknob and floor were stained with dried blood. Sounds emanated from within, indicating that the couple had returned after being rebuffed by Jiang Nian. He ascended directly to the 10th floor, where indeed no one awaited him outside, though a dark crimson stain remained, emitting a foul odor distinct from that of normal blood. After entering the outer door, Cheng Jing disinfected himself with a spray he found in the corridor, then removed his outdoor combat gear, gun, and other equipment, donning his clean clothes as he knocked on the door. "Nian Nian, I'm back." The door opened swiftly and Jiang Nian peeked out. "Jing Ge." Satisfied to see him stripped of his outer layers, she nodded for him to enter and was careful to purify his discarded items with her powers for a second round of disinfection. Though it might seem futile, it provided peace of mind and served to enhance her proficiency in using her abilities. Since her powers awakened over half a month ago, she had expanded her range to a 5-meter diameter and felt little fatigue afterward. Her teammates were progressing, and she could not afford to lag behind. After closing the door, Jiang Nian moved into the kitchen to prepare a late-night meal for the returning Cheng Jing. He pondered for a moment before retrieving a trash bag and paper towels to clean the bloodstains outside, then began his shower. Few remained who could indulge in daily baths during such times. He was fortunate that his hamster had prepared so thoroughly. Emerging from the shower, he found Jiang Nian had prepared his supper, a bowl of rice noodles, a fried egg, a sausage, and a few leaves of greens, the vegetables being payment for a mission he had undertaken. They also stored vegetables in their ring space, though they remained unused for now. As he ate, Jiang Nian munched on snacks beside him, recounting in detail the incident with the neighbors who had knocked on their door. Concluding with a cold remark, they came armed with tools to break the door, clearly with ill intentions. The door on the 8th floor was locked. They must have been attacked by zombies and infected. "I will go confirm and clean it up tomorrow." Cheng Jing shared his findings about the bloodstains outside. They had been injured but had not entirely lost their sanity, hence their knocking. Though Jiang Nian firmly believed she would never allow anyone inside. A twinge of fear crept in, knowing that infection leads to inevitable doom. Why did those two come looking for me? Were they hoping to eat me or drag me down with them? Regardless, their intentions were malicious. Cheng Jing's expression darkened. There are all kinds of people in this world, but adversity and catastrophe amplify human malice. Thus, we must prioritize our own well-being and disregard their moral coercion. The rescue team risks their lives on the front lines. It is unreasonable to fail to safeguard their own families. Rather than that, I would prefer to stay home with you. After all, we are not lacking in provisions. Jiang Nian nodded, munching on a spicy strip. Exactly. The moral constraints on frontline personnel must indeed be vast and profound. After some contemplation, he remarked, "Tomorrow, while you remain at home, we shall seal off all the vacant rooms in this building that lack human inhabitants. This way, the zombies will have no refuge, and patrolling will become considerably more manageable." In his previous life, the temporary rescue teams operated similarly. When establishing a makeshift stronghold in a specific neighborhood, they would seal off all unused rooms, making it easier to trace any damage caused by the undead. Chapter 24. The nickname Hamster is well-deserved. Jiang Nian spoke casually. Yet his words sparked a glimmer of interest in Cheng Jing, who paused his eating. This method is excellent. I shall propose it to the head of the official organization for implementation in other areas as well. By marking the sealed rooms, we can distribute supplies without the need for repeated confirmations. He then inquired, "Furthermore, Nian Nian, could you share with me the survival strategies for the apocalypse? I could present them to the officials to avoid unnecessary detours." As the apocalypse descended abruptly, chaos enveloped the entire world, with nations and cities tending to their own affairs. The military was diligently constructing rescue bases, a process that required time. The more people who survived until rescue, the brighter the prospects for humanity's future. Once a life is lost, everything is irrevocably gone. Indeed, Jiang Nian concurred, contemplating the situation. Now that Cheng Jing was leading the rescue team, they could expedite their originally planned actions. He took out a sheet of paper and began to sketch. In my previous life, many lessons were learned only after countless lives were lost. Before the establishment of various rescue bases, many cities implemented zone control. For instance, a city like Jiang, which is neither too large nor too small, could be divided into 4 zones: east, west, south, and north. The municipal building of the command center is conveniently located at the intersection of these zones, requiring no alterations for ease of operation. We can gather all suitable candidates for the rescue team and divide them into 4 large squads, each responsible for one zone, with the allocation of personnel and resources determined by the number of survivors in each area. Indeed, Cheng Jing thoughtfully stroked his chin. This way, the rescue team would not have to traverse the entire city, thereby minimizing casualties and making management easier once the extreme cold arrives. Jiang Nian nodded in agreement and continued. However, this method is not universally applicable. If the populace does not cooperate, it will prove ineffective, as the next step after zoning is to establish settlement points in each area, concentrating survivors for better management. This will expose individual resources entirely. Those without supplies may agree, but those with resources may not. Cheng Jing interjected. As time progresses, the government's allocation of supplies will diminish, yet it will be distributed equally. At that point, those without resources will perceive it as unjust that those with supplies possess the right to allocation, while the latter will not relinquish their rightful claims. Such is human nature. Indeed, no method is flawless. Yet, if a semblance of order can be maintained amidst the chaos, the overall survival rate will significantly increase. Although this may seem unfair to a minority, in times like these, one must prioritize the greater good. Jiang Nian sighed, acknowledging the difficulty of achieving perfection in matters affecting the public. Do you agree? We possess a substantial amount of resources, Cheng Jing asked with a smile, knowing that anyone who laid eyes on their supplies would feel envy. Jiang Nian replied without hesitation, "If you present this proposal to the officials and it is executed, I shall comply with the arrangements. However," he paused with a cunning smile, "you could leverage your advantages to designate our Taihe Mingqing and the surrounding neighborhoods as settlement points. We shall remain undisturbed while relocating others here." as this area is less populated and not a primary disaster zone, making it more convenient for rescue operations. Smart move, Cheng Jing praised. I shall give it a try. The decision to execute rests with the officials. My role is merely to provide suggestions. The original residents of the settlement points will remain unaffected, while we shall welcome and manage those who are relocated, ensuring they adhere to the rules. After a peaceful night, the following morning, after breakfast, Cheng Jing and Jiang Nian visited the 8th floor. The couple they had knocked on the door to the previous night had indeed transformed into zombies, aimlessly wandering the corridor. Upon noticing them, the creatures lunged with a ghastly shriek. Cheng Jing dispatched them with 2 gunshots to the head, followed by an impromptu cremation, reducing them to ashes. Vaporized by the exceedingly high temperature of his fire ability, erasing any trace of odor. After dealing with the zombies on the 8th floor, Cheng Jing texted Huang Qian, and the 3 commenced sealing the doors. Some residents, drawn by the commotion, emerged to witness their efforts and, upon understanding their purpose, offered their support, swiftly joining in to assist. The apocalypse had already persisted for over half a month, and the number of awakened superhumans among humanity was steadily increasing. Even in neighborhoods predominantly inhabited by the elderly, a few individuals had awakened abilities, albeit the most common physical enhancement types. Their active participation fostered a sense of security among the community. Of course, as adults, they bore responsibility for their actions. Even those following superhumans understood the necessity of ensuring their own safety. As participation grew, mutual vigilance turned into collective warmth. Consequently, at the requests of their neighbors, Cheng Jing agreed to assist in clearing and sealing every building whenever he was not on duty. With more hands at work, they managed to seal off 3 buildings in a single day, simultaneously eliminating numerous zombies, with plans to continue the task the following day when Cheng Jing would rest. Following the power outage, all access controls in the neighborhood became ineffective and the main gate was destroyed. Cheng Jing, along with several strength-type superhumans, used heavy objects to barricade the basement stairway and the elevator entrance on the 1st floor. This precaution effectively prevented zombies from entering the basement from external access points. Although this would turn the basement into a heavily affected zone, regular cleanup would mitigate the immediate threat. In the 3 buildings already cleared, Jiang Nian meticulously recorded the number of surviving households on a notepad, marking off any that perished, ensuring accuracy and efficiency. The next day, when he returned to work, Cheng Jing presented the proposal for zone control. With the increasing mortality rate, consolidating survivors for management to weather the crisis was merely a matter of time. Thus, after submitting his suggestion, Cheng Jing reinforced and renovated the windows and doors of the 2 unoccupied apartments on their 10th floor, intending to gather the entire team there in advance, ensuring mutual support regardless of future developments. Huang Qian remained in place, allowing the other 6 members, all male, to occupy the 2 safety rooms, dividing them into groups of 3 for convenience. With the safety rooms prepared, they began the gradual process of transporting supplies. The other team members finally had the opportunity to visit their neighborhood, yet Cheng Jing refused to allow them to enter and meet Jiang Nian in the dead of night. After stealthily moving supplies for several days, the relocation was finally complete and the 6 team members officially settled in. During the moving process, Cheng Jing took the opportunity to subtly inform his teammates about Jiang Nian's ominous dream signs and the stockpiling of supplies, which everyone believed without hesitation. With superpowers emerging, the ominous signs were hardly surprising. The first communal meal after the successful move took place in Jiang Nian's residence. Upon meeting him in person, everyone unanimously agreed that Jiang Nian's nickname Hamster was indeed well-earned. Chapter 25, A Grand Recognition of Paternity. Even Huang Qian, who was somewhat aware of the situation, could not help but gasp in astonishment at the overflowing supplies. Good heavens, Xiao Nian, you must truly be the reincarnation of a hamster. The other 6 swiftly regained their composure, dropping to their knees. Brother Nian, please accept the humble tribute of your devoted disciple, Jian Cheng. Jiang Nian possessed striking features, with bold brows and large eyes that complemented his well-defined visage. His gestures were exaggerated, yet his words resonated with genuine emotion. By his side, Lu Ningzhou adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and chimed in, Brother Nian, may I pay my respects on behalf of your humble disciple, Lu Ningzhou. Brother Nian, I am Zhao Lei from Yunbei City, eager to offer my utmost service to you. Zhao Lei, a robust man from the north, stood tall and imposing at 195 centimeters. His skin slightly darker, characterized by chiseled features and a booming voice that commanded attention. Brother Nian, I am your senior from university, Tang Yi. Take a look at me. Tang Yi beamed with a radiant smile, exuding a sunny disposition, a trait that often garnered him admiration from the opposite sex during their school days. Foster father. I am Liao Yu. Liao Yu, quick to seize any opportunity to flaunt his connections, chimed in. A quintessential rich heir, he was handsome, wealthy, and audacious. Being the former employer of Cheng Jing, surrounded by bodyguards and servants, he was accustomed to a life of luxury. Yet following the tragic loss of both parents in a car accident, he inherited a vast fortune and resolved to become his own protector against treacherous relatives.
No.
Brother Nian, I am Zhou Rongbin, 22 years old, standing at 188 centimeters, weighing 160 pounds, unmarried, and I only require a little surplus, Zhou Rongbin. Unfavorably compared to a hamster, elicited an indescribable expression from Jiang Nian, who merely smiled, understanding that there was no malice in the comment. Zhou Rongbin, with his composed demeanor and steady presence, bore a resemblance to Cheng Jing, a surprising revelation indeed. The group was relatively young, with Liao Yu being the youngest at 20, and Zhao Lei the eldest at 25, while Zhou Rongbin was 22. The others, including Huang Qian, were of the same age as Cheng Jing. Though Cheng Jing was technically the oldest among them, being born on the first day of the Lunar New Year, they all donned black outdoor gear, standing tall and imposing, kneeling in perfect alignment among the piles of supplies. Huang Qian laughed exuberantly, and Jiang Nian couldn't help but chuckle, stammering, "Do not be so formal, everyone. Please rise, wash your hands, and prepare to dine." This grand display of camaraderie triggered his social anxiety, surrounded by tall, good-looking men averaging 185 centimeters in height. Their stoic facades transformed into an exuberant group once they spoke. Cheng Jing, unable to bear the sight, approached and kicked a few of them playfully. "What a disgrace. If you're not eating, then get lost." He particularly directed a kick towards Zhou Rongbin. "Listing your height and weight while unmarried? Are you trying to dig your own grave? Do you wish to cling on to someone or undermine him?" Once the initial awkwardness faded, they all stood up, not immediately gathering around the table, but rather exploring the house with wide-eyed curiosity. Despite their own substantial supplies, they paled in comparison to Jiang Nian's well-stocked provisions. Eventually, they inquired about the cost of the supplies, a question Jiang Nian had previously posed to Cheng Jing, who had remained evasive. Now, under the eager gazes of his companions, Jiang Nian vaguely replied, "Altogether, several million. Some items aren't available on the market. They may seem inconspicuous, but are quite valuable." Everyone's mouths dropped in astonishment. While they found it somewhat pricey, they collectively agreed, it's worth the investment. Money nowadays is as good as worthless. Liao Yu inwardly lamented that his bank balance, comparable to a phone number, had gone unused, though he thought to himself that had Jiang Nian warned him to stock up before the apocalypse, he likely would not have believed him. Jiang Nian called everyone to dine again, and after a round of compliments, they finally settled around the table. A new set of dining furniture had been brought in by Cheng Jing from a furniture store, perfectly accommodating the group. The feast was bountiful, featuring chicken, duck, fish, meat, vegetables, and fruits, some of which appeared astonishingly fresh, as if not retrieved from a freezer or distributed by relief efforts. Curiosity lingered in the air. Yet they all tacitly refrained from asking questions, including Huang Qian, who kept a prudent silence. All that mattered was to cling tightly to their two foster fathers. Other inquiries were best left unvoiced, for those with prowess often harbored secrets. Having not enjoyed a proper meal in a long time, the group indulged heartily, with Jiang Nian even producing red wine. Amidst the praises of foster father and brother Nian, Jiang Nian found himself blissfully intoxicated. After Cheng Jing had seen the guests off and tidied up the remnants of the meal, he had just settled onto the sofa when Jiang Nian, emerging from the bathroom, damp and sticky, approached him, his expression dazed and voice soft. "Jinga." The scent of alcohol lingered sweetly in the air. "I haven't bathed yet. I'm dirty." Cheng Jing, maintaining his composure, grasped Jiang Nian's restless hands. Since the water and power had been cut off, they could no longer bathe together, as it would be a waste of resources. "Then you should hurry and wash up," Jiang Nian suggested. yet he continued to cling to Cheng Jing. Aware of his inebriation, Cheng Jing carried him back to the bedroom, turned on the air conditioning, and then stepped into the bathroom. The sensation of drunkenness was delightful. Jiang Nian stared vacantly at the ceiling, occasionally raising his hands to idly gesture before giggling at the ring on his finger. It wasn't until Cheng Jing's imposing figure descended upon him that he snapped back to reality, wrapping his arms around Cheng Jing's neck.
Jiang Nian, you think I'm drunk?
Cheng Jing pinched his earlobe playfully. And then, I want to go wild, Jiang Nian confessed. Then, with a swift motion, he pulled Cheng Jing down, effortlessly flipping onto him, drunkenly descending to kiss him. Their lips met, the kiss initially tender, but soon igniting into a passionate fervor. With the addition of a few more team members, by the end of September, every unit in their neighborhood had been thoroughly cleared, with all necessary entrances securely sealed. Though it was impossible to eliminate the threat of zombies entirely, given the vast expanse of the neighborhood, the multiple side entrances, garages, and walls, it significantly reassured the surviving residents within. Outside, the streets were overrun with zombies and corpses littered the ground, making it increasingly difficult for rescue teams to deliver supplies, resulting in the unfortunate deaths of many rescuers daily. Moreover, as time wore on, the resources in the hands of the populace dwindled, leading to escalating chaos.
Today,
Cheng Jing returned earlier than usual, yet his mood was considerably poor. After greeting Jiang Nian, who was busy in the kitchen, he retreated to the bathroom. Chapter 26. Cheng Jing's playful antics are still handsome. The daily lives of those who spent every moment together followed a predictable rhythm. Any deviation, even unspoken, could be sensed. As Jiang Nian simmered soup, he noticed the bathroom had fallen silent after some time, and Cheng Jing had yet to emerge. He turned down the heat and approached the bathroom door, knocking gently. Jinga, are you done?
dinner is ready.
Yes, just a moment, Cheng Jing's muffled voice replied. Jiang Nian found the tone unusual but refrained from probing further. Working with the rescue team was fraught with unpleasantness, confronting life and death, and often encountering distressing situations was a normal part of their reality. Nearly 10 minutes later, Cheng Jing finally emerged from the bathroom, clad in knee-length shorts and bare-chested. He walked over and embraced Jiang Nian from behind as the latter busied himself at the stove. No need to rush. Give me a kiss. With a firm yet tender motion, he turned Jiang Nian to face him and leaned down to press his lips against his.
Emma.
Jiang Nian momentarily froze, then quickly relaxed into the kiss, his hands exploring Cheng Jing's muscular chest and abdomen, reveling in the delightful sensation. As the kiss concluded, Cheng Jing inhaled deeply, pulling Jiang Nian closer. Nian. Jingo, what's wrong all of a sudden? Jiang Nian felt like a parched fish, resting his chin on his shoulder and gasping for breath, unaccustomed to this sudden shift. Cheng Jing did not respond directly. Instead, he lowered his head to kiss the side of Jiang Nian's face, his voice husky. I am terrified that you might recklessly open the door to help someone while at home. Having witnessed the darker facets of human nature in the post-apocalyptic world, he felt a surge of anxiety, even though he knew Jiang Nian would not exhibit an unwarranted altruism. Jiang Nian chuckled softly, offering reassurance as he patted him. Don't worry, I promise I'll be good. If you don't let me leave the room, I won't even set foot in the living room. It seemed this day had once again seen Cheng Jing encounter the unfortunate fate of a well-meaning individual. Cheng Jing remained silent, his warm breath tickling Jiang Nian's ear and neck, causing him to instinctively tilt his head, only for Cheng Jing to take advantage and bite him playfully. Jiang Nian bared his teeth, embracing him for a moment before gently pushing away the large dog that was Cheng Jing. You've worked all day, let us eat first. If this continues, we might as well forego dinner and feast on each other instead. Who can resist a muscular man acting cute? With that, Cheng Jing finally released him, stepping into the kitchen to set the table. Jiang Nian, his cheeks flushed, turned off the heat and plated the dishes, feeling a twinge of petulance. Before we've even eaten. And yet you're already like this. Don't you think it's a bit much? If it weren't for his hunger, he would have insisted on giving his boyfriend a lesson in the kitchen. After all, a cramped space could only hone their skills further. After dinner, as Jiang Nian prepared to clean up, Cheng Jing swiftly took over, prompting him to rise and take a shower. By the time he emerged, Cheng Jing had tidied up, disposed of the trash, and was waiting with a clean towel, effortlessly pulling Jiang Nian over to dry his hair. sitting cross-legged on the sofa. Jiang Nian faced Cheng Jing's sculpted abs, swaying his head slightly as he asked, "You've kissed me, we've eaten. Now, why do you seem so troubled?" As he spoke, his eager hands naturally gravitated towards the enticing physique before him. Why was it that Cheng Jing's body felt so pleasing to the touch? Cheng Jing, accustomed to Jiang Nian's playful advances, set down the towel after a moment and replied, "There's a residential complex in the east of the new city, with one stairwell serving 3 households. One family bought 2 units across from each other and conspired to deceive a newlywed couple into opening their door, only to kill them and steal their supplies. The woman was pregnant, resulting in the loss of 2 lives, all for the sake of hoarding eggs and cured meats. In another complex, a family of 5 saw the husband murder his wife and 3 children, then dispose of their bodies from the balcony, all while still claiming the rations for 5 people. It was only due to a neighbor's report that we discovered this. The man denied it, insisting his wife had taken the children and died outside." As he recounted the tale, Cheng Jing's anger flared, his teeth clenched. They had been working alongside official personnel, yet were powerless against such depravity. Some individuals even expressed a willingness to be imprisoned, believing it preferable to face the zombies while still having food, an utterly absurd notion. He longed to kick such individuals into a horde of zombies, but the rescue teams were forbidden from harming civilians. Allowing evil to counter evil without judicial processes would only foster a deadly cycle of violence. As others began to resort to such methods, chaos ensued, affecting even more innocent lives. In times of turmoil, harsh measures often backfire. Resources were scarce, many strategies were still in the trial phase, and there was no suitable punitive mechanism for those who took advantage of the chaos. They were merely placed under heightened surveillance, a source of great frustration for Cheng Jing. Jiang Nian sighed in resignation, shaking his head. In a self-serving world, humanity loses its moral compass. Such incidents will only increase. Having endured torment and betrayal at the hands of those closest to him, he had grown numb to the turmoil. In times of disorder and moral decay, the entire environment tests human nature, which has never withstood such trials. All they could do was pray for the scum of society to be vanquished by the zombies. "I understand, yet it still leaves an unpleasant feeling inside," Cheng Jing muttered in annoyance, rubbing his face. Although death had become commonplace in the apocalypse, most could accept the notion of being devoured by zombies, yet could never reconcile with the idea of a normal person killing.
To him,
This should be an instinctual trait ingrained in humanity through evolution, yet from the onset of the apocalypse, it had evolved to a state indistinguishable from that of lower animals. Even normal individuals found no solace in such occurrences, but now these societal breakdowns were unavoidable. Only once they reached a safe haven could order begin to restore itself. For now, they were reliant on their own strength. Jiang Nian recalled the punishments imposed on wrongdoers at the base in his previous life, shackled at the outskirts for labor, with limited food and no compensation. Minor infractions incurred penalties, while grave offenses, such as murder, resulted in life sentences until death, after which the bodies would simply be discarded outside the base. No one would feel pity for them. Ding dong. A message from the command center arrived on Cheng Jing's phone, detailing measures against family members harming one another to claim supplies. The command center announced new regulations. Henceforth, supplies would be delivered directly to individuals, prohibiting family members from receiving them on their behalf. If the individual was not present to receive the supplies, they would be reclaimed. This was a rational measure, and it was the only way to prevent the embezzlement of resources. After confirming the information, Cheng Jing set his phone aside and swept Jiang Nian into his arms, carrying him back to the bedroom. "Let us not dwell on this anymore. Let us sleep." He resolved not to bring such unpleasant emotions home again. Jiang Nian, seeing through his thoughts, tapped his finger on his chest. "It's still early. Are we really going to sleep now? By the time you finish tidying up, it'll be nearly time anyway." As Cheng Jing spoke, he set Jiang Nian down on the bed and climbed on top of him. Cheng Jing looked quite dashing when he was being playful. Jiang Nian smiled brightly, appreciating the assertiveness of his partner. Cheng Jing grasped his hand and kissed it. "Of course, you must trust your judgment, especially since it took great effort to win me over." He was grateful for his good looks, knowing that this was the reason for Cheng Jing's interest. Jiang Nian chuckled, and as Cheng Jing leaned down to kiss him, his laughter transformed into soft, lingering moans. Chapter 27. The Team's Abilities. The new regulations issued by the command center proved effective, yet they inadvertently increased the workload and time demands on the rescue teams, with risks escalating accordingly. Ultimately, on October 3rd, the Central Authority broadcast a call for citywide control and rescue operations via satellite. The following day, the official authorities of Qingyun City announced the implementation of zonal control, dividing the entire city into 5 sections, for control zones in the cardinal directions, along with a rescue command center and supply station situated between the 4 zones. The area where Jiang Nian and the others resided was designated as the Western Zone, which included their complex along with nearly 10 other complexes of varying sizes, established as the survivor settlement for the Western Zone. The command center for the Western Settlement was located in the property office on the first floor of their building, while the second and third floors were designated for storing supplies. Once the zonal control plan was announced, the rescue teams sprang into action. The complexes marked as settlement areas were surrounded by iron fencing as a demarcation and temporary barrier. After receiving the notification, Cheng Jing and the others left home and did not return for several consecutive days. During this time, the trained team members, under intense physical and mental pressure, began to awaken their abilities. Huang Qian was the first to awaken, gaining the power to manipulate plants, providing both offensive and defensive capabilities. Next was Deputy Captain Zhao Lei, whose awakening granted him the ability to control metals, equally effective in both offense and defense, though with greater and more violent output. Subsequently, Jian Cheng awakened his vision enhancement ability, commonly referred to as the sniper's gift of farsightedness. Tang Yi possesses physical enhancement capabilities, while Liao Yu wields a natural ice manipulation ability with exceptional control. Lu Ningzhou also belongs to the natural category, specializing in earth-based powers primarily for defense. Zhou Rongbin is a rare and mysterious mental type ability user, whose powers fall under the official classification of Dreamweavers. However, the abilities of Dreamweavers vary greatly. Some can execute direct mental assaults, while others engage in indirect mental manipulation. Zhou Rongbin's specific power is known as Mirage, a form of illusion creation. With all teammates awakening their powers, Jiang Nian was so elated that his face seemed to bloom with joy. He was convinced that this was heaven's compensation for his previous life. As such, the entire team's combat prowess experienced a qualitative enhancement, achieving a commendable balance. Naturally, Cheng Jing advised them to refrain from using their abilities in front of others unless absolutely necessary. Tang Yi's physical enhancement was still in its nascent stage, imperceptible to the untrained eye, while Jian Cheng's farsightedness and Zhou Rongbin's mental abilities were conveniently concealed. To the outside world, the team consisted solely of Cheng Jing, Huang Qian, Liao Yu, and Zhao Lei, 4 ability users, rendering their true potential a well-guarded secret. Despite this, the quartet of offensive ability users in their 8-member team was sufficiently formidable to instill fear in those around them, even garnering admiration from official circles. Some suggested dispersing them among other teams, but Cheng Jing firmly declined, asserting that teaming up with unfamiliar individuals could be more daunting than facing zombies. The head of the West District's control, a military man named Zhou Li, aged 45, was a robust ordinary person, imbued with a sense of justice and unwavering decisiveness. Yet he bore the weight of worry that made him appear considerably older than his years. Zhou Li regarded Cheng Jing with a respectful attitude, even relying on him to a certain extent, given that it was Cheng Jing who proposed the survivor selection and district management strategies, which he believed executed remarkably well. Therefore, even when others suggested splitting Cheng Jing's team among those without abilities, he merely inquired Cheng Jing's opinion without exerting pressure. As survivors were continuously transferred into the community, the influx of individuals inevitably attracted more zombies. Coupled with the current inadequacies in rescue operations and protocols, some individuals concealed their infections, posing significant risks. Thus, even without returning home, Cheng Jing consistently urged Jiang Nian to refrain from venturing outside, to quell his curiosity, and to suppress any surges of compassion. After all, those transferred would not disturb them on the 10th floor. Jiang Nian, not one to act recklessly and having once faced death, understood this reasoning well. He would certainly not let his compassion run rampant. On October 12th, after nearly 10 days of arduous struggle, district management entered a stabilization phase, and the transfer of survivors proceeded in an orderly fashion. However, statistical data revealed that only a little over half of the survivors actively wished to relocate. As Jiang Nian had previously surmised, those willing to be transferred to the resettlement points were primarily those lacking resources, while those resisting relocation offered a myriad of justifications. Some, well supplied, wished to remain hidden while demanding ongoing assistance. Others, with resources and awakened abilities at home, felt secure enough to wait for the rescue base to be established. Some refused to relocate, leveraging moral pressure against the rescue teams, and others were reluctant to leave their homes, requesting that their residences be designated as resettlement points or that the authorities dispatch ability users for personal protection. The stark disparities in human nature, coupled with boundless greed, were laid bare in the current circumstances. Are they out of their minds? Can't they see the situation we're in? Surviving should be the priority, yet here they are, nitpicking. Jiang Nian could not help but scoff at the messages from Cheng Jing. He found it perplexing that even at such a critical juncture, there were still so many issues to contend with. Surviving through the apocalypse was an achievement in itself, yet some acted as if they were negotiating with customer service. It was exasperating to witness such obstinacy. One ought to respect the fates of others. However, to be fair, the delineation of resettlement points took into account not only geographic locations and the density of zombies, but also the influence of the proposals put forth by the rescue team members. While it was reasonable for their community to be designated as a resettlement point, it was not necessarily the optimal choice. Its success was largely attributed to Cheng Jing, the rare dual attribute ability user leading the team. Especially now, with 3 additional formidable attackers joining their ranks, Cheng Jing's authority as team leader was significantly amplified. There were subtle indications that they were edging into the core of the Jiang City rescue team, participating in a series of strategic planning and deployments. Due to the abundance of practical combat opportunities, Cheng Jing's abilities had advanced to an intermediate level, allowing him to begin condensing his ability core. His attack range and intensity had reached terrifying levels, leaving zombies in ashes wherever lightning and fire swept through. It was noteworthy that in his previous life, under the influence of certain medications, Jiang Nian took over a year to condense his ability core. On October 12th, Jiang Nian messaged Cheng Jing, reminding him that hail was expected on the 15th, followed by snowfall and a plunge into extreme cold, urging them to prepare accordingly and return home early. The weather had become increasingly erratic in recent days, with temperature fluctuations so extreme that afternoons felt like midsummer while mornings and evenings resembled winter. Thus, when Cheng Jing informed Zhou Li about the anomalous climate and the need to prepare for frigid weather, the authorities immediately shifted into a state of proactive planning. Having endured toxic rain, everyone had grown particularly sensitive and responsive to weather irregularities. On October 14th, after over 10 days on missions, the team finally returned home, each member appearing disheveled and weary, having lost weight and adopting a less polished appearance, with an odd scent lingering about them. After a thorough cleansing, they indulged in a hearty meal and took a long-awaited nap to regain their spirits. Chapter 28. Couples are best suited for watching animated series together. On the morning of October 15th, just as dawn broke, ominous rolls of thunder echoed in the sky, and soon after, hail began to pelt down. The temperature plummeted dramatically, dropping from the 30s to mere single digits within an hour. In the sudden chill after breakfast, Jiang Nian and Cheng Jing wrapped themselves in a small blanket on the couch, pulling out a tablet devoid of internet connectivity to watch a film. They chose a lesser-known, pure love film featuring 2 male protagonists. The plot was engaging, albeit with a rather bold presentation. As the film progressed, both grew restless. When the protagonists reached a climactic moment, they found themselves rolling into bed together. It felt reminiscent of their university days, where they could never complete watching anything with even a hint of romance. Thus, it seemed that couples were indeed best suited for animated series. Considering it had been over 10 days since their last intimate moment, the previous night's exhaustion had kept them both subdued, but now, early in the morning, their passions ignited uncontrollably. The hail continued to batter down from day into night, ceasing only in the early hours of the following day, October 16th. After Jiang Nian trimmed Cheng Jing's hair in the bathroom, the team set out once again. In the days that followed, temperatures continued to gradually decline without any signs of warming. Even with the resettlement points prepared, the drop in temperature caused considerable chaos, and the number of zombies surged, instinctively gravitating towards areas with living humans. Zombies roamed the iron fences surrounding every resettlement community. The sound of gunfire from the rescue teams echoed daily as they shot at zombies, yet the gunfire only attracted more zombies.
Consequently,
Zhou ordered that no firearms be discharged carelessly near the resettlement points, delegating the task of eliminating nearby zombies to the ability users. Cheng Jing, with his devastating powers, was particularly well suited for this role, which is why their team was assigned to patrol the vicinity of the community. The community is currently secure, and with teammates refraining from venturing far, Jiang Nian seizes the opportunity each day to patrol the vicinity alongside his comrades. The weather grows increasingly frigid, and at last, the snow begins to fall. The rescue teams continue their efforts to relocate survivors to various shelters, albeit with a significant reduction in personnel. The rescue center urges survivors to cooperate promptly with the relocations, suggesting that those capable may voluntarily make their way to the designated shelters. Concurrently, emergency alerts are activated across all districts, mobilizing every available resource to gather supplies, ensuring that those residing in the shelters can withstand the bitter cold. While more individuals heed the call to relocate, a stubborn contingent remains resistant. As days pass, the temperature plunges to -10 degrees Celsius, with a persistent downward trend, shifting the focus of each district to fortifying against the cold. Faced with a shortage of manpower, Zhou calls upon the survivors within the shelters to join forces with the rescue teams for self-rescue, pooling their ingenuity to implement every conceivable method of insulation and warmth. The foremost step involves sealing doors and windows, the most rudimentary yet essential means of retaining heat. In no time, the communities are alive with the sounds of hammering and construction, as the haunting memories of the toxic rain linger in their minds, leaving them to ponder just how frigid the weather might become. By November, temperatures have plummeted to -30 degrees, showing no signs of abating, prompting the Rescue Command Center to announce preparations for the impending extreme cold. Those who previously declined relocation begin to panic after losing the support of the rescue teams. However, with power outages and communication failures rendering them helpless, many are forced to brave the cold and venture outside. The grim outcomes are either succumbing to the frost or transforming into the undead. Some take measures to prepare, inscribing pleas for help around their necks as they wander aimlessly, hoping to attract attention for their loved ones. Yet, this is a southern city. After the heavy snowfall sealed it off, most vehicles and machinery have ceased to function normally. The spatial manipulators tasked with transporting supplies, after distributing what assistance they could to the 4 controlled zones, have also announced a temporary cessation of cold weather relief efforts. The entire city seems to gradually descend into a tranquil slumber, with even the zombies hiding away, those wandering in the open becoming mere ice sculptures. Aside from the enhanced individuals and well-equipped rescue personnel, ordinary citizens scarcely venture outside. The heat energy manipulators stand guard at the shelters, providing power and warmth. The supplies at each shelter are overseen and distributed by official personnel, with deliveries made by the rescue teams every 3 to 5 days. Just as before, those who participate in the supply runs or join the patrols are rewarded with provisions. In this frigid weather, with people reluctant to venture outdoors and the zombies dormant, the rescue teams find themselves well-staffed, with many eager to volunteer as supply transporters and patrol members, all for the sake of acquiring additional rations. Consequently, those in the relatively well-stocked Cheng Jing willingly pass opportunities to others. Aside from Cheng Jing, who diligently attends to the energy accumulation in Building 1, the rest find solace in their homes, leisurely enhancing their abilities. Among the survivors in the shelters, some had previously grumbled about the inadequate distribution of supplies, but now, faced with the extreme cold, they have fallen silent. Although the rescue teams have halted their search for survivors due to the harsh weather, some awakened individuals still seek out assistance, ensuring that each shelter continues to receive newcomers. Those who have awakened their powers exhibit enhanced physical capabilities, significantly better at resisting cold and heat than the average person. Particularly individuals like Cheng Jing, Liao Yu, and Lu Ningzhou, endowed with elemental abilities, are virtually impervious to both extremes, embodying a fortuitous climate resilience. Each day, Cheng Jing spends a portion of his time at the supply center, returning home for lunch, careful not to overextend his abilities, as he has others to care for. With Cheng Jing, a veritable human battery, the team members can easily recharge their heaters and even experiment with their conditioning, though it may provoke resentment, so discretion is advisable. As ennui settles in, teammates frequently drop by their safe haven to share meals. Those who have awakened their powers exhibit a considerable increase in appetite, yet fortunately, there is ample food to sustain them. While the bustling atmosphere is generally joyous, it does pose a challenge for couples in the throes of romance, as they must also cater to the group's daily meals. It is only when the distanced Huang Qian voices her desire to join them that Cheng Jing decides to close his doors to guests, although he readily offers to send provisions should they be in need. Following this, within the secure and well-stocked haven, Jiang Nian revels in his freedom, indulging in meals, sleep, and practicing his abilities, while also playfully clinging to Cheng Jing. Compared to his previous life, his current existence is notably more comfortable. While others have grown gaunt in the aftermath of the apocalypse, he has thrived, showing no signs of the hardships that have befallen many. Chapter 29. The Arrival of Extreme Cold, a Day of Flirtation 800 Times. Jingge, you've been home for a while. I feel utterly drained, Jiang Nian mutters. Nestled beneath a thick down comforter, gazing in admiration at those who can clean the battlefield with bare upper bodies in temperatures of -50 degrees. He is the one indulging, yet he is also the one struggling. It is truly a challenge. This fellow. Cheng Jing feels his ears warm as he approaches and quietly inquires, how about I sleep in the living room for a few days starting tomorrow? Jiang Nian's audacity knows no bounds, especially in front of him, where his self-restraint is nearly non-existent. No, I'm afraid of the cold. Comes the muffled protest from beneath the blankets, followed by a pout, and I crave you. Without you, I won't be able to sleep. All right then. He replies with a playful tone, an awakened one like me won't easily be at a loss. Cheng Jing has long grown accustomed to his whimsical remarks and chooses not to press further, instead rolling onto the bed to serve as a human heater. Stay still and sleep. If you're disobedient, I want to come back tomorrow. Jiang Nian looks up at the serious expression on Cheng Jing's face, retracting his hand that had been inching toward his abs. Fine, I'll be a bit more restrained. The distinction between overindulgence and daily sustenance remains clear to him. In December, 3 months after the apocalypse struck, temperatures across the nation oscillate uniformly between -66 and 70 degrees, just as Jiang Nian had predicted, leading to a period of endurance. At -70 degrees, while such extreme cold exists in a few rare locations, for the majority, it is indeed a lethal temperature, capable of inflicting grievous frostbite. A slight lapse in protective measures can lead to the chilling sound of ice cracking in one's breath. Additionally, symptoms such as a slowed heart rate, drowsiness, loss of appetite, and decreased body temperature can each prove fatal. Though supplies dwindle, the prevailing thought among all is simply to survive. As long as they endure, there is hope. Despite the many who have perished as temperatures dropped, the overall effectiveness of district management has proven beneficial. Following the extreme cold, the base has been constructed and is now operational. Once military aid arrives, most will have a chance at survival. Adapting to the cold requires a period of acclimatization, typically 10 to 15 days before conditions improve somewhat. Even with the absence of zombies, daily fatalities continue to occur since the onset of the extreme cold, with the icy dread weighing heavily on everyone's hearts following the threat of the undead. The environment remains as it is, with no one able to assist. Closing one's eyes brings uncertainty about waking the next day. In his previous life, Jiang Nian had endured hardships. Yet even with the vastly improved conditions of this life, complete with a heater, hot water, and the advantages of his extraordinary abilities, he still struggled to keep pace with his teammates' adaptability. The root of his difficulty likely stemmed from the fact that he had never faced adversity in this lifetime. He had not experienced the gradual acceptance of increasingly dire circumstances as others had. Consequently, his days were consumed by eating and a desire for sleep. Were it not for his concern over the potential disappearance of his abdominal muscles, he would have entirely abandoned his exercise regimen, opting instead to meld with his bed. After all, his boyfriend was already more handsome than he was. Should he develop a small belly, others would undoubtedly assume he was the one living off his partner's success. Such a fate was unacceptable to him. With 2 heaters, a warm air blower, and a 4-sided grill positioned on either side of a compact treadmill, Jiang Nian jogged while Cheng Jing performed push-ups on a nearby yoga mat. As he ran, Jiang Nian suddenly turned to the person exercising in summer attire and playfully remarked, "Since you're not afraid of the cold, why not take off your shirt? I'd like to see." If he were to do so, it would undoubtedly motivate Jiang Nian further in his workout. Absolutely not, Cheng Jing replied without a moment's hesitation, dismissing the mischievous request. Yet, Jiang Nian persisted. Come on, Jinga, just take it off. Cheng Jing, focused on his counting, chose to ignore him. Jiang Nian's gaze remained fixed on his boyfriend's impeccable push-up form, which was undeniably captivating. He decided to pause the treadmill, steady his breath, and walk over. In an unexpected move, he effortlessly slid beneath Cheng Jing.
Hey.
Cheng Jing halted his movements, momentarily stunned by the interruption. Stop fooling around. Go outside. Not a chance, haha, Jiang Nian cheerfully refused, leaning in to steal a kiss as Cheng Jing bent down.
Just do it this way.
Jiang Nian, Cheng Jing gasped, his breath catching as he felt his focus being diverted by the playful antics. Was it truly the right moment to tease him? What's wrong, Jinga? Can't handle it? Jiang Nian giggled, feigning innocence while planting another kiss, his cool hand slipping beneath Cheng Jing's shirt to appreciate the sensation of his muscles in motion. It was simply delightful. Boyfriends were meant to be toyed with. After all, was there anything wrong with that? Cheng Jing's breath quickened, his face flushed with embarrassment. He felt an overwhelming urge to whisk Jiang Nian back to their room for a proper lesson, yet he held his ground amidst the provocateur's cheeky expression, allowing him to indulge until he had his fill. Lowering his body, Cheng Jing firmly pinned Jiang Nian down. With your poor self-control and penchant for mischief, don't you think you're asking for trouble? Trouble?
I am merely hungry.
Jiang Nian retorted, laughter bubbling forth without a care. When have I ever failed to feed you? Cheng Jing gritted his teeth in frustration. You tease me incessantly, your mind filled with nonsense. Oh dear, Jiang Nian, worried that Cheng Jing might take him too seriously, quickly pushed him away. I was just joking. I wanted to recharge a bit. Now that I'm all charged up, I'll get back to my workout. Thank you, Jinga. Having enjoyed his playful antics, Jiang Nian felt invigorated once more. Cheng Jing regarded him with a mix of annoyance and amusement, wondering how such a mischievous yet endearing rascal could exist in his life. As weeks passed, people gradually began to adapt to the extreme cold. The primal instinct for survival allowed their bodies to acclimatize to the harsh conditions wrought by the apocalypse. Following this adjustment period, the frozen world seemed to awaken, and new survivors began to arrive at the rescue stations. Days later, more individuals braved the snow and ice to reach the settlement, including ordinary folk alongside those with extraordinary abilities, forming groups as they traveled with families in tow. The frigid weather rendered the lethargic zombies more susceptible to freezing, making it easier for humans to venture out in search of help and supplies. The command staff at the rescue station began to strategize. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, the majority found life exceedingly difficult. As the number of rescued survivors increased, the pressure on resource distribution grew. With the adaptation period behind them, the authorities called upon those capable of forming teams to venture out in search of supplies, offering them the option to keep what they found or surrender half to the station. Those who chose to surrender would continue to receive allocated resources from the officials, whereas those who opted out would no longer receive additional aid beyond the shelter but could barter for goods. Soon, extraordinary individuals began forming teams to seek out supplies. Though the task was challenging, they indeed reaped significant rewards. Chapter 30. The first conflict after reconciliation. The extreme cold posed challenges for both humans and zombies, contingent upon who could adapt and utilize their environment most effectively. Gradually, more extraordinary individuals began to band together, forming small groups, the stronger teams of extraordinary beings. In an effort to retain their found resources, distance themselves from the official aid, resulting in a significant surplus. When ordinary individuals proposed that the resources obtained by these extraordinary beings should be surrendered for the common good, their requests were met with resistance. This conflict ultimately widened the chasm of class distinction between the extraordinary and the ordinary. The officials remained non-committal, recognizing that this was merely a temporary rescue point, not a formal base for post-apocalyptic aid. Basic rules existed, but they could not compel extraordinary individuals to serve the masses, only encourage voluntary contributions. After all, by not surrendering their findings, the extraordinary beings alleviated the burden on the rescue resources, benefiting the entire settlement. As for the shelter, their presence improved combat readiness, creating a mutually beneficial scenario. In this context, more extraordinary individuals began to gather, seeking warmth and improved living conditions. It was only natural to prioritize one's own well-being in times of crisis. Some attempted to recruit Cheng Jing's team, but he firmly declined. Currently, he spent his mornings at the command office providing his abilities, and after lunch, he led his team in search of supplies. Jiang Nian, having completed his adjustment period, was no longer as fearful of the cold and joined him. Cheng Jing had initially resisted this change, leading to their first conflict since reconciling. Jiang Nian believed that during the tumult of the extreme cold, it was best not to add to the chaos. He quietly offered Cheng Jing suggestions from behind the scenes. Now that the situation had stabilized, he felt it was beneficial to gradually train. After all, he was tall, agile, and possessed extraordinary abilities, with impressive combat skills that had once made him a formidable figure in school. Yet now, he felt like a giant infant, overly coddled by Cheng Jing, which he feared would lead to his eventual decline. Cheng Jing's sole purpose was to protect his beloved, but he had not anticipated Jiang Nian's obstinacy. The one who had always been affectionate toward him had suddenly engaged in a silent standoff for 2 days, refusing to comply, even going so far as to leave the room after he did. Love was genuine, but so was his frustration. Yet he could not resort to violence. After all, domestic abuse would only leave him without a partner. Thus, he ultimately had to concede. Once permitted to accompany the team, Jiang Nian reverted to his former self, the one who constantly clung to Cheng Jing and sought affection, a stark contrast to the stubborn demeanor he had exhibited, leaving Cheng Jing both exasperated and enamored.
Yin Ye.
Are you still angry? You seem so fierce, Jiang Nian complained, sprawled on the pillow, his back aching from their brief Cold War. The intensity of his boyfriend's demeanor had nearly incapacitated him. No, I merely found it unusual to be neglected for 2 days, Cheng Jing replied, kneading Jiang Nian's back with a calm and steady expression. You can't hit or scold me, so I suppose I can't be a little spoiled? Jiang Nian teased, doubting his boyfriend, but realizing that dredging up past grievances was unproductive. He settled for a huff, allowing Cheng Jing to pamper him, recognizing that a man who held grudges needed to be indulged to some extent. Due to their ample supplies, upon venturing out, Cheng Jing not only ceased to require resources from the settlement, but also willingly donated the majority of what he found to the resource center, offering his abilities as a form of duty. Zhou Li and the others in the command center expressed their profound gratitude towards Cheng Jing, who, possessing formidable strength and a keen understanding of the greater good, was indeed a person anyone would admire. It was no surprise that he had the opportunity to collaborate with the authorities even before the apocalypse. In light of this, Zhou Li proactively shared with Cheng Jing the progress regarding the construction of the rescue team S-base. Once the extreme cold subsided, the military would mobilize to various cities to rescue survivors, and conditions within the base would gradually improve. The authorities would not forget their contributions. After returning home from the command center at noon, Cheng Jing relayed the news to Jiang Nian, wrapped tightly like a chrysalis. Jiang Nian was busy preparing 2 self-heating hot pots and rice, nodding in agreement as he listened. Entering the base signifies the commencement of a prolonged struggle for survival during the apocalypse. The restoration and reconstruction would ultimately rely on the leadership of the authorities and military. It is wise to foster good relations, for beneath the rules lies a division of class. The more refined the regulations, the more stringent the hierarchy, which naturally forms without deliberate effort. I share this sentiment. Zhou Li, being a man of the military, is someone I trust to honor his word. After all, relationships are reciprocal. Cheng Jing concurred, placing the heater beside him as he and Jiang Nian gathered around a small table to dine. With their team's current situation, having official personnel assisting them greatly increased their chances of entering the central zone upon arrival at the base, significantly enhancing their safety compared to others. After their meal, Jiang Nian, shivering, took out 2 apples to soak in hot water to warm them up for a vitamin boost, and halfway through, he requested Cheng Jing to roast them over the fire, which turned out quite delightful. In such harsh conditions, venturing outside equated to risking one's life. The frigid world outside was beset with dangers, and places of shelter were often infested with zombies. Moreover, as time progressed, the zombies were slowly evolving, adapting to the extreme cold, with their movements quickening and aggression intensifying. Particularly alarming were the ability-wielding zombies that had retained their powers after infection, using their abilities mindlessly. which posed an even greater threat. Consequently, it had become a grim reality that individuals venturing out often failed to return. Please, my husband has been missing since he left last night. I beg you to help me find him. I will give you all my supplies, please. Bring him back to me, implored a tall woman clad in a black down jacket, cotton pants, and snow boots, her cracked leather gloves and gray knitted hat, along with a matching scarf, completing her appearance. She was grasping the hand of a girl bundled up like a small dumpling, whose large, expressive eyes were starkly black and white. The mother and daughter, frantic, sought assistance from returning ability wielders. An elderly couple, hand in hand, also approached the returning ability wielders, urgently inquiring, "Have you seen our son and daughter? They have been gone from the settlement for a day. They said they wouldn't go far. Has anyone seen them?" They had sent their children out with hope in their hearts to gather supplies, only to find themselves waiting in vain, regretting their decision to let them leave. Nearby, others shared their similar anxieties. "My brother was with you. Why didn't he return with you? Have you seen my boyfriend?" "Well, my father said he'd be back shortly every evening." After dusk, anxious individuals lingered at the entrance of the command center on the first floor of Building 1, questioning the safely returned ability wielders about their loved ones, some pleading softly, others in a state of hysteria. It had become an unspoken norm for those venturing out to return by nightfall. Many would only be gone for a few hours, and if they were not back by dark, it was assumed they would not return, especially those who had been missing since the previous night. Even those who ventured out in groups faced the same fate. The returning teammates could only provide some supplies to the families of the missing as a form of consolation. Chapter 31. The disappearance of the night patrol team. Having endured the apocalypse for so long, everyone had grown accustomed to death, even within the rescue station. There were occasional fatalities, and only those close to the deceased mourned, while others observed with indifference. After all, no one could predict how long they would survive. There was little time to concern oneself with others. However, the deceased within the settlement were typically ordinary individuals, due to their physical conditions and underlying health issues. The prolonged exposure to extreme cold could trigger other complications leading to sudden death, or, under immense pressure, individuals might succumb to emotional breakdowns, choosing to venture out in search of oblivion. This was all too commonplace. In contrast, ability wielders, having undergone physical and mental enhancements during their awakening, were less prone to unexplained deaths. Thus, when the night patrol team, composed of ability wielders, vanished without a trace overnight, it instantly incited panic throughout the entire Western District. The incident occurred in the neighboring community of Cheng Jing, known as Jaha Garden. The night patrol team consisted of 14 members, 7 official ability-wielding rescue team members, and 7 hired ability wielders, paired in teams of 2 to act in unison. Around 2 a.m., the night patrol members reported no irregularities, yet by 8 a.m. the following morning, they had failed to show up for their shift. According to satellite phone tracking, all members had proceeded to the basement after sending their reports. It is important to note that all access points to the basements within the communities had been sealed and welded shut. Entry was only possible from outside the community. Following the partitioning of the district, all designated settlement communities had been surrounded by additional iron fencing. The zombies in the basements had been cleared by the ability wielders, and any remaining had retreated into the dark corners due to the frigid weather. The night patrol team, accompanied by official personnel, should not have had the means to enter the basement casually. However, the last signals from the 14-member team's satellite phones were traced to the basement. The severity of the situation was unprecedented, prompting Zhou Li to call Cheng Jing, inviting him to the scene, and Jiang Nian accompanied him. They soon discovered 14 damaged satellite phones beside a load-bearing pillar near the basement entrance. The ground bore extensive bloodstains dragged across it, leading into the dark depths of the basement. For safety reasons, Zhou Li did not permit anyone to venture deeper. Given the uncertainty of the situation, it was wise to exercise caution in a place where 14 ability wielders had mysteriously disappeared. The likelihood of any survivors from the night patrol team was virtually non-existent. Thus, after a thorough examination of the basement's periphery, Zhou Li personally collected one of the damaged satellite phones in a box and called off the search. Emerging from the basement, everyone was left in a fog, uncertain as to why the 14-member team had descended below. Yet, what instilled even greater dread was the fact that not a single member of the team had escaped or sent out a distress signal. With solemn expressions, They returned to the command center, where Zhou Li requested Cheng Jing to remain behind while the others dispersed. Having been involved in numerous decision-making processes, Zhou Li harbored a subtle reliance and trust in Cheng Jing. As Huang Qian and the others speculated about various scenarios, Jiang Nian remained silent. Except for Cheng Jing, no one knew of his abilities, which were rather unique. Thus, even if he sensed something amiss, he did not reveal it. Despite the pervasive stench of decay in the basement, he detected an unusual aura of abilities. Each ability wielder emitted distinct energy fluctuations, even among those with similar powers. Such subtle distinctions were challenging for the average person to discern, requiring the innate talent possessed by someone like him. After parting ways with Huang Qian and returning to the safe house, Jiang Nian sent Cheng Jing a message. "Jinga, I know what happened." Rather than engaging in futile speculation with Zhou Li, it would be more prudent for Jinga to return promptly and inquire directly. After sending the message, I turned on the heater and indulged in a feast of snacks. Approximately half an hour later, Cheng Jing returned and settled beside me. I casually offered him a bite before asking, "What does Zhou Li and the command room plan to do?" "They intend to enhance the security of Jia Garden, assembling more ability users to investigate. They will gradually search the community and its surroundings, followed by an examination of all residents," Cheng Jing replied, his words somewhat muffled by the food in his mouth. After finishing, he inquired, "What have you discovered?" "Due to the unique nature of my awakened abilities, I am particularly sensitive to fluctuations in supernatural energy. I am aware that, unlike other ability users who can merely sense the use of powers, I can discern the number of individuals employing abilities based on residual energy waves. Even when the energy signatures have faded over time, rendering them undetectable to others, I can still perceive them." Wiping my mouth, I slowly articulated, "Although the deceased ability squad comprised 14 individuals, there is only a singular energy signature emanating from the basement. This indicates that only one individual utilized their powers within that space, which likely belongs to the perpetrator responsible for the massacre of the night patrol team. There are only two plausible scenarios. Either one individual incapacitated all 14 ability users in a single strike, or the team had already perished before reaching the basement. Regardless of the situation, the assailant is undoubtedly formidable. To slay 14 experienced fighters without affording them any opportunity for resistance is beyond my capabilities." Cheng Jing's expression darkened further. As one of the first awakened ability users, possessing a rare dual attribute and ample combat experience, he prided himself on his prowess. However, even he recognized that incapacitating 14 combat-trained ability users in a single blow was an unattainable feat. I shook my finger thoughtfully. Perhaps the assailants struck them one by one. The night patrol operated in pairs, did they not? They could have dispatched one pair, then lured the remaining members into a trap using their phones, subsequently destroying the devices to erase any trace of data. I have encountered such tactics in my past life. They are merely the grim and unrefined means of conflict among ability user factions within the base. Regarding the issue of phone security, I mused that if this hypothesis were valid, we could simply interrogate the perpetrator later. Cheng Jing seemed to grasp my point, and then asked, "Can you determine whether the assailant was a person or a zombie based on the residual energy?" I shook my head. No, the attributes of abilities are quite stable. When a user transforms into a zombie, their powers remain untainted, making it impossible to discern their identity. At least, I have never heard of any ability mutations occurring upon zombification in my previous life. I continued, however, this incident was undoubtedly orchestrated by a human. At this stage, zombies lack the cognitive capacity for logical murder. Even during the later stages of the apocalypse, the few zombies that retain human consciousness are typically of a royal caliber. Given our current circumstances, should one of those appear, annihilation would be inevitable. What do you propose we do? Cheng Jing asked, exhaling deeply. Earlier, he and Zhou Li had speculated about the possibility of an ability-wielding zombie, which would have been terrifying. Now, with my reassurances, he felt somewhat relieved. Otherwise, he would have rushed to evacuate me from the West District. Chapter 32. Concern breeds chaos. I pondered seriously before responding. With such a commotion today, the assailant is likely to lay low for a while. Tomorrow, we should mobilize every available resource to interrogate the residents, searching for any anomalies. Cheng Jing nodded. I was thinking along the same lines. I will head to the command room shortly. You should stay indoors for the next few days. I sighed in exasperation.
Ying Ye.
My presence will significantly enhance efficiency. If the perpetrator happens to be a mental type ability user, my purification will ensure greater safety. My concerns were not unfounded. Those caught off guard by mental attacks often succumbed before they even realized what was happening. Cheng Jing shook his head firmly. Listen to me. Zhou Rongbin possesses a mental type ability. I will bring him along. It is far too dangerous to allow you to take such risks.
Just see if I listen to you.
I retorted defiantly, feeling a surge of rebelliousness. I rose and retreated to my room, rummaging through my belongings in search of new outdoor gear. Year. Cheng Jing called out, chasing after me and grasping my arm. I looked at him, my expression calm yet resolute. Cheng Jing, I am not weak or frail. I am a vigorous 21-year-old man, tall and strong, equipped with abdominal muscles and abilities. I am more than capable of holding my own in a fight. My physical constitution far exceeds that of my contemporaries. I see no reason why I should not do what any ordinary person can. I simply do not want you to take unnecessary risks. I can handle these matters. There is no such thing as overprotection, he replied, his face a mask of exasperation. He genuinely did not wish to argue over such trivialities. I shook my head vehemently. Let me put it this way. We are merely at the onset of the apocalypse. As time progresses, events like this will become commonplace and far worse occurrences will arise. What will you do then? Keep me cooped up at home? Cheng Jing's eyes lit up with understanding. Indeed. What could be better than ensuring your safety while I attend to my duties outside? That is precisely my aim.
You,
I exclaimed, incredulous at his nonchalant attitude. Given the current situation with us constantly together, you may think there is nothing amiss. But the real trials lie ahead, swarms of zombies and various calamities. If I cannot keep pace with you, I will only become a burden, dragging you down. I do not mind. I will manage. Cheng Jing interjected. I raised my voice in frustration. You may not mind, but I certainly do. After pacing the room in agitation, I muttered to myself, no fighting. Domestic violence is unacceptable. It would be a shame to mar that handsome face. We still have to be affectionate. Fighting is not an option. Cheng Jing was momentarily taken aback by my sudden outburst, realizing I was genuinely upset and hesitating to respond. After a few moments, I managed to regain my composure, lowering my voice and adopting a more earnest tone.
Yin.
I have died once before, and know that the weak have no right to choose death in an apocalypse. It is not that I do not trust you. I merely wish to cherish this second chance and strive to do better. If you genuinely wish to protect me, then my aspirations align with yours. At times, I found Cheng Jing's stubbornness irksome. We were so well matched in various aspects, and fighting side by side would be far more advantageous. Year. Cheng Jing attempted to placate me, but I waved him off. I will not listen. If you persist in treating me like a useless burden, we will break up. I would not allow myself to be perceived as worthless. I would rather die than accept that fate.
Jiang Nian.
Cheng Jing suddenly gripped my shoulders tightly, pulling me closer. What nonsense are you spouting? We may argue, but why mention breaking up? Those two words ignited a fire within him, reminiscent of the time Jiang Nian had unilaterally ended their relationship with such an attitude. Jiang Nian winced in pain, lifting his gaze to meet his eyes reddening. Do you not realize that after awakening your powers, your strength has significantly increased? If you render my hand useless, I suppose you shan't need to take me out anymore.
Right?
A top-tier ability user, excelling in every regard compared to others, yet utterly oblivious. For heaven's sake, if you exert any more force, you might dislocate my shoulder. If it were anyone else, this would be an unavoidable fight. Ugh, it hurts like hell. I apologize, I didn't mean to, Cheng Jing said, immediately loosening his grip to massage him gently. In his concern, he lost his rationality. And while he acknowledged that Jiang Nian possessed abilities and experience from a past life, though lacking in practice, there was no need for excessive worry. Yet, when faced with a situation, he found himself instinctively wanting to shield Jiang Nian. It had nearly become a reflex. The mere thought of a breakup was his greatest trigger. This is infuriating. Jiang Nian pinched him in irritation, resting his head against his chest, his tone softening. I don't want you to apologize. You did nothing wrong, nor did I. However, if we continue to interact solely according to your notions, issues will undoubtedly arise. I would perish without you. It's so frustrating. Why must we quarrel over such trivial matters? That one tea happened. Stop talking nonsense. Cheng Jing calmed down, feeling a heaviness in his heart. Jiang Nian continued. I merely wish to accompany you, not to be overly dramatic about life and death, but I hope that when challenges arise, we can face them together. I have some experience from my previous life, and we can cooperate splendidly. However, your actions make me feel utterly inept. I am fine with being supported, but not with being rendered useless. In any relationship, if there is too great a disparity in strength, it will ultimately falter due to exhaustion. Cheng Jing patted his back and nodded. I understand. This is the last time. You must promise me not to sulk over such matters again. We seem like fools, quarreling like children. After saying this, Jiang Nian released him and resumed searching for things. In truth, two grown men in a relationship need not be so melodramatic. All right. But you must promise me that regardless of how we argue, you must never mention breaking up. Cheng Jing, observing from the sidelines, no longer intervened, sincerely admitting his fault. Jiang Nian looked up. I don't intend to break up with you. I was merely using a metaphor. His shoulder still ached. Had he truly overstepped with that remark? Even if it was just a metaphor, it was unacceptable. In other matters, I will defer to you. But on this, you must concede to me. Cheng Jing was unyielding on this topic. Okay. Jiang Nian raised his hands in surrender. I was wrong, dear.
Oh.
Pamper me to the utmost. Cheng Jing's lips curled into a restrained smile as he approached to help him search for things. Chapter 33. Protecting One's Own. Jiang Nian, massaging his pained left shoulder, paused to sit at the edge of the bed, pulling down his collar to inspect the damage. To his astonishment, even through the thick fabric, 5 distinct fingerprints were visible, already turning purple. Had the clothing been any thinner, the injury would have been severe. If he had truly suggested a breakup, would Cheng Jing not have resorted to a dramatic display of despair? Noticing his actions, Cheng Jing felt a pang of guilt and apologized once more. I'll apply some medicinal alcohol later. I'm sorry for losing control of my emotions. It won't happen again. Instantly, Jiang Nian's anger flared again. With that instinctive force just moments ago, his shoulder would surely bear a mark. Was this considered domestic violence? Surely not, as it had not been intentional. TSK. Jiang Nian had always believed that finding a boyfriend more handsome than himself not only enhanced his own quality of life, but also mitigated anger during disputes. Merely looking at the other's face could ease his frustration. If the other showed even a hint of remorse, he would feel there was no need to remain angry. What was there to be angry about? Jingge had not intended any harm, merely fearing rejection once more. How could he not forgive him? As evening approached, Cheng Jing returned to the command room, articulating his thoughts based on Jiang Nian's discoveries. Zhou Li expressed agreement, and along with the others in the office, they discussed a further deployment plan. Afterward, they invited Cheng Jing to join them for dinner. With just a couple of simple dishes, Zhou Li opened a bottle of white wine. Despite the age difference, both were forthright individuals, making for a pleasant camaraderie. As night fell, Cheng Jing texted Jiang Nian to have dinner without him. After waiting for a while without a reply, he was unsure if Jiang Nian was busy or intentionally ignoring him. Zhou Li, observing his actions, glanced at the ring on Cheng Jing's ring finger and casually remarked, "You and Jiang Nian are partners." A declarative statement, delivered with certainty. In the presence of others, Cheng Jing bore the identity of captain, yet when with Jiang Nian, his sharpness naturally dulled. Though their interactions seemed ordinary, the aura between them was undeniably intimate. Cheng Jing did not deny it, twisting the ring on his finger. We're engaged. This was the first time since their arrival that someone had explicitly stated it. Zhou Li raised an eyebrow. So protective. Is that why you let him join the rescue team? The possessiveness and protective instinct of men seemed ingrained in their very genes. However, he perceived Jiang Nian as no mere pushover. Outwardly obedient, yet secretly harboring claws, he had a keen eye for people. He is different from us, Cheng Jing replied noncommittally, as Jiang Nian preferred to keep a low profile, and he himself was disinclined to let him participate too early. In his past life, Jiang Nian endured immense suffering. It was only natural to seek a more relaxed existence, now that conditions permitted.
Zhou Li nuddatult fully.
Indeed, he is different. Rest assured. I was merely inquiring without any ulterior motives. Even if Jiang Nian was neither a member of the rescue team nor an ability user, The significance Cheng Jing placed on him was evident. Jiang Nian was far from ordinary. Zhou Li reasonably speculated that the proposals and ideas Cheng Jing shared had been discussed with Jiang Nian. Naturally, he would not recklessly offend him, as that would benefit no one. Cheng Jing was unconcerned with the implications of Zhou Li's words, as long as they did not acknowledge it. Others' curiosity about Jiang Nian mattered little. It was nearly 11 o'clock when Cheng Jing finally departed, returning to the 10th floor. He knocked for quite some time at the door, but Jiang Nian did not come out to greet him as usual. Resigned, he used his key to unlock the door. Inside, only a small night light illuminated the space, a heater hummed softly, and the electric blanket on the bed was in use. Jiang Nian was curled up in a thick blanket, with only his plush head visible. "Nian Nian?" Cheng Jing called tentatively, but the figure under the blanket did not respond, appearing genuinely asleep. After showering and brushing his teeth, Cheng Jing used his powers to dispel the chill from his skin before sliding under the covers. To his surprise, Jiang Nian was playing with a Tetris game console, engrossed in the glowing screen, offering him not a glance. He knew the other was still harboring lingering emotions from earlier. They had reconciled after the quarrel, so why was he being ignored? Cheng Jing, feeling slightly miffed, snatched the game console and placed it on the bedside table. Then turned to pin Jiang Nian down. "Didn't he hear me?" Jiang Nian, without hesitation, retorted, his expression clearly betraying that he was doing it on purpose. "Little liar." Cheng Jing lowered his head and bit into his neck, his large hand brushing aside his clothing to inspect his shoulder. The medicinal alcohol he had applied proved effective, with the marks nearly faded. "Let go, it hurts," Jiang Nian mumbled, attempting to push his hand away and adjust his pajamas. Yet, Cheng Jing firmly held his hand down. Leaning in to kiss him softly, "I'll be careful not to touch your shoulder. We won't be doing this today." Jiang Nian turned his head to the side. "But I want to." Cheng Jing, adopting a playful demeanor, exhaled a breath laced with the scent of alcohol, his presence overwhelmingly assertive. The tender yet forceful action swiftly dissipated Jiang Nian's fleeting emotions. As they became increasingly absorbed in the moment, Jiang Nian had to concede that Cheng Jing had mastered the most effective means of communication and affection between lovers. After a night of peaceful coexistence, the following morning, the command center assembled all available personnel to conduct a comprehensive search of the Jia Garden. The estate comprised 15 buildings, each with 23 floors, and 2 stairwells serving 4 households per floor. Consequently, the official rescue team, in collaboration with other teams of supernatural beings, organized 20 temporary search squads. Apart from Cheng Jing's team of 9, each of the other squads consisted of 10 members, with each team assigned to a specific building, while the remaining 5 teams searched for additional clues throughout the community. The search commenced at 7 in the morning. Since the command post for the Western District was situated within their community, residents from other neighborhoods frequently arrived, and Cheng Jing and his companions often visited the command center, rendering them familiar faces to many in Jia Garden. This familiarity was particularly poignant for those whose loved ones had not returned after venturing out. For instance, in their investigation of Building 13, they encountered an elderly couple residing in Unit 501 who had aged significantly after losing their children. Their eyes were clouded, yet they anxiously inquired about the status of their son and daughter. Dressed in heavy clothing, they coughed violently upon speaking, their frail bodies swaying precariously. To Jiang Nian, it was evident that their time was limited. Furthermore, they recognized the occupants of Unit 1805, the woman who had sought help at the command center days earlier to find her husband, along with her daughter. Once a family of 3, they had been left to survive on meager rations after the husband, possessing the ability to manipulate metal, failed to return after his outing. Both mother and daughter appeared haggard. Although each floor contained 4 units, most real estate developers avoided the number 4, hence Unit 1804 had been designated as 1805. Just as Cheng Jing's team finished their inspection of the 4 units on the 17th floor and prepared to ascend, they spotted the woman from Unit 1805, leading her daughter, wrapped in layers with only her eyes visible, down the staircase, seemingly on her way out. Chapter 34. The pitiful souls. The woman's eyes were devoid of life and heavy with fatigue. Upon seeing them, she displayed little reaction. It was Huang Qian who called out Ms. Lin. The little girl, clad in a pink down jacket, had her face nestled within an adorable panda scarf, revealing only a pair of strikingly beautiful, albeit hollow, eyes. She appeared somewhat out of place, timidly hiding behind her mother. The woman paused at the staircase, her voice hoarse and indifferent. "May I ask what the matter is?" Noticing the fear in the child's eyes, Cheng Jing and the others refrained from advancing, allowing Huang Qian and the approachable Jiang Nian to approach the mother-daughter duo for inquiries. Perhaps due to neglect, their clothing was filthy, emanating an unpleasant odor, a peculiar mix of strong perfume and the stench of medicine. While Huang Qian spoke with the woman, Jiang Nian glanced at the resident registry, noting the names, Lin Qin, her husband Shan Qingfei, and their daughter Shanya. After committing the names to memory, Jiang Nian produced a lollipop and offered it to the timid little girl. "Xiaoya, right? Don't be afraid. Here I say lollipop for you." Xiaoya met Jiang Nian's gentle gaze and relaxed slightly, eyeing the lollipop, swallowing hard but not reaching for it, instead tugging at her mother's hand. The woman, who had been conversing with Huang Qian, looked down with a smile. "If it's from this brother, you should take it. You need to thank him." "Thank you, brother." Xiaoya's voice was somewhat wooden. After saying this, she accepted the lollipop, placing it in her clothing pocket, her large eyes intently studying Jiang Nian, whose face was only partially visible. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Nian inquired about their destination. Xiaoya instinctively glanced at her mother before whispering, "We're going to the command center to get medicine." Jiang Nian paused. "Is someone unwell?" The medicinal scent seemed to stem from this. Xiaoya shook her head. "Not me, it's mommy." At this moment, the woman interjected, "After the apocalypse, I've become increasingly anxious. I need to take medication to sleep every night. My husband used to gather quite a lot of calming medicine, but since he went out and hasn't returned, we've run out." "My condolences," Jiang Nian sighed softly, at a loss for how to comfort the unfortunate mother and daughter. The woman shook her head, tears beginning to form, yet they crystallized before falling. Her voice choked. "After enduring for days, I simply can't take it anymore. I wanted to collect a bit more medicine while inquiring about Xiaoya's father."
I am sorry.
"But could you delay your inspection a little? I'm really struggling to control my emotions."
Please don't cry.
As the woman began to tear up, her emotions surging, Huang Qian ceased her questioning and turned to Cheng Jing, whispering, "Boss, let us check other units first. In this weather, fluctuating emotions can lead to illness. They are already pitiful enough." Cheng Jing nodded in agreement, addressing the mother and daughter. "It's too cold. Please return home early." With that, he led his team onward to continue their search on the upper floors. However, as Jiang Nian ascended the staircase, Xiaoya suddenly called out to him, "Brother, can you save my daddy?" "Xiaoya, don't say that." The woman, now visibly distressed, hastily wiped her eyes, pulling her daughter close. "Be good. The brothers are very busy. They can't go out." The others turned to glance back, but continued their ascent, while Cheng Jing frowned slightly. Jiang Nian hesitated, unable to ignore the hopeful glimmer in her eyes, yet the harsh reality weighed heavily on him as he ultimately shook his head. "I'm sorry, Xiaoya. I can't help you." Faced with those hollow, pleading eyes, he would have acquiesced to a different request, but how could he save someone who had gone missing? They couldn't even find a body. Xiaoya stared at him for a moment, then looked at Cheng Jing, whose expression was serious. Finally, she bit her lip, lowering her head. "All right then, please don't come."
I am sorry.
With that, she turned away. "Xiaoya, you mustn't be rude." The woman reproached her daughter with tear-filled eyes, casting an apologetic glance at Jiang Nian. "I'm sorry. The child has been quite affected." "It's all right. Please take care of yourselves," Jiang Nian responded, turning to ascend the stairs. Cheng Jing felt a surge of discontent but chose to remain silent. As they rounded the corner of the staircase, the woman crouched down, tightly embracing her daughter. Xiaoya, clutching her scarf and biting her lip, allowed her tears to flow, crystallizing as they hit the ground. The two clung to one another, weeping, the little girl trembling uncontrollably. Hearing their cries, Jiang Nian felt a heaviness settle in his heart. Such tragedies were commonplace in the apocalypse, yet facing them up close was always distressing, especially considering the hardships the woman and child endured in these chaotic times. He was not a saint, but he was not devoid of compassion either. Cheng Jing glanced back, patting his shoulder. "Do not overthink. When circumstances surpass our control, we are rendered powerless." "I understand." Jiang Nian inhaled deeply, the frigid air chilling not only the heart but also ensuring clarity of mind. The investigation proceeded smoothly. as not every floor was fully occupied, thus the workload was manageable. By 4 in the afternoon, the inspection teams returned to the command room, with 3 members from each team remaining to participate in a debriefing. Cheng Jing retained Jiang Nian and Zhao Lei. Within the entire complex, only a few households, like that of Xiaoya and her mother, happened to be out when the inspection occurred, preventing access for verification. Each team compiled a list of uninspected residents, planning to conduct another inquiry after dinner when everyone had returned home. As the debriefing commenced, however, no substantial leads emerged. Even an additional visit to the basement yielded no new findings, although it did inadvertently draw out several lurking zombies that were subsequently dealt with. In the meeting room, repurposed from the property management hall, others were engrossed in discussions regarding the investigation's findings. Jiang Nian, as a mere member of the team, attracted little attention and casually picked up the death reports from the resettlement point to glance over. Each day, fatalities occurred at the resettlement point, and the so-called investigations were merely brief narratives, dying from illness, succumbing to the cold, disappearing after leaving home, and so forth. Jiang Nian's gaze lingered on the names of the recently reported missing individuals. Although they resided in different buildings and the intervals of their disappearances varied, 2 commonalities emerged. First, they lived alone without relatives, either assigned to solitary accommodations or having lost their cohabitants. Second, they vanished abruptly. The day prior, they had appeared well enough to collect supplies. Yet the night watch discovered their absence the following day, with the collected provisions untouched. Consequently, investigators speculated that these individuals went missing on the night they received their supplies. Since the doors were not locked and neighboring residents reported no unusual sounds, the investigation reports concluded with the assumption of voluntary departure. After all, the resettlement point imposed no restrictions on residents' freedom, leaving a shelter at any hour implied acceptance of the risks involved. Chapter 35. Who is the killer? Death had become so commonplace that, at a cursory glance, it seemed unremarkable to those without ulterior motives. Jiang Nian, driven to investigate and compare, began to uncover subtle clues. If it were a supernatural being leaving the shelter unbidden, it might be understandable, but where could an ordinary person go in such frigid weather? The likelihood of someone intentionally seeking death seemed minimal, if one truly wished to perish. It would be simpler to forsake blankets or wear insufficient clothing to achieve a more dignified end, rather than the hassle of venturing outside. Additionally, the pattern of one person disappearing every 2 to 3 days was somewhat systematic. Juxtaposed with normal deaths, a closer examination rendered it conspicuously abnormal. After perusing several reports of missing ordinary citizens, Jiang Nian sat quietly, listening to the ongoing discussions. Except for him, everyone else fixated on the deaths of the 14 Night Watch team members. This was understandable, as the sudden loss of 14 supernatural beings was profoundly shocking. Yet, simultaneously, individuals became entangled in their thoughts, neglecting certain inconspicuous details. The killer's hunt did not commence with the Night Watch team but rather targeted ordinary citizens, indicating that the assassin aimed to stealthily eliminate them. When they returned to the safe house from the command room, it was nearly 7, and darkness had enveloped the sky. Huang Qian and the others reported back, after visiting the households that had not been inspected during the day, stating that Xiaoya and her mother were not at home and intended to return the following morning. Cheng Jing said nothing, preparing dinner and inviting Jiang Nian to eat. Jiang Nian now filled his pockets with snacks whenever he ventured out, indulging in them frequently, resulting in a meager dinner of half a bowl of rice and a chicken leg. He then wrapped himself in a small blanket and nestled by the stove, engrossed in his phone. Once Cheng Jing finished his meal and tidied up, he noticed their pet hamster had resumed raiding the snack stash, devouring one bag after another. Entirely forgetting his earlier declaration of being full, Cheng Jing contemplated reminding Jiang Nian to eat less junk food and more nutritious meals, yet refrained as he saw the joy on Jiang Nian's face. After all, he thought better of it, knowing that any admonitions would only lead to complaints about his overbearing nature. Instead, he opted for a more subtle reminder. Make sure to drink plenty of water while snacking. Understood, Brother Jing, Jiang Nian replied without lifting his head, yet his response was eloquent. When Cheng Jing sat down, Jiang Nian deftly offered him a bite, effectively silencing him. Very well, since he could not win this battle, he decided to join in. Thus, Cheng Jing turned the conversation back to the matter at hand. Delicious. Have you discovered anything new today? Upon discussing serious matters, Jiang Nian set aside his phone and looked up to respond. I have found that the killer is far more formidable than I initially suspected, likely possessing dual attributes, one of which is probably teleportation, and possibly aided by a concealed accomplice. His tone was resolute as he swiftly finished a bag of snacks and opened another of cold tripe. Continuing to speak while sharing his findings and speculations regarding the recent death reports from Jaha Garden, he concluded they are not merely missing. It is highly probable that they were taken by a supernatural entity, perhaps after being attacked and subsequently transported to a basement or similar location, where disposing of bodies would be convenient. This is not mere conjecture. It is derived from clues and experiences from my past life. And I would wager an 80% certainty. Cheng Jing contemplated the implications, following with his own analysis. This explains why the Night Watch teams ultimately ended up in the basement. The killer possesses the ability to teleport individuals and wields a potent offensive capability, ensuring a swift and lethal strike. Whether through physical or mental assault, the mere thought is enough to send shivers down one's spine. Almost certainly, Jiang Nian affirmed, though the motive behind the killer's actions remained elusive. Nonetheless, it was clear that his original intent was to discreetly eliminate an individual every few days, without intention of targeting the Night Watch teams. It seemed probable that the Night Watch had stumbled upon something they weren't meant to see and were subsequently silenced. Jiang Nian continued, his thoughts racing with various hypotheses, yet the connections between clues eluded him, as if something vital was missing. What could be the motive of a supernatural being who secretly kills an individual every couple of days and transports them to a basement? To cultivate zombies? But what benefit would that provide? Could it be that the entity had the ability to control zombies? That notion was utterly terrifying. The more Cheng Jing speculated, the graver his expression became, as the implications grew increasingly chilling. Following his train of thought, Jiang Nian shook his head. For a living person to control zombies, one would need to undergo a specific mutation or infection that aligns their mental capacities with those of the undead. In simpler terms, they would need to become a zombie while retaining their sanity. At least in my previous life, I had never heard of anyone possessing the ability to control zombies. After a brief pause, a spark of inspiration struck him, and he muttered to himself. However, raising zombies might indeed be plausible. Who among the living would opt to nurture a zombie, given their uncontrollable and perilous nature, unless... Cheng Jing instinctively interjected, but abruptly halted mid-sentence, exchanging a knowing glance with Jiang Nian. Jiang Nian, prompted by this synchronicity, felt the missing pieces of the puzzle connect in a flash of insight, and they simultaneously exclaimed, "Unless the zombies are their relatives." With a resounding clap of realization, Jiang Nian declared, "Yes, precisely. That is the only scenario that would render the nurturing of zombies by ordinary individuals justifiable." As he spoke, he set down his snacks and grabbed a tissue to wipe his mouth, eagerly organizing the information swirling in his mind, his excitement palpable. The killer's loved ones have turned into zombies. They are killing people to feed them. In the current situation, a person going missing every 1 to 3 days would not arouse much suspicion. Cheng Jing completely concurred, interjecting, after being discovered by the night patrol team, silencing them and redirecting the clues to suggest they voluntarily entered the basement, the majority would merely speculate about their motives for descending into the depths, naturally assuming they were the initial victims. When nothing substantial could be unearthed in the basement, the matter would be conveniently dismissed as a result of a zombie attack, allowing him to quietly resume his clandestine killings once the uproar subsided. In most cases, for an event to hold water, it must possess a certain degree of logic. Even the most irrational of lunatics harbor some motives and desires. Indeed, with the multitude of incidents plaguing the West District settlement and the daily occurrences of death, once it is concluded that the cause was a zombie attack, the matter could swiftly be swept under the rug. It must be said, this is a clever strategy. Jiang Nian felt a twinge of admiration for the other party. Had he not been reborn with a keener insight than the average university student, the outcome of this situation in the current environment would likely have been rather hasty. Moreover, few would pursue the matter further. With new crises arising daily, even relatives would scarcely have the bandwidth to dwell on past grievances, with their own survival at stake. Who has the energy to ponder the deceased? After a moment of regret, people would naturally conclude, it is commonplace for abilities users to perish at the hands of their zombified counterparts. This is the apocalypse. The domain of the undead. Chapter 36. Suspects. Currently, all abilities users within the West District are required to report their abilities. I shall investigate tomorrow. Cheng Jing clasped his fingers beneath his chin, his expression considerably more relaxed. The unknown is the most terrifying aspect, now that he had a lead. The inexplicable pressure weighing upon his heart began to dissipate. Primarily due to his concern for Jiang Nian while they were acting together, his inability to grasp the overarching situation was a source of worry. I doubt we'll uncover anything. Jiang Nian replied lazily, picking at the remnants of snacks as he spoke. Abilities can be concealed and unreported, much like myself. Of course. It is also possible that the individual only reported one attribute to obfuscate the truth, yet I lean towards the notion that he is presently masquerading as an ordinary person, and quite adeptly at that. Cheng Jing rubbed his temples. Regardless of the situation, I must visit the command room tomorrow to discuss this with Zhou Li and the others. Discreetly investigating without alarming the snakes. Fine, once we have a lead, I will accompany you. Jiang Nian's expression turned serious, his gaze fixed intently on his boyfriend. Should he dare to refuse, he would undoubtedly resort to action, determined to touch those well-defined abs until they were sore. Agreed. Cheng Jing, despite his reluctance, found it impossible to refuse. Aware of his internal conflict, Jiang Nian feigned ignorance, knowing that with more battles fought side by side, Jingo would eventually grow accustomed to it. Half an hour later, the serious discussions concluded, transitioning into a time for relaxation and affectionate banter. Cheng Jing, burdened by worry, could only vent his frustrations upon the bed. Jiang Nian could distinctly sense the underlying emotions Cheng Jing harbored these past few days, fierce and intense. Yet he found no suitable reason to reproach him. Primarily, he himself was enjoying the situation, and bringing up matters post factum would seem rather inappropriate. Oh well. Aside from a slight soreness in his back, it was of little consequence. The following morning, Cheng Jing headed to the command room, sharing with Zhou Li and a few others the conjectures he had discussed with Jiang Nian, cautioning them against spreading the word. Zhou Li, grasping the gravity of the matter, engaged in a thorough analysis alongside him and subsequently felt that the truth was likely quite close. He boldly suggested delegating the issue to their small team for resolution, with others providing support, and promised that any resources within the West District would be prioritized for their squad in the future. Cheng Jing agreed. Yet after thoroughly reviewing the registry of abilities users in the West District, he found, as Jiang Nian had predicted, that nothing of value had been uncovered. A day was squandered with little progress. Fortunately, the past 2 nights had been uneventful. Just as they began to gain a lead, they hit a snag. Cheng Jing found himself distracted during meals, constantly sensing an obvious clue that had been overlooked, until Huang Qian called, informing him that aside from the mother and daughter in Unit 1805, all previously overlooked residents of Jiahe Garden had been investigated without revealing any anomalies. Why was Unit 1805 unable to be checked? It had been 2 days. Cheng Jing recalled the mother and daughter and the encounter they had, and suddenly a spark of realization ignited in his mind. What else could it be? Clearly, the woman had dragged her daughter downstairs early in the morning to act as a lookout. When we visited in the morning, she had gone down, and when we returned in the evening, she had not returned home. It was confirmed that the door was locked from the outside. It was quite infuriating. Huang Qian could not help but complain, then sighed. I just wanted to inform you. I'll wait for her at the command room entrance this afternoon and return home with her. Just a mother and daughter, let it be. As she was on speakerphone, Jiang Nian instinctively interjected, but halfway through, he furrowed his brow in contemplation. Moments later, he took the phone from Huang Qian and said, Sister Qian, you should rest. There's no need to concern yourself any further. I'll sort out with Jinga later. You've run around enough and must be tired. Wow, Nian Nian, you truly are a little cotton-padded jacket for your sister. All right then, goodbye. The line went dead, and Jiang Nian snapped back to reality, helplessly sighing. Indeed, the more beautiful the woman, the more adept she is at charming others. Jiang Nian placed his phone aside and, with an expression that conveyed a myriad of emotions, explained to the somewhat speechless Cheng Jing, I suddenly feel we should visit Xiaoya's home. It was an inexplicable intuition that struck him out of the blue. The mother and daughter were clearly aware that the rescue team was conducting investigations throughout the entire community, yet they had coincidentally been absent whenever the staff arrived. which was evidently deliberate. Even if they were emotionally unstable, such behavior was unwarranted. Cheng Jing pondered for a moment before stating plainly, "I believe there is something amiss with the Xiaoya mother and daughter." While the two undoubtedly appeared pitiable and fragile, this did not preclude him from harboring suspicions once logic was applied. Jiang Nian did not contest this notion, as he shared the same doubt, however. Upon reflecting on his last encounter with Xiaoya and her mother, he could not pinpoint any irregularities. Had Huang Qian not called, he might never have connected the dots. Cheng Jing noticed his confusion and, weighing his words, articulated his thoughts. "You might have been led to empathy by Xiaoya," failing to notice that the reactions of the mother and daughter that day appeared normal. "However, I find it concerning that Xiaoya later sought your help and asked you not to return. What did Xiaoya say to me?" Jiang Nian mused. Xiaoya had only uttered 2 sentences to him. "Brother, can you save my dad? And then don't come anymore." The former was a plea for assistance from a little girl, while the latter was her somewhat impolite response when he, feeling powerless, declined. Cheng Jing continued. "Xiaoya's registered age is 12. Though she appears somewhat frail, she is, by calculation, a 5th or 6th grade student, thus possessing a sound capacity for logic and articulation in communication. Her inquiry about whether you could save her father is phrased rather peculiarly. She is aware that her father is missing, and when seeking help, one would typically say bring back or find him. After all, you had given her a candy." She had been merely reserved, not panicked to the point of incoherence. "That does seem odd," Jiang Nian conceded, his expression shifting as he considered this anew. Children's expressions of need should be more direct. Xiaoya's phrasing was somewhat convoluted and abnormal. Cheng Jing proceeded with a deeper analysis. "Upon your rejection, she implored you not to return, at the time merely perceiving it as a child's moment of discontent, yet in retrospect, it may well have been a subtle hint. Perhaps her father had not returned from an outing, and she was aware of his plight, hence her inquiry into your ability to save him." "Indeed." Jiang Nian suddenly grasped the thread of the conversation. "It was because she believed I could not save her father that she urged me to refrain from visiting. It is conceivable that her father was infected by a zombie during one of his excursions, and she, along with her mother, resorted to unspeakable acts to sustain him, ensuring they were never home when the authorities came to investigate. This theory aligns perfectly. It is even plausible that their excursions were a mere facade. Utilizing their ability to teleport, as you mentioned, they could transport themselves to any familiar location without the need to use the front door, thus evading detection effortlessly." Cheng Jing, upon concluding his thoughts, met Jiang Nian's gaze, and they both recognized the disbelief mirrored in each other's eyes. The peculiar behavior of the mother and daughter, though apparent, was remarkably easy to overlook. If Huang Qian or others had been slightly negligent, they might have dismissed their pitiful attempts to evade scrutiny after a few failed inspections without reporting them. Who would suspect them? Chapter 37. The Truth. The pair deliberated over numerous details and ultimately concurred that the perpetrators were undoubtedly the mother and daughter duo. The only uncertainty that remained was which of the two possessed the troublesome dual attribute ability. The next step was to gain entry into their residence, room 1805 of Building 13, to uncover the answers. At dinner time, Cheng Jing summoned his teammates to discuss the truth he and Jiang Nian had deduced and to strategize their plan. He, Jiang Nian, and Huang Qian would proceed to room 1805 after 7 o'clock, while the others would remain on standby around Building 13 and the basement. After all, confronting the mother and daughter in greater numbers may not be advantageous, especially given the ambiguity surrounding their true abilities. A larger group could complicate matters, and a smaller, adequately skilled team would minimize the risk of alerting them. Naturally, Zhou Li also allocated personnel, albeit discreetly, to monitor for any potential disturbances from the zombies lurking in the basement shadows. The teammates complied with the arrangement. They were not a ragtag group, and the unspoken understanding among them was swiftly reactivated. As night fell, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Cheng Jing led Jiang Nian and Huang Qian to the door of room 1805. And, as Huang Qian had predicted, the door remained locked from the outside, suggesting the inhabitants had not returned. The three exchanged glances, and Cheng Jing raised his hand to the door, activating his ability to breach the lock before swiftly entering and closing the door behind them. Upon entry, a foul stench, characteristic of the undead, assaulted their senses, even making them nauseous despite their protective masks. Simultaneously, Jiang Nian lowered her voice to alert them. There are 3 distinct waves of abilities present here, contrary to their initial assumptions. It was not merely one individual with dual attributes, but rather the entire family had awakened their powers. Inside the living room, a lamp illuminated the ceiling, casting a dim light that revealed most of the area. Xiaoya, wrapped in a blanket, buried her face in her knees, covering her ears, trembling and quietly weeping on a filthy fabric sofa. From the direction of the master bedroom came the intermittent sounds of a woman's choked pleas alongside the unsettling noise of something being torn apart. A chill breeze swept in through the door, causing the sobbing girl to instinctively look up, revealing a delicate, pallid visage marred by tear stains. Yet her gaze remained vacant and unfocused. Upon seeing Jiang Nian and the others enter, Xiaoya froze momentarily. "Brother, why are you here?" However, the next second, panic seized her, and she dashed toward the bedroom, crying out, "Mommy!" Yet, she barely took a few steps before Huang Qian, who had been prepared, swiftly ensnared her with a vine, effortlessly subduing her before she could react. Jiang Nian marveled once more at Huang Qian's multifaceted talents. Who wouldn't he admire such a graceful and formidable sister? The events unfolded in a flash, unnoticed by those within the bedroom. Huang Qian laid Xiaoya back onto the sofa, covering her with a blanket. The trio then advanced toward the master bedroom, with Cheng Jing and Huang Qian leading the way and Jiang Nian trailing behind. A faint glow emanated from within, and Cheng Jing twisted the doorknob only to discover it was locked from the inside. After a brief moment, the woman's voice emerged, weak and sobbing. "Xiaoya, just wait a little longer. Once Daddy has eaten enough, you can take him away. Mommy promises this is the last time." Hearing this, the 3 exchanged knowing glances. Realizing Xiaoya was the teleportation ability user, this meant that without her, there was no risk of escape, explaining the little girl's earlier rush toward the bedroom.
Ms.
"Lin, it's us. If you don't mind, we will take Xiaoya with us. She is terrified and has been crying," Jiang Nian spoke up. During her dialogue, Cheng Jing had already woven a protective net of lightning around them, while Huang Qian manipulated her vines, poised for an immediate strike. After a lengthy silence, the woman's raspy voice finally broke through. "It's you've come back," followed by a heart-wrenching sob. "I never desired this, but I cannot bear to be without him. I'm so sorry." Cheng Jing interjected sternly, "Come out. Given the circumstances, you owe us an explanation." For Xiaoya's sake. The woman's voice suddenly grew agitated. "There's nothing to explain. My husband was bitten by a zombie while scavenging for supplies. But as long as he consumes flesh and uses my ability, he can remain with us. He can stay quiet. He is different from the zombies outside." Huang Qian and Cheng Jing exchanged puzzled glances, while Jiang Nian, after a moment of contemplation, connected the dots. "You possess a mental control ability. Before he lost consciousness, you hypnotized him, allowing him to remain calm, which is how you have resorted to murder, sacrificing someone every few days to feed him. A family trio, father with metal manipulation, mother with mental control, and daughter with teleportation, was indeed formidable. Yet, the sounds emanating from the room indicated that the father had fully succumbed to the undead, making the woman's ability rather peculiar. Could it be that familial bonds allowed for a semblance of control over the undead? The woman, while coaxing her zombie husband to eat, continued, "I do my utmost to prevent him from harming others. He has never hurt anyone. That is because you have facilitated his desires. You kill for him." Cheng Jing coldly interrupted, using his lightning to melt the door lock. "He asked me to end his suffering, but I can't let go. In this apocalypse, countless lives are lost daily. What's wrong with me killing one every few days? If it weren't for the lack of supplies, he wouldn't have to go out at all. He was infected like everyone else." The woman's voice escalated into a frantic crescendo, prompting the previously quiet zombie to join in with a chilling roar. With a crash, the door burst open, and the powers of Cheng Jing and Huang Qian surged forth. However, a massive steel plate obstructed their advance, which subsequently split into several sharp blades, wildly assailing them. Amidst the cacophony of clashing metal, Huang Qian stifled a groan as she withdrew her powers, leaving a pile of severed branches on the ground. Nevertheless, the blades were ultimately dissolved by Cheng Jing's electric flames. The metallic powers were abruptly retracted, causing the protective net woven by Cheng Jing to dissolve. However, in the next moment, They were confronted by the woman's ghastly visage, her eyes and mouth streaming with blood. A brief pause ensued before they heard the woman utter in a dry, hollow voice, "Listen to me." The strange cadence, infused with the unique energy fluctuations of her abilities, penetrated their minds. Despite Cheng Jing and Huang Qian's awareness that something was amiss, a deep-seated consciousness recognized the suppression they were under, rendering them unable to resist and inducing a state of mental disarray. It was akin to the relaxation before slipping into a deep slumber, reminiscent of sleep paralysis, fully conscious yet unable to awaken. Chapter 38. The Depths of Human Malice. Fortunately, Jiang Nian had been prepared. With a thought, she commanded her purification powers to maintain her lucidity. As Cheng Jing and Huang Qian fell victim to the woman's influence, she promptly lifted her hand and struck them, channeling her blue-white energy through her palm to restore their dulled faculties. They instantly regained their wits, simultaneously perceiving that the woman's ability level appeared to surpass their own. Upon regaining clarity, Huang Qian manipulated vines to bind the woman, only to discover that her right palm, stripped of its glove, was marred by a gnawed patch of flesh, revealing decaying skin with blood that had begun to discolor, an evident sign of infection. Moreover, the woman's excessive use of her powers had caused her eyes, mouth, and nose to bleed profusely, presenting a grotesque sight. Yet, her depletion of energy was not a consequence of Cheng Jing and the others. It had been expended prior in controlling her zombified husband. After subduing the woman, Huang Qian turned her attention to the man, whose face had decayed into a half-zombie visage, rendering any semblance of his former self unrecognizable, and she could discern no distinction between him and other zombies. The rationale behind the woman's actions eluded her. Witnessing him howl in an attempt to wield his powers once more, Huang Qian did not hesitate to pierce his skull with her vines and envelop him in a cocoon.
No, don't kill him.
The woman cried out, her heart-rending wails echoing as she wept bitterly, her bloody tears obscuring her vision. Despite the room being warmer than the outside, it was not long before the blood and tears froze into icy shards upon her face. Once assured that the couple posed no further threat, the three surveyed the room that elicited profound physical discomfort. The spacious master bedroom contained but a single bed, cluttered with bricks and heavy debris. The zombified man was secured to an unusually reinforced chair, affixed to the bed by its weight. Thick cables, stained with blood, crisscrossed haphazardly between the bed and chair, evidently intended to prevent him from losing control of his powers, as chains had not been employed. The walls and floor were marred with dark, splattered bloodstains. Additionally, in the corner lay two large plastic bins, neatly stacked with segmented pieces of flesh. What kind of meat needed no further elaboration. Beside the bins was a stainless steel basin filled with a medley of powdered medications, ground together. A piece of blood-stained flesh lay discarded within, bearing a savage bite mark. From the scattered packaging of the medications, it was apparent that the basin contained various sedatives for calming, including both standard supplements and strictly regulated substances. "You fed him meat laced with sedatives." Jiang Nian seethed, recalling the woman's earlier lament about her anxiety preventing her from sleeping, a sentiment that had momentarily evoked sympathy within him, only to realize it had been directed toward this abhorrent purpose. Medications and human flesh. Although the efficacy of such actions in alleviating infection remained uncertain, the woman had diligently tended to her husband, committing the most inhumane acts, indifferent to the terror inflicted upon her daughter. Indeed, the depths of human malice are boundless. Those who appear pitiable and frail can harbor despicable traits. Humph. Exhausted from her weeping, the woman ceased her struggles, her once attractive features now grotesquely marred by blood and tears. "So what? I had already resigned myself when I killed the night watch patrol." Her dismissive proclamation left them momentarily speechless. What did it matter? In this world, it was merely a matter of death. Even the voices condemning her would not linger long. "How did you kill the 14 ability users?" Huang Qian inquired. Though she had already surmised the truth, she still wished to hear it from her lips. The woman, unreserved, tilted her head back to recall the events before responding. "Like I did with the other solitary individuals, my daughter's ability is teleportation. She brought them home, and I used my powers to dispose of them. How could you make a child do such things?" Huang Qian's voice was laced with fury. The woman's face twisted with a sickly distortion. She was weak-willed. "Initially, I told her that bringing people home would save her father. She wept and brought one back. But upon witnessing me feed the person to her father, she refused to continue. She even threatened to call the police for help, forcing me to constantly exert control over her. The mental strain was immense, and I became increasingly anxious. If I lost focus, she would momentarily regain clarity. Ha. At her words, the three of them collectively gasped in horror. How could such actions be undertaken by a mother? Those under mental control acted according to her dictates, yet their consciousness remained aware, trapped in a state of helplessness. The despair was unimaginable. However, the woman remained unfazed, continuing her tale. She was terrified, instinctively resisting my calming powers, often crying out, but she wouldn't run away. To avoid overstimulating her, I would dispose of the trash at night after my husband had eaten. That night, when I went downstairs to discard the garbage, the bag tore, and a group of people discovered bloodied clothing within. They came looking for me. Cheng Jing clenched his fists in rage.
Continue.
They knocked on the door, and I used my powers to compel them to enter the room. After acquiring their unlocked phones, I killed them, then tricked other groups using their phones' messaging apps. Cough, the woman swayed her head, the strain of her powers making her uncomfortable, and after a moment's respite, she concluded. I replicated the method, eventually using Xiaoya's ability to take them to the basement for dismemberment.
You deserve to die.
Cheng Jing seethed, wishing he could strike her down. How could she remain so obstinate over something even a child would understand, while still controlling her? As a fellow woman, Huang Qian yearned to crack open her skull to see what lay within. Crash. Jiang Nian kicked over the stainless steel basin, filled with powder medication, her fury uncontainable. Do you not realize the immense harm you are inflicting upon Xiaoya? Her consciousness is still intact. She knows she cannot save her father and has unwittingly contributed to the deaths of countless innocent lives. What will become of her future? Turning her head with great difficulty towards Jiang Nian, the woman murmured, "Oh, that day you gave her a piece of candy, during her brief moment of clarity. She warned you not to return. She constantly longs to seek help from others, but how could she? Woe is me." After weeping for a while, she began to speak to herself again. "I had initially planned to let her become infected after tonight, but I didn't expect you to arrive so soon. If that is the case, please take her away. It's all my fault. I'm sorry for her. You controlled her into killing so many innocents, and you believe a mere apology suffices? The lives of the victims and her own have been irrevocably destroyed." Huang Qian trembled with rage, her eyes stinging with tears. The wounds inflicted by loved ones linger for a lifetime, a sentiment she deeply understood. Cough, the woman violently expelled a mouthful of dark red blood, her voice hoarse and frenzied as she questioned, "Then what do you expect me to do? I merely wished for our family to be well, for she is the beloved daughter of her father." It was on that fateful day that she expressed a desire for sweets, prompting her father to venture out. She was at fault first, and should have endeavored alongside me. Amidst a tumult of laughter and tears, until the blood she coughed up grew increasingly dark and foul, she finally sighed, "It matters not, proceed, for I deserve this. You are the good ones. If Xiaoya inquires about you, simply inform her that I have transformed into her father, and I shall no longer impose upon her to engage in matters she detests." The three exchanged glances, recognizing the madness in this woman, who audaciously blamed a child for her own misdeeds. Huang Qian inhaled deeply and stepped forward, asking, "Is there anything else you wish to convey to Xiaoya?" After a prolonged silence, the woman dumbly shook her head. "No, she loathes me, believes I am deranged. I have wronged her and her father. He merely sought to retrieve the last of our supplies before departing, yet I compelled him to stay with my abilities, resulting in this dire circumstance. Her husband had urged her to live well and care for their daughter, yet her heart ached too greatly for her to comply. Each day, witnessing her daughter's puppet-like gaze filled her with sorrow. She understood her daughter as suffering and hatred towards her, recognized her selfishness, acknowledged her faults. Yet she harbored no regrets. Chapter 39. The Mutated Crystal Core. "Very well, let it be so." Cheng Jing gestured to Huang Qian and Jiang Nian, both of whom comprehended and turned to exit. "I am so sorry, the woman muttered, repeatedly apologizing to herself, feeling her throat constrict, her voice becoming increasingly hoarse and muffled. As she slowly closed her eyes, the visages of her daughter and husband began to blur in her mind. Exiting the bedroom, Jiang Nian beheld Xiaoya, who lay slumbering on the sofa, a flicker of coldness passing through his eyes, yet his heart ached. His teeth clenched tightly as he wrestled internally. Aside from the woman in the room, this girl before him was also an accomplice, even if she were under control. In this tumultuous world devoid of a proper judicial process, it was only natural that one should pay with their life for the act of murder. Yet, she was merely a pitiable child, ensnared by her mother's influence, manipulated by supernatural forces, lacking autonomy. Her desire to rescue her father was not wrong. The deception lay with her mother. Jiang Nian bent down, his palm trembling violently as it rested on Xiaoya's neck, yearning to exert force, but finding himself utterly incapable. Suddenly, Huang Qian, having dispatched the team messages, approached, her gaze sweeping over his hand as she remarked, "I struck just enough. She won T die. Let us leave. It reeks here." Without a second thought for the stunned Jiang Nian, she lifted Xiaoya, bundled in a blanket, and headed towards the door. Jiang Nian clenched his right hand tightly, rising to his feet and swallowing hard before calling out, "Sister Qian." Huang Qian paused and turned. "What is it?" Jiang Nian found himself momentarily speechless, suddenly feeling a sense of breathlessness. "I believe she should be killed. I want to kill her. She deserves death. Her world has crumbled. Awakening will only lead to her mental collapse. It would be better if she were dead." A whirlwind of thoughts lingered on his tongue. Yet as he met Huang Qian's gaze and the pallid visage of Xiaoya in her arms, the words faltered, caught in his throat. After a brief moment of shared silence, Huang Qian softened her tone. "Jiang Nian?" Ultimately, he took a deep breath and lowered his head. "Let us go." Huang Qian turned, cradling Xiaoya, and glanced down as they exited. Outside the entrance awaited the individuals Zhou Li had arranged, and Huang Qian informed them that the situation had been resolved, and they descended together. Minutes later, the lights in room 1805 flared ominously, accompanied by spine-chilling screams that echoed from the foul-smelling doorway throughout the entire neighborhood. Zhao Lei and his team swiftly gathered and met them downstairs, observing Xiaoya in Huang Qian's arms without probing further. However, the oppressive aura surrounding Jiang Nian rendered others hesitant to engage him in conversation. After a brief interval, Cheng Jing descended after having thoroughly disinfected room 1805 with high temperature. Following a succinct discussion, Cheng Jing instructed the others to return home while he, Jiang Nian, and Huang Qian took Xiaoya to the command center. In the presence of Zhou Li, Cheng Jing recounted the entire sequence of events, concluding, "Thus, the situation unfolded. Although Xiaoya was under control, she has indeed become an accomplice. Her mother's deception and manipulation have thrust her into this irreversible predicament." Zhou Li, with a grave expression, contemplated before nodding. "I understand. Yet she is merely 12 years old. Given the current circumstances, we cannot delve deeper." Jiang Nian interjected, "What shall we do then?" Zhou Li regarded them for a moment before countering, "Why did you not kill her just now?" The three were momentarily taken aback. Observing their reaction, Zhou Li sighed. "You cannot bring yourself to harm a child, can you? Moreover, she is both an accomplice and a victim." Cheng Jing and Huang Qian nodded in unison, while Jiang Nian cast his gaze downward, remaining silent, which was the ethical judgment expected of a rational being. If you had inadvertently killed her just now, the case would have concluded with all suspects deceased. Zhou Li added, glancing at Xiaoya, "There are some matters that, once past a certain threshold, must be resolved through alternative means. She is both an offender and a victim, still a minor. At this juncture, I cannot permit you to kill her." Cheng Jing and Huang Qian remained silent, while Jiang Nian, with a muffled voice, queried, "But we cannot simply let this go, can we? This cannot be overlooked. Of course, it will not be allowed to pass unpunished. Every error bears a consequence, especially one involving numerous lives. The charges against accomplices are not trivial," Zhou Li affirmed, then shifted his focus. "However, at present, I lack the means to transfer her. Resources are insufficient, and due to the involvement of several official rescuers who perished, it is imprudent to harbor her. As you are the case's entrusted representatives and possess formidable strength, I would like to request your assistance." He had anticipated such a scenario, hence seeking a reliable team, which was a necessity. Cheng Jing surmised the implications, glancing at Jiang Nian and Huang Qian before asking earnestly, "How can we assist?" Zhou replied with equal gravity. As the official in charge of the resettlement point in the western district of Qingyun City, I wish to entrust you, out of humanitarian concern, with the temporary oversight of this child, subsequently taking her to the base for reporting and resettlement. Currently, conditions are limited, and all similar juvenile offenders are handled in this manner. And how will we account for the victims' families? Jiang Nian inquired, his brow furrowing.
Zhou răspunde candidly.
We will provide an honest account, but not at this moment. To cast a child out now would only incite unnecessary chaos. The state places significant emphasis on juvenile offenders and will implement a unified resolution. I will document this case thoroughly, and Xiaoya will receive the appropriate judgment. The erosion of legal and moral standards left them feeling powerless in such situations, yet regardless of the world's chaos, the state endures. And it is their duty as officials to uphold the crumbling order. Jiang Nian remained silent, eventually nodding. His indignation stemmed from the perspective of the victims, while Zhouli's considerations were far broader. Cheng Jing's mind whirled, weighing his own plans, having discerned Jiang Nian's thoughts. And aware that Zhou sought them due to their professional identities, he exchanged a glance with Huang Qian before nodding. Very well. We agree to temporarily supervise Xiaoya. Then, I shall entrust her to you. Zhou's expression softened as he once again expressed his gratitude to them. Given the sensitivity of the victims and the precarious circumstances, the only viable option was to enlist the help of a formidable team that had maintained relations with the authorities before the apocalypse, allowing for a temporary alleviation of tensions and stabilization of the situation. With matters momentarily settled, the three departed from the command room, leaving the dissemination of results and the soothing of public concern to the officials. By the time everything was clarified, it was already past midnight. Lying in bed, Cheng Jing retrieved 2 oval-shaped ability crystals, each the size of a thumb, and handed them to Jiang Nian. These were obtained when I dealt with Xiaoya's parents. The pale gold one belonged to her father, while the misty white one was her mother's. The ability crystals, Jiang Nian thought, were a complex matter. They were on par with Qingguo, yet the intricacies of mental abilities were particularly elusive, making one susceptible even when facing opponents of equal or superior strength. Upon closer examination, he noticed a black, blooming in the center of the misty white crystal, gradually expanding outward. Is that? Jiang Nian wondered aloud, suspecting he had misinterpreted what he saw. He fished out a flashlight from his bedside and shone it on the crystal for a better look. Indeed. There was a black dot at its center, spreading out like an ink-washed painting, which was surprisingly beautiful. He couldn't help but exclaim, this has mutated? Cheng Jing leaned in closer to inspect. What do you mean? Furrowing his brow, Jiang Nian fixed his gaze on the crystal and explained, under normal circumstances, single-attribute ability crystals are solid in color. Only those with dual-attribute mutated crystals, like yours, exhibit 2 colors. Xiaoya's mother's ability was purely mental control. The appearance of a black indicates a mutation. He then muttered to himself, but how could this be possible? Cheng Jing, unfamiliar with the intricacies of ability crystals, sensed Jiang Nian's inner turmoil and curiously inquired, what's impossible? Is it that a mutated mental ability can control zombies? No, Jiang Nian shook his head, his brow furrowing deeply. Whether a mutated mental ability can control zombies is a separate matter. The very fact that an ability has mutated is already exceedingly bizarre. To put it simply, those capable of awakening abilities possess strong mental fortitude. Once awakened, their attributes stabilize. In my past life, various research institutes across different bases attempted to intervene in ability mutations, but all efforts ultimately failed. Cheng Jing's interest was piqued. Please elaborate.
Well,
Jiang Nian mused while caressing the ability crystals, slowly recounting the relevant research findings from his previous life. Researchers posited that if one could manipulate abilities to achieve desired attribute types, humanity's chances against zombies would significantly increase, reducing casualties. The concept was commendable, leading many ability users to willingly become test subjects, yet all attempts ended in failure. Several even perished during the experiments, or their crystals shattered, rendering them ordinary once more. Ultimately, the conclusion drawn from this research was that the energy attributes of ability crystals are far too stable to be controlled by human means. Only when energies resonate out of sync can mutations occur. However, how to induce such resonances depends on fortuitous circumstances. With a sigh, Jiang Nian set aside the tumultuous thoughts. Experts from various bases attempted numerous methods to destabilize energy, but due to the lack of any discernible patterns, no matter how they operated, the crystals showed no signs of change, leading to the declaration of an insurmountable deadlock. I see, Cheng Jing responded, now understanding the implications. He glanced once more at the black, at the center of the misty, white crystal. So, this is a special mutation? Jiang Nian scoffed lightly. It is not merely a special mutation. According to the research findings from my previous life, this is nothing short of miraculous. Cheng Jing pondered for a moment. This mutation likely stems from the relationship between the crystal's owners, akin to a mutual spiritual resonance. Simply interfering with the energy of a particular crystal would not suffice against its stable attributes. That is highly probable, Jiang Nian agreed, recalling the woman's desperate attempts to save her husband, even at the expense of her own daughter. Coupled with the theories posited by the experts, he speculated. Perhaps it was because she had been using her abilities to control her husband since the early stages of his infection, not ceasing even as he fully transformed into a zombie. During the transformation, she sought to hold onto her beloved, and he, in turn, wished to cooperate with her. Their mutual understanding and obsession could have caused the crystal's energy to resonate out of sync, allowing her to communicate with him even after he became a zombie. This, he surmised, was why she could still command him to be quiet despite his transformation. Of course, this was merely conjecture. After all, the mutation of such a fundamentally stable attribute could not be attributed to just one or two causes. Setting aside his scattered thoughts for the moment, Jiang Nian handed both crystals to Cheng Jing. Regardless, let's store them for now. They may prove useful in the future. You are more adept at safeguarding them. His own abilities were insufficient, and should their existence be discovered, he might not be able to protect them. All right, Cheng Jing conceded without hesitation. Often, the unusual hinted at danger, and thus, it was prudent for him to keep them. After securing the crystals and switching off the flashlight, darkness enveloped the room. A silence lingered as Jiang Nian was about to bid goodnight, when Cheng Jing suddenly tightened his embrace around him. Chapter 40. Raising a dog is better than raising a zombie. With his back pressed against Cheng Jing's warm chest, Jiang Nian blinked in the darkness and gently remarked, Chengge, it's quite late and I'm feeling a bit tired. That's not the case. Everyone has been exerting themselves equally today. How could they not be weary? Is this unacceptable? Cheng Jing chuckled softly, rubbing his nose against Jiang Nian's cheek.
Jiang
Nian momentarily lost his words. Yet he couldn't admit his fatigue outright. He was capable, he was just a tad weary. There was nothing wrong with occasionally acknowledging one's limitations. He wouldn't mock him for it. Cheng Jing's playful teasing continued, but he refrained from further actions, merely turning to embrace him more closely, exuding a clingy warmth. Jiang Nian gritted his teeth in retort. My limitations are of no concern. What worries me is your inability. After all, it's not just me doing the heavy lifting. How infuriating. My Chengge wasn't like this before. He has truly changed. Cheng Jing chuckled once more, his chest vibrating with mirth. Just as Jiang Nian prepared himself for a bit of playful banter, he heard Cheng Jing abruptly state, if it were me, I would probably do the same. What? The sudden halt in the conversation caught Jiang Nian off guard. However, seeing Cheng Jing's lack of intent to pursue the topic relieved him. Although he wasn't exerting himself, sometimes indulging could be just as exhausting. Cheng Jing offered no response, tightening his embrace and then dryly adding, I might even be more extreme than she was. As memories resurfaced, Jiang Nian finally comprehended his words and reached back to gently pat his head. Calm down, Chengge. Raising a dog is far preferable to raising a zombie. If I were to become like that, I would rather die quickly. Please don't hinder my path to reincarnation. If death is inevitable, it should be swift. Clinging to a rotting corpse is neither fragrant nor sweet and only bites back. It's better to be carefree and end it all.
Jiang Nian.
Cheng Jing felt a strange pang of discomfort, unable to suppress his teeth from grinding. Turning to face him, Jiang Nian continued, in regard to Xiaoya's mother's actions, no matter how many justifications or hardships she faced, it does not alter the fact that she harmed both others and herself. To put it bluntly, death would be a mercy for her. I must tell you, if she wasn't infected, I would still kill her. Such actions are inexcusable, and my brother's thoughts on this matter are perilously dangerous. Cheng Jing appeared taken aback. locking eyes with him through the darkness. After a moment of silence, he inquired, "Then why do you still keep Xiaoya?" In truth, had Sister Qian not been present at that time, she might have already perished. In the shadows, Jiang Nian spoke calmly. Recounting the events in the 1805 living room with Huang Qian, I wanted to strangle her and reduce her to ashes, making her family atone for the innocent lives lost. That would be the cleanest course of action. He was uncertain whether Huang Qian had sensed his intentions, but he was aware that none of his teammates harbored the desire to kill Xiaoya, which left him in a state of hesitation. "You shouldn't be the one to do this." Cheng Jing's voice was dry and unyielding. Jiang Nian countered, "Then would you, Brother Jing, burn a child alive at my command? Would you cast her aside like a dog and watch her suffer a miserable death? If she begged you through tears, would you remain indifferent?" His boyfriend and teammates were all highly cultured security professionals. For that reason alone, they would never resort to such brutality against a child. Cheng Jing fell silent. If Xiaoya posed a threat to Jiang Nian, he would not hesitate to turn her to ashes. However, she did not, and even harbored goodwill towards Jiang Nian. Thus, even if Xiaoya were guilty, it was not his place to judge her. Otherwise, there would be far too many to condemn, and as for the victims' families, it was even less their responsibility. Naturally, if Jiang Nian truly could not overcome this hurdle, he would act accordingly. After a moment's contemplation, he asked, "What are your thoughts now?" Jiang Nian sighed softly. "The authorities have spoken, and the commission has been accepted. We shall temporarily monitor her, as Zhou Li suggested." Perhaps a heartless and ruthless disposition was more in line with his attitude after experiencing death and rebirth in the face of human malevolence. Yet his teammates were different. Their perspectives and stances varied. Otherwise, when Huang Qian made her move, it would not have merely involved knocking someone unconscious, but would have resulted in outright murder. During their mission, the actions of his teammates embodied Cheng Jing's will. He had never entertained the thought of killing Xiaoya. Had he faced the apocalypse alone upon his return, he might have taken drastic measures. However, he had healed, and there was no need to succumb to madness. With a sigh, Jiang Nian found himself laughing self-deprecatingly and murmuring to himself, "If I had indeed killed her, I would likely have regretted it." How could a child, desperate to save her father, possibly navigate the deception of her mother's pleas? Moreover, how much power did she truly possess to resist her mother's will? Cheng Jing patted him gently. "Then we shall temporarily monitor her, personally escorting her to the base for reporting. With our abilities, we can handle any unexpected situations that arise. Of course, if she chooses to flee, it would be no concern of ours." A mother's selfishness had burst a tragedy. Xiaoya was not entirely blameless, but she was also powerless against her circumstances. This was a complex moral quandary. Indeed, Jiang Nian nodded, embracing him tightly, contentment glimmering in his eyes. After a moment, he recalled the topic Cheng Jing had raised and reaffirmed, "But let me be clear, Brother Jing, I was entirely serious about what I said earlier. If I were to be bitten and the antidote eluded me, you should grant me a swift end. My love for you is profound, and I would never wish to burden you." After a brief pause, he reconsidered, "Never mind. You wouldn't be able to do it anyway. I'll endure for a while longer, ensuring I leave everything in order before I end it myself, lest I lose my sanity." He could not bear the thought of transforming into a beast and extending his claws towards the one he loved most. Cheng Jing's breath deepened as he buried his face in Jiang Nian's neck, biting him gently. "Do not speak such nonsense. We will survive until the end of the apocalypse. Then marry and raise dogs." He was taken aback by how they could even discuss arrangements for the future in such dire circumstances. "Well, you're being unreasonable. You were the one who spoke out of turn first." Jiang Nian pouted, yet nestled closer to him, cooing, all right, we can marry and raise dogs. Let's have several." The downside of having a boyfriend like him was the unpredictability of his emotions. The crucial point was that if he went around telling others about how his boyfriend, Cheng Jing, became all twisted and clingy in the dead of night, people would surely think he was spreading rumors. Though the incident at Jia Garden had passed, another shadow loomed over everyone's hearts. Many had families, friends, and loved ones. The world was chaotic, and order hung by a thread. Who could foresee who would next commit such atrocities? Who could guarantee they wouldn't, like the woman from 1805, succumb to madness in the face of their loved ones? After all, Maintaining rationality in the face of those closest to us was an exceedingly difficult task. Several days later, Jiang Nian and Cheng Jing visited Huang Qian's safe house. They encountered Xiaoya, who had come to terms with her parents' transformation into zombies. The young girl was neatly dressed and looked beautiful, yet her eyes were vacant, resembling a soulless doll. Huang Qian had previously messaged them, informing them that after breaking free from mental control, Xiaoya often woke up screaming in the night, subsequently kneeling and fervently apologizing. The trauma and sorrow had caused her to break down emotionally multiple times, even exhibiting suicidal tendencies. Thus, upon the advice of the medical personnel in the command center, Huang Qian had added calming agents to Xiaoya's drinking water, and over the past few days, she had improved considerably, though she still startled occasionally. Chapter 41. Life and Death, Indifferent to Defiance. Xiaoya was, after all, at an age where she was beginning to understand the world. Having experienced and participated in such horrific events, it was normal for her suppressed emotions to erupt and lead to a breakdown. What lay ahead was the healing and acceptance of her psychological scars, confronting the mistakes she had made, a long process that she would have to endure alone, as no one else could truly assist her. Upon seeing Jiang Nian, Xiaoya rushed into his embrace, tears brimming in her eyes. "Brother, I'm so sorry. I helped my mother kill. I killed someone. I was wrong." The innocence of a child, coupled with Jiang Nian's gentle demeanor, instilled in her an inexplicable sense of trust and reliance. Naturally, Huang Qian and the others were kind and willing to embrace this bad person, but Jiang Nian, who offered her sweets, stood out among the older siblings.
Xiaojia.
Jiang Nian noted her dependency on him, a flicker of malice crossing his mind. Yet he ultimately spoke with a complex mixture of emotions. "Listen, what has happened cannot be changed, nor can the mistakes you have made. But as long as you are alive, you must move forward. We will protect you for now, but you need to strive alongside us." He was not particularly adept at comforting others, nor could he offer overly protective reassurances. He could only state the facts. Sob, sob. The little girl nodded, weeping loudly in his embrace, nearly gasping for breath. She had not intended for this. She had been unable to control herself. Yet she knew she was also at fault. Jiang Nian could only sigh, gently patting her back to allow her to cry her fill. Eventually, when she grew weary from her tears and drank a cup of warm water infused with calming medicine that Huang Qian had prepared, Xiaoya finally fell into a peaceful slumber. Jiang Nian wrapped her in a thick fleece blanket and carried her back to her room for a good night's rest. Huang Qian followed him inside, slightly ajar at the door. "Sister Qian." Jiang Nian hesitated, but Huang Qian spoke up decisively. In this tumultuous world, oftentimes, the notion of employing malice to counteract malice brings a fleeting sense of satisfaction. "I am aware of your intentions that day. Had any of Cheng Jing's companions taken action, I would not have intervened. However, you, Jiang Nian, must not proceed. Should you take the life of Xiaoya, you would undoubtedly harbor regret, trading a lifetime of inner turmoil for a momentary semblance of righteous vengeance. Such a bargain is unworthy." I comprehend Jiang Nian's turmoil. For even in the face of peculiarities, I too have harbored thoughts of violence intermittently. Jiang Nian, struck by the heart of the matter, offered no rebuttal. "Thank you, Sister Qian. Indeed, he has never taken a life, not even in his past existence. If he were to kill Xiaoya, the shadow of that act would be indelibly etched upon his soul." Huang Qian waved her hand dismissively. "True intentions to kill do not waver at the moment of action. In your heart, she is not deemed worthy of death, or rather, while her transgressions warrant punishment, it ought not to be your hand that delivers it. If this is the case, why burden yourself with internal conflict?" With that, she patted him and opened the door, stepping out together. In the days that followed, Cheng Jing had individually inquired about the team's perspective on temporarily sheltering Xiaoya, receiving no dissent. The reasons were twofold. Firstly, the official protocol necessitated it. Secondly, as Jiang Nian articulated, they all recognized Xiaoya's culpability, yet she remained merely a child, subservient to her family's dictates. Since they could not bring themselves to execute her on the spot, nor could they bear to abandon a child, they had no choice but to provide her temporary refuge. Thus, the decision to shelter Xiaoya was solidified with unanimous consent from the team. Subsequently, she facilitated the temporary guardianship paperwork for Xiaoya in the command room, allowing her to remain with them until they reached the base. It was not until nightfall, after dinner, that Jiang Nian and Cheng Jing departed. Thereafter, for the sake of caring for Xiaoya, Huang Qian found it impractical to accompany the team on missions. As an exceptionally capable assistant, managing a child was naturally within her purview. However, on occasion, the team would take Xiaoya along after scouting missions. After all, she too possessed abilities, and her resistance to cold was assured. Moderate training would not be detrimental. Gradually, Xiaoya's demeanor began to calm. She no longer required sedatives, remaining quiet yet obedient. Nevertheless, she exhibited heightened anxiety in the presence of anyone outside the team, refraining from speaking or looking up, burdened by guilt for her past actions. She had not utilized her powers since, despite numerous encouragements from others proving futile. Except for essential tasks, Xiaoya consistently wore gloves, unwilling to remove them even for dining, as her abilities necessitated direct contact to transfer targets. Thus, as long as she maintained a barrier, her powers remained inaccessible. Huang Qian understood the weight upon her heart and did not press her. As January unfolded, the number of awakened abilities within their faction swelled, leading to the formation of smaller teams for those with fewer members, while larger groups coalesced into various ability organizations. These organizations began to engage with the authorities in a more formal manner, exchanging resources and accepting commission tasks in return for compensation. This marked a burgeoning trend that would likely endure. Yet amidst this trend, there existed anomalies. Cheng Jing and his team were one such exception. As an advanced ability wielder, Cheng Jing had significantly contributed to nearly half of the pivotal decision-making in Xinyun City's disaster relief efforts since the apocalypse began, with his recommendations consistently being adopted. Coupled with their pre-apocalypse collaboration with the authorities, when various ability groups emerged, the official body extended an invitation to their team, inviting them to join the Xinyun City Apocalypse Ability Rescuers Guild, designated as Team 017. As the sole non-official team within the guild, Cheng Jing and his companions enjoyed the same rights and privileges as their peers, albeit with equal responsibilities. However, they retained the stipulation that they could withdraw from the guild at any time. This condition was proposed by Cheng Jing during negotiations, ensuring transparency regarding the awakening of all team members' abilities. The Xinyun City Rescue Guild comprised a total of 41 ability teams across 4 districts, with 40 teams composed of official personnel, each consisting of 10 members. Cheng Jing's team, however, was comprised of only 8 individuals. Jiang Nian was not counted, as joining the guild required registration of one's abilities, and wishing to conceal this, he could only continue to accompany the team as Cheng Jing's family member, a status Xiaoya shared as well. Zhou mentioned that they could consider inviting teammates based on circumstances, subject to official assessment. The rosters of the Rescue Guild were displayed prominently on the exterior walls of command rooms across districts, ensuring transparency. Upon observing that Cheng Jing's team, as an irregular unit, had received an exceptional invitation from the authorities, other ability users in the West District exhibited a myriad of reactions, some gleeful, others envious, and many harboring resentment. Most preferred to avoid the authorities' control while simultaneously seeking to exploit their powers to benefit from the chaos of the apocalypse. Thus, the sentiments towards Cheng Jing's team were undeniably complex. Upon their integration into the official ranks, the teammates gathered for a long-awaited reunion dinner at Cheng Jing's safe house. Huang Qian arrived with Xiaoya, who was gradually acclimating to their lifestyle. While the adults engaged in conversation, the young girl sat nearby, wrapped in a blanket, engrossed in her gaming device. Faced with the plethora of supplies within the safe house, Xiaoya refrained from asking many questions and avoided taking anything without permission, acutely aware of her unforgivable mistakes. The mere fact that they were willing to shelter her was a kindness she felt undeserving of, thus she remained dutiful and compliant to avoid incurring their disdain. Huang Qian observed that although Xiaoya was often silent and appeared naive, she possessed an understanding and a willingness to learn, prompting her rapid growth. "We might become thorns in some people's sides," she remarked languidly, offering Xiaoya a piece of chocolate before settling beside the heater, tearing open a packet of spicy snacks. Her demeanor hinted at concern, yet her eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief. Zhao Lei scoffed, "Whether we are thorns in their eyes or daggers in their flesh, their envy and resentment mean little to us. Let them come, we shall not cower. We were unafraid before the apocalypse, and we are even less so now."
With that,
He casually ripped open a packet of cold duck necks and began to crunch on them. The others joined in, echoing his sentiments while indulging in their meals. Cheng Jing remained silent, voluntarily taking on the cooking duties alongside Liao Yu, who was the least bothered by the cold. Though the young master lacked culinary finesse, he handled the task with practiced ease. Jiang Nian accepted a spicy snack from Huang Qian, munching as he concurred. Currently, there are still few of us. Once we enter the base, we will encounter all manner of peculiar individuals and bizarre situations. We must adapt. Life is precarious, and no one is entitled to indulgence. We shall simply act. He was inherently unafraid of conflict. In his past life, he had been shackled by the so-called bonds of kinship, leading to a dismal end. Therefore, his guiding principle in this life was a nonchalance towards life and death. If challenged, he would confront it head-on. Brother Nian speaks wisely, echoed the chorus of praise. Laden with the flavor of spicy snacks, nearly causing Jiang Nian to choke as he wrapped himself more tightly in his down blanket. Such sycophants. Chapter 42. Consuming vinegar will only render you a jealous spouse. The emergence of various ability groups and guilds has ushered in a new paradigm of survival amidst the apocalypse. While undercurrents of tension simmer, a delicate balance is maintained. In the face of calamity, the instinct to dominate prevails. Ordinary individuals or those with supportive abilities must either continue to accept the protection and directives of the authorities or seek to ally themselves with powerful ability users to secure greater resources. The exchange of mutual benefits, regardless of how unseemly it may appear at times, has become a necessary reality. Thus, the formidable ability users have become highly sought after, with some even indulging in a lifestyle akin to that of local despots, maintaining multiple consorts. In their own words, they embrace each day as it comes. For who knows what the morrow holds. On this particular day, Huang Qian and Xiaoya were at home when Cheng Jing, accompanied by his teammates, returned from outside and was intercepted by a woman at the corner of the entrance. The woman, tall and clad in a thick down jacket with a transparent windproof helmet, exuded an admirable aura, appearing to be just over 20, with rosy lips and pearly whites that enhanced her beauty. Recently, they had been approached by a myriad of individuals, both young and old, all eager to either join or curry favor with them. "Is there something you need?" Cheng Jing inquired, remaining stationary as his companion stepped back, calmly observing the scene. Having grown accustomed to such encounters, Jiang Nian even pulled out a bag of candy and offered each of them a piece. Upon hearing the rustling of candy wrappers behind him, Cheng Jing turned around with an exasperated glance at the instigator. Jiang Nian remarked, "Well, look at that. Your boyfriend is being approached by a beauty, and you're glaring at him. Surely this warrants some action?" The rebellious spirit of Jiang Nian was immediately ignited as he cheerfully approached, holding the candy bag. "Come on, Brother Jing, let us sweeten the chat with some candy." He forcefully pressed 2 pieces into Cheng Jing's hand and then playfully handed 2 to the woman. After this interlude, he returned to his place with an air of nonchalance. Receiving several messages of admiration from his teammates, Lu Ningzhou, "Year brother, you're impressive." Jian Cheng, "Year brother, you're awesome."
Cao Lei, I am impressed.
Liao Yu, "Foster father, you are magnanimous, exuding the dignity of a rightful consort." Tang Yi and Zhou Rongbin both gave him a thumbs up. Cheng Jing, feeling a surge of irritation, contemplated throttling Jiang Nian, but took a deep breath and turned his furrowed brow towards the woman, who was now placing the candy in her mouth. "Do you need something?" "My name is Jiang Wenwen. My ability is water, and I wish to join your team," the woman stated, her smile unwavering as she got straight to the point. Water attribute ability users are usually favored in any team, but we do not accept new members. "I'm afraid," Cheng Jing replied, nodding before turning to leave. Clearly taken aback by his coldness, Jiang Wenwen hesitated for a moment before chasing after him. "Can we at least be friends?" Cheng Jing was about to decline when she, still smiling, introduced herself to his teammates one by one. It is customary not to rebuff those who come with a smile, particularly when the individual is female. The teammates could only nod politely and share their names. While unable to become companions, there was no harm in making an acquaintance. After all, it wouldn't lead to any unwanted complications. Just as they thought the encounter had reached its conclusion, Jiang Wenwen suddenly called out to Jiang Nian as they turned to leave. "Brother Jiang, do you have a girlfriend?" Cheng Jing's expression instantly soured, This woman, unable to join, is trying to steal someone else's partner? Liao Yu gasped softly, and the others quickly retreated, seeking a new subject for their gossip. Jiang Nian paused, initially tempted to tease, but upon noticing Cheng Jing's displeasure, quickly quelled his mischievous thoughts, revealing a ring by partially removing his left glove. I don't have a girlfriend, but I am married.
Thank you.
Cheng Jing's demeanor transformed instantly, stepping forward to grasp Jiang Nian's hand, reproaching him, keep your gloves on, don't freeze your hands. This elicited whistles and cheers from the onlookers, as it was evident that Jiang Nian's actions had greatly pleased their captain. At that moment, Cheng Jing felt his decision to purchase a ring was indeed wise. What could be more effective than the declaration of marriage as a means of refusal? Well, I initially intended to join your team to flirt with you. But if that is not possible, then so be it, Jiang Wenwen admitted, her face falling slightly as she licked her lips, the candy indeed sweet, albeit with a hint of bitterness from unfulfilled aspirations. Jiang Nian merely chuckled awkwardly, then pointed toward the onlooking teammates. They are all single.
Any one of them would be a better match than me.
Suddenly called out. The selected few froze in their tracks, then strategically shook their heads in unison. Her primary interest lay with Jiang Nian, and for that reason alone, she would never be able to join their ranks. Furthermore, in this apocalypse, who would still entertain the notion of romance? Unless, of course, the romantic interest was akin to Jiang Nian, a living embodiment of paternal support. Jiang Wenwen shook her head in disagreement. They want to do. I prefer a more obedient boyfriend. You seem quite well behaved. Jiang Nian smiled. You are too naive. There's a saying about not judging a book by its cover. He was merely well behaved in front of Cheng Jing. Apart from his looks, he was far from obedient. Jiang Wenwen, disinterested in his rebuttal, waved her hand dismissively. I'll keep looking, goodbye. After taking a few steps, she turned back to Cheng Jing, saying, Captain Cheng, life in the apocalypse is arduous. If there's an opportunity, perhaps we could collaborate. Should you consider recruiting, please keep me in mind. Rest assured, I want to be a homewrecker. With that, she departed gracefully, leaving the group wary of Cheng Jing's sour expression, reluctant to speak out of turn. Jiang Nian, having formed a favorable impression of Jiang Wenwen, couldn't help but mention as they ascended the stairs, water abilities are quite useful in the apocalypse. After all, extreme cold would soon give way to scorching heat. We have Liao Yu. We need not fear, Cheng Jing retorted dismissively, glancing at Liao Yu, who, sensing the moment, proudly thumped his chest in affirmation. Indeed, foster father, my ice abilities will ensure our team is never short on water. We can enjoy chilled drinks when the weather heats up. Excellent. This thoroughly extinguished any possibility of Jiang Wenwen joining their ranks. Jiang Nian chose not to elaborate further, mindful of a certain paternal figure's tendency to become overly possessive. Having savored a small slice of gossip, the group sought to share a meal. But Cheng Jing ruthlessly declined their overtures. After scavenging some snacks from their safe house, they returned to their respective homes. Once alone, Cheng Jing began preparing a meal, incorporating some fresh vegetables and packaged semi-prepared dishes into a self-heating hot pot, with rice also being of the self-heating variety for convenience. During the wait, Cheng Jing took the opportunity to pin Jiang Nian onto the couch, broaching an old grievance. In the future, refrain from drawing attention to yourself in public. You have a face that pleases the eye, yet you revel in causing trouble. Jiang Nian placed his hands on Cheng Jing's shoulders and retorted, When exactly did I draw attention? Attracting notice is equivalent to showing off, Cheng Jing replied, sounding rather unreasonable. Jiang Nian felt that Cheng Jing was merely leveraging his good looks to act without restraint, and despite suppressing a laugh, he couldn't help but quip, well then, why don't you just pocket me? Following this, he playfully caressed Cheng Jing's face despite his displeasure, saying, Brother Jing, harboring jealousy only turns you into a resentful husband. Be good, and don't fuss. Cheng Jing. Chapter 43. The mind of a paternal boyfriend from the early days of their relationship. Jiang Nian had discerned that Cheng Jing's serious demeanor concealed a rather intense romantic mind. Cheng Jing gazed at him for a moment, then decisively pressed him down, holding him tightly. When we were together, you made me feel anxious. Now that we are in an apocalypse, please be obedient and provide me with more reassurance. He then buried his head in Jiang Nian's shoulder, seeking comfort. I haven't done anything wrong. Besides, it was the beauty who approached you first, Jiang Nian replied. Feeling somewhat exasperated, having reflected on his conduct and found no fault. By conventional standards, he was indeed upholding the virtues of a gentleman. Yet Cheng Jing persisted. But I feel you've been rather distant lately. I haven tea. That is not true. Don't say such things. Jiang Nian, sensing an unusual melancholy enveloping him, softly reassured Cheng Jing, Brother Jing, if I've erred, please do tell me directly, and I shall amend my ways. His boyfriend, unable to resist the charm of his handsome visage, succumbed to his endearing pleas. Cheng Jing remained silent, simply embracing him in a tranquil manner. The weight of the situation began to dawn on Jiang Nian, causing a flicker of panic within him as he continued to soothe, I truly will change. Meanwhile, he racked his brain, pondering where he might have faltered recently. Really? Cheng Jing finally inquired, his tone laced with melancholy. Jiang Nian affectionately patted his head, affirming, indeed. As true as pearls. Cheng Jing propped himself up to gaze at him, stating, then let me have 2 more of you tonight. You've been going out daily, and our emotional connection has diminished. Not only do you wish to restrict the frequency, but you also aim to limit the duration. This verges on emotional coercion. It must be rectified. Ever since Jiang Nian had begun accompanying him on outings, he had imposed certain sanctions upon Cheng Jing. The seriousness in Jiang Nian's expression began to crack, as the earlier anxiety dissipated. After all, their affection awaited him. How exasperating to navigate such convoluted discussions when the essence of their relationship lay right there. In frustration, he raised his hand as if to pinch Cheng Jing, only to have his wrist captured and pinned against the back of the sofa as Cheng Jing continued his lament. You previously expressed desire for me. Yet you tire so soon? Jiang Nian, both amused and vexed, turned his head aside. Fine. Fine. I shall change. Cheng Jing, still unsatisfied, retorted. What do you mean by fine? That sounds rather reluctant. This is not reluctance. Jiang Nian, having lost all patience, decided to play along with this overly clingy demeanor, utilizing the grip on his wrist. He leaned in closer to plan a kiss on him. Brother Jing, I was wrong. I shall certainly change. You can have it your way from now on. After all, who couldn't indulge in a bit of coquetry? As expected, Cheng Jing released him, his expression shifting from gloom to sunshine as he leaned down to kiss him. All right. Eventually, after a round of intimate exchanges, they both rose to dine. Midway through their meal, observing the spirited man before him, Jiang Nian gently reminded, Brother Jing, in the future, if you have any discontent, please express it directly. We need not dance around the subject. Sometimes, I may not grasp your roundabout hints. How could such a stoic gentleman unravel so completely in the throes of romance? It was as if he had adopted the antics of a naive youth, leaving Jiang Nian utterly exasperated. Cheng Jing nodded, offering him a piece of braised chicken leg, eat more. Afterward, he set down his utensils to peel shrimp for Jiang Nian. Thank you, Brother Jing. Jiang Nian gratefully accepted the offering, knowing well that come evening, Cheng Jing would undoubtedly seek to reclaim all that he had given. As February rolled in, it had been over 5 months since the onset of the apocalypse. The central satellite broadcast had been reporting on the dire circumstances of zombies and the relentless cold, urging the populace to take precautions. Finally, news regarding the apocalypse bases emerged, revealing that various bases had been established. Though led by official military forces, many supernatural beings had since joined, resulting in divergent regulations across the bases. Some operated under government jurisdiction, others under military control, while some were predominantly governed by supernatural beings. Regardless of the structure, all bases actively welcomed and rescued survivors from across the nation. When deemed safe to conduct rescues, base rescue teams would venture out to locate survivors, or capable survivors could make their way to bases using the coordinates provided. The consecutive days of satellite broadcasts reignited hope among the despondent populace. For with hope came the will to survive. Jiang Nian informed Cheng Jing that by early March, the weather would gradually warm. The rescue teams were expected to commence operations around mid-March, responding to distress signals from various cities to locate survivors. Thus, it seemed they merely had to endure 1 more month until the relentless cold would be lifted. With news of the rescue bases, spirits soared, and that evening after dinner, Jiang Nian produced a map. Referencing the locations of the apocalypse bases revealed by the satellite broadcasts, he marked them and initiated discussions on which base they should target. They possessed 2 modified vehicles with ample fuel, perfectly accommodating 10 individuals along with their belongings. Hence, once the thaw began, they would seize the opportunity to depart. Otherwise, once the snow melted, navigating through the hordes of zombies would become perilous. Moreover, entering the bases early would prove advantageous, as resources would dwindle for those arriving later. Even for supernatural beings. For a team of their capabilities, early entry would allow them to establish a firm foothold. After all, neither the Qingyan city officials nor Zhou Li would obstruct their departure. Considering the varying circumstances, not everyone would head to the same base. The authorities had already instructed survivors at the Western District settlement to begin planning and preparing. Regarding the bases they might choose, others withheld their opinions, waiting for Cheng Jing and Jiang Nian to take the lead, exhibiting a trust in their 2 designated leaders. Excluding those under construction or awaiting establishment, there were currently nearly 300 bases of varying sizes nationwide. 3 bases were located relatively close to Qingyan City: Base L, Base K, and South City Base. Base L was primarily managed by government officials, and should the journey from Qingyan City proceed smoothly, it could be reached in about a week. Base K was jointly overseen by officials and supernatural beings, normally requiring 10 days to 2 weeks for travel from Qingyan City. Only 4 bases were entirely governed by the military, with South City Base being one of them. Among the 3 nearby bases, South City Base was the furthest from Qingyan City, necessitating approximately 20 days for travel. Bases further afield were deemed impractical. The aforementioned times were contingent on favorable conditions. If circumstances turned adverse, the outcome remained uncertain, with the possibility of never arriving. Chapter 44. Choosing a base. Among the 3 potential bases, Base K was the largest, followed by Base L, with South City Base being the smallest. It was well known that areas predominantly run by the military were strictly regulated, and the apocalypse bases were no exception. According to Jiang Nian's prior knowledge, the military-led bases in the 4 cities were the most rigorously maintained in the nation. Yet they also offered the highest level of security. Thus, while there were advantages to such governance, it naturally curtailed the freedoms available compared to other bases. Most survivors were ordinary individuals, leading many to prefer bases with greater liberties. This was especially true for supernatural beings, who found it easier to achieve significant benefits in bases outside the military-led zones. For several days, the satellite broadcasts had detailed the fundamental information of each base, and the populace had begun to form opinions. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Nian shared insights based on his previous life, deliberating further on the matter before seeking their thoughts. He had already decided on a base to pursue, and was prepared to carefully explain should others voice differing opinions. However, to his surprise, after Cheng Jing expressed his willingness to defer to him, the others readily acquiesced, adopting an attitude of reliance on their 2 leaders. The ease of having supportive teammates was a pleasant surprise for Jiang Nian, who did not hesitate to tap on the mark for South City Base, declaring, "Let us venture to South City Base in the neighboring province." All present, including Xiaoya, nodded in unison, exclaiming, "Agreed."
Cough.
There are 2 reasons for selecting the South City Base. As Jiang Nian observed their silence regarding the matter, he felt compelled to elucidate the rationale behind the choice of the South City Base. Firstly, the orderliness and security of the South City Base are paramount in this apocalyptic world. Furthermore, our team is relatively well-trained, making us more adaptable to a militarized management system than the average populace. Secondly, in regions with greater freedom, conflicts tend to proliferate. As the powers of ability users continue to escalate, the ideology of the strong prevailing over the weak will inevitably emerge, creating factions even within the management hierarchy. The military, however, operates under a more rational governance. This conclusion is drawn from Jiang Nian's past experiences. While the military has its factions, they adhere to unified principles, with a stronger sense of mission and purpose. In his previous life, when a zombie tide besieged the city, he perished. Yet he had heard that many sought refuge in bases governed by military leadership. Indeed, the sense of security is predominantly derived from the military.
Indeed.
Jiang Nian's reasoning is sound. The teammates nodded in agreement. Zhao Lei remarked gruffly, "In places with militarized management, many troublemakers seeking to exploit chaos are filtered out from the outset. Individuals who abide by the rules are more prevalent compared to bases with higher degrees of freedom. They simply desire stability and have no intention of becoming grand heroes in these tumultuous times. Thus, bases governed by military authority are more suitable. Moreover, Cheng Jing's brother and the company headquarters have connections with the official and military sectors, making this choice the wisest. Jiang Nian acknowledged with a nod and continued, "Indeed. If there are no objections from anyone, we shall proceed to the South City base. Although the journey may be lengthy, we are all ability users. And I trust we shall manage just fine." They planned to depart around early March, as temperatures gradually warmed, but the snow had yet to melt, allowing them to traverse the roads with snowplows. By early April, with the snow fully melted, they arrived at the base just in time. Thus, the decision regarding the base was made, and the team began to deliberate on the finer details, as the journey was not short and required meticulous planning. After some discussion, Liao Yu suddenly exclaimed with bright eyes, "Did you just say we are all ability users? Have you awakened your powers too?" The term foster father was used sparingly, initially eliciting chuckles, but over time, everyone had grown accustomed to it. If Liao Yu suddenly called Jiang Nian by his name, everyone would think something was amiss. Hearing Liao Yu's words, the others turned their curious gazes toward Jiang Nian, who had indeed claimed they were all ability users, a statement he had never made before. Only Huang Qian remained composed. During the incident involving Xiaoya's parents, she and Cheng Jing had been attacked by Xiaoya's mother's mental abilities. And it was Jiang Nian who had intervened, thus revealing his powers to her, yet she had refrained from inquiring further. Cheng Jing and Jiang Nian's decision to conceal this fact must have had its reasons. Jiang Nian realized he had let slip too much, smiled, and decided to confess, "I possess an ability, purification. However, I hope you can keep this a secret. Xiaoya and I should not reveal our abilities unless absolutely necessary." Understood. Liao Yu nodded in comprehension, and the others echoed their agreement. Got it. At that moment, everyone suddenly realized that without the abilities, how could Jiang Nian venture out with them in such frigid weather? Even with Cheng Jing's protection, it would still be quite perilous. Indeed, the image of him as a timid little hamster had overshadowed their awareness. Jiang Nian then informed them of his ability to purify mental attacks, but did not mention other attributes such as alleviating zombie toxins. Perhaps he would reveal more at an appropriate time in the future. It was not a matter of distrust towards his teammates. Rather, such concealment was harmless, and it is always wise to keep a card up one's sleeve. Upon learning that Jiang Nian's ability could nullify mental control, everyone was elated, as it provided a safeguard for the entire team. While physical attacks could be evaded, mental control was truly insidious. Zhou Rongbin immediately demonstrated his mental ability to everyone. The group felt their consciousness momentarily halt as they entered an illusion, confronted with terrifying images of zombies. Apart from Zhou Rongbin, the others stared blankly, their faces displaying terror. Jiang Nian placed his hand on the table before him. With a flicker of thought, he activated his ability. As his palm emanated bluish-white energy orbs, they rippled outward like water waves, touching and enveloping those ensnared in the illusion, swiftly liberating them from its grasp. Simultaneously, Zhou Rongbin felt a momentary discomfort as a spirit was rebuffed, a side effect of purification. Although Jiang Nian's ability sounded trivial, it was indeed remarkably effective in unexpected situations. After finalizing their plans, everything resumed as usual. Upon becoming an official rescue team of the guild, Cheng Jing and the others began to operate in shifts as night patrols, increasing their numbers after the incident at room 1805 in Jia Garden. With each team now acting collectively, at least 5 individuals patrolled together, covering 2 to 3 buildings each night. Huang Qian needed to care for Xiaoya, so night duties naturally fell to the men. Although Team 017 was officially registered under Huang Qian's name, Zhou Li, the overall leader, turned a blind eye to the arrangement, understanding that they were looking after a child. Chapter 45. Where there are hidden dragons, there are phoenix chicks. At night, whenever Cheng Jing and his team patrolled outside Huang Qian's safe house, Xiaoya would present them with warm steamed buns or dumplings for supper. The little girl remained shy and spoke little, retreating back into the house after handing them the food. Consequently, a group of young men seemed to have gained a dutiful daughter. Munching on the warm buns, they continued their patrol, while Liao Yu cheekily teased, "We have a savior in our foster father and a dutiful daughter as well. In this apocalypse, one could say life is without regrets. One must learn to seek joy amid suffering, for that brings hope. Faced with Xiaoya, they had accepted their mission, awaiting the official verdict. Their task was to maintain emotional stability and approach the situation objectively as a job. In the absence of danger, the night patrols often encountered amusing incidents. Among them, the most frequent were sounds not suitable for children. Just as they completed their patrol of Huang Qian's building and entered the adjacent unit, they heard a series of moans emanating from room number 1, accompanied by various coarse exclamations. To their knowledge, the occupants of that room were 3 ability users, a male team, seemingly older than them, consisting of 2 offensive types and 1 support type, a reasonable combination. Recently, they encountered intense situations each time they visited. Sometimes the cries were from men and, at other times, from women. As for whether it was a mixed battle, that remained uncertain. Today, it was a man's voice. Quite melodious. Though they had grown accustomed to it, as they encountered several such occurrences every night, Zhao Lei and the others even made unabashed jests and comments. Only Cheng Jing, who was closer to Jiang Nian, noticed the slight discomfort in his companion's gaze and quickly ascended the stairs. Cheng Jing remained silent, rubbing his nose as he followed. Among them, Jiang Nian had the thinnest skin, even less than Huang Qian, only letting his guard down in private, which was one of the aspects Cheng Jing appreciated most about him. Though jesting was commonplace, the teammates showed no inclination to eavesdrop. After shining their flashlights around and finding nothing amiss, they resumed their ascent. The dandy, Liao Yu, caught a glimpse of the 2 who had already ascended the stairs and whispered, "Do you think Brother Cheng and our foster father act like this too?" At this utterance, the group fell into a brief silence, followed by 5 astonished gazes directed at him. Tang Yi cleared his throat to mask his amusement and cautioned, "Be wary of the trouble your words may bring." Jian Cheng's face was a mask of trepidation as he glanced nervously between Tang Yi and the staircase, fearing that Brother Cheng might descend with an AK-47 to confront them. Zhou Rongbin quietly warned, "Young master, are you courting death?" Only the vice-captain, Zhao Lei, stoked the flames of mischief, suggesting, "Why not go and ask him?" Liao Yu curled his lip, retorting, "If I were to confront Brother Cheng, I'd certainly have a few questions to pose." He then surveyed the others, lowering his voice. "I don't believe for a moment that you're not curious. It's human nature to gossip. Why pretend otherwise? We all know each other well enough that my inquiry seems outlandish. Curiosity does not always need to be vocalized. Sometimes, expressing it can lead to trouble." Lu Ningzhou, suppressing a laugh, patted his shoulder in a good-natured warning. Zhao Lei chimed in, "You should take the lead in asking. Brother Cheng won't harm you." The others nodded vigorously in agreement. Yes, it's perfectly acceptable. As he perceived his unscrupulous teammates encouraging him toward folly, Liao Yu pondered theatrically before shaking his head. "Forget it. Risking my life out of curiosity is hardly worth it." Upon saying this, he was met with incredulous stares from his teammates. Zhou Rongbin opened his mouth. You also like men?" Liao Yu shrugged. "Though I've never been in a serious relationship, I'm not one to shy away from preferences. In this day and age, who still obsesses over gender? Just look at third brother next door. He has been involved with different species for years and is likely already contemplating zombies." He added nonchalantly, "Rest assured, I generally don't pursue those in close proximity unless I'm truly starving." Jian Cheng, seemingly lost in thought, surprisingly expressed agreement with Liao Yu as absurdities. "That makes sense. One should seize the opportunity for love. Who knows, in a few years of the apocalypse, even a zombie might become a striking figure." His words elicited curious glances from the others. Truly, where there is a hidden dragon, there is also a phoenix chick. Meanwhile, Lu Ningzhou, displaying a more typical reaction, suddenly became serious. "I must act quickly to win over Sister Qian. Proximity brings advantage. We are all teammates, and I declare first dibs." He had liked Huang Qian for quite some time, but had restrained himself due to her previous relationship. Before the apocalypse, Huang Qian had fought back against an abusive partner, breaking his waist in the process, and it had been long enough that she should have moved on by now. In this dire era, he wished to seize the moment and avoid future regrets. "You all are becoming increasingly ridiculous," Tang Yi remarked, shaking his head as he turned to ascend the stairs, prompting the others to stifle their conversation and follow suit, uncertain of where further discussion might lead. Zhao Lei lingered at the back, unable to resist casting a few glances at the loquacious Liao Yu. Even amidst the apocalypse, Liao Yu's temperament showed little sign of restraint. Thankfully, Huang Qian was absent, otherwise, the chaos would surely have escalated. After a peaceful night, the next day, a scheduled rest day, was expected to unfold uneventfully. Yet Lu Ningzhou's pursuit of Huang Qian injected a delightful twist. Teammates, including Cheng Jing and Xiaoya, rallied to support him, enthusiastically offering strategies. Lu Ningzhou's confidence soared, and after a week of determined efforts, buoyed by the team's encouragement, his romantic endeavor came to fruition. Huang Qian, not one to be overly sentimental, immediately invited him to co-parent a child after they officially became a couple. They were all adults. There was no need to dawdle. Lu Ningzhou was nearly overjoyed to the point of levitation, promptly relocating to Huang Qian's safe house, successfully escaping the confines of his single life. Observing Lu Ningzhou's enthusiastic move, Zhao Lei and Liao Yu exchanged glances, speechless. How could a brotherhood forged in the fires of survival be so readily cast aside for romantic pursuits? They had barely begun their romantic journey, and he was already abandoning them without so much as a token of appreciation for their matchmaking efforts. Even in divorce, there is a cooling-off period. His haste was unfathomable. If Huang Qian tosses you out, we won't take you back, Zhao Lei warned as he helped him bundle his belongings, reminding him that assistance and jealousy were two different matters. Liao Yu chimed in sarcastically, Sister Qian is not easily managed. Young man, can you handle the challenge? You're both effectively intimidating my boyfriend. Lu Ningzhou had yet to respond when Huang Qian and Xiaoya entered, the two beauties swiftly assisting him in packing. The sudden influx of romantic gestures caught Zhao Lei and Liao Yu off guard. In this apocalypse, everything seemed to be laid bare. Oh, dear. Let us be gentle in our approach, shall we? Zhao Lei retreated to the side, silently accepting the unexpected shower of affection. Liao Yu, in a display of feigned surrender, exclaimed, Sister Qian is formidable. I apologize for my earlier volume. Seizing the moment while Huang Qian turned away, Lu Ningzhou made a playful face at his teammates, mouthing, Look at me. I have support. Frustrated, Zhao Lei and Liao Yu ground their teeth, wishing to deliver a playful punch to him, prompting Xiaoya to stifle a laugh. Even as Lu Ningzhou accompanied Huang Qian home, Liao Yu couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Why is it that everyone is so dashing? Yet Lu Ningzhou gets to shore up first? In an instant, two potential romantic interests slipped away, and once the harsh winter passed, perhaps it was time for him to seek companionship as well. Chapter 46. Rescuing Lives. As joyful events unfolded around them, time naturally accelerated. Approaching the end of February, the long stable temperatures began to fluctuate, gradually rising several degrees each day, and the increase became more pronounced as time progressed. By early March, temperatures had risen to -50 degrees, and the central broadcast announced that rescue teams were preparing to depart for various parts of the country to assist survivors. Cheng Jing also discussed with Zhou the matter of departing early. They were free to leave at any time, but notifying the authorities was prudent, as they would likely collaborate in the future, and maintaining relationships was essential. Upon learning they were headed to the southern city base, Zhou immediately permitted them to register as the Qingyun City official rescue team upon entering the base, even providing them with a letter of recommendation. Besides expressing gratitude, it was a hope that they would not forget to assist each other should they meet again. Cheng Jing accepted this favor while reminding him that if the rescue teams were unable to arrive on time, they should remain vigilant against zombies while also preparing for epidemic prevention. As temperatures warmed, the number of deceased increased, raising the risk of plagues. After months of consumption, their visible supplies had dwindled. Moreover, the occasional depletion of items from their spatial rings created empty slots. Therefore, as they prepared to depart, Cheng Jing and Jiang Nian filled the exterior supplies accordingly. They loaded everything else onto the vehicle to ensure that they could still distribute some resources upon reaching the base. The teammates began to worry about a decline in their living standards once they arrived at the base, but only Jiang Nian and Cheng Jing remained unperturbed. They had anticipated all of this. With minimal supplies revealing their presence, they could discreetly infiltrate the base, and once settled, they could later seize the opportunity to divulge the truth to everyone. Jiang Nian had already devised a plan. Upon arriving at the base, he would seek to acquire a plot of land for cultivation. However, untainted land was undoubtedly scarce and exorbitantly priced, making it uncertain whether he could secure it. Thus, he intended to gradually purify the soil using his abilities. This was also the rationale behind his extensive preparation of seeds prior to the apocalypse. Resources readily available would eventually succumb to depletion, and humanity's reconstruction of their homeland necessitated first addressing the issue of basic sustenance. As temperatures steadily rose, the team commenced meticulous preparations for their departure from Qingyan City. They repaired their vehicles, packed their belongings, delineated a specific route, and tentatively identified potential resting points along the way. Naturally, they executed these tasks in secrecy, maintaining a facade of normalcy in their daily activities. On March 10th, under a clear sky, temperatures climbed to -25°C. Cheng Jing and his group bid farewell to Zhou Li and quietly departed from the West District settlement before dawn, heading towards the southern city base in 2 snowplows and 2 of their own vehicles. Zombies began to emerge from beneath the snow, signaling that the Qingyan City rescue team and the ability users were about to embark on a new defensive operation, yet such matters were no longer of concern to them. The snow remained thick. Even with their snowplows and various tools, their progress was sluggish. It was not until 10 days later that temperatures returned to 0 degrees, allowing the snow to melt at a considerably faster rate, but it also meant they had to be cautious of increasingly active zombies. After enduring extreme cold, the zombies had evolved significantly, beginning to develop crystal cores. The frequency of encounters with ability zombies was also on the rise, resulting in the loss of one of their snowplows. Previously, an official decree had been issued stating that until an antidote serum was developed, if an ability user were to become infected, their teammates and those nearby must not hesitate to act decisively. Ideally, the infected individual would rationally end their own life. This was because an infected ability user posed over 10 times the danger compared to a regular person. Zhao Lei, Liao Yu, and Jian Cheng operated the snowplow ahead, with Jian Cheng, whose vision had been enhanced, at the wheel, while Zhao Lei and Liao Yu assisted in clearing zombies and remaining vigilant for any unforeseen circumstances. Cheng Jing drove the Hummer, accompanied by Jiang Nian and Xiaoya in the middle, with Huang Qian and the others bringing up the rear. "Prepare yourselves. Something's amiss ahead," Jian Cheng cautioned, looking ahead. Zhao Lei picked up the radio to notify those behind them. As the snowplow's speed gradually diminished, the group's anxiety heightened. Only as they drew near did they discern the unusual sight ahead. A group had encountered a horde of obstructing zombies, and several had already perished, leaving 2 modified vehicles as mere scrap metal. The 3 survivors, 2 men and 1 woman, were in a dire state. The older man, robust and clad in camouflage overalls, appeared to be in his 40s. The other 2, a male and a female, resembled university students. The young man had well-defined features and tousled hair, while the young woman, with her delicate appearance and ponytail, wore a trendy sports outfit from a certain national brand. All 3 were ability users, yet they now appeared utterly disheveled and battered. The older man possessed physical enhancement abilities, his muscles swelling during combat, exhibiting agility and explosive strength as he wielded a blood-stained steel pipe. The young man was a wind attribute ability user, while the young woman specialized in defensive rebound abilities. Objectively, this combination lacked significant combat prowess, especially at their current levels. The wind user would only become formidable once their abilities matured. They could handle ordinary zombies, but their adversaries also included a formidable offensive ability zombie capable of manipulating stone. A whirlwind of debris ensued, leading to chaos. Unlike humans, whose ability use is influenced by mental strength, ability zombies operate devoid of consciousness or mental faculties. They exist with a distinct brainwave capable of distinguishing between kind and foe. This brainwave enables them to exhaustively utilize their abilities until the output exceeds their capacity, resulting in what is colloquially known as a crystal core self-detonation. The higher the evolution level of the zombie, the more potent the brainwave energy, making them exceedingly difficult for humans to contend with. As the 3 engaged in battle, they noticed their abilities waning and suddenly spotted Jiang Nian's convoy, which had evaded a wave of attacks from the ability zombies and was now rushing towards them, shouting for help. "Help! Save us!" A gust of wind swept past them as the ability zombie roared, hurling a barrage of debris their way. The older man urgently pushed the 2 younger individuals forward, summoning his remaining abilities to shield them. Reflexively, they turned back only to be met with his commanding voice. "Run!" Just as the rain of stones threatened to obliterate him, Jian executed a swift drift to a halt, while Zhao Lei leaped from the vehicle, raising his hand to erect a steel wall mere inches from the man's face. Simultaneously, a vine snaked out to drag the man back. Apart from Jiang Nian and Xiaoya, everyone else exited the vehicles. The trio, having narrowly escaped, took refuge behind them, while the two young individuals helped the exhausted man to the side to rest. Witnessing the emergence of earthen barriers and steel walls, a flurry of ice spikes rained down upon the approaching horde of zombies. Thorny vines erupted from the ground, impaling and shredding the zombies before snapping their necks. This was not the end. As the zombies collided with the steel wall, bolts of lightning ignited, incinerating them to ashes. The advancing wave of corpses was swiftly engulfed in flames. Chapter 47. The Father's Appearance. The disheveled trio, still shaken, found that the battle had concluded. Over 200 zombies had been decisively eliminated, swiftly, accurately, and efficiently. After the skirmish, Huang Qian took the opportunity to discreetly retrieve a crystal core from an ability zombie along with 2 from ordinary zombies, handing them to Cheng Jing. During their journey, they had encountered other human groups, yet none had exhibited the same interest in collecting zombie crystal cores. According to Jiang Nian, the zombies possessing crystal cores were still a rarity, with ability zombies certainly having them, while ordinary zombies varied by circumstance. Thus, most were oblivious to the existence of zombie crystal cores, and therefore did not seek to collect them. It would take time for the majority of ability users to advance and develop their own cores before they would realize that zombies could do the same. Their team was privy to this knowledge due to Cheng Jing obtaining 2 cores while dealing with Xiaoya's parents. Jiang Nian also informed everyone. Ability zombies are those transformed from infected ability users. Their crystal cores are located in the lower abdomen, while ordinary zombies' cores are situated in their heads, formed after ordinary individuals evolve into zombies, necessitating decapitation for extraction. They had verified this during their journey, yet no one inquired about how the living father knew. Jiang Nian harbored secrets, understood by all yet left unexamined. "We were saved. Thank you." The older man approached them to express his gratitude, with the 2 younger individuals bowing in appreciation. "It was our pleasure. We needed to pass through here as well. So it was merely a fortuitous act," Lu Ningzhou replied casually, inquiring about their circumstances. It turned out that the 3 were a family: father Li Kaiyun, son Li Liang, a sophomore, and daughter Li Shuhui, a freshman. Originally, the 4 of them, along with a neighboring family of 3, were traveling to the base together, but they had encountered ability zombies, leaving only the 3 of them. Zhao Lei glanced around and noticed Cheng Jing checking the time, prompting him to gesture subtly. "The matter has been resolved. Let's regroup." The frightened girl hurriedly spoke up. "You are so formidable. Could you possibly take us along?" "Surely. You are headed to the base as well?" After speaking, her anxious gaze flitted between Zhao Lei and Huang Qian. Li Liang, upon hearing his sister's plea, refrained from echoing her sentiment and instead glanced at his father. No one responded, nor did anyone consent. Huang Qian and Zhao Lei instinctively turned their eyes toward Cheng Jing, aware that in such tumultuous times, excessive empathy could lead to one's own demise. Even though Jiang Nian was notably amicable, he had resolutely declined all those who sought to accompany them on their journey. Li Kaiyun soon realized that Cheng Jing was the one who spoke, and he approached him earnestly, saying, "We have a vehicle. We only need to follow in your wake, and we won't encroach upon your resources." After observing Cheng Jing's expression soften, he added, "In times like these, life is arduous for everyone, and as long as we do not encounter situations like today, we will not cause you any trouble." Cheng Jing was not devoid of compassion. Recognizing the consideration of this earnest father, he replied, "Please wait a moment." He intended to call Jiang Nian to explain the circumstances, but was interrupted when he noticed that person leading Xiaoya toward them, so he put his phone away. Seeing Li Kaiyun's astonishment, Tang Yi kindly reminded him, "We dictate the fighting, but all other decisions must be made by Brother Nian." All right. Thank you," Li Kaiyun responded. Though surprised, he eagerly brought his children forward and recounted their situation to Jiang Nian. Jiang Nian nodded, calmly asking, "We are headed to the South City base." "Where are you going?" Having already passed Base L, the nearest options along this main road were Base K and the South City base. Coincidentally, we are also going to the South City base. My nephew is a soldier stationed there, Li Kaiyun replied, a hint of excitement in his voice. He glanced at his pale-faced children and continued, "We initially planned to leave early due to the distance to the South City base, but we never anticipated this situation."
Oh,
Jiang Nian acknowledged, exchanging a glance with Cheng Jing and their teammates before nodding. "All right, since you are also heading to the South City base, let us travel together." He did not object to the idea of traveling with others, but it was imperative that any companions not be a burden and, ideally, be of some utility. For instance, having acquaintances at the base they were all heading toward would be quite advantageous. The notion of reciprocity in human relationships was essential, otherwise, it would be akin to freeloading. This was why, despite having assisted numerous individuals along the way, they had limited their aid to what was convenient, without excessive indulgence. As long as they could ensure their own safety, offering a helping hand was manageable, provided the other party exhibited understanding and decency. Those who sought to gain their protection through moral coercion by feigning hardship were sorely mistaken. Li Kaiyun expressed his gratitude to Jiang Nian, then prepared the vehicle and, along with his children, laid to rest their neighbor's family. Subsequently, the three of them approached Cheng Jing, requesting through the car window, "We wish to bring my wife to the base. Could you assist us with her cremation?" Li Kaiyun's voice quivered as he spoke the last part, his son's eyes reddening as well, while his daughter had already collapsed against her brother, sobbing heart-wrenchingly. Cheng Jing did not refuse. He exited the vehicle to accompany them. Jiang Nian felt a pang of sorrow. Xiaoya's eyes had turned red, and the omnipresence of tragedy was overwhelming, often arriving unexpectedly. Cheng Jing expertly controlled the flame's intensity, and afterward, he stepped aside, allowing them a moment to express their grief. The atmosphere grew heavy, filled only with the biting wind and muffled sobs. Once Li Kaiyun had carefully placed his wife's ashes into a simple box, he rummaged through the vehicle for food, urging his children to sit and eat. Even if they had little appetite, they needed to conserve their energy, as they had already lost a considerable amount of supplies, which had previously been divided among 3 vehicles. To endure until reaching the base, they had to ration their food. A single pack of instant noodles would be shared among the 3 of them, with the seasoning mixed into water and stored in bottles for consumption on the road. Jiang Nian kept a watchful eye on them, particularly scrutinizing Li Kaiyun's demeanor towards his children. Upon witnessing Li Kaiyun reserve only a thumb-sized piece of flatbread for himself, Jiang Nian took it upon himself to retrieve 3 self-heating meals and some snacks and bread from the vehicle, approaching them with, "We want to stop until nightfall, and you certainly won't manage under these conditions. Please, consider this a small gesture of camaraderie for our shared journey. Eat well and tend to your wounds afterward." "Thank you. We will remember this kindness. Once we reach the base, we will repay you," Li Kaiyun said, accepting the provisions and, with reddened eyes, distributing them to his children. "Uncle Li, may I call you that?" Jiang Nian said, "As you noted, life is challenging for everyone. Yet, as we travel together, mutual assistance is essential. So, do not burden yourself with the thought of repayment." Jiang Nian felt an unexpected wave of emotion wash over him as he gazed at the tall man before him. Li Kaiyun's hardened features spoke of a fierce disposition, yet it was this very stranger who illuminated Jiang Nian's understanding of paternal love. A father, regardless of how cold or formidable he may appear, will always place his children as safety above all else. A true father never shuns his children, no matter the circumstances. Right? Unlike him, who had faced disdain even before birth. Feeling a slight sting in his eyes, Jiang Nian exchanged a few casual words with Li Liang and Li Shuhui before returning to the vehicle. It was indeed true that the Li family had connections at the base, and his admiration for Li Kaiyun was genuine. Chapter 48. Earthquake. This delay extended their departure to nearly an hour, and it was already 2 in the afternoon. During this time, a few scattered zombies emerged from the vicinity, all of which were swiftly dealt with. The snowplow led the way, clearing obstacles, followed by Cheng Jing's and Jiang Nian's vehicle, then Li Kaiyun and his children, with Huang Qian's group bringing up the rear. Li Kaiyun was moved to tears by such an arrangement. They encountered several waves of zombies along the way, neither too large nor too troublesome, allowing them to proceed without significant hindrance. Before darkness enveloped the sky, they arrived at a spacious urban square with clear visibility. Jiang Nian insisted on camping in the open due to concerns over potential earthquakes, prompting them to rest in wide-open spaces throughout their journey. Tang Yi and Zhou Rongbin, who were off duty during the day, set up a tent and took turns keeping watch, while Jiang Nian provided them with a gaming console to pass the time, making the wait bearable. The others not on watch slept in their vehicles, ready to flee at a moment's notice. Since leaving Qingyan City, they had successfully avoided several nighttime earthquake crises. Although Jiang Nian had not directly engaged in combat, his meticulous planning and route decisions had earned the respect of the team. Without his guidance, they would have been buried multiple times over. Dinner was a communal affair, as they all intended to foster good relations. Jiang Nian deemed it necessary to be generous. His teammates understood his intentions and readily invited the Li family to join them. Jiang Nian's approach was straightforward. If I wish to treat you well, I will do so wholeheartedly. If not, I shall not even offer you the chance to engage. After the meal, Xiaoya and Huang Qian took the initiative to chat with Li Shuhui, while Li Kaiyun and his son Li Liang volunteered to keep watch, only to be gently declined by Cheng Jing. You must rest well to maintain your energy and keep pace with us during the day. Starting tomorrow, the time allocated for parking and resting will be shortened, and we will take turns as drivers. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to speak up.
Li Kaiyun nodded in acknowledgement.
Thank you then, Xiao Yang, and I can alternate driving during the day. All right, Cheng Jing said, casually handing him a pack of cigarettes before taking a seat beside him. None in their group smoked, yet he had prepared a considerable amount, as Jiang Nian mentioned that tobacco and similar items were a form of hard currency at the base. Consequently, when the toxic rain descended, he seized the opportunity to gather quite a bit. Observing their intent to chat, Li Liang wisely distanced himself, proactively inquiring among the others if they required assistance with any tasks. Gratefully, Li Kaiyun accepted the cigarette and promptly extracted one, only to realize he lacked a lighter. Just as he was about to ask, Cheng Jing flicked his fingers, igniting it for him. He took a deep drag, the rush of nicotine jolting his senses. And Li Kaiyun contentedly squinted his eyes, savoring the moment. Seizing the opportunity, Cheng Jing inquired, Uncle, did you serve in the military? Yes, Li Kaiyun replied with a smile, turning to look at him. You did too. It was a declarative statement, a tacit understanding shared among soldiers. Cheng Jing nodded. Indeed, I just recently left the ranks. As Li Kaiyun inhaled the smoke, he gazed at the others nearby who were busily engaged in their tasks and continued, Your team is well trained, exhibiting a high level of synergy and trust, not resembling a random assembly. Aside from my partner Jiang Nian and Xiaoya, we were all part of a security company before the apocalypse. Afterward, we joined the official rescue union of Qingyan City, Cheng Jing replied candidly, subtly revealing information about their squad's background. Upon hearing this, Li Kaiyun understood, flicking the ash from a cigarette. With such a combination, you'll undoubtedly thrive at any base, securing excellent resources. It dawned on him why Jiang Nian was the one who spoke so eloquently. Cheng Jing remained non-committal but humbly added, the official head of Qingyan City did provide a letter of recommendation, but as we have families to consider, we seek stability. Otherwise, we wouldn't have chosen the Nan City base. Li Kaiyun nodded in agreement. The two conversed for quite some time, and as night deepened, they retired to their vehicles for rest. The night air remained quite chilly, and Jiang Nian provided Li Kaiyun and the others with a couple of extra blankets for warmth. The night passed quietly. In the following days, they encountered a plethora of zombies, yet they managed to handle each situation with ease. They collected numerous crystal cores from the mutated zombies, and after discussing it with Jiang Nian, Cheng Jing proactively informed Li Kaiyun. Given that they were working together, Li Kaiyun, being perceptive, would inevitably discover it sooner or later. Thus, it was better to disclose it openly. What surprised them, however, was that the three members of the Li family also handed over the crystal cores they had obtained from dispatching zombies. Additionally, since Li Liang and Li Shuhui had fewer opportunities to engage in combat, they willingly took on logistical tasks, cooking and tidying up during their downtime. After all, on the very second day of their joining, Jiang Nian and Cheng Jing had invited them to dine together, and with such generosity from others, they felt compelled to reciprocate. Thus, they journeyed together for nearly a week. As they approached the base, they frequently encountered rescue teams transporting survivors back and forth at various intersections. As a result, zombie encounters became less frequent. Just when they thought they could maintain this rhythm straight to the base, they encountered an earthquake just as they were about to drive onto a bridge spanning the river. The bridge collapsed, and several large fissures appeared in the ground. Coincidentally, a rescue team was ahead of them, operating a green truck filled with thousands of survivors. When the earthquake struck, the rescue team attempted to ascend the bridge, but despite their timely realization and retreat, several trucks were unable to turn back in time, toppling into the chasms and ruins below. Cheng Jing instructed Huang Qian to stay behind with Xiaoya and Li Shuhui to watch over their vehicle, while he led the others to provide assistance. Although the base's rescue operation was swift, the earthquake had struck unexpectedly, plunging the scene into chaos, filled with screams, cries, and shouts. The limited medical personnel were overwhelmed, unable to save everyone. Even with many superhumans among the rescue team and survivors, a significant number perished, and those rescued were often barely clinging to life. The river had dried up post-apocalypse, and compounded by contamination, the area beneath the bridge had transformed into a pit of black sludge, teeming with zombies. The collapse had not buried them entirely, but allowed them to crawl up from the wreckage. Many trapped individuals were bitten, scratched, or even devoured before any rescue could be initiated. This was still daytime. Had it been night, rescue would have been utterly impossible. Help us. I don't want to die. Please save me. Who will come to our aid? A family of 3, consisting of a middle-aged couple and their daughter clad in a high school uniform, was trapped beneath a long rectangular concrete slab. 2 zombies crawled towards them, one on each side, their sheer terror rendering them voiceless in their screams. Just as the zombies' sharp claws were about to grasp the exposed arm of the woman, thunderous flames and icy shards rained down from the heavens, instantly annihilating the zombies surrounding them. Zhao Lei manipulated metal into a chain, lifting the slab, and subsequently rescued the family, fortunate that they were merely trapped and unharmed. I can't move, sob. Please carry me. The girl trembled uncontrollably, gazing at Cheng Jing with tear-filled eyes. Cheng Jing exchanged a glance with Zhao Lei. You take her. He then assisted the girl's father upward. The girl looked bewildered at Cheng Jing, while Zhao Lei snatched a blanket from the rescue team, wrapping her up before cradling her in his arms. He's married and allergic to women. Cheng Jing shot him an exasperated glance, but remained silent. The girl, momentarily stunned, even forgot to cry, eventually stammering her gratitude. The stench of blood and the cries of the terrified attracted more zombies, prompting the rescue team and uninjured individuals to hasten their search for survivors and supplies beneath the broken bridge. After handing the rescued individuals to the medical team, Cheng Jing and the others returned to the ruins once more. A barrage of thunderous flames descended, obliterating a horde of zombies. As the earth shifted, several buried individuals emerged from the crevices. Ice shards immobilized the zombies, and chains pulled aside debris, dragging out several people, some lifeless, others still breathing. After handing a small child to the medical staff, Jiang Nian discovered a young woman in her 20s, unconscious and with a steel bar impaled through her calf. Near a bridge pier, she was strikingly beautiful, dressed elegantly, and even wore lipstick, indicating she had fared well in the apocalypse. She was shielded by a burly man, presumably a superhuman with enhanced strength. Unfortunately, the man's neck was crushed beneath a large stone, bloodied and lifeless, with no signs of zombie bites, alleviating concerns of reanimation. However, the woman's leg bore traces of black blood, likely splattered from a slain zombie. Jiang Nian carefully extracted her leg from the steel bar, ensuring no one was watching, wiped away the black stains with a tissue, and cautiously employed his purification ability to cleanse the wound. After bandaging it with a small roll of gauze, he gently lifted her and ascended carefully. Upon returning to the surface, the rescue efforts were nearing their conclusion. They had done all they could for those they could save, while the remaining were beyond help. The woman regained consciousness, staring blankly at him. Jiang Nian felt an inexplicable sense of awkwardness, explaining the situation to her briefly before placing her on a clear patch of ground and handing her over to the medical personnel. The woman, after listening to his words, displayed little reaction, yet as he turned to depart, she grasped the hem of his trench coat. You cannot leave. You saved me, and thus you must take responsibility. Jiang Nian was momentarily rendered speechless, while the masked medical staff nearby exchanged astonished glances. Noticing Jiang Nian's silence, the woman continued, My boyfriend has passed away. I have been injured, and I have no other relatives. You saved me, so you must take responsibility. She paused, brushing a strand of hair from her face. I wouldn't mind being your girlfriend. With her boyfriend's demise, she sought another source of support, for how could a woman survive in such turbulent times? Jiang Nian found her absurd logic amusing, retracting his warm demeanor as he firmly reclaimed his coat and coldly retorted, "My act of saving you stemmed from humanitarian goodwill. There is no need for such ingratitude. While you may not mind, I do. I am already married, and seducing a married man undermines social morality. Moreover, your boyfriend died protecting you. To seek a new partner so soon is rather callous, is it not?" He prided himself on his composure and respect for women, unwilling to embarrass her in public, yet her audacity was intolerable. "If you do not wish to take responsibility, why save me? What meaning is there in my survival?" The woman, seeing the ring on his finger, felt a pang of resentment and began to shed tears, her lovely features transformed into a pitiful visage. Whispers started circulating among the onlookers, their eyes filled with a mix of curiosity and intrigue about her plight. "I am merely frightened and wish for your assistance," she sobbed. Playing the victim. Jiang Nian furrowed his brow, having just used his powers to purify her wound. Perhaps he should have purified her mind instead. He intended to walk away, but the murmurs of self-righteous bystanders began to emerge. Let him, a strong man, not be overly concerned. If he has the ability, he should temporarily care for her. The woman, sensing the shift in sympathy, stubbornly reached out again to grasp his coat. "Get lost." Jiang Nian's temper flared, stepping back to avoid her grasp, casting a disdainful glance at the self-proclaimed moralists surrounding him, who said not to care. "Why should I bear the burden of others' generosity? With your level of understanding, moral coercion is second nature to you. What happened to your cries for help moments ago?" His retort silenced the self-righteous, and he turned his ire upon the woman, declaring, "Let us be clear, none of us owe each other anything. Return to your position, and I shall gladly bury you under a few shovels of dirt." A nurse, attending to the woman's wounds, could not suppress a laugh, and soon, the air filled with the sound of mocking laughter, as the rational among them began to outnumber the foolish. Soldiers from the rescue team approached, yet Jiang Nian remained undeterred, continuing, "Surviving is arduous. Choosing to die is far simpler." The woman's face flushed with anger and embarrassment, her eyes blazing as she attempted to refute him, but was interrupted by another voice. "In this apocalyptic world, who cares about your life or death? Live or die as you please." Cheng Jing strode over, flanked by others, his voice cold and his expression grim. He had lost track of his wife, only to find her entangled in this ludicrous situation. The woman glared at him, but quickly lowered her gaze under his piercing scrutiny. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed the ring on Cheng Jing's finger mirrored Jiang Nian's, and her defiance faded into silence. "You need not express gratitude, but should you persist in this pursuit, I shall cast you into a horde of zombies. I am a man of my word," Cheng Jing declared, before pulling Jiang Nian back to their group. The others cast disdainful glances at the woman as they followed suit. Liao Yu, unable to contain his irritation, took a few steps forward only to return and issue a warning. "If you cannot speak properly, then you might as well offer your mouth to the zombies. We do not strike women, but we never show mercy to fools." With that, he disregarded the judgmental gazes of the rescue team and strode away. How unfortunate for her to squander her beauty on such antics, attempting to exploit his adoptive father. How ludicrous. Li Kaiyun and his son exchanged glances, silently shaking their heads, aware of how fortunate they were to have received Jiang Nian's assistance. The woman watched them depart, her eyes filled with resentment and bitterness. These people were not from the rescue team, and their demeanor indicated they lived quite well, suggesting they possessed significant strength and ample resources. She had initially believed the one who saved her would be easily manipulated, only to discover he was averse to her intentions. Upon returning to the group, Liao Yu recounted the incident to Huang Qian and the other two girls. Not only Huang Qian and Li Shuhui, but even Xiaoyu recognized the woman's ulterior motives. She likely thought Jiang Nian would be easy to manipulate, but little did she realize that a single kick had led to her own downfall. Serves her right. Chapter 50. Would you be willing to become a zombie's bait? With no clear path ahead, Cheng Jing and Li Kaiyun approached the leader of the rescue team to inquire about alternative routes. Additionally, upon learning that this rescue team was also returning to the South City base, Li Kaiyun took the initiative to explain his situation and used the team's satellite phone to contact his nephew. After understanding the circumstances, the rescue team leader invited him to remain with them as they returned to the base. Li Kaiyun, without hesitation, smiled and declined. I would prefer to stay with my friends. It is more convenient that way. Were he alone, he would not mind joining the rescue team and contributing his efforts during critical moments, but with a child in tow, he had to consider many factors. Without Cheng Jing and the others, he would have undoubtedly opted for the rescue team. However, given the number of individuals they had to look after, the safety factor would be significantly compromised. Compared to Cheng Jing's group, the answer was clear. Frankly, the days spent with Cheng Jing's team had been the safest he had felt since the onset of the apocalypse. After concluding his call with his nephew, Li Kaiyun returned to the group alongside Cheng Jing. Neither pressed the other for details. Their mutual understanding was unspoken. As darkness approached, their group retraced their steps with the rescue team to a previous intersection to take another route, eventually halting at a development zone on the outskirts of the city. This area appeared to be in its early stages of construction, featuring only cleared land, modest mounds of earth, and a few excavators, lacking sufficient cover to conceal hordes of zombies. As the team came to a stop, the rescue team dispatched personnel to patrol the vicinity and scavenge fuel from the excavators, yielding a satisfactory haul. I was just thinking how swift they are, Jiang Nian observed quietly, lamenting that while they had no need for the fuel, it could certainly be sold at the base. Cheng Jing and the others chuckled, choosing not to comment. The night air was brisk, yet the survivors, having endured the day's tremors, shivered against the wind. Daring not to complain, life itself was a blessing, and they would soon reach the base. The rescue team members began to set up camp and attended to the injured, distributing food to the survivors. Jiang Nian's group opted to keep their distance and fend for themselves, avoiding the small advantages offered by the rescue team to prevent any unnecessary complications. The likelihood of encountering eccentric individuals in this post-apocalyptic world had risen sharply. To avoid discontent, maintaining distance from the crowd was a prudent choice. The main group moved slowly, and they did not intend to follow, knowing the route and planning to depart directly the next day. Dinner consisted of a large pot of noodles, accompanied by eggs, sausages, and a packet of dehydrated vegetables, all enhanced with chili sauce, leaving everyone quite satisfied. After participating in the rescue, fatigue overwhelmed them, and once fed, they quickly sought rest. With members of the rescue team on patrol that night, they did not need to keep watch, allowing them to sleep soundly and replenish their energy for the journey ahead. The following morning, the rescue team was still engaged in organizing and preparing, while Jiang Nian and his companions were already inspecting their vehicles, ready to hit the road. Everyone was preoccupied with their tasks, and for a moment, they failed to notice the small trouble that had approached them. "Thank you for coming to our aid yesterday. It seems we are fated to meet. Might you allow us to accompany you? We are willing to exchange our supplies," came a somewhat awkward voice. It belonged to the family of three that Cheng Jing and Zhao Lei had rescued the day before, a middle-aged couple and their daughter. The father, of average height and slightly stout, wore a smile that belied a shrewd and worldly demeanor, reminiscent of a businessman. "No. Your meager supplies are insufficient even for your own sustenance. What could you possibly exchange?" Without needing Jiang Nian or Cheng Jing to respond, Zhao Lei brusquely rejected the offer, irritated by the audacity of the strangers approaching them. After the incident with Jiang Nian being swindled the previous day, he found any unsolicited conversation with strangers to be disconcerting. The man stood awkwardly in the face of Zhao Lei's bluntness, realizing that the team of superhumans was not easily swayed. Meanwhile, a gaunt woman, her complexion pale, grasped her daughter's hand and, upon noticing Li Shuhui and Xiaoya with their unfinished cup noodles, swallowed hard. "We are capable of doing anything, and having children among us makes mutual care easier," she remarked, attempting to appeal to their sympathy. Typically, groups with women and children tended to be more agreeable. "Nobody is capable of anything. Go back to where you came from. Following the rescue team guarantees you food and safety on your journey to the base." Li Kaiyun replied before turning his attention back to inspecting his vehicle, urging his daughter to hurry. He did not disdain their intentions, for he understood their plight. Yet the decision to admit them was not his to make. "If you let us accompany you, we are truly willing to do anything. Once we reach the base, we can work for you," the woman persisted, now addressing Huang Qian and Cheng Jing. The two exchanged glances, recognizing that many ordinary individuals sought entry into superhuman teams in this manner, while many superhumans recruited followers and tools. However, their team had no such need, and the family's intention was glaringly apparent. At that moment, Jiang Nian approached, unwrapping a piece of candy from his trench coat and popping it into his mouth. He scrutinized the middle-aged couple for a moment before inquiring, "Willing to do anything, are you? Would you be prepared to serve as bait for the zombies? For instance, if we encounter zombies on our journey, could we count on you to draw them away?" The word struck not only the family of three dumbfounded, but also left his teammates momentarily speechless. Particularly, the Leaf family felt a chilling air enveloping them. Jiang Nian's demeanor lacked aggression, yet at times, his approach to life and his words could send shivers down one's spine. Most notably, he was the leader of the entire team. When he spoke, it was a matter of grave consequence. Unable to comply, I presume? Then return to the rescue team. Adults must be held accountable for their words. Speaking recklessly only leads to one's own ruin. Jiang Nian concluded before turning to board the vehicle and taking a seat in the passenger side, his expression cold. This back and forth was futile. A simple display of their resolve would suffice to dissuade them. If they chose to linger despite the rescue team's presence, in his eyes, it was akin to swindling. Seeing this, the teammates ceased their discussions and boarded the vehicle in succession. It was not until the sound of the engine faded into the distance that the pale-faced family regained their composure, exchanging glances of disbelief before retreating to the rescue team. After changing routes, the small group traversed a stretch of national highway, passing through several towns and villages, encountering numerous roadblocks that hindered their speed. However, they managed to dispatch a few waves of zombies along the way, collecting several ability crystals and rescuing a number of survivors, kindly informing them that the rescue team was not far behind. Having spent considerable time on the national highway, it took a day and a half for the convoy to finally return to the expressway. Fortunately, as they drew closer to the base, the roads became increasingly clear, allowing for an uninterrupted journey. By this time, the accumulated snow had mostly melted, leading to a surge in zombie sightings. Coupled with the rising heat, central broadcasts reported outbreaks of plague and deadly viral infections in many areas. After enduring the extreme cold, many lives had been lost. With a sense of urgency, by early April, Jiang Nian and his team safely arrived at the South City base, aligning with their plans. Chapter 51. South City Base. The overall layout of the post-apocalyptic bases bore a striking resemblance to one another, and the South City Base was no exception. The circular fortress of the South City Base was divided into four distinct zones: the Central Zone, Inner Zone, Outer Zone, and Wilderness Zone. In addition to the protective walls surrounding the base, there were also isolation walls and guard posts separating each zone. As the name suggests, the Wilderness Zone encompassed a vast area within the base that remained undeveloped, serving as a buffer in the event of a zombie attack. Most newcomers to the base were initially assigned accommodations in the Outer Zone, obtaining enough points to later rent or purchase housing in the Inner Zone. Points could be earned in various ways, including accepting tasks within the base, engaging in contracts, or trading their supplies. Additionally, points were transferable on a voluntary basis. The primary means of entering the Inner Zone was through these points, with the early residents predominantly consisting of military families. Over time, the Inner Zone gradually became a gathering place for powerful groups of superhumans, as their exceptional abilities allowed them to accumulate points more easily. However, the criteria for entering the Central Zone were much stricter and bore no relation to points. Only special personnel such as scientists and doctors, along with their families, were permitted entry. Furthermore, either military management's relatives or individuals recruited via special exceptions were granted access. Ultimately, the conditions for entering the Central Zone were known solely to the base's management, with no publicly available criteria. Of course, the entire base operated under a strict military regime, alleviating concerns about safety as long as one refrained from wandering off aimlessly. The management system within the base was well structured. As long as rules were adhered to, individuals could file complaints if their interests were infringed upon and request protection from the base.
Li Kayun's nephew, Li Shen,
held a position within the base at the age of 27. Not a superhuman himself, he was currently the head of security management in the Central Zone. After Li Kayun contacted Li Sheng through the rescue team's satellite phone, arrangements had been made prior to their arrival. As they parked their vehicle, a tall and meticulously groomed young man approached to greet Li Kayun. It was indeed Li Sheng. Upon learning of their experiences on the road, he expressed sympathy and offered comfort to his younger siblings, while also extending gratitude to Cheng Jing and the others. Cheng Jing was uncertain how Li Kaiyun had described him to his nephew, as Li Sheng not only took the recommendation letter but also personally escorted them for health assessments. Ultimately, he arranged for their group to stay in the same dormitory building within the central zone. The accommodations included both single rooms and suites. And based on their group size, Li Sheng assigned them either 2 or 3-bedroom apartments. Their treatment could be described as remarkably favorable compared to others entering the base. This was attributable to both the recommendation letter and Li Kaiyun's influence, but primarily, it was thanks to Cheng Jing and his companions themselves. As Li Kaiyun had remarked, a team of 8 well-trained superhumans with extensive combat experience would undoubtedly be in high demand at any base. Over the course of their time together, the previously reticent Xiaoya had grown familiar with Li Shuhui, no longer wishing to act as a third wheel for Huang Qian and Lu Ningzhou. Thus, with the consent of both sets of parents, the 2 young girls decided to room together, allowing for mutual support and ease of conversation. Regarding the matter of Xiaoya, when Li Shuhui proposed to live with her, Cheng Jing disclosed the truth to the 3 members of the Li family. Li Kaiyun, like the others, did not deny Xiaoya's faults, but was willing to accept and guide her. Simultaneously, they finally comprehended why Xiaoya remained so silent amidst a group of lively individuals. Guilt rendered her self-conscious, a self-consciousness that would likely accompany her throughout her life. Thus, Cheng Jing teamed up with Jiang Nian, Huang Qian with Lu Ningzhou, Zhao Lei with Liao Yu, while Jiancheng, Tang Yi, and Zhou Rongbin formed another group, leaving Xiaoya to accompany Li Shuhui's family. The dormitory was adequately equipped with essential living appliances, yet the entire base imposed restrictions on electricity and water usage. Following Li Sheng's informative session, everyone learned that within the base, only the Research Institute in the Central District, along with hospitals, clinics, and other specialized departmental offices, maintained a 24-hour power supply. In contrast, all other areas were limited to 4 hours of electricity per household each day, with a power usage cap of 1 kilowatt. As of now, the base had not opened up additional electricity purchases. The allocation of electricity was a matter of personal discretion, with unused time not accumulating. Once the daily limit was reached, the base's regulatory system would automatically cut off power. Those with electrical abilities could utilize specially modified batteries for their unique needs, engaging in trading as the base did not intervene. Regarding water, each individual was permitted to collect 3 liters of premium drinking water and 20 liters of regular domestic water daily from designated water facilities. Any excess required the expenditure of points for purchase. Additionally, non-board housing in the inner and central districts had running water, allowing residents to utilize water cards for their domestic needs. The required points varied according to water quality levels. Of course, aside from base water facilities, individuals could also trade with those possessing water-based abilities. The scarcity of water and electricity within the base elucidated why, in a post-apocalyptic world, 9 out of 10 individuals with such abilities were affluent. After assigning the dormitories and informing them of the base's fundamental regulations, Li Sheng left each of them with a portion of dinner, promising to return the following day with additional supplies. This was, of course, from his personal stockpile, not something every survivor entering the base had access to. After their meal, Jiang Nian distributed the remaining supplies from the vehicle equally among everyone. Cheng Jing also gifted Li Kaiyun a cigarette, and there were no objections. Initially, they did not require supplies from Li Sheng, but it was prudent to remain low-key upon their arrival. Moreover, his actions were a gesture of gratitude for their care towards his uncle and younger siblings, thus repaying a personal debt. They had entered the base in the late afternoon, and by the time everyone settled in their respective dormitories, unpacked their belongings, and refreshed themselves, it was already well past midnight. Although the journey to the base had been relatively smooth, each individual's nerves were taut. Now that they had settled into the dormitory in the central district, a subconscious relaxation washed over them, the fatigue creeping invilatedly. Jiang Nian and Cheng Jing were assigned a small 2-bedroom layout, a combined living and dining area, 1 bedroom, a storage room doubling as a home warehouse, a bathroom, and a compact kitchen, all tidied up to a respectable standard. Exhausted, they decided to leave things as they were for the time being, planning to continue organizing the next day, even considering trading some of their unused supplies for points. Lying on the bed, Jiang Nian shared his small plans with Cheng Jing, his voice gradually trailing off. Cheng Jing patted his back, saying, "All right, sleep now. It's quite late." They intended to reside there for an extended period, so they would gradually make adjustments according to their needs. The first priority was to reinforce the doors and windows, although the base was secure. And the central district even more so, they desired an added layer of safety through their own efforts. They also needed to acquire additional furniture, prioritizing comfort over size. There is no such thing as a free lunch. The management of the South City base, having placed them in the central district, would undoubtedly seek to negotiate terms with them. However, until then, they could enjoy a restful night's sleep. Chapter 52. This is the source of his joy. Nearly a month of travel had accumulated a significant level of exhaustion, one not to be underestimated. Thus, as their bodies and minds relaxed, almost everyone slept until noon the following day. When Jiang Nian awoke, Cheng Jing was already up. Having overslept, his still drowsy mind took a moment to adjust to the unfamiliar ceiling before he remembered they had safely arrived at the South City base. Since his rebirth, he had successfully avoided all the pitfalls, toxic individuals, and troublesome matters of his previous life. Yet, he pondered whether, with his different choices, Chunyu would still be injured by a zombie. He secretly hoped that Chunyu would indeed be caught, and that his stepmother's maternal instincts would prevent her from taking action, ultimately leading to the demise of the entire family. Otherwise, according to Murphy's Law, they would inevitably encounter them again in the future. The translucent curtains allowed an almost blinding brightness to flood the room, prompting Jiang Nian to withdraw his thoughts and glance around. To ensure he could enjoy a peaceful slumber, it appeared he needed to change the curtains. As he contemplated this, he yawned and reached for his phone beside the pillow, discovering it was nearly 11:30. His teammates exchanged messages, agreeing to have lunch together before heading to the management office at any entrance of the base to obtain their point storage cards, after which they would explore the area. They had received a green light from Li Sheng to settle in immediately the day before, but today they needed to complete their identity registration. A message had been replied to an hour earlier, during which he had been dreaming. It was Cheng Jing who had responded using his phone.
Yin Ye.
Jiang Nian called out instinctively while scrolling through his phone, only to realize afterward that he sounded akin to a child waking up and searching for their mother. Oh well, my boyfriend is a bit too paternalistic. I won't be ridiculed for this. Moments later, with a soft click, Cheng Jing pushed open the door. Awake? Jiang Nian stretched, sat up, and rubbed his face before looking over, his eyes suddenly brightening.
Wow.
Cheng Jing was wearing black casual work attire that was simple yet sharp, a stark contrast to the restrained and austere impression of formal wear, lending him an air of poise and stability with a hint of wildness. Particularly with the buttons of his jacket undone, the soft fabric of his fitted undershirt clung to his skin, accentuating his muscular build, eliciting an urge to touch. Truly, he was a naturally handsome figure. Jiang Nian thought his boyfriend could look magnificent even in a sack. What's wrong? Cheng Jing instinctively glanced down at himself, unable to discern anything amiss. Moreover, this outfit was one Jiang Nian had purchased for him, and they had matching sets, suitable for couple attire. Feeling a rush of affection, Jiang Nian nimbly slipped out of bed and into his slippers, cheerfully waving to Cheng Jing at the door. Jinga, come here for a moment. With a handsome figure before him, it would be a travesty not to indulge. Cheng Jing complied, approaching, and just as he was about to inquire, Jiang Nian pulled him to the bedside, resting his head against Cheng Jing's abdomen and wrapping his arms around his waist, beginning to caress him back and forth. He resembled a cat craving affection, speaking in an endearingly shameless manner. I overslept and feel lethargic. You need to recharge me. Cheng Jing was left speechless. Such a brazen excuse left him no room for rebuttal. Jiang Nian's way of expressing his affection towards him was often quite direct, sometimes to the point where it made Cheng Jing feel a bit bashful. Feeling the unrestrained exploration of hands across his body, Cheng Jing raised a hand to stroke the fluffy head before him, suddenly seized by an impulse to press down. However, the fleeting thought of taking advantage was quickly dismissed. He preferred that Jiang Nian take the initiative, otherwise, he worried that this person might suffer in silence, too timid to refuse him, which could strain their relationship over time. With an awareness of timing, Jiang Nian's hesitant hand lingered before finally retreating, burying his face against Cheng Jing's abs for a deep breath. While others may indulge in the comfort of cats, he found solace in the warmth of abs, a stark contrast in the sources of joy between individuals. Yet, after the apocalypse, many had lost their feline companions, while he still had the pleasure of his abs, which filled him with delight. Cheng Jing's gaze softened as he gently patted him, saying, "Once you've had your fill, get up to wash your face, brush your teeth, and eat something." "Thank you, Jingo," Jiang Nian replied, lifting his head, his mood soaring as he tidied his clothes before heading to the bathroom to refresh himself. By the time he emerged, ready to change, Cheng Jing had prepared a matching outfit for him. Jiang Nian felt a bit uneasy about showcasing their affection in front of teammates and hesitated, holding the clothes.
Yin Ye.
"How about I wear something else? It feels a bit embarrassing with so many people around." The person organizing the wardrobe shot him a dangerous look.
Why?
Jiang Nian found himself momentarily speechless. He had no solid reason other than a lack of confidence. Cheng Jing crossed his arms and fixed his gaze on him.
Today.
"You will wear this outfit, or you won't wear anything at all." This guy had truly spoiled him. He had deliberately chosen matching attire, yet here Jiang Nian was acting ungratefully. Even with a ring on his finger, he was still concerned about wearing the same outfit as Cheng Jing. With the conversation reaching this point, Jiang Nian dared not retort and obediently changed out of his pajamas into the outfit. As he changed, Cheng Jing turned to exit the room, fearing that Jiang Nian might reconsider and refuse to wear it, especially since they had no plans to go out that day. Once dressed, Jiang Nian headed straight to the dining table. Breakfast and lunch were combined. Cheng Jing insisted he start with a small bowl of millet porridge paired with pickled vegetables to whet his appetite before moving on to the main meal. They had spicy stir-fried cabbage and stir-fried pork with dried tofu, simple yet satisfying. After a diet of instant noodles and other quick meals, it felt wonderful to eat a proper meal. During the extreme cold, opportunities to cook were scarce, and their canned goods had hardly been touched. So they brought them all along. Stored in the ring space, they could last a long time just for cooking. That morning, Li Sheng had placed a package of supplies in front of each dormitory, leaving a note for everyone to familiarize themselves with the base for a few days while awaiting further instructions. As they ate, Cheng Jing recounted the morning's events. The militarized management was strict yet humane. Jiang Nian nodded. "That sounds good. For the next few days, let us focus on organizing our space and distributing supplies. And then we'll see how to proceed." Given the current situation, it seemed best to share some necessities with teammates while ensuring they retained enough for themselves, trading supplies for points to acquire more resources from the base. "All right, you take charge of the arrangements," Cheng Jing smiled, casually adding more meat to Jiang Nian's plate. "Eat more. You've lost weight on this journey." "I don't feel that way," Jiang Nian replied, enjoying his meal, feeling quite well in both body and spirit. "Of course, you wouldn't. I can tell the moment I touch you." Cheng Jing continued to serve him vegetables, having noticed the slight loss of weight after a long-awaited night spent holding him close. "Huh." Jiang Nian couldn't help but smile foolishly. His Chunga had a remarkable talent for delivering such earnest remarks, occasionally igniting a spark of youthful excitement, as if he were falling in love anew. Chapter 53. A small wish in the apocalypse. After their meal, the two began planning how to allocate supplies among their teammates. Oil, salt, rice, flour, and sugar were essential. The timing felt right to also discuss the matter of the spatial ring. They had amassed a considerable amount of supplies, and as far as food was concerned, taking a break was entirely feasible. However, Jiang Nian was reluctant to simply rest idly, having arrived at the base, especially with such capable teammates. It would be unreasonable not to engage in some form of endeavor. The entire world was in disarray. He had no grand ambitions for monumental achievements. Instead, he contemplated a modest living, perhaps opening a small grocery store in the apocalypse to sell miscellaneous items, discreetly, calmly, while snatching a moment of tranquility amidst the chaos. In his previous life, when he was tormented to the brink of madness, he had often thought of this. Given the chance, he wished to run a small convenience store, quietly selling various goods, seeking a sliver of peace and stability to weather the disaster. He was self-aware. If his abilities were lacking, he would have to be more cautious. After his reincarnation, this desire had grown even stronger. During a gathering with teammates, he had casually mentioned it and received their support. Cheng Jing wholeheartedly agreed, as he was always eager for Jiang Nian to remain indoors.
Ding.
The sound of a notification from his phone broke the moment. Huang Qian sent a group message instructing everyone to gather downstairs in 5 minutes. By the time Jiang Nian and Cheng Jing descended, everyone was already waiting for them. After exchanging pleasantries, several eyes were drawn to the couple, their matching outfits unmistakably eye-catching. "Oh, You even prepared couple outfits? Huang Qian remarked teasingly, well aware of Jiang Nian's bashfulness in front of others and seizing the opportunity to tease him. Indeed, under the collective gaze, Jiang Nian quickly turned crimson. Cheng Jing remained unfazed, casting a casual glance at her and Lu Ningzhou, shaking his head. You all don't even have rings, and yet you lack couple outfits too? TSK. His tone was tenfold more mocking than hers as he touched the ring on his finger, casually draping an arm around Jiang Nian's shoulder to boast without reservation. Huang Qian felt an urge to pounce on him in frustration, but Lu Ningzhou pulled her away, smoothing things over. Let us not provoke them. We can't afford to. Jiang Nian had grown accustomed to it, blushing yet smiling quietly with the others. After a brief period of banter, the group took a vehicle and followed the base map provided by Li Sheng towards the west gate. The South City base boasted 4 grand entrances, east, west, south, and north, with wide thoroughfares connecting all areas. Naturally, there were heavy gates between the districts, which closed at night and reopened at dawn. Their dormitory was nearest to the west gate, and it was undeniable that they had a certain affinity for this direction. Along the way, they encountered many rescue teams searching for survivors, as well as armed patrols, which significantly boosted their sense of security. Li Sheng had already submitted their information, so they merely needed to register their fingerprints to receive point storage cards free of charge. The points cards, regardless of their size, functioned similarly to regular bank cards. However, they also served as identification, functioning as an all-access pass for the entire base. The points cards issued nationwide bore similarities, with the South City base's card being black with silver borders, featuring the card number on the front and usage instructions and anti-theft tips on the back. The embedded chip recorded the user's information, requiring a fingerprint scan for access. It was not cumbersome, and the anti-theft measures were quite effective. Each person was allotted a single card. If lost or damaged, a replacement would cost 100 points, and the card would be voided upon death. After acquiring their points cards, Jiang Nian retrieved some tobacco and rare medicinal supplies from the vehicle to exchange for points at the Management's redemption counter. The 3 members of the Li family expressed their lack of need, as Li Sheng had generously bestowed upon them a considerable amount of points. Jiang Nian, upon understanding their sentiment, distributed 500 points to each of his teammates. In principle, the conversion of these points is approximately equivalent to pre-apocalyptic currency at a 1-to-1 ratio. However, due to the erratic nature of market prices, with the exception of certain specialized goods such as tobacco and pharmaceuticals, the prices of other items fluctuate significantly. For instance, a small loaf of bread may sometimes cost merely 1 point, while at other times it may be unattainable even for 10 points. Aside from exchanges with the authorities being relatively reasonable, there exists no standard market price. Transactions largely depend on mutual agreement between parties. After successfully exchanging their points, the group departed from the management office, leisurely driving around the base to familiarize themselves with their new surroundings. The entire base resembles a city, where survivors reside to evade the undead. Although the facilities for clothing, food, shelter, transportation, commerce, and medical care do not quite match the convenience and opulence of the pre-apocalyptic world, all essential services are available. Isn't our adoptive father planning to open a grocery store? Let's explore the commercial street, Liao Yu suggested with a smile, to which the others readily agreed. Thus, the group parked their vehicle nearby and began to wander through the commercial street. After careful analysis, Li Kaiyan also deemed Jiang Nian's idea to be sound. The commercial street is situated at the intersection of the inner and outer zones, with shops on one side and a market square on the other, separated by a spacious thoroughfare. The shop stalls consist of single-story structures topped with insulating layers, facing the street and the market square, and neatly arranged against the inner zone's partition wall. The market square occupies a space comparable to that of the shops, where the management has marked out approximately 1.5 meter square stalls on the rough concrete ground with yellow paint, each labeled with a number. Apart from this, no additional facilities exist, leaving stall owners to exercise their creativity based on individual needs. It must be said that this commercial street, which encircles the base's circular road, resembles a waistline when viewed from above, presenting an unexpectedly attractive sight. The orderliness is particularly pleasing to those with obsessive-compulsive tendencies, a stark contrast to the disorder and squalor witnessed in Z base during his previous life. Regrettably, due to the current scarcity of people, The stalls and market spaces are sparsely populated, with only the occasional security kiosk manned at intervals. Behind the market square, across a pedestrian walkway, lies the largest and most populous accommodation facility within the base. Although constructed from contiguous panels and consisting of the simplest of single-room units, they are clean, hygienic, and adequately equipped. The entire outer zone, apart from this commercial street and the necessary thoroughfares and base facilities, is lined with rows of tightly packed panel houses, extending all the way to the isolation wall at the edge of the wasteland. Anyone entering the base is entitled to free accommodation. However, those seeking a more comfortable living environment must find a way to access the inner zone for rental or purchase opportunities. In the inner zone, the least desirable housing consists of cement bungalows, while better options include apartment suites within residential complexes. Due to the absence of elevators, these complexes are limited to 8 stories or fewer, with the finest accommodations being standalone 2.5-story villas with gardens. In this new world, some individuals continue to thrive without want, while others struggle to merely survive. The chasm between wealth and poverty has not dissipated in the wake of the apocalypse. Furthermore, as the base continues to evolve, this disparity is bound to widen. The policies enacted by the base's authorities merely serve to moderate and balance the situation, yet the fundamental dynamics remain unchanged. After spending 2 hours exploring the commercial street, Jiang Nian and the team collectively deliberated and decided to rent a shop stall near the west gate, as it offers convenient transportation and easy access back to their accommodations. Chapter 54, The Plan. Currently, the influx of new arrivals to the base is limited, rendering the stalls near the west gate nearly vacant. With a high selection rate, they can initially pay some points as a deposit to secure a stall. Thus, around 4 in the afternoon, while the others continued to explore, Jiang Nian and Cheng Jing located the base's commercial management office and paid a deposit of 1,000 points to reserve a stall. Upon completion, the staff provided them with a contract and a set of regulations governing the commercial street to review at home, allowing them 10 days to contemplate and prepare. Should they choose not to proceed within this time frame, the deposit will be refunded, but if they exceed the 10-day period without making a decision, the stall will be released without further notice and the 1,000 points will not be returned. And so, on their first day in the base, the group busied themselves with various trivial matters. In the evening, Xiaoya returned with the 3 members of the Li family, while Jiang Nian invited his teammates to join him for dinner, during which they discussed further plans regarding the grocery store. After the meal, Cheng Jing convened a small meeting, revealing the matter of the spatial ring and informing his teammates that, upon awakening his abilities, the ring he carried had undergone an unusual transformation. Jiang Nian further elaborated on the ominous signs he experienced before the apocalypse, crafting a more coherent narrative. He resolved to keep the truth of his rebirth a secret from anyone other than Cheng Jing, thus committing to the deception surrounding the ominous signs. The dreams, the awakening of powers, and the ring's mutation, all these signs justified their discreet stockpiling of supplies. Huang Qian, having been among the first to learn of Cheng Jing's awakening, used the opportunity to disclose the true reason for hoarding supplies under the guise of training. She bore no grudge against Cheng Jing for not informing her about the spatial capabilities of the ring. After all, her brother's discretion was prudent, especially since she initially harbored doubts, and knowing too much could lead to complications. The teammates, upon hearing the revelations, were not excessively surprised. Rather, they felt a sense of joy and reassurance that their suspicions had been confirmed. In reality, after prolonged interactions, they had all sensed something amiss. For instance, Jiang Nian's every suggestion and plan appeared remarkably astute, bordering on prophetic, far beyond what an ordinary university student could achieve. Most notably, Cheng Jing, despite being perceived as somewhat infatuated, would never be careless in significant decision-making, consistently yielding to Jiang Nian's insights, further indicating the latter's exceptional nature.
Additionally,
there were instances when the space in the vehicle seemed limited. Yet both Jiang Nian and Cheng Jing could produce items they had either already utilized or had not even stored. They were neither blind nor foolish. They simply chose not to pry into each other's secrets. Now, with both men openly acknowledging their capabilities, the group felt a collective sense of relief, repeatedly marveling at their fortune, particularly for Zhao Lei and the 6 others who had been responsible for guarding the 3 safe houses before the apocalypse. Cheng Jing and Jiang Nian truly embodied their life-saving benefactors and rebirth parents. Without the covert arrangements made by these two, they would have met their demise. At the time, they had planned an outing should it rain, having already set their course of action. Had it not been for Cheng Jing's notification urging them to prepare for training and refrain from venturing out, they would have undoubtedly become the first batch of zombies in the apocalypse. It is precisely because they have amassed sufficient supplies that Jiang Nian contemplated opening a grocery store, particularly since they could continue to gather resources and sell whatever they had. Jiang Nian concluded with a smile, acknowledging that he could not possibly safeguard all these items alone. Despite the base's stringent regulations, the abilities of the supernatural practitioners were diverse and unpredictable, and those lacking strength could easily find themselves ensnared. However, he now had a formidable and trustworthy team by his side. To speak rather boldly, with the composition of their team, it was others who should fear them, not the other way around. As for Xiaoya and Li Kaiyun, he would share more with them when the opportunity arose. For now, their relationships had not yet matured to the point of mutual candor regarding their respective backgrounds. Moreover, Jiang Nian's feelings towards Xiaoya remained complex, evoking both sympathy and lingering reservations. No matter what you wish to pursue, we will support you unconditionally, just as we do for Cheng Ge, declared Jian Cheng, with the ever-vocal Huang Qian nodding in earnest agreement. Very well. Jiang Nian clasped his hands beneath his chin, gazing sincerely at his comrades. For now, my plan is to establish our base of operations. Once you all stabilize, we can discuss any changes together. They had only just arrived at the base, and there was no need to rush. It was imperative to follow the plan, tackling each task methodically, adapting to changes in the broader environment gradually. Otherwise, anxiety could easily ensue. For him, the most challenging phase had already passed. After a brief meeting to allocate resources, Cheng Jing instructed Huang Qian and Lu Ningzhou to deliver supplies to Xiaoya, with the promise of future provisions based on necessity. In the ensuing days, everyone busied themselves acclimatizing to their new surroundings, refining their living spaces, exchanging what needed to be replaced, and purchasing what was required. During this time, Jiang Nian and Cheng Jing uncovered several supplies they no longer needed and exchanged them for points at various management offices, benefiting the team. Aside from personal expenses, preparations for their venture were also underway, as even the smallest investment necessitated initial funding. They were all comrades who had faced life and death together, and since they had chosen to lay their cards on the table, there was no need for subterfuge. Matters would be discussed collectively, and they would strive together in times of peace. After 5 days of rest, Li Cheng approached Cheng Jing, the team leader, early one morning, requesting his presence at the command center. Cheng Jing returned in the afternoon with unexpected yet reasonable news. The current rescue team at the South City base comprised both supernatural powers and ordinary individuals working in tandem. As the base welcomed more inhabitants, the number of supernatural beings continued to rise. Consequently, the higher-ups decided to divide the rescue teams into 2 factions, the supernatural rescue team and the regular military rescue team. Future missions would draw from both groups based on the task at hand. After receiving a recommendation letter from Zhou Li and reviewing all information related to Cheng Jing's team before and after the apocalypse, the higher-ups, considering various factors, ultimately extended an invitation for them to join the South City base's supernatural rescue team. Their designation would be that of a special external rescue team, given that they were not military personnel, thus necessitating some distinction. They retained the same team number, 017, as when they were in Qingyun City, with 8 registered members and Jiang Nian and Xiaoya holding the status of free individuals. Although their team was an exceptional recruitment, their treatment aligned with other military groups, accommodation in dormitories located in the central district, and a private office for their team within the rescue team's headquarters. Each member received a base of 3,000 points monthly, typically dispersed at the end of the month, but as newcomers, they could receive half immediately. These points could be exchanged for various essential resources. Generally, members enjoyed 7 days off each month, with the specific schedule adjustable based on individual needs, and could even coordinate for the entire team to take leave together. On their days off, the team was permitted to venture out freely, and the resources acquired did not need to be surrendered. Daily work lacked a fixed routine, encompassing training, patrols, stabilizing the base, and external missions. Points for missions were calculated separately, distributed evenly among team members when the entire team was deployed, while individual missions were credited solely to the participant. The rescue team's cafeteria in the central district provided complimentary meals 3 times a day, with fixed portions. Those desiring extra would need to use their points to purchase more. Overall, aside from the prohibition against leaving the base and organization at will, the rules were quite similar to those in Qingyun City. It was this added restriction that prompted Cheng Jing to insist that Jiang Nian and Xiaoya continue concealing their supernatural abilities, maintaining their status as free individuals for easier maneuverability. Chapter 55. Too much soft rice can become tiresome. On the way to the base, the team had collectively agreed that Cheng Jing would take the lead on decisions regarding the team's activities within the base, as they were united in their endeavors. Thus, when the official invitation from the base was extended, Cheng Jing accepted it on behalf of the entire team. In celebration, they gathered together for a festive occasion. Jiang Nian produced 2 bottles of liquor, while Liao Yu took charge of chilling them with ice. In this regard, he was the most knowledgeable. The group diligently prepared an abundant feast with an array of dishes, including chicken, duck, fish, and meat, all bursting with flavor and presented with care, leaving no room for haphazardness. The stars of the evening were the teammates, with Jiang Nian refraining from overindulgence, while Cheng Jing had always been quite temperate with alcohol. As they savored their meal, filled with laughter and spirited discussions, they temporarily forgot the calamities that loomed outside. As the sun dipped below the horizon, their joyful gathering came to a close. Huang Qian, slightly inebriated, clung to Jiang Nian, showering him with praise. Unlike her usual teasing, her slurred words carried a serious tone, repeatedly declaring her affection and threatening to turn anyone who dared bully him into skewers for the zombies outside. This elicited both laughter and exasperation from the others, ultimately leading to Lu Ningzhou carrying the intoxicated beauty away. On the 3rd floor, with Huang Qian and Lu Ningzhou's dormitory directly above them, Jiang Nian could still hear her voice echoing down long after they had left. After everyone had helped clean up, Cheng Jing took the gathered trash downstairs. Once the room fell silent, Jiang Nian emerged from the bathroom after washing his face, flopping onto the new sofa and staring at the ceiling, lost in thought. He was delighted that his teammates had settled in, aware that concealing his powers was a strategic reserve for the team and also facilitated their operations. Yet he felt a tinge of disappointment. He reminisced about his former glory as the king of the dark alleys back in school, always scheming to showcase his prowess. However, now, in this apocalyptic world, he had transformed into a compliant figure, a stark contrast to the unpredictability of life. Sighing, he lamented, "Even soft rice can become tiresome after a while." Though he had often proclaimed his desire to be lazy before the apocalypse, now that he had achieved his wish, it was not as gratifying as he had envisioned. The crux of the matter was that in front of Cheng Jing, he felt uncharacteristically weak, akin to a kept man, which, while he bore a resemblance to one, was still unsettling. Even though Cheng Jing had promised to adjust his days off to take him out for side jobs, there still seemed to be something lacking. Is this really how it is? Already feeling tired of it? As Cheng Jing returned from disposing of the trash, he caught the tail end of Jiang Nian's musings. After washing his hands, he approached with a smile, leaning down to plant a gentle kiss on the languid figure. "I've just gotten used to pampering you. You can't grow weary of it now. If you do, I'll lose my motivation." Everyone harbored their hidden quirks, and Cheng Jing was no exception. In his affection for Jiang Nian, there also lay a subtle desire to tame him. This was not meant to belittle. He simply wished to nurture him, keeping him within the bounds of his influence. After all, Jiang Nian's nature was too wild. Beneath his obedient facade lay a rebellious spirit. Of course, he would never voice these thoughts, for Jiang Nian would surely react vehemently. Jiang Nian squinted, tugging at the neckline of Cheng Jing's t-shirt. "I've noticed that after 2 years apart, you've become quite skilled, Cheng Jing. Previously, it had always been he who flirted. Now, being flirted with felt utterly absurd." Cheng Jing raised an eyebrow in playful inquiry. Not fond of it? He couldn't help but remember how, not long ago, Jiang Nian had complained that he resembled a retired bureaucrat. Naturally, he was determined to improve. "I'm absolutely enamored," Jiang Nian replied with a smile, his gaze focused and unabashed. Cheng Jing found himself inexplicably moved by their eye contact, exclaiming, "You have many things to attend to. Don't daydream. The sun has set. Let's take a bath together. I've stocked up on premium bath supplies. We can try out our new bathtub." Since the bitter cold to now, They had yet to bathe together. Huh, is this your new way of charming me? Premium bath supplies are meant for drinking. Using them for bathing is extravagant. Jiang Nian raised an eyebrow in jest, his earlier dissatisfaction dissipating in an instant. TSK, your progress is quite remarkable. You've learned how to placate him. Indeed, there are no men who cannot be taught, only foolish ones who refuse to learn. The disparity in water quality arises from varying degrees of filtration and purification. In a world ravaged by pollution, each base's water purification system consumes substantial resources, which explains why even the most basic water must be purchased with points. Ordinary water for daily use is undrinkable, harboring certain mutated pathogens that boiling cannot eradicate. Those who consume it may fall ill, or even perish. Strangely, however, using it for bathing or washing food seems harmless, a mystery that baffles experts. Cheng Jing gazed at him for a moment, dismissively stating, "What's the big deal? Only a select few can truly enjoy life. We happen to have the means to treat ourselves well. Water is merely a matter of points, not a limited resource for the entire base, so use it without worry. Resources, after all, are claimed by those who have the capability, and the suffering of others is not their doing, so why should it concern them? That makes sense. Thank you."
Yin Ye.
Jiang Nian smiled and nodded, recalling some experiences from his previous life. Back at Base C, there was no distribution of free drinking water. He had witnessed many survivors from the lower tiers of the outer districts suffer as their bodies were corroded by unknown pathogens from using daily water. Ultimately, their organs would turn to pus, leading to death, initially asymptomatic, but once discomfort set in, it was too late for salvation. As an experimental subject, he too had been forced to ingest such contaminated water by Chen Yu's private physician to observe the purification abilities. He had emerged unscathed, yet his entire body had endured a prolonged agony akin to being devoured by insects. He had mentioned his experiences as a lab rat before, and Cheng Jing had taken note of them. What thanks are needed? This is only right. Since we have the means, you deserve the best. Upon saying this, Cheng Jing noticed the light in Jiang Nian's eyes and couldn't resist giving his slender waist a playful squeeze. Shall I carry you to bathe? No need. Jiang Nian suddenly sprang up, playfully coy, but not the delicate flower type. He did not require such treatment. Unless driven by passion, he preferred to act normally. Cheng Jing, unable to resist, pinched his reddened earlobe. I've carried you before. Why the strong reaction? Sometimes I don't understand why you're so stubborn. Being a bit softer in front of me doesn't hurt. It's merely a small intimacy between lovers, and I wouldn't tell anyone. Jiang Nian, seeing through his thoughts, playfully bit his lip. Is it so hard to carry me? Just be a bit more impressive. This precise provocation ignited the flames of their playful banter. The two of them playfully tussled into the bathroom, emerging only after a long while. The weather began to warm, becoming quite hot. Cheng Jing turned on the fan by the bed, filled a water jug and asked, "Do you want some water?" Jiang Nian was sprawled on the freshly laundered sheets, inhaling the scent of detergent, and waved his hand in response, not speaking. He had consumed quite a bit of water while showering with the spray just moments before. After drinking, Cheng Jing leaned in to tousle his slightly longer hair. "Nian Nian, you should take it easy." Jiang Nian pushed him away with his elbow, his voice rasping. "What did you say? I didn't catch that." Cheng Jing grinned slyly, grasping his hand and intertwining their fingers. "What do you mean take it easy? It's been nearly a month, and we're still far from done." Since their departure from Qingyan City to the base, they hadn't had a proper chance to be close. Having endured so many days, they finally settled in. So how could it end so quickly? The next morning, Cheng Jing led his teammates to report to the base command center. After a unified health check, they received identification codes and related documents to complete the onboarding process. As one of the first awakened ability users, Cheng Jing's power surpassed most of his peers. Coupled with his rare dual attribute mutation, he ranked among the elite even within the military's numerous ability users, while others had slightly lower ability levels. They were rich in practical experience. Thus, even though they were a special recruitment team, they were not underestimated. The military enforced strict discipline. Everyone had their role, devoid of petty rivalries. The command center issued orders directly to each team leader, who were only responsible for managing their respective squads. Indulging in his late-night escapades, Jiang Nian only rose with the sun at its zenith. He opened his tablet to watch dramas while snacking when Li Kaiyan called. Jiang Nian was taken aback, but answered.
Unclari.
After a brief delay, Li Kaiyun's slightly somber voice came through. Xiao Nian, is it a good time to talk? There's something I'd like to discuss. Of course, go ahead. Jiang Nian smiled, cautiously taking a bite of his toast. It's about Xiaoya's identity registration.
Li Kaiyun explained.
Sheng informed me that the base has regulations. Orphans or abandoned children under 18, as well as homeless children unable to be cared for by relatives, need to have their identities registered and enter the base's management school. Jiang Nian paused, his smile fading as he nodded in response.
Oh.
He had been so busy since entering the base, and with the influences around him, he had temporarily forgotten about this matter. However, he hadn't anticipated that the Nancheng base would already have a management school at this stage. At Base C, it had only been established after a severe heat wave, which highlighted the disparities among bases. Although he had never mentioned this to anyone, including Jing Ge, he had intended to bring Xiaoya into the base with this thought in mind. Zhouli's earlier request for them to report Xiaoya's entry into the base was presumably for this purpose as well. Li Kaiyun continued. Entering the management school, ISN-T mandatory. Since Xiaoya has been under your care, whether to send her there requires your consent. Furthermore, the school needs to understand her complete situation, including any mistakes she has made, which must be truthfully documented, as there will be consequences. Jiang Nian considered this for a moment before stating, I need to discuss this with Jing Ge and Qianjia. If he recalled correctly, the base categorized the management of minors into two types, one for the care of normal children, and the other resembling a juvenile detention facility, with supervision that would vary based on age and whether they possessed abilities. However, Li Kaiyun interjected, I've already inquired. They want you to make the decision. The management school has many children like Xiaoya, awakened abilities during the apocalypse who have committed wrongdoings. After understanding the situation, Xiaoya herself expressed a willingness to enter the management school. Then let her go. Jiang Nian replied without hesitation, taking a sip from his milk cup. Perhaps for Xiaoya, being among her peers would bring her more comfort. This way, their task could be considered officially complete. Otherwise, carrying Xiaoya around would leave the matter of 1805 lingering in his mind. Li Kaiyun fell into silence for a moment before asking, Does Xiaoya have abilities? And are they related to her hands? I noticed she always wears gloves, and in this heat, she's breaking out in rashes. Previously, when Cheng Jing mentioned Xiaoya's situation, he hadn't indicated that she had abilities. It was only after recent observations that he had begun to suspect, mainly due to her unusual behavior. Although she had switched to thinner gloves, it was still not ideal to cover her hands all day long. Her extraordinary ability is teleportation, activated by touching the target, which she used to assist in the murder of her mother. Jiang Nian no longer conceals this fact, for if they are under surveillance, the base has its means to uncover it. Upon hearing this, Li Kaiyun sighed. Sheng mentioned that in Xiaoya's situation, bearing guilt and possessing abilities, once placed under management, she will not be permitted any contact with the outside world, including visits from you. His nephew's words were vague and incomplete. Yet he understood that it essentially referred to the secret guidance or handling of juvenile offenders, couched in a more humane and softened terminology. Uncle. Anyone who errs must pay the price. Another's life is as valuable as one's own, and besides, we have killed her parents, Jiang Nian stated calmly, recalling what Qinyu's girlfriend, Xia Weiwei, had mentioned in his previous life. In the S-base, those young offenders under special supervision, depending on the severity of their crimes, may silently vanish, becoming experimental subjects or secret operational cannon fodder. I wonder if the Nancheng base operates similarly, leaning towards educational guidance or harsh punishment. As the saying goes, one must apply severe measures to treat a deep-seated ailment. The rules of the apocalypse are indeed different from those of peaceful times, especially concerning ability users, where risks are magnified. Sometimes, it is preferable to overcorrect rather than to permit negligence. Had he killed Xiaoyu back then, he would likely have regretted it. Yet now, not killing her also incurs regret, a laughable contradiction. Therefore, what they cannot do, others shall undertake. It is reasonable and lawful for those who err to face oversight. Very well, I shall take her to register, Jiang Nian declared. The rationale was clear, and Li Kaiyun said no more. Being older, he understood that leniency towards the child did not excuse any wrongdoing. All right, I appreciate your help, Jiang Nian replied, adopting a more relaxed tone. After exchanging a few more casual remarks, they ended the call. After finishing his meal, Jiang Nian reclined on the sofa, inexplicably sighing in relief. At times, he felt his character was flawed, his moral standards excessively high, unchanged even after dying once. Yet, viewed from another angle, isn't humanity a tapestry of contradictions? Without the diversity of human nature, the world would not be so intricate. In the afternoon, Cheng Jing returned, bringing several sets of different uniforms and gear. As they would officially commence work the following day, Jiang Nian took the initiative to inform him about Xiaoya entering the management school. Cheng Jing was not surprised. This is quite fitting. We are aware of her background and that we were involved in her parents' situation. It is inappropriate for her to remain too close to us. Furthermore, those who err must bear the consequences. A psychologically traumatized orphan with abilities should best be entrusted to official management and education. I expected you to call me cold-hearted, Jiang Nian jested, as a significant portion of his psychological burden stemmed from his beloved and his teammates. Otherwise, he would not be so conflicted. Cheng Jing shook his head earnestly. Not at all. It is my lack of experience that prevents me from empathizing with you. Otherwise, I would have dealt with her back in Qingyan City. Before and after the apocalypse, he and others had been too closely aligned with the authorities, lacking the reckless audacity that would have allowed him to resonate with Jiang Nian regarding Xiaoya's situation. Their journey to the base, witnessing various tragedies, had completely immersed them in the rhythm of the apocalypse. Reflecting now, had it been another team, Xiaoya would have certainly met her demise that day. Well, it is all in the past. Once she is under the base's management, she will no longer concern us, whether for humanitarian reasons or caring for minors. We have done our utmost in looking after her during this time. Jiang Nian lazily lay back, resting his head on his boyfriend's long legs, comfortably closing his eyes. Let it be. This outcome is agreeable for everyone. Indeed, Cheng Jing replied, lowering his gaze, his thumb gently caressing Jiang Nian's face, as if soothing a languorous cat. Chapter 57. A new beginning. In the evening, as Cheng Jing prepared dinner, Li Kaiyun called again, inviting everyone to join him for a meal. He mentioned that everyone had been busy recently, and now that things had stabilized, it was time to gather, a proposition that no one declined. At the dinner table, Li Kaiyun informed everyone about Xiaoya's registration and her impending entry into the management school, without mentioning the inability to contact her, thereby maintaining a mutual concealment for Xiaoya and others unaware of the details. Xiaoya appeared to be in good spirits, and Li Shuhui and Huang Qian advised her to study diligently in the management school, promising to visit her when possible. Simultaneously, Jiang Nian learned that Li Kaiyun and Li Liang had joined the base's security team, specifically responsible for maintaining order in the commercial district near the West Gate. Their choice of location was evidently deliberate, likely with Li Sheng's assistance, which was quite advantageous. Li Shuhui had taken a position in the logistics of the rescue center as a warehouse manager, which was a light workload. Thus, everyone's work had been settled, granting Jiang Nian a sense of satisfaction as he planned to secure a rental for a shop the next day. A new beginning awaited. With the exchange of supplies and the generous contributions from teammates who had received their salaries early, Jiang Nian amassed a considerable amount of points. The next morning, while Cheng Jing and the others attended training at the command center, he rode a small electric scooter to the base's market management office to sign a contract. The base's rental regulations were standardized, requiring a deposit and 1 month's rent, which was a courtesy extended to the survivors entering the base. The cost for a stall was 300 points per month, while a shop would be 3,000 points monthly, resulting in a total of 6,000 points under the deposit and rent system. Utilities were charged according to the base's regulations, while water was to be paid for using a water card. The entire stall measured approximately 40 square meters, with a height of around 5 meters, featuring a front small and back larger layout, complete with a restroom. The rear half had a circular skylight about 1 meter in diameter, covered with specially designed transparent, insulating material. Considering the height of the storefront, a loft could be constructed for storage, or even living quarters. However, Jiang Nian did not intend to build a loft but rather to add an enhanced insulation layer, as the extreme heat was no laughing matter. The stall was ideally located as the first unit on the left side upon exiting the West Gate, directly across from a security booth situated in the market square. Not to mention other factors, the sense of security alone was satisfying to Jiang Nian, as encountering Li Liang and the others on duty would allow for some lighthearted banter. Jiang Nian calculated that for the renovations, materials, and labor, based on the current market prices at the base, he would require approximately 20,000 points. The shop would not merely serve as his personal space. He also needed to consider the enjoyment of his teammates when they visited, thus the latter half required thoughtful design. If he was to proceed, he would do so with the utmost care, adhering to his principle of thoroughness. After signing the contract, Jiang Nian promptly visited the employment market near the West Gate to seek a renovation team, clearly outlining his requirements, negotiating a price, and paying a deposit to finalize a hiring agreement. Work would commence the following day. He had no intention of personally managing the renovations, as he was well aware of his own capabilities. Indeed, professional matters should be left to professionals. He merely needed to express his requirements while periodically overseeing the work, allowing him to spend the rest of the time riding around on his scooter. In addition to the grocery shop, there was another matter he needed to expedite: renting land. Otherwise, purchasing so many seeds would be a waste. After several days of inquiries, Jiang Nian discovered that, like in his previous life, at this stage, various research institutes across the nation had yet to develop any potions to purify or improve soil quality. Consequently, the Nancheng base currently had no purified land available for rent. Only the planned farms in the most peripheral wastelands were open for leasing. The essence of the farm's planning is to integrate planting and breeding within a well-defined area. Tenants are permitted to engage in both cultivation and livestock rearing, with plots ranging from 1 to 10 acres. Although there is an abundance of wasteland and a commendable layout, the current state of the farm reveals that only a few breeding shelters have been constructed by the base, where the soldiers have taken to raising chickens, ducks, and pigs. In stark contrast, the cultivation area lies barren, devoid of even a trace of greenery. Amidst a post-apocalyptic scarcity of various crop seeds, the base refrains from squandering seeds on contaminated soil. Presently, vegetables and fruits are only cultivated in the nutrient greenhouses of the Central Research Institute, resulting in exorbitant prices for produce. In an effort to encourage survivors to rent land for development, the base has set the rental prices at a remarkably low rate. However, this has led to a state of virtual disinterest. What Jiang Nian aspires to do is to seize the opportunity presented by the low rents to lease a plot of planned land for vegetable cultivation. The integration of agriculture and infrastructure is the cornerstone of civilization's creation and continuity, a notion that remains timeless across all eras. Establishing a small grocery store and growing some vegetables could usher in a pastoral life amidst the apocalypse. Wearing a straw hat purchased from an elderly lady's stall and nibbling on a small pudding, Jiang Nian reclines in a grand chair, observing the industrious renovation workers. He whimsically shakes his elevated leg, savoring the moment. The temperature steadily rises, with the sun shining particularly brightly, accompanied by an oppressive heat devoid of rain or wind. As he witnesses Jiang Nian, clad in sun-protective clothing and riding a donkey, darting about, Cheng Jing opts to leave the Hummer for him, taking another off-road vehicle provided by the base instead. Consequently, Jiang Nian transitions from leisurely riding a small electric donkey to cruising the base in a Hummer. While most individuals appear bedraggled and grimy, he seems to have transformed into a flamboyant young gentleman, impeccably dressed with delicate skin, even going so far as to be selective about his meals. Especially in recent days, since Cheng Jing, a newcomer, has been too busy to join him for dinner. Jiang Nian's evening meals have become increasingly casual, as the new team is still in the acclimatization phase. Cheng Jing and his colleagues are currently tasked with half a day of training followed by half a day of patrolling the base. Thus, they often encounter Jiang Nian during their patrols, akin to a character navigating through a game map, popping up unexpectedly. Beep, beep. On the patrol vehicle carrying 8 individuals, a familiar honking sound emerges from behind. Today, the driver, Tang Yi, smirks and pulls over to the side of the road. Shortly, the Hummer comes to a stop beside them. Jiang Nian, sporting sunglasses and a short-sleeved white shirt, leans halfway out of the window, extending a bag of popsicles. Here, to cool you off. The fully armed patrol personnel, under the scorching sun, look quite overheated. Cheng Jing reminds himself to suggest that Jiang Nian apply some powder to prevent heat rash. While he may not mind the heat, developing a rash would certainly diminish his joy. Cheng Jing's gaze sweeps over Jiang Nian's unbuttoned collar as he reaches out to accept the bag, squeezing his fingertips while inquiring,
Where are you off to now?
Such a wild spirit. I'm heading to the planned farm in the wasteland for a look, Jiang Nian replies, brushing his thumb against Cheng Jing's hand. Regrettably, Cheng Jing, clad in gloves, hardly perceives the gesture. Thanks, Nianji. Thank you. You've worked hard, foster father. The praises echo. Jiang Nian waves his hand. All right, you all eat up. Otherwise, they LL melt. I'm off, bye. With that, he raises the window again, revving the engine and leaving them with a stylish retreat and a cloud of dust. Chapter 58. A Reunion. Watching the taillights of the vehicle swiftly disappear beyond the outer district gate, the others chuckle and shake their heads as they unwrap their popsicles. Cheng Jing, deep in thought, retrieves his phone to message the members of a wild and unruly group. Drive safely, don't go too fast. After a moment's contemplation, he adds another message. You look great in white today. It dawns on him that it is the first time he has seen Jiang Nian in a white shirt. Accustomed to his casual attire, the sight of him in a suit and shirt is indeed striking. Upon catching a glimpse of Jiang Nian just moments ago, the term white moonlight automatically sprang to mind. Even though they have been together for quite some time, he remains utterly enamored. Though he is reluctant to admit it, he finds himself quite love-struck in Jiang Nian's presence. Even knowing that Jiang Nian's heart belongs solely to him, he is perpetually anxious about the prospect of losing him.
Ding.
Uncertain whether Jiang Nian had stopped or was merely distracted by his phone while driving, Cheng Jing receives a reply shortly thereafter. Jingji, I didn't know you had such interests. You should have told me earlier. I'll wear it for you. Don't worry, I drive carefully. I know when to stop. But when I'm with you, I drive faster. I just can't seem to stop. Love you. Cheng Jing envisions Jiang Nian's mischievous, teasing expression, feeling a mix of annoyance as he rereads the messages without responding. What does he mean by didn't he know you had such interests? It makes him sound perverted. He merely thinks it's normal to compliment the little rascal for looking good. Moreover, the way Jiang Nian speaks of driving is utterly different from his own interpretation. How shameless. Suddenly feeling a warm flush on his cheeks, Cheng Jing tucks away his phone and unwraps his popsicle to cool down. Pondering how the weather could be so hot while Jiang Nian continues to flirt with him, blissfully carefree. The others remain oblivious to their leader's unusual demeanor, chatting and eating as they survey their surroundings. Zhao glances toward the outer district gate and inquires, "Isn't Nianji supposed to be working on the facade? Why does he keep heading to the wasteland?" I'm eager for the grocery store to open soon. For several days, they have encountered Jiang Nian making his way to the wasteland during their patrols. Liao Yu casually responds, "Yes, probably checking the land. I heard the foster father has a fair number of seeds stored, so he probably plans to cultivate a plot in the planned farm out there." The others nod in agreement, recalling that Jiang Nian indeed possesses a significant stash of seeds. Zhou Rongbin, popsicle in mouth, looks at Cheng Jing and asks, "Is that right?"
Cheng Ye.
"I know how to farm. I can help when the time comes." Back in school, his favorite classes were those involving agricultural experience. Dreaming of one day making money and finding a place to live a pastoral life. Indeed, I haven't had the chance to ask. Cheng Jing nods in acknowledgement. With the recent increase in training and workload, as the captain, he must also stay behind for theoretical lessons after work, often returning to the dorm well past 10. Jiang Nian has been busy running around every day, and by the time Cheng Jing tidies up, Jiang Nian is often drowsy or already asleep. And he feels reluctant to disturb him. Mornings are also rushed, leaving no opportunity to inquire. He resolves to wait a couple of days until things settle down, and he can return home earlier to discuss Jiang Nian's forthcoming plans. The group finishes their popsicles and continues their patrol, while at that moment, Jiang Nian is seated in the visitor's room of the base's farm planning department. While waiting for the administrator to prepare the relevant materials, he examines a comprehensive planning map of the wasteland, spread out on the small table in the visitor's room. So engrossed is he that he remains unaware of someone entering until he hears a voice, filled with astonishment, calling out his name. "Jiang Nian? Good heavens! It really is you." Jiang Nian looks up, momentarily taken aback, unsure of the identity of the radiant beauty before him. She is adorned in a light-colored chiffon floral top paired with jeans and white sneakers, her playful bun accentuating her features, and she carries a brown shoulder bag. Her unadorned face remains fair and striking.
Ah.
"I'm sorry, but who are you?" "It's me, Jiang Wenwen." Jiang Wenwen expresses a hint of disappointment at his perplexed response. She did not perceive herself as exceptionally beautiful or unforgettable. Yet one would think that her last encounter in Qingyan City should have left a profound impression. Alas, she had a penchant for boyfriends with a gentle demeanor. And upon returning from the water room, she happened to catch a glimpse of a handsome figure through the glass door, inciting her curiosity to come closer, only to unexpectedly run into an acquaintance. Jiang Nian, clad in a white shirt and black trousers, was indeed quite to her taste, exuding an aura that beckoned playful teasing. She yearned to rush over, yet regrettably, he was already taken. However, since fate had brought them together again, being ordinary friends would suffice. After the apocalypse, she struggled to forge relationships of equals, often finding herself alone. The reason she had taken notice of Jiang Nian's team was their apparent camaraderie and equality. Moreover, upon discovering that Jiang Nian was her ideal type, she had taken the initiative to approach him, only to be rebuffed and served a hefty dose of dog food, a term denoting witnessing lovey-dovey interactions. Jiang Wenwen? Oh, I remember now. Hello. Jiang Nian pondered for a moment before recognizing her. Jiang Wenwen had once flirted with Jing Ge in Qingyan City, only to later pursue a water element ability user. Back then, she was bundled up like a dumpling, but now, after a change of attire, she was nearly unrecognizable, strikingly beautiful with an elegant demeanor. Upon closer inspection, he felt a sense of familiarity with Jiang Wenwen, reminiscent of someone he could not quite place. What brings you here? They both asked simultaneously, their eyes meeting in an awkward yet amusing moment, leading them to chuckle together. All right, let's reintroduce ourselves. Jiang Wenwen confidently extended her hand. I am Jiang Wenwen, 21 years old, residing in Qingyan City. Previously a university student, I am now one of the external water room administrators for the Nanqing Base's planned farm. Upon hearing that she was a water room administrator, Jiang Nian's eyes brightened, and he reciprocated the handshake with a smile. Jiang Nian, what a coincidence, we're the same age. I hail from Tianhe City, was also a university student, and for now, I'm just a carefree slacker, haha. I envy your ability to lounge leisurely in the apocalypse. Jiang Wenwen remarked as she took a seat across from him. Despite their unfamiliarity, she believed that conversation would bridge the gap. Jiang Nian teased her back. I envy those who can integrate into the base so easily. Although I'm an external hire, like Jing Ge, I suppose that still counts as being part of the inner circle. He had been concerned about how to manage the land he intended to rent, and here was a familiar face offering assistance. Some experts assert that if you find joy and ease in someone's company, it indicates a harmonious resonance between your energies. Jiang Nian held a favorable impression of Jiang Wenwen from their first meeting. Her somewhat outrageous remarks were not off-putting, and clarity soon followed. Now, they conversed freely, comfortably, and without the awkwardness of ambiguity, perfectly suited to be friends. Chapter 59. Would you be my boyfriend? With a bright and forthright personality, Jiang Wenwen was reminiscent of Huang Qian. During their lively chatter, Jiang Nian learned that Jiang Wenwen had also formed a team and had departed Qingyan City shortly after them. Along the way, some of her teammates had perished, while others had made their way to Base L and Base K. Only she had arrived at the Nanqing base. Her reasons for coming to Nanqing were similar to theirs. She felt that the military-led Nanqing base was more structured and offered a greater sense of security, making it a suitable environment for someone like her, a solitary and vulnerable individual. Despite facing several challenges on her journey, Jiang Wenwen had only taken 2 days longer than them to reach the base. Lacking familiar faces, she seized the opportunity to leverage her water abilities, applying for the position of water room administrator in the arid region through the Base S job postings. The role offered a 9-to-5 schedule with 3 meals a day and a monthly salary of 1,500 points. Her responsibilities included regular inspections of the water room and ensuring the reservoirs were adequately filled. Once the daily water quota was met, she could earn additional income. While the job was relatively easy, she felt that for a water element ability user, 1,500 points was somewhat meager. Nevertheless, Jiang Wenwen expressed that she preferred a life of modesty over settling for less. If she couldn't find the right companions, she would refrain from joining an ability user team and instead settle down for the time being. Currently residing in a temporary structure in the outer district, she felt quite content with her situation. After listening to her, Jiang Nian nodded, sincerely. While such a salary may not lead to wealth, in a world like this, A girl should prioritize stability when good opportunities are scarce. I must say, Jiang Wenwen seems quite grounded and realistic. Indeed, that is how I feel as well. She replied with a smile, glancing down at the planning map on the table. Are you looking to rent farmland? Yes, Jiang Nian affirmed, tapping the map with his finger. You're considered an internal member here. Perhaps you could offer some suggestions. Having acquaintances makes things much easier. A glint of mischief danced across Jiang Wenwen's face as she blinked at him. So, how about being my boyfriend? I can support you with my water sales. You? What are you saying again? Jiang Nian was taken aback, realizing her playful teasing, and helplessly responded, Is not being my boyfriend a reason to withhold assistance? Can we communicate normally? I'm married, you know. How peculiar it was. He could easily flirt with someone of Jiang Ji's caliber, yet found himself at a loss when it came to charming a girl. It was chiefly because such beings were both adorable and enigmatic. I'm not refusing to help. I just fear that if you get too close, I might lose control. You are genuinely my type, and I wouldn't mind your marital status. Jiang Wenwen quipped, her words laced with playful boldness as she leaned over to examine the planning map before her. Please, don't be too outrageous, Jiang Nian said, feeling embarrassed as his scalp tingled and his ears flushed. He covered his mouth, lowering his voice. Miss, please remain calm. I struggle to maintain composure around beautiful women. He had thrown caution to the wind. Indeed, he found Jiang Wenwen quite appealing, yet her audacious tongue was even more challenging to contend with than Huang Qian's. Today's ladies were remarkably fierce. Ha ha ha. Jiang Wenwen laughed, reveling in the sight of his flushed cheeks. All right, I was just teasing you. Let us just be ordinary friends. With so many straight men in the world, I'd rather not hang myself on a crooked tree when I could take my chances with the zombies outside. That seems a bit extreme, Jiang Nian replied with a sigh. Jiang Wenwen fell silent, intently studying the planning map. After a moment, she mused aloud. I never would have guessed you were into farming. Jiang Nian rested his chin on his hand, responding, One should not judge a book by its cover. I can always hire someone. In adulthood, learning new skills is often quite manageable, and if all else fails, there is always the option of monetary compensation. Jiang Wenwen gave him a thumbs up, a silent acknowledgement of his reasoning. Well said. With that, she retrieved a pen from her small bag and pointed at the map. Here, facing the main road, on the left is the irrigation channel adjacent to the base's farming area, and on the right is the protective wall. Behind it lies a row of water rooms for the farms, which just happens to be within my purview, so I can facilitate things for you. She genuinely wished to befriend Jiang Nian, presenting her sincerity openly. Jiang Nian nodded. Yes, please continue. Excellent, very good. On the other side of the base's farming area, Jiang Wenwen circled a region on the map and continued speaking. This area serves as the residence for the guards of the base's protective wall, one of the most fortified locations and a significant military site. Adjacent to it lies the dormitory for those who perform daily voluntary labor outside the protective wall, which, as you might infer, consists of criminals. Their lodgings are akin to cells. Consequently, patrols in this vicinity are notably frequent, ensuring robust security. Jiang Nian surveyed the designated area she outlined, pondering earnestly before nodding in agreement. Let us choose the spot. 5 acres should suffice, he declared. His aspirations were modest. Self-sufficiency, with a slight surplus, would be satisfactory. As an ordinary citizen, lacking the prowess to save the masses from peril, his aim was merely to avoid being a burden to the state. Suddenly, Jiang Wenwen halted her gestures over the planning map, lifting her gaze. By the way, this land remains unpurified. Are you aware of that? Jiang Nian nodded confidently. I am indeed aware. We can rent it and devise a plan. The wise have their strategies. Jiang Wenwen rolled her eyes playfully. How infuriating. You always manage to impress me. When you strike it rich, remember to let me cling to your coattails. Absolutely. Jiang Nian replied readily. As they perused the planning map, their casual banter continued. After a while, Jiang Wenwen suggested, How about this? I took the afternoon off anyway, so I can take you to see the site in person. Consider it a perk for acquaintances. She had initially intended to sell water that day. Jiang Nian's eyes brightened. I truly appreciate that. Afterward, I'll treat you to a meal. He was aware that several restaurants had opened in the inner district recently. All right, let us go. Being of the same age and possessing straightforward personalities, their conversation flowed pleasantly. During the site visit, Jiang Wenwen offered Jiang Nian numerous valuable insights. By the afternoon, the land rental arrangements were nearly finalized. However, they did not sign a contract immediately. A deposit of 1,000 points was made, and the administrator provided him with a stack of documents for careful consideration. The deadline was set for 10 days, and the rules mirrored those of the rental application. Points would not be refunded after the expiration. As it approached 5 o'clock, Jiang Nian expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your assistance today. There's no rush for time. Let us head out for a meal." To show his appreciation for her companionship, Jiang Wenwen had foregone her day off. "I don't have a vehicle. I usually rely on others for rides in exchange for points. You'll need to bring me back after we eat," Jiang Wenwen remarked first. To which Jiang Nian nodded in agreement. Of course. At precisely 5 o'clock, a prolonged and somber horn sounded. Those engaged in voluntary labor outside the protective wall began to cease their work, gradually returning to the base through the nearby passageway. The horn would blare for half an hour, continuing until all personnel had entered the base. By 6:30, the outermost protective gates of the base would commence their closure. The disheveled and haggard criminals, their eyes clouded and expressions vacant, trudged in line toward the dormitory area, flanked by armed soldiers. Occasional reprimands echoed, creating a striking visual impact. Jiang Nian, preparing to leave, stood by his vehicle, observing from across the road with an impassive demeanor, devoid of sympathy. Despite their current lackluster appearance, these individuals had once been lawless marauders, committing heinous crimes amidst the chaos of the apocalypse, some being key subjects of surveillance during the tumultuous early days, while others had been captured for various reasons thereafter. This morning, while at the water station, I heard that with the weather warming, there have been daily casualties among the voluntary workers, and they're being gathered for incineration, Jiang Wenwen remarked casually. Seeing these individuals daily, she secretly felt fortunate that she had not strayed too far during the apocalypse, maintaining a moral code of "do not harm those who do not harm me," only retaliating against those who do. Jiang Nian coldly nodded. This method is clean and environmentally friendly, preventing the rapid evolution of zombies from fresh corpses. The disposal of criminal remains could take various forms. In the South City base, outright disposal was relatively uncommon. In his previous life at Base C, such occurrences were frequent, as it was predominantly governed by regional officials and ability users, with perimeter guards lacking the discipline of a regular army, thus acting with more capriciousness. This led to an influx of scavengers, including vultures, crows, and hyenas, thriving around Base C, yet curiously, these creatures did not consume zombies nor succumb to infection, at least. During the time of his demise, no reports of animal mutations had surfaced, perhaps due to incomplete information. Jiang Wenwen sighed softly. Some of them have relatives. Requests for their ashes have been denied. It's quite pitiable. Jiang Nian scoffed. Pitiable? Most relatives are beneficiaries of the criminal's atrocities. They should be grateful not to be prosecuted as accomplices. Why would they seek ashes when they are barely able to secure their own bones? Even children cannot be deemed entirely innocent, and adults with normal faculties are even less deserving of sympathy. Under the law, the price of transgressions is inevitable. One must not coddle another. Jiang Wenwen paused, momentarily stunned, then nodded in realization. That's true. I've heard many ability users among the criminals were thriving before entering the base, with numerous subordinates. Jiang Nian smiled. This is merely the natural consequence of evil begetting evil. Now let us go eat. In any base governed by official authority, reporting criminals comes with substantial rewards. For instance, at the South City base, a criminal could yield a reward of 10,000 points, provided evidence is irrefutable. Mere hearsay would not suffice. The official bases operate under a standardized protocol, thus many who acted with impunity during the apocalypse found themselves apprehended upon entering the base, often due to reports from those around them. Typically, those with numerous subordinates met their demise swiftly. The harsh reality of karmic retribution manifests with alarming immediacy. Additionally, some criminals would report one another, with the first to act receiving rewards that could be exchanged for supplies to escape to other unofficial bases. Initially, many succeeded in this endeavor, but later, the bases established regulations whereby points earned from reporting could not be exchanged for supplies within a designated time frame, requiring a review period first. The consequences of mutual betrayal among wicked individuals ultimately resulted in self-inflicted harm. leading to more captures while allowing others to slip through the cracks due to insufficient evidence, thus causing chaos. Following the introduction of the new regulations, instances of mutual reporting diminished, while the accuracy of legitimate reports increased significantly, resulting in precise arrests. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the view from the car window revealed the somber and desolate atmosphere of the apocalyptic base at dusk, the parched, darkened earth, the grand but cold walls, and the dust swirling along the roads as vehicles passed. The occasional roars from beyond the protective walls and the mournful calls of birds added to the chilling ambience. I never rode in a luxury vehicle before the apocalypse, yet here I am, fortunate enough to do so now. Too bad the satellite phone is so limited in functionality. Otherwise, I would definitely take a picture for social media. Jiang Nian lamented, munching on the snacks Jiang Nian offered. Life was less than ideal before the apocalypse, and it remains so afterward. The disparity among people is truly disheartening, she added, her second-hand satellite phone exhibiting several unresponsive buttons, making texting laborious. And the signal was poor compared to Jiang Nian's clearly military-grade device. Jiang Nian concurred. I'm in a similar boat, relying on Jingge. Thankfully, I had the chance to backtrack. Otherwise, I would have merely watched this vehicle pass by, collecting dust. Noticing his modesty, Jiang Nian inquired with curiosity, by the way, what did your husband do before the apocalypse? Cheng Jing appeared to hail from a well-off background, yet he did not fit the mold of a flamboyant playboy. Security, Jiang Nian replied. Jiang Nian responded candidly. Security, he stated. Jiang Nian furrowed her brows slightly. Security?
Ah.
Jiang Nian found no fault in this characterization. It can be considered a form of security, or perhaps more accurately, an elevated form of security. Jiang Nian inquired further, mercenary? After reflecting on the nature of the commissions accepted by Cheng Jing and his associates, Jiang Nian nodded. That's about right. Abroad. That's likely what they would be referred to as. Jiang Nian's expression brightened, with understanding. I see. No wonder he appears both fierce and affluent. A man who is self-made in his endeavors possesses a certain steadiness. Jiang Nian tilted his head slightly. Brother Jing isn't fierce. He merely carries a serious demeanor from his military background. I've never perceived him as intimidating. His face, when fierce, possesses a certain charm. Jiang Nian pouted. You're merely seeing him through the lens of infatuation. Love can cloud judgment, trust me. When one is enamored, even the most flawed can be revered as a rare treasure. Cheng Jing clearly exudes a strong sense of possessiveness and control, and often, this intensity can lead to a rather frightening devotion. Jiang Nian did not deny this, and chose not to argue. If Brother Jing was fierce, so be it. After all, he was not the target of that fierceness. He mused that if Brother Jing were a central air conditioning unit, that would be more troubling. After a moment of thought, he posed a question. Would you mind elaborating on your infatuation? The innate curiosity of human nature knows no bounds. Jiang Nian, with a piece of boneless duck palm in her mouth, theatrically clasped her hands and closed her eyes, her voice muffled. Breaking up feels akin to mourning a loss. We ought to respect the deceased. And perhaps the next will be more obedient. Jiang Nian interjected, when he and Brother Jing parted ways, did Brother Jing also proclaim that he had perished? After a brief interlude, once Jiang Nian had finished boasting about a pack of boneless duck palms, she expressed her concern. I must ask, with Cheng Jing's personality, is it permissible for you to invite me to dinner without his knowledge? Jiang Nian, with one hand on the steering wheel and the other gesturing dismissively, replied. Do not speak carelessly. I have not concealed anything. I just informed Brother Jing of my plans. He added, no matter how audacious he may be, he wouldn't dare to stealthily take a girl out for dinner in his boyfriend's car without prior notice. Informing him is a matter of principle. Failing to do so would elevate the situation to a different level altogether. Don't ask, just know it's a matter of moral integrity. Although it was a question he posed himself, Jiang Nian still found it absurd. Are you truly that fearful? Is he perhaps abusive? Jiang Nian shook his head. It's not fear. You wouldn't understand. It's love. Jiang Nian exclaimed, oh dear. What was supposed to be a dinner has suddenly turned into a feast of dog food. Chapter 61. The Tricks of a Boyfriend. The restaurant, aptly named the flavor of home, specialized in Sichuan cuisine and stood out as one of the most successful establishments in the commercial district. Operating from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m., During the hottest hours of the day, they would operate 2 fans for a couple of hours, saving the remaining time for the evening. The restaurant featured 2 adjoining storefronts with a simple sign and decor, housing a collection of mismatched wooden tables of various sizes. Jiang Nian and Jiang Wenwen settled at a small rectangular table by the window. After the smiling waiter presented the menu and departed, Jiang Nian gallantly pushed it toward Jiang Wenwen. "Beauty, you take charge. Order whatever you desire, and we can take home what we don't finish." Jiang Wenwen's eyes sparkled. "Then, I shall not hold back." Jiang Nian smiled silently, noticing that not a single dish exceeded 100 points on the menu, which posed no concern for him. Since he was treating, he intended to be generous, especially considering the numerous opportunities he would likely seek Jiang Wenwen's assistance in the future. As long as she kept her remarks in check, their collaboration would flourish. His phone vibrated, and Cheng Jing called. While perusing the menu, Jiang Wenwen teased, "Should I step away?" "No need. Brother Jing is not unreasonable," Jiang Nian replied with a shake of his head and a smile as he answered the call. "Brother Jing, have you finished work?" "Preparing to leave. May I come over?" Cheng Jing inquired, calm and courteous. "Of course. We are at the restaurant The Flavor of Home, not far from the West Gate. You should know the place. We are just starting to order. It would be perfect if you could join us after work. I'll add a couple of your favorite dishes." Jiang Nian felt elated at the prospect of Cheng Jing joining them, as they could conveniently discuss the farm matters that had been neglected amidst their busy schedules. However, he noticed Jiang Wenwen looking at him with a peculiar expression. Jiang Nian blinked and silently mouthed, "What's wrong?" Jiang Wenwen, however, shook her head in resignation and returned to studying the menu. Cheng Jing hesitated, then changed his mind. "Never mind. I just received word that I have a meeting for training after work. You two enjoy your meal. I won't be joining. Just make sure to eat well and return home early. Drive safely." "What? You're not coming? All right then, take care of your business. I'll sample the flavors, and we can come back together another time." Jiang Nian was taken aback by Cheng Jing's sudden change of plans, but did not press the matter further, as it was work after all. Cheng Jing affirmed from the other end, "All right then, Nian Nian, I'll be home by 9 tonight." "Okay," Jiang Nian replied before hanging up. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that something about Cheng Jing's words seemed peculiar. Just as he was about to express his thoughts, Jiang Wenwen, having already ordered and sent the dishes to the kitchen, playfully poked him. "He's testing the waters with you." Jiang Nian wanted to refute this notion, but as the words lingered on his lips, he considered that it might hold some truth. Cheng Jing was indeed meticulous in his actions, always weighing his decisions carefully. He would not call without confirming his work situation first. Moreover, after openly inviting him and then retracting, he subtly reminded Jiang Nian of his expected return time, implying that he should be home before 9. The tides have turned. Brother Jing is becoming increasingly fond of playing mind games with me. Previously, he would approach directly, without hesitation, but now he seemed to indulge in these little intrigues. Seeing the gullible look on his face, Jiang Wenwen reassured him, "But you need not feel uncomfortable. This is merely a characteristic of every obsessive love." "Oh." Jiang Nian regarded her with skepticism. "You have experience in this too?" In truth, he felt no discomfort. When he was pursuing Cheng Jing, he had been far more playful with his own tricks. Jiang Wenwen waved her hand dismissively. "Not at all. Had I the prowess of your companion, I would not be single." Meanwhile, in the command center's squad office, Cheng Jing faced his teammates, who had been observing his tactics with Jiang Nian, and calmly threatened, "If any of you dare to speak of this, I will make your lives difficult. In matters concerning Jiang Nian, you must always stand by my side. His possessions may be shared, but he himself belongs to me. I am the one in control. Understood? Big brother. You are formidable. You are wise." His teammates chorused in unison. Cheng Jing nodded with satisfaction. "All right then, let us head to the cafeteria. Eat quickly so you can return to training. I have a meeting to attend." With that, he rose and exited the office. The teammates exchanged glances and stood as well. "So, who exactly is holding sway over whom?" Liao Yu questioned helplessly, having always believed it was Jiang Nian who had the upper hand over Cheng Jing. But now it seemed the reality was more complex than that. Others shared similar sentiments, realizing just how much Cheng Jing was willing to cater to Jiang Nian, whose eyes sparkled with affection even for a dog, something they were all acutely aware of. Only Huang Qian gently patted Liao Yu's shoulder and remarked succinctly, "You are overthinking it. The true king is one who can engage in an intricate dance of balance, skillfully maneuvering to exert and withstand pressure. Focus on elevating your rank, dear brother." With that, she exited, having grown accustomed to such exchanges. Liao Yu was left speechless. Zhou Rongbin nudged Lu Ningzhou with his elbow and inquired, "Is it the same between you two?" "No," Lu Ningzhou replied, "I willingly submit to being maneuvered. His sister Qian is a disciple of the elder brother, and he humbly chooses to lie flat in acceptance." The others looked on, intrigued. Within the comforting confines of home, the meal was laid out. 2 bowls of rice accompanied by 5 dishes, braised pork trotters, poached chicken, spicy and sour shredded potatoes, stir-fried cabbage, and a kelp soup. The portions were somewhat modest, and the meat dishes evidently pre-prepared, merely heated and plated. The vegetarian offerings were rather simplistic, given the prevailing circumstances. Jiang Nian and Jiang Wenwen refrained from voicing their discontent, though Jiang Nian ordered a bottle of chilled Sprite, remarking to himself that it was nearly as extravagant as the poached chicken. Jiang Wenwen widened her eyes and exclaimed, "Brother, you are being rather extravagant. With the rising heat, carbonated drinks have become exorbitantly priced." Concerned that she might speak too freely, Jiang Nian lowered his voice to caution her. "Sure, keep it low-key. My points are all courtesy of Brother Jing." He poured her a glass to silence her. As the weather warmed, he found himself needing something refreshing to accompany his meals. His storage ring contained plenty of such beverages, but he could not access them here, thus resorting to purchasing. Indeed, he felt compelled to drink, otherwise his appetite would suffer. And he could not afford to appear diminutive before a girl. After Jiang Wenwen took a hearty sip and burped, she lowered her voice, saying, "No need to be discreet. You're so obediently allowing him to manipulate you. What's wrong with spending a few of his points? No need for courtesy. If he can't afford to support a wife, let someone else take on the responsibility." Jiang Nian could not help but think that her words sounded oddly familiar, reminiscent of a certain scheming advisor with a penchant for dubious ideas. As Chapter 62 unfolded, the likelihood of encountering acquaintances seemed uncommonly high. The two enjoyed their meal thoroughly, during which Jiang Nian shared his aspirations of opening a small grocery store. Jiang Wenwen promptly exchanged contact numbers with him to facilitate future collaborations. Jiang Nian did not refuse. He had intended to broach the subject during the day but hesitated, fearing Jiang Wenwen's erratic thought processes. Now that she had taken the initiative, he decided to go along with it. Upon entering the base, the permissions for satellite phones had significantly expanded, no longer limited to designated contacts. After satisfying their hunger, only a chicken leg, a chicken wing, and a small portion of pork trotter remained. Jiang Nian requested the server to package the leftovers for Jiang Wenwen to take home. She gleefully complied, and as she exited, she let out a satisfied burp, playfully saying, after a hearty meal, packing up leftovers, spending several hundred points on one meal. "I can't shake the feeling that I'm somehow putting a hat on Cheng Jing." Jiang Nian shot her a disapproving look. "That's merely an illusion. You simply overindulged." Such comments would undoubtedly provoke Brother Jing's seriousness. As night fell, the base glimmered with lights, yet the commercial street had few shops operating, prompting them to refrain from further wandering. Jiang Nian glanced at the clock. It was nearly 8 o'clock, and he suggested escorting Jiang Wenwen back to her dormitory. He needed to return home before 9. Otherwise, who knew what outrageous antics the cunning men might devise? Understanding his predicament, Jiang Wenwen willingly agreed to return early. The dormitory area was orderly and densely packed, with narrow alleys left solely for pedestrian access, prohibiting the entry of large vehicles. Jiang Wenwen's dormitory was located in the 11th alley, near the center, bearing the number 1120. After parking at the alley's entrance, Jiang Nian walked her to her door. Each path was lit by sporadic solar lamps, but due to their considerable spacing, people still needed to provide their own light for nighttime travels. Jiang Nian had come prepared, wielding a bright flashlight, an internet sensation he had purchased, which proved quite effective. Upon activation, the entire alley was illuminated, causing some passers-by behind them to quietly switch off their own flashlights. Arriving at her dormitory, Jiang Wenwen politely expressed her gratitude before stating, "You need not personally attend to the planning of the farm in the coming days. I will gather more information for you. Please let me know when your grocery store opens, and do inform Cheng Jing that I genuinely wish to collaborate with your team." Jiang Nian shone the flashlight at his feet, nodded, and replied without reservation, "All right, I appreciate your help." Both understood that they were astute individuals. Since they had both expressed intentions of collaboration, excessive politeness was unnecessary. Just as Jiang Nian prepared to depart, the door to 1121 next door swung open. A woman, her hair disheveled and clad in pajamas, emerged to dispose of a bag of trash in the temporary bin outside. Sensing the glaring light, she instinctively looked up and spotted Jiang Wenwen and Jiang Nian. A flicker of surprise crossed her somewhat fatigued face, which quickly morphed into a sullen expression. Her gaze directed at Jiang Nian with an unmistakable hint of resentment. Jiang Nian met her malevolent stare, realizing that she was the very woman who had attempted to morally blackmail him during the earthquake. What an extraordinary coincidence to encounter familiar faces today. Jiang Wenwen, sensing the tension, displayed a puzzled expression. Her curiosity ignited, and her imagination conjured several melodramatic scenarios. The woman scrutinized Jiang Wenwen and Jiang Nian for a moment, scoffed disdainfully, and then abruptly slammed the door shut. Jiang Nian furrowed his brow, suppressing the urge to kick the door down. What a troublesome individual. Clearing her throat, Jiang Wenwen cautiously inquired, "Do you know her?" "Not really," Jiang Nian responded, recounting the details of their encounter during the earthquake relief efforts, concluding with, "I merely acted out of kindness to save her, yet she seems intent on repaying my goodwill with malice." Sighing, he added, "Such instances of ingratitude abound in this world." Jiang Wenwen shrugged and remarked, "Well, she does seem to have a boyfriend. I've heard quite a ruckus from her room at night." The soundproofing of the dormitory was atrocious, and even with earplugs, it was impossible to avoid disturbance. Thus, she was determined to earn points to rent a place in the inner district. Jiang Nian was rendered speechless. Despite having a boyfriend, she still harbored resentment towards him. Surely, her mind must have been rattled by the earthquake. Feeling vexed at the absurdity, Jiang Nian cautioned Jiang Wenwen to be wary of the woman next door before turning to leave the 11th alley. After getting into his car, he felt a tinge of frustration. In this post-apocalyptic world, he had saved so few individuals, yet every time he did, it seemed to come back to haunt him. Upon returning to the dormitory, the clock read 8:50, and Cheng Jing had yet to arrive. Jiang Nian inexplicably felt relieved. Although he had acted honorably, he felt a twinge of guilt knowing that his boyfriend might be in a mood. He couldn't quite articulate the reason for his unease. Noticing only the scent of sweat emanating from himself, he contemplated taking a shower first, so that when Cheng Jing returned, he could feign that he had been home all along. Though the plan seemed feasible, just as he located his pajamas, Cheng Jing entered, having discerned his intentions, and remarked with pursed lips, "You returned quite late." With a declarative tone, Jiang Nian, having a profound understanding of her man, concluded that any attempt to feign having returned early would be futile. She could only candidly admit, "Indeed, discussing farm matters while dining has caused the delay." Who could fathom that at his age, he still had to adhere to a curfew of 9 o'clock? Cheng Jing, without uttering a word, nodded slightly, his expression neutral as he removed his gear in the foyer, neatly organizing it before slipping into slippers and heading straight for the bathroom. Jiang Nian, clutching a change of sleepwear, watched intently, uncertain whether he was sulking. It wasn't until a moment later that he, having shed his upper garments, peeked out from the bathroom. "Why haven't you come in yet? Waiting for me to embrace you?" He prided himself on not being petty, unwilling to let trivial matters provoke him into a childish sulk. Yet, as he contemplated his boyfriend dining with a rival, a wave of jealousy bubbled within him. Even though Jiang Nian had merely chanced upon Jiang Wenwen and their interaction was a matter of business collaboration, he still felt the sting of envy. "Oh, Jingo." Upon receiving an invitation, Jiang Nian's eyes instantly sparkled. "I'm on my way." With that, he tossed his clothes onto the sofa and hurried over. They would wash together, rendering the sleepwear unnecessary. Cheng Jing stood under the shower head, tilting his head at the sound of the door closing, and as Jiang Nian reached to unbutton his shirt, he swiftly pulled him closer. "Stay still, allow me." Jiang Nian was momentarily taken aback, but acquiesced. Chapter 63. I've never heard of a love-struck brain evolving. Water cascaded down from above, soaking Cheng Jing's white shirt until it clung to his form, while Jiang Nian ran his hand through his hair. Leaning against the wall, with his eyes gently closed, Cheng Jing's hand glided along his neck, while the other leisurely explored the buttons of his shirt. tilting his head to rest against Jiang Nian's forehead. Are you tired? It's sweltering out. After a day spent outdoors, you'll soon lose weight. Jiang Nian gazed at him with dreamy eyes. How could I be? We haven't even begun. To his surprise, Cheng Jing was flirting with him in the bathroom. It appeared that their intended serious conversation for the night would have to wait. Nevertheless, there was nothing more pressing than soothing a jealous boyfriend. Anything else could be addressed later. Reborn and reunited, Jiang Nian felt content, though it seemed Cheng Jing still lacked a sense of security, at times due to his troubled past. Not knowing how to console him, Jiang Nian could only acquiesce and indulge. Cheng Jing playfully nipped at his shoulder through his shirt. You've been running around for days.
Can you please stay home and rest tomorrow?
It was a polite request, delivered in an undisputable tone. All right, Jingge, you decide, Jiang Nian replied cheerfully. The warmth of Cheng Jing's touch on his neck was intense and insistent. The air, charged with tension, quickly dispelled any lingering displeasure and jealousy. By the time they had settled down, it was already past midnight. Jiang Nian lay staring blankly at the ceiling, feeling both weary and lethargic, yet reluctant to succumb to sleep. Typically, this would be the time for a post-coital cigarette. However, his burgeoning interest in smoking had been extinguished by Cheng Jing during their college days. In the following days, Jiang Nian ventured out infrequently, only checking on the progress of the shop's renovations and reaching out to Jiang Wenwen for inquiries regarding farm matters. Meanwhile, Cheng Jing's early morning and late evening training had reached a hiatus, allowing him to leave work at a normal hour of 5. He had intended to surprise Jiang Nian, but was met with mere surprise in return, lacking any significant enthusiasm. Sitting seriously on the sofa, Jiang Nian perused the farm planning map, indifferent to the fact that Cheng Jing emerged without a shirt and did not join him in the shower. When things seemed amiss, Cheng Jing approached, towel in hand, and inquired, "What are you looking at?" The minty aroma of his body wash lingered in the air. Jiang Nian continued to focus on the planning map, his left hand accurately grazing over Cheng Jing's abs as he replied, "The farm planning map. I intend to sign the contract tomorrow." That quickly? Cheng Jing allowed Jiang Nian to explore for a while before sitting beside him, resting his chin on Jiang Nian's shoulder to examine the map. It's all wasteland. What's the rental price? Jiang Nian flicked a finger on the map. The rent is 100 points per acre per month. Don't be deceived by its current desolation. It will soon become a sought-after commodity. We must act swiftly to secure our options. Cheng Jing raised an eyebrow. Go on. Jiang Nian gathered the knowledge from his previous life and shared. More and more people are entering the base, and soon various methods for soil improvement will emerge, especially from those with special abilities. Once the heat subsides, research institutes will develop the first generation of soil-enhancing potions, and rental prices will soar. In his former life at Base C, when a zombie tide struck, every acre of farmland had an average monthly rent of 1,000 points, with larger bases even reaching 5,000 points. Cheng Jing nodded. It makes sense to act now. This base is bustling compared to when we first arrived.
Indeed.
Jiang Nian continued to caress Cheng Jing while elaborating. As the soil enhancement potions improve with each generation, the demand for arable land will only rise. In the early days of the apocalypse, people could rely on gathering existing resources for sustenance, but as time passed, those resources would deplete, necessitating a return to production. The foundation of production is survival, and one of the basic conditions for survival is solving the issue of food and shelter. However, the apocalypse brings not only zombies but also various unknown disasters, limiting what each base can manage. Even the agents for purifying soil are in short supply. Until detoxification serums are developed, no base will risk blindly expanding. Thus, safe arable land will become the most coveted resource. Rent it, and let Nian Nian take the lead. Cheng Jing stated earnestly, realizing they had not had a proper discussion about land rental lately. Initially, he thought there was no rush, believing they could manage with just a general store. Otherwise, Jiang Nian would be exhausted running back and forth. Now, he understood Jiang Nian's perspective. For wasteland, ordinary people often deemed it useless and were reluctant to waste points, while those with ample resources found it inconsequential, thinking they could wait until the soil improvement potions were available. The result would be that the most valuable arable land would fall into the hands of a few powerful individuals, deepening the divide between the rich and the poor, a painfully stark reality. Given this, they should seize the opportunity to rent the land. not being greedy and allowing it to develop gradually. Cheng Jing then inquired, "Do we have enough points?" As he spoke, he flipped through the rental regulations for the planned farm. According to the South City base's rental qualifications, official personnel and individuals or groups with long-term employment contracts with the base were prohibited from renting this cheap wasteland. For instance, once they became part of the base rescue team, they would be ineligible to rent land, leaving only Jiang Nian, as a free person, able to do so. Moreover, the age requirement for renters was strictly defined as between 18 and 60 years, indicating a precise filtration process. "We have enough, even more than we need, If you need some, just let me know, and I'll transfer it to you," Jiang Nian replied with a smile, pointing out the section of land he intended to rent on the map. "I desire what lies here." Jiang Wenwen has generously provided numerous invaluable suggestions. She currently serves as the water room manager at the planning farm, enjoying a light workload and considerable freedom, making collaboration with her exceedingly convenient. Cheng Jing playfully brushed against his face, saying, "Collaboration is acceptable, but let us maintain some distance. If alternatives arise, I would prefer you not work with her." Jiang Nian raised a hand to smooth his hair, replying, "As of now, we possess no better options." Rest assured, Jiang Wenwen's discretion is akin to Qian Jia's. She is well aware of our intentions and seeks collaboration solely with us. Moreover, I have made it abundantly clear that I am not inclined towards women. Unless one possesses some form of cognitive dissonance, it is unlikely a girl would seek a boyfriend who is not straight. Cheng Jing chuckled quietly, inwardly pleased yet still unsatisfied. Retorting, "You ought to say that apart from me, you are of no use to anyone, regardless of gender." Jiang Nian responded, "To be honest, I don't think that's quite accurate, not at all. It's perplexing. No expert has claimed that a boyfriend's romantic inclinations evolve. Evolution is one thing, but I often feel that Jinga seems to grow darker with each so-called evolution." Chapter 64. Planting Vegetables for Oneself. The following morning, Jiang Nian, accompanied by Jiang Wenwen, signed the lease contract for the planning farm. The rate is set at 100 points per acre per month, totaling 500 points for 5 acres. Adhering to a 1-month deposit and payment system. There is no electricity. However, the farm provides 2 tons of irrigation water free of charge each month, with any excess usage to be managed independently. Furthermore, any fencing, walls, or related structures must be established by the tenants, as the farm offers no assistance in this regard. In essence, the planning farm merely leases land, with no further obligations, and tenants are prohibited from utilizing the land for any purposes beyond farming or husbandry, such as constructing residences. Similar to leasing commercial space, Jiang Nian also signed a 5-year contract. Experts had predicted that civilization would meet its end in 5 years. Whether one needs to remain here for that duration or longer is of little concern. It is prudent to prepare for a protracted struggle. Once everything was settled, Jiang Nian took several flower boxes filled with soil from his leased land back to the dormitory, placing them on the balcony to experiment. He intended to purify the soil with his abilities and cultivate some seedlings for his own consumption. Consequently, when Cheng Jing returned from work, he found his young boyfriend clad in gloves, playing with dirt on the balcony. Beside him lay a planting encyclopedia, with various vegetable planting videos streaming on his tablet. He offered to assist Jiang Nian, but Jiang Nian declined. After sifting the dry soil through a strainer, he placed it into 2 foam boxes, then watered and mixed it thoroughly. Once he confirmed the moisture was adequate, he removed his gloves and gently placed his hands on the damp soil, cautiously releasing his abilities. The contaminated soil exhibited a charred yellow-black hue, emitting an unpleasant odor. It required purification to revert to its natural color. A blue-white halo of purifying energy permeated the soil, and soon, accompanied by a series of acrid odors, the yellow-black soil began to fade. Cheng Jing observed in awe, finding it remarkably enchanting. Upon arriving at the base, they had access to a wealth of information, and he diligently searched through numerous documents regarding the attributes of abilities. Most abilities had clear explanations, while purification was labeled with the most easily overlooked tag, chicken rib. The most apparent downside was its lack of offensive capability, inadequate defensive qualities, and assistance that paled in comparison to healing. Its primary utility lay in restoring awareness to those under mental control. However, in many instances, if others attacked the one exerting mental abilities, the control would be broken without the necessity of a purifier. Not everyone shares Jiang Nian's experiences. Thus, when faced with such an all-around lackluster ability, it is typically disregarded. For instance, in the eyes of most, healing abilities are deemed ineffective against zombie infections. Who would think to utilize purification? One must recognize that the ultimate form of healing abilities is complete recovery, lauded as one of the most extraordinary attributes discovered thus far, with its possessors being exceedingly rare. As long as a person still breathes, they can be entirely healed, even in cases of amputations. Thus, it was reported that some individuals severed their own infected body parts at the moment of being bitten, managing to save their lives if done promptly. Of course, if the timing was off and the virus had merely entered the bloodstream, even post-amputation, healing abilities would not prevent mutation. However, purification differs. According to Jiang Nian, purification targets the virus itself. In layman's terms, healing is more focused on treating physical injuries, while purification addresses those invisible threats. Yet, what its ultimate form entails remains uncertain. The purifier who provided the information regarding ability attributes met an untimely demise shortly after reporting the basic details of their abilities, leaving behind only the chicken rib label. Even Jiang Nian himself had only discovered the unique nature of purification when he attempted to save Chen Yu in a moment of trial and error. His ability was the finest and most formidable. Cheng Jing contemplated this, witnessing the soil gradually return to normalcy, and could not help but express his admiration. Thank you, Jinga. The weather was swelteringly hot, and with the balcony windows closed, the evening sun streamed through the glass, causing Jiang Nian's cheeks to flush with embarrassment at the compliment. Were it another person praising him, he would undoubtedly have raised his chin and replied with pride, "Of course. I am impressive. Just look at who I am." Yet, facing Cheng Jing's earnest demeanor made him feel quite bashful. Thus, Jiang Nian repeatedly purified the soil in the foam boxes, watching the contaminated black earth transform back into the familiar earthy hue that had become rare since the apocalypse. It took half an hour to purify a single box, leaving him drenched in sweat. Cheng Jing stood by, wiping his brow and offering him water, asking, "Are you tired? Perhaps you should take a break. Using your abilities can be quite taxing." Jiang Nian shook his head. "No worries. I will finish everything before washing my hands and resting. If I stop now, I might lose motivation." He felt mentally capable and deemed rest unnecessary, continuing with the purification of the second box after taking a sip of water. Once both foam boxes' soils were purified, he divided them into the flower boxes and planted seeds according to the encyclopedia's instructions. Finally, he covered them with a layer of plastic wrap, puncturing a few holes for ventilation to complete the task. He could have invited Huang Qian to utilize her plant abilities to accelerate growth. But Jiang Nian wished to test whether the soil he purified could yield normal crops and whether any mutations would occur. It would serve as a small experiment, after which he could have Qian Jia come to encourage growth. Their stock of vegetables and fruits was dwindling, and they needed to replenish it before depleting their supplies. He had previously consumed produce accelerated by abilities. Although the taste was slightly inferior, the nutritional content remained unchanged. For the sake of health, having something to eat was satisfactory. After a long day of playing in the dirt, he felt a sense of accomplishment as he admired the neatly arranged flower boxes. Cheng Jing, preparing dinner, urged him to wash up before eating. In high spirits, Jiang Nian planted a quick kiss on his cheek before heading into the bathroom. Once he finished washing, he realized he had forgotten to bring any clothes, so he called out, Jinga, could you please bring me some clothes?" Cheng Jing, who had already set the table, let out a sigh and replied, "Nian Nian, I've told you before, when you wash, you must remember to take your clothes with you, even if it is slipped through the crack of the door." The moment he catches a whiff of the fragrant blend of shower gel and steam, his mind involuntarily conjures vivid images. This has led him astray on numerous occasions. "Then pull the curtains shut and step out onto the balcony for a moment. I'll retrieve it myself." Jiang Nian's voice was languid, tinged with a hint of playful defiance. "No way." Cheng Jing gritted his teeth, yet he still fetched a change of clothes, stuffed them into a bag, and hung it on the doorknob before swiftly retreating to let Jiang Nian take it himself. Chapter 65, The Final Attribute of Purification. After a considerable time filled with rustling sounds, Jiang Nian emerged, towel in hand, drying his hair. Cheng Jing shot him an exasperated glance. "Eat your meal and remember a bit." Jiang Nian pouted, casually draping the towel around his neck as he took a seat. If you can't help yourself, just come over again after eating. What is the point of remembering? Occasionally, he would deliberately tease this way, a little playful banter that didn't warrant a serious response. Faced with Jiang Nian's shamelessness, Cheng Jing found it hard to stay angry. He merely suppressed the urge to smile, maintaining a stern expression while serving him vegetables. Noticing Cheng Jing's proud yet reluctant demeanor, Jiang Nian felt a mischievous impulse to provoke him further. Jingge, are you thinking about? Shut it.
Eat.
Cheng Jing's ears turned slightly red as he promptly shoved a piece of braised pork into Jiang Nian's mouth. You talk more than you eat. Jiang Nian puffed his cheeks, stifling laughter, nearly choking, and had no choice but to eat obediently while shooting Cheng Jing meaningful glances. Despite being so strict with him, there were times when he appeared remarkably innocent and bashful. Jiang Nian adored this side of Jingge. It's impolite to stare at someone while they eat. Cheng Jing felt the weight of Jiang Nian's gaze, which was too intense to ignore. Nowadays, he would bring his meals home and felt he was eating more with this little rascal around. Jiang Nian feigned innocence, retracting his gaze. Which someone have I been staring at rudely? You want me to look at others? He chuckled inwardly, feeling victorious in this round. After finishing their meal, Jiang Nian eagerly began to clear the table, and Cheng Jing told him not to bother while he showered, but he didn't mind.
Yin ye.
You come home from work and still cook for me. It's only right that I tidy up. Without him, Jingji's life would undoubtedly be much easier. Cheng Jing smiled silently, choosing to sit on the couch and watch Jiang Nian bustle about. In truth, he was quite willing to indulge Jiang Nian, but Jiang Nian often remarked that life was meant for two, teasing him that if he were to encounter a scoundrel, he would end up toiling for a lifetime. After washing the dishes and wiping down the stove, Jiang Nian placed his hand on the kitchen counter, and with a thought, the blue-white purification ability emanated from his palm. Cheng Jing had grown accustomed to this spectacle. Jiang Nian often utilized himself as a sterilizer to hone his abilities. The blue-white aura gradually spread from the kitchen, soon enveloping the entire room, lingering for a while before dissipating. All done. Jiang Nian clapped his hands as he exited the kitchen. Noticing how Jiang Nian, despite expending his ability for such a long duration, showed no signs of fatigue, Cheng Jing casually inquired, Nian Nian, what is the current range of your ability? 200 meters in diameter now, Jiang Nian replied briskly. Despite his casual demeanor, he had been diligently striving for improvement. When home alone, he often exhausted his mental energy to push past limits, to the point of nosebleeds and fainting. That's impressive. Cheng Jing couldn't help but express his surprise. Jiang Nian's practical experience paled in comparison to others, yet his rapid progress indicated he was putting in significant effort at home. Perhaps he might even engage in foolish endeavors. Jingge, how can a man say fast? Jiang Nian laughed, leaping onto the sofa to sit cross-legged beside him, his grin stretching from ear to ear. A mere 200 meters, he thought, was just a stepping stone toward his past life's limit of 500 meters. Once he reached 500 meters, his ability would evolve to its ultimate attribute of purification. According to the doctors in his previous life who used him for experiments, the maximum range of his ability was approximately 1,000 meters in diameter. Thus, reaching 500 meters was pivotal. He needed to achieve this swiftly, to validate his previous life as speculations and provide assurance for those around him. Impudent, Cheng Jing retorted, playfully tugging Jiang Nian's hair before tidying his hairstyle, then asked, do you know what the ultimate attribute of the purification ability is? Jiang Nian paused, looking at him intently. Why the sudden question? At times, he suspected that Cheng Jing could read his mind. He had just been pondering this very topic. Cheng Jing smiled and shook his head. It's nothing. I just thought of it while observing you use your ability. Recently, I checked the ability chart, and there was no mention of the ultimate attribute of purification. As of now, the only other ability user with the same power as you has already perished. Jiang Nian understood, then replied, although purification abilities might seem trivial to outsiders, they are not common. Those who tormented me in my past life sought it out secretly. What happened afterward, I know not. However, before my demise, they never found it, and those who recorded information perished. He couldn't help but sigh softly at this point. A special ability that lacks offensive capability poses a danger to its wielder. If its uniqueness goes undetected, one risks becoming collateral damage. If discovered, one risks becoming a test subject. This was why he was so resolute in concealing it in this life. Cheng Jing contemplated for a moment and concurred. I suspected as much. Which is why I asked you.
I know.
Jiang Nian rested a shoulder against Cheng Jing's, looking up at him. After a while he spoke. I told you before that due to the impact of drugs in my past life, my ability reached its limit of 500 meters and shortly thereafter, my crystal core was extracted and grafted onto Chinyu. Cheng Jing nodded, recalling that merely hearing about it made him wish to flay those brutes alive. Jiang Nian pressed his lips together and continued. Actually, before my crystal core was extracted, I discovered that my ability had advanced. Undergoing what experts termed a homogeneous mutation, my ability evolved into its ultimate attribute form, but I didn't tell anyone. Upon seeing Cheng Jing's astonishment, he added, I intended to confirm it myself first by reaching 500 meters before informing you. In his previous life, he had been tormented to the brink of madness, worried that it might be his own delusion, and even if he revealed it, those people would not spare him. Cheng Jing embraced him. It's all right. We can discuss anything between us at any time. Jiang Nian smiled again, answering his earlier question. Jingo, the ultimate attribute of purification is elimination. As for the extent and range of what can be eliminated, as well as any side effects, I cannot say. When an ability advances, the owner instinctively becomes aware of changes in attributes. It is a natural form of recognition. Elimination? Cheng Jing was momentarily taken aback, then murmured, purification, and then elimination. Jiang Nian nodded. Yes, the evolution of abilities does not deviate from their foundational attributes. They remain stable, only becoming stronger and more advanced. Elimination is the ultimate form of purification. Cheng Jing pondered aloud, then suddenly grasped the concept. This is why purification is effective against the zombie virus. Perhaps it is also effective against other similar viruses. If healing abilities are extraordinary, then purification abilities can be deemed savior-like. Chapter 66. Sometimes, I really want to engage in a fight. Faced with Cheng Jing's speculation, Jiang Nian remained non-committal. Perhaps, but I cannot be certain without trying. Though it may sound somewhat arrogant, I believe that thus far, only I comprehend the ultimate attribute of my purification ability. After speaking, he took a deep breath and glanced at his hands, muttering to himself with a hint of resignation. It is precisely because I have discovered the uniqueness of my ability that I must conceal it. Concealment is imperative. Cheng Jing's tone suddenly became exceedingly grave. To others, this might appear as a blessing, a glimmer of hope against the zombie virus, yet for the possessor, the exposure of such an ability before acquiring sufficient leverage and strength would spell disaster. Jiang Nian nodded resolutely. I must strive to reach 500 meters swiftly to ascertain the ultimate attribute. That way, whether confronting zombies or humans, we will possess an additional safeguard. The experiences of his past life as a guinea pig left him with lingering apprehension, and thus, he had no intention of selflessly offering his powers. Scientific experts would eventually devise a means to bring an end to the apocalypse. What significance did he, a man who had already perished, hold? Understood, Cheng Jing replied. If there is anything you require of me, do not hesitate to ask. In light of the purification ability's implications, his primary concern lay with Jiang Nian's safety. If only his ability could encompass a spatial world capable of sheltering living beings, then he could keep Jiang Nian hidden away. Jiang Nian pondered for a moment and said, Practical combat is one of the quickest ways to evolve my powers. My ability's coverage has already reached 200 meters, and training at home has yielded diminishing returns. Therefore, if you have the opportunity, please take me into actual combat. He was eager to witness the direct effects of his ability on the zombies. Cheng Jing fell into silence upon hearing this. Jiang Nian playfully patted his face. Jinga? He knew that once he mentioned going out, this man would become displeased. Cheng Jing grasped his hand and, after much internal conflict, finally spoke. The base has issued a task for all to exchange zombie cores for points. The day after tomorrow, our team will venture out to combat zombies alongside volunteers, remaining close to the base, departing in the morning and returning by night. If you wish to join, you may. With volunteers? Jiang Nian inquired, puzzled. Cheng Jing elaborated. It means the official rescue personnel of the base will be collaborating with survivors, including both ordinary individuals and those with abilities. The objective is to eliminate the zombies surrounding the base, as the danger level is low. The higher-ups have tacitly approved this joint operation. Typically, survivors can venture out on their own, but this time, The involvement of the base's rescue team makes it a larger-scale endeavor. Jiang Nian chuckled. Oh, I see. It's like everyone going out to farm monsters together. Cheng Jing nodded. You could say that, and moreover, everyone, including us, will retain the cores we acquire without obligation. Ordinary zombie cores are worth 10 points each, while those from ability-wielding zombies are worth 30 points each. The pricing is comparable to my previous life. The military is indeed more perceptive, commencing a comprehensive collection of zombie cores already. Jiang Nian was somewhat taken aback. I recall that in my past life. It took over a year after the apocalypse began for a researcher at Base S to discover that zombie cores could be converted into usable energy for powering the base. Only after this news circulated did various bases start issuing tasks to exchange zombie cores for points, which was still months away from now. I wonder if the Nanqing base from my previous life also collected zombie cores in advance, or if my rebirth and subsequent choices have created certain butterfly effects, leading some events to unfold prematurely. I heard that experts at the Nanqing base's research institute instructed field personnel to closely monitor changes in zombies as soon as ability wielders emerged. And they have been collecting cores for quite some time, Cheng Jing relayed, revealing that the military's response had indeed been quicker and more astute. Jiang Nian pressed further. Has there been any progress in the research? Not yet, Cheng Jing shook his head. However, the experts suggested that since the energy contained in the cores can promote zombie evolution, it must be unique. Hence the large-scale collection task was initiated. That makes sense. Jiang Nian acknowledged, realizing that the core personnel of the military-led bases were authoritative figures, capable of discerning abnormalities ahead of time. It was just that in his previous life, he had been oblivious to the prowess of those bases. Is something the matter? Cheng Jing, noticing the unusual expression on his face, felt a twinge of concern. It's nothing. Just a feeling that some matters have unfolded much earlier than I was aware of in my previous life, but this is a good thing, Jiang Nian replied, shaking his head in denial. He then smiled and asked, Jingge, if we hadn't had this conversation today, would you have intended to keep this task from me? You must have already decided to depart the day after tomorrow, so this notification surely isn't new. He had refrained from wandering about these past few days, causing a slight delay in receiving news. Yes, Cheng Jing admitted candidly, feeling a twinge of guilt as he rubbed the bridge of his nose under Jiang Nian's gaze. I initially thought you should focus on preparing to be my little steward and farmer with no need to confront zombies, as we are not lacking in points or supplies. Now that it has become necessary for the enhancement of your powers, you may go. I will find a separate location for you to practice. Protecting his partner was instinctual. Even with a low danger level, he was reluctant to let Jiang Nian take risks. I knew you considered me a useless trinket, Jiang Nian exclaimed in exasperation, placing both hands on the man's sturdy shoulders in a pleading manner. Jingge, please ensure that I accompany you on such tasks in the future. If you refuse, I may have to take action on my own or team up with others. Truthfully, there were times when he truly wished to engage in a fight with his boyfriend. Cheng Jing's heart raced, and he blurted out, I understand, just don't act recklessly. From now on, I will include you in such tasks. If this person truly ventured out alone or teamed up with others, the likelihood of unconventional domestic disputes skyrocketed. Okay, it's settled then. Thank you, Jingge, Jiang Nian replied, achieving his goal and suppressing the fire of frustration within him with a smile. It seems that the tactic of provoking him had proven effective once again. Cheng Jing, however, began to regret his impulsive agreement but realized he could not retract his words. It was yet another day of being exasperated by this little rascal. As evening fell, Jiang Nian remarked, I'll go turn on the lights. Fearing that Cheng Jing might reconsider, he skillfully shifted the topic and got up to illuminate the living room. Cheng Jing then rose to take a shower. Jingge, I'll fetch you some clothes later, Jiang Nian chattered, seeking conversation, his playful demeanor heightening his joy. After speaking, he retrieved his gaming console and began playing games while watching a show. Cheng Jing, disinterested, picked up his clothes and entered the bathroom, closing the door behind him, but soon silently chuckled to himself. Back when they first began dating, he had envisioned their married life together, a steady stream of companionship, with occasional quarrels or watching the naturally rebellious Jiang Nian stir up trouble. Although life in the apocalypse was more arduous now, he nonetheless felt as though his wishes were being fulfilled. He had no desire to concern himself with the fates of others or dwell on when the calamity would cease. He only wished for Jiang Nian's happiness and safety, far removed from all the suffering he had endured in his past life. For the sake of such a goal, anyone who dared to intrude upon his peace would find themselves cast to the zombies. This included Jiang Nian's family. Should the opportunity arise, he would spare none of them. Chapter 67. On Special Materials. When Cheng Jing emerged from the bathroom, he found someone fervently engaged with the game console, eyes fixed on the tablet, brows furrowed, while chewing bubblegum. 3 different channels were simultaneously ablaze with action. Sensing his gaze, Jiang Nian, still chewing, inquired, "Brother Jing, are you watching palace intrigue dramas?" Before the apocalypse, he had a penchant for disaster films, but now he had developed a taste for the melodramatic soap operas he once scoffed at.
No, Cheng Jing replied,
Shaking his head as he turned to enter his room, the sound of rummaging soon following, though it was unclear what he was searching for. Jiang Nian glanced over a few times but refrained from asking, suspecting that Brother Jing was gathering supplies for their upcoming outing. This was finally a chance to showcase his skills. He was determined to revel in it. With his psychic abilities now covering a diameter of 200 meters, his proficiency had significantly improved, allowing him to maintain the power-S presence on his skin at all times. Since purification was effective against the zombie virus, it implied that as long as he exercised caution, the zombies posed little threat to him. He needed to test these theories personally, while envisioning himself heroically battling zombies. Cheng Jing's voice drifted from the doorway. "Nian Nian, where's that box of Okamoto I left in the bedside drawer?"
"Huh?"
Jiang Nian lost his focus, and a bubble he had blown popped, leaving half his face sticky. He scrambled to wipe it off while asking, "What do you need it for?" "You," Cheng Jing replied, suppressing a laugh, perplexed by Jiang Nian's occasional obliviousness. Jiang Nian finally cleaned his face and tossed the gum into the trash. Upon meeting his boyfriend's mischievous smile, he realized the implications of their conversation and felt his face flush. "Brother Jing, you've changed." Internally, he was screaming like a groundhog. How had his brother Jing transformed into this? Cheng Jing repeated his question. Where did you put it?" "I put it back in the storage room. After using 2 boxes of lime flavor, I wanted to switch it up," Jiang Nian replied, avoiding direct eye contact and diverting his gaze to the tragic drama playing on the tablet. Cheng Jing smirked slightly. "I must have overlooked it. What flavor do you want to switch to?" Jiang Nian's neck turned crimson as he answered, "Strawberry, I suppose."
"All right."
Without further ado, Cheng Jing entered the storage room. Shortly after, Jiang Nian watched him emerge, arms laden with an array of boxes in various brands, styles, and flavors. These unique supplies were all meticulously prepared by Cheng Jing, 1 box in the storage room and another in the ring space, enough for years based on their frequency of use. He seriously suspected that Brother Jing had raided the warehouse of a certain adult store, and perhaps not just one. The visual impact was somewhat overwhelming. Jiang Nian wished to feign ignorance, but his boyfriend was too unabashed, approaching him with a colorful assortment of boxes and inviting, "Let us go." Jiang Nian felt as if he could turn to stone. "Go where?" With that expression and tone, it's as if Brother Jing is inviting me for a drink. How outrageous. Noticing his face was nearly steaming, Cheng Jing stifled a chuckle and took the items back to the room. Once done, he leaned against the doorframe and called out, "Nian Nian, come here." "You, wait a minute. I'm finishing this episode." Jiang Nian softly declined without lifting his eyes. Cheng Jing crossed his arms and continued to tease. "How can you wait for this? I instantly agree to whatever you propose." Jiang Nian retorted. "Is this a grudge?" Seeing him flush with anger yet unable to voice it, Cheng Jing finally burst into laughter. Jiang Nian, grinding his teeth, moved to the tablet and game console, grabbing him by the collar and dragging him into the room, then kicked the door shut, pushing him onto the bed. "Is this what it takes to make you angry?" Cheng Jing chuckled, gazing at the person atop him with unrestrained amusement. Jiang Nian pressed his hands on Cheng Jing's shoulders, grinding his teeth. "Why have you become so petty and lewd? How infuriating! Has my aloof and abstinent idol truly vanished? Do I even need to ask?" Cheng Jing suppressed his laughter, reaching up to gently touzle Jiang Nian's bangs, affectionately saying, "It's all because I love you." Such cheesy words had previously eluded his lips, always being Jiang Nian who pursued him. After their breakup, he realized that feelings should be expressed. Otherwise, no matter how profound, they would remain a regret. Thus, he now wished for the entire world and the zombies to know of his love for Jiang Nian. The sudden flood of corny affection left Jiang Nian defeated. burying his head in the crook of Cheng Jing's neck, voice softening. I understand. With a swift motion, Cheng Jing flipped him over, ensnaring him in an embrace. On the day they set out to cleanse the zombies surrounding the base, at 5 in the morning, everyone gathered at various entry and exit points, awaiting departure. After a brief registration, they set off. The team was not arranged in any special order. It was merely the base's rescue team leading the way, with others following suit. They planned to systematically eliminate zombies in a radius around the base, venturing as far as their abilities allowed. They aimed to return before sunset. Those unable to make it would be left behind, as the base would close its protective gates at 8:30 p.m. Jiang Nian, Cheng Jing, Liao Yu, and Zhao Lei rode in one vehicle, while Huang Qian and others followed in another. Once they left the base, the massive group gradually dispersed, with people forming their own teams, combating zombies, and searching for supplies. Currently, most zombies possessed crystal cores, and weaker teams opted to target the ordinary zombies based on their capabilities. In areas beyond the reach of ordinary individuals, there were psychics and the base's rescue team. Liao Yu was driving, with Zhao Lei in the passenger seat, while Jiang Nian and Cheng Jing occupied the back, studying a map of the surrounding area. Their destination was an industrial park in the suburban district. Naturally, many others shared the same goal. Jiang Nian's gaze sparkled with eagerness as he studied the map of the industrial park. Cheng Jing couldn't help but remind him. We agreed that once we reach the park, you cannot act independently and must follow my instructions without being impulsive.
Got it, Dad.
How many times do you need to repeat it? Jiang Nian interrupted with slight impatience, but upon seeing Cheng Jing's darkening expression, he softened his tone. I promise I won't stray east if you tell me to go east. I know my limits.
PFFT. Ah.
Up front, Liao Yu and Zhao Lei nearly burst into laughter, stealing glances at them through the rear-view mirror. Indeed, Cheng Jing was always somewhat nagging in front of his partner, while his attitude towards them conveyed a message that they should be sharp if they wished to survive. Cheng Jing shot a glare at the front through the rear-view mirror, then turned to look at Jiang Nian, who feigned innocence while displaying impatience. If it weren't for the presence of others, he would have pinned him down and taken a bite. Understanding him well, Jiang Nian removed his glove and placed his hand in Cheng Jing's palm. Squeeze it. Just a squeeze, and you won't be upset anymore. Cheng Jing adored Jiang Nian's hands, especially at certain moments. He claimed they were warm and soft, and just holding them felt comforting. It wasn't that they were spoiled, but rather that Jiang Nian's hands were naturally softer, with faint lines. Chapter 68. The rival brother is quite nice. As Cheng Jing held Jiang Nian's outstretched hand, his irritation dissipated. Suddenly, a thunderous roar swept past their vehicle. A heavily modified silver-gray motorcycle zoomed by, and its rider was clad in matching night gear that complemented the bike perfectly.
Whoa.
Jiang Nian stared in awe.
Wow.
How impressive. Before the apocalypse, he hadn't considered such details. Had he known, he would have obtained one for himself instead of settling for an electric scooter. Such a vehicle truly befits his distinguished aura. Their speed was not slow, yet they were easily overtaken. Who wouldn't he admire it? Just the sight of it exuded luxury. One could only imagine the joy of the driver. Liao Yu and Zhao Lei couldn't help but exclaim, for men are inherently drawn to such marvels. Suddenly, while they were discussing, the gray knight ahead executed a stylish brake, kicking up a cloud of dust as it halted at a safe distance directly in front of them. Observing this, Liao Yu scoffed. Oh, daring to show off in front of the young master's car? Is he betting that I ram into him? He can be handsome, but showing off in front of me is unacceptable. But would you dare?
Zhao Lei countered.
Jiang Nian leaned forward, taking the lead in the conversation. If you crash into it, the motorcycle will be ours, and we can experience that joy ourselves. Laughter erupted from Liao Yu, who exclaimed, Goodness, only my godfather would dare to think such a thing. Zhao Lei raised his thumb in approval. Right on, Brother Nian. Cheng Jing contemplated. If these few were to spend more time together, who knows how absurd they would become. The other party was evidently blocking their path deliberately, compelling Liao Yu to slow down and stop. Once the dust settled, the rider on the motorcycle removed his helmet, smiling as he waved at them. The group stifled their teasing laughter and squinted, feeling that the rider looked somewhat familiar. Hey that. Zhao Lei began to ponder, but before he could finish,
Jiang Nian excitedly exclaimed, Young guy. Wow.
What a coincidence to run into a faux rival. Liao Yu and Zhao Lei echoed in unison. Yes, yes, it's Yang Kai. I knew he looked familiar. Cheng Jing pulled Jiang Nian closer, asking, what are you so excited about? It's just an acquaintance. I'm just thrilled to see a familiar face, Jiang Nian replied, his gaze fixated on the motorcycle's sleek, angular design, secretly calculating in his mind. Cheng Jing's expression soured. Since when have you become acquainted with him? Has Yang Kai sought you out? Jiang Nian was momentarily speechless, but swiftly changed the subject. Isn't a single meeting still a form of acquaintance? Haha, Brother Jing. Do you think if you asked Yang Kai for a ride, he would oblige? Cheng Jing retorted. This fellow dares to ask anything. Just then, Yang Kai approached, greeting Liao Yu and Zhao Lei before turning to the back. Brother Cheng, Jiang Nian.
Hi.
Jiang Nian waved back, attempting to retract his other hand from Cheng Jing's grasp. But it was held tighter. Yang Kai glanced at them, smirking silently. Only when Cheng Jing noticed Yang Kai's gaze did he release Jiang Nian's hand and inquire. Yang Kai, what brings you here? Shouldn't you be at base S? Jiang Nian's mind raced. Base S? Indeed, Yang Kai had a notable background in Beishur, making his presence at base S quite normal. Beishur housed two major bases. One, like the Nanqing base, was under military jurisdiction, while the other was the formidable base S from his previous life. Yang Kai replied with a smile, Brother Cheng is joking. Bases are a matter of choice. I arrived at the Nanqing base last night and was just about to look for you when I heard you had left the base. So, I made a special trip to catch up. Times have changed. We are teammates now, so take me along. Cheng Jing did not immediately agree but asked, Did you come alone? Yang Kai shook his head. Of course not. I'll tell you more after this mission. Then he turned to Jiang Nian, asking Jiang Nian, Would you mind if I joined you? Jiang Nian's eyes lit up. Of course not. Do you want to ride with us? Since it was impossible to shake him off, why not go with the flow? He wasn't so petty, as long as Brother Jing was at ease. It was all good. Yang Kai smiled and pointed ahead. Thank you, but I have my own ride. He was not completely oblivious. Jiang Nian leaned against the car window, saying, I meant, would you like to come up and catch up with everyone? I can switch with you. Laughter erupted from Liao Yu, unable to contain himself. Zhao Lei chimed in, Brother Nian, your intentions are as clear as day. Yang Kai's expression froze momentarily, unsure of their meaning. Stealthily observing Cheng Jing, he noted that Brother Cheng had turned his face away, seemingly avoiding eye contact. Clearing his throat after a long pause, Yang Kai finally asked, Do you like my motorcycle? It turned out he had misunderstood. The so-called rival didn't seem to bother Jiang Nian, which likely stemmed from the confidence of a true partner. Determined not to lose face, Jiang Nian boldly stated, Everyone here loves it. The others were silent, a clear agreement among them.
Ha!
Yang Kai finally grasped the situation and laughed. Your current attire isn't suitable for riding. I have a heavily modified black knight of the same series. Brand new. I'll give it to you later. A brief silence enveloped the car as Jiang Nian's excitement soared, his voice rising. Really? This rival is actually quite generous. Cheng Jing, worried he might leap out of the car, pulled him back firmly. Sit tight. But at that moment, Jiang Nian was more agitated than a lively piglet. Zhao Lei and Liao Yu cast envious glances. Yang Kai met his bright, eager gaze and nodded seriously. Really, I'll give it to you when we return. Noticing Cheng Jing's displeased expression, he quickly added, Let us go. We have a mission to complete. Where to? Jiang Nian enthusiastically handed him the map, the industrial park. Our primary target is a chemical plant inside.
All right.
Yang Kai took the map, examined it briefly, and returned it. Then he turned to greet Huang Qian and the others before donning his helmet and returning to his motorcycle. With a roar of engines, the motorcycle sped off. Liao Yu and Zhao Lei sensed a shift in the atmosphere within the car and no longer dared to tease. Jiang Nian remained lost in the joy of soon owning a black knight when a disheartening voice interjected beside him. No good deed goes unpunished. Do you understand? If someone offers you something, you should be wary. What if it's a trap? Jiang Nian shrugged. What could he possibly scheme against me? The most valuable thing I have here is you, and you want to abandon me. No need to worry. If there's a bargain to be had, let us seize it. Yang Kai is being generous towards us. We should reciprocate in kind. It's better to engage openly than to play underhanded. Liao Yu cautiously interjected, I support my godfather. Brother Kai, doesn't he seem like a treacherous person? Zhao Lei agreed. I think so too. Cheng Jing scoffed. Seems like. With your observational skills. Why don't you set up shop by the bridge? After reprimanding Liao Yu, he turned to Zhao Lei, and you, what do you think? Yang Kai has a background as an undercover agent. Can't you be a bit more astute? Why would he abandon the comfortable S-space to come here? Doesn't that strike you as odd? Liao Yu and Zhao Lei exchanged glances and, without hesitation, replied in unison, Brother Cheng, I was wrong. Jiang Nian sat upright, carefully grooming his neatly manicured nails, afraid to speak. Even a zombie-esque roar at that moment would probably earn him a scolding. Cheng Jing cast a sidelong glance at the mischievous scoundrel beside him, a surge of irritation lodged in his throat. Did this individual not possess even a modicum of concern that Yang Kai might steal his boyfriend away? Was it truly necessary to be so agitated over a mere dilapidated motorcycle? Were their own vehicles not satisfactory? It infuriated him. Chapter 69, Feigning Innocence for Love. As they ventured further from the base, the number of zombies increased. Following the toxic rain, vegetation withered and decayed rapidly, leaving the earth barren. Its soil beginning to turn to dust, with even the slightest breeze sending particles swirling. Masks were a prerequisite upon exiting the base. Moreover, the region housing the South City base was predominantly flat, rendering the desolate landscape starkly visible, with the wandering figures of zombies standing out prominently. The scattered zombies were disregarded by Jiang Nian and his team. They would only pause to deal with a horde. Their combat prowess was formidable, and their formation was both rational and robust, resulting in the obliteration of zombies in their wake. Jiang Nian finally seized the opportunity to test his abilities on the undead. Earth shields, ice walls, iron barriers, and thorny vines erupted from the ground. His teammates displayed their unique powers, encircling the zombies while simultaneously obscuring the view of onlookers. With a cold and focused expression, Jiang Nian placed his palm on the ground to activate his abilities. Cheng Jing stood beside him. A blue-white halo rapidly expanded to envelop the zombies within its radius. The moment the purifying energy made contact, the zombies emitted a chilling roar. Although devoid of human sensory perception, their brainwaves were acutely sensitive to detrimental energies, causing their movements to falter and wisps of black smoke to emanate from their forms. The purification accelerated the decay of the zombies' flesh, reminiscent of the demons doused with holy water in Western tales. It was a quintessential purifying effect. While not lethal, it served as an excellent auxiliary in the team. Enraged, the zombies lunged at them with furious roars. Jiang Nian withdrew his powers from his skin surface and raised his AK to begin firing. Having previously dabbled in marksmanship and receiving hands-on instruction from Cheng Jing, he performed commendably. His teammates merely observed, waiting until he had dispatched all the zombies within range before Cheng Jing set them ablaze to collect the crystal cores. After indulging in some adrenaline-fueled excitement, Jiang Nian exhaled deeply, patting the stains on his camouflage uniform. He reflected on the disquiet that came with taking lives. He struggled with that emotional hurdle, yet he remained calm in the face of zombies. Despite their shared nature, the sensation was utterly different. As his teammates retracted their abilities, Jiang Nian hoisted his weapon onto his shoulder and surveyed the surroundings, approaching the isolated zombies. Just as he was about to return to the vehicle, Huang Qian pulled Cheng Jing, who was eager to follow, back. He seemed overly exhilarated, nearly on the verge of laughter, reminiscent of the antagonists in film and television. Such was the nature of those born with rebellious spirits. Cheng Jing quickly caught up, feeling compelled to accompany him, fearing that Jiang Nian might twist the heads off the zombies. The others observed, with Jing Cheng's actions prompting a silent contemplation from Jian Cheng. So, Brother Nian truly hails from a background of brawlers? The kind who easily gets carried away in a fight? Tang Yi lamented, feigning innocence for love. Zhou Rongbin shook his head in pity. What are you saying? Huang Qian flicked his forehead. Have you never been in love? What do you know about a couple deeply in love, you pitiful single dog? Zhou Rongbin rubbed his forehead. Sister Qian, you really know how to hit where it hurts. The single dog had no standing in this conversation. Lu Ningzhou chimed in, pointing ahead. Do you dare confront them directly? Zhou Rongbin's expression stiffened. There's no need. We're all brothers. He wouldn't dare. The apocalypse has just begun, and he hasn't lived enough.
Bang! Bang!
2 gunshots rang out, followed by a fiery explosion, turning the grotesque zombies into mere ashes. Jiang Nian approached to collect the crystal cores. 10 points, 20 points. He caught sight of someone still coldly awaiting his response and spoke up. Brother Jing, I merely wish to learn more about base S through Yang Kai. Please don't be upset. I am not upset. I was in the wrong earlier. After a bout of irritation, he realized that Jiang Nian's past tragedies were intimately linked to base S. With Yang Kai's background, he certainly possessed valuable insights. It would be beneficial to inquire about individuals and events associated with Jiang Nian from his previous life. I knew Brother Jing wouldn't he truly be angry with me. Jiang Nian beamed, placing a hand on his shoulder and playfully squeezing. I'm indifferent to others' emotions, but you are different, Brother Jing. As lovers, I feel I can truly relax only in your presence. I fear nothing when you are by my side. Despite his carefree demeanor, he harbored insecurities. The traumatic experiences of his past life forming an insurmountable barrier deep within him. He wished to be unconcerned, yet having been reborn for so long, he found it impossible to act as nonchalantly as he pretended, perhaps only after exacting vengeance and surpassing the death threshold of his past life would he find peace. This inner turmoil was not something he dared to voice, fearing it would worry Cheng Jing. Yes, I want to truly be angry with you. Cheng Jing nodded gloomily. A surge of warmth rising in his throat, he suddenly yearned to embrace the person beside him. Huh? Jiang Nian clung to his shoulder, then softly added, were we not outside, I would have hugged you, Brother Jing. Sharing heartfelt sentiments was best done in an embrace, for it doubled the healing effect. Indeed. Cheng Jing nodded again, suppressing the urge to act on his thoughts. Did their connection count as a meeting of minds? Meanwhile, to their teammates, they appeared as a couple. Having dispatched 2 zombies while whispering sweet nothings, their feet seemingly glued to the ground as if battling zombies had become an integral part of their playful interaction. Liao Yu mused aloud. I really want to know the details of how my adoptive father and brother Cheng are dating. What are you curious about? Get in the car. Zhao Lei snapped back, heading towards the vehicle. Brother Zhao, you seem to be in a bad mood from eating too much dog food, Liao Yu pouted, trailing behind. As they resumed their journey, everyone released their pent-up emotions, and the atmosphere in the vehicle grew lively once more. They soon arrived at their destination. At the entrance of the industrial park, Yang Kai was fully armed, waiting for them, casually leaning against his motorcycle, exuding a rebellious charm. Jiang Nian had only previously seen him as a suave, bespectacled rival. This rugged, dashing appearance was far more appealing. The group parked and, after ensuring their gear was secure, Lu Ningzhou and Huang Qian concealed the motorcycle with earthen walls and thorny vines. Yang Kai approached, gun slung over his shoulder, asking, could you help me conceal this as well? Thank you. Of course, Huang Qian replied readily. Once completed, the teammates began to prepare while engaging in light banter with Yang Kai, having developed a camaraderie over the past few months. Initially, everyone discreetly monitored Jiang Nian's reactions, concerned that he might become displeased. If Brother Nian was upset, they would withdraw. However, to their surprise, Jiang Nian appeared more cheerful than anyone while conversing with Yang Kai, especially when discussing motorcycle modifications, leaving others unable to interject. Cough. It's time to prepare for action. Cheng Jing, unable to bear the sight of the two engrossed in conversation, produced a map of the park along with some basic information about the chemical plant. Upon seeing this, everyone ceased their idle chatter and gathered around. Chapter 70. Not quite teammates. Cheng Jing pointed to the areas marked in red above. The chemical plant we are heading to is located here. The information indicates that it is a small factory with only a little over 300 employees. The others were aware of today's mission, but Yang Kai was not. To avoid unnecessary complications, he patiently reiterated the specifics of the task. Before the apocalypse officially descended, an employee had entered the special raw material processing workshop after being drenched in toxic rain, triggering the hazardous material control system, which resulted in the entire workshop being sealed off, and it remains in a closed state to this day. You mean the control system detected the anomaly of the toxic rain and consequently sealed the workshop? Yang Kai interjected, somehow astonished. Cheng Jing nodded. According to the results of the base investigation, that is indeed the case. The chemical plant is rather unique. Prior to the power outage, the control AI had been uploading supervision logs in real time. Initially, it was thought that the system had malfunctioned, but it was later discovered that the triggering cause was the apocalyptic virus brought by the toxic rain. Liao Yu sighed. So, sometimes machines are more perceptive than humans. The others nodded in agreement. AI is created by mankind, yet when they learn to self-upgrade and evolve, it becomes a source of unsettling contemplation. Cheng Jing continued. Recently, the field personnel responsible for scouting abnormal conditions around the base detected an exceptionally strong energy fluctuation within the sealed workshop through their instruments, prompting our visit. Yang Kai furrowed his brow. After all, this is a special raw material processing workshop in a chemical plant. Disturbances could lead to the leakage of harmful substances. Our equipment may not suffice for entry. Zhao Lei handed over a pollution monitoring report. Other rescue teams have dealt with many similar situations and ultimately discovered that regardless of the toxic substances present, they have all been assimilated and contaminated by the apocalyptic virus. He shrugged. In other words, even if there were lethal, harmful substances originally present in the sealed workshop, they should now pose no threat. The apocalyptic pollution indiscriminately affects all. While it may be toxic, as long as one is not infected by zombies, humanity can survive. Conversely, if it is deemed non-toxic, it becomes challenging to assess, given that others of its kind have been contaminated. Precisely, Cheng Jing affirmed, continuing, our mission is to enter the sealed workshop, ascertain the situation inside, and eliminate any zombies present. If that is not feasible, we retreat promptly. Understanding dawned upon Yang Kai. I see. Cheng Jing had conveyed all necessary information, and after confirming that everyone comprehended, he turned to Yang Kai. Do you possess any special abilities? The others also focused their gaze upon him. Yes, my ability is gravity. I can exert influence over targets within a certain range. Yang Kai did not conceal this, responding straightforwardly. Jiang Nian expressed mild surprise. Impressive, a special type. The others were intrigued, and Yang Kai promptly demonstrated. As energy waves emanated from him, an invisible pressure descended, causing everyone to feel their bodies involuntarily sink downwards. A sense of tightness in their chests made them instinctively tense, bending at the waist, yet once bent, it became difficult to straighten up again. The greater the tension, the heavier the sensation of gravity felt. Very suitable for support, Huang Qian commented. Tang Yi then inquired, can you crush someone to death? I haven't tried, but theoretically, it is possible, Yang Kai replied with a smile, retracting his ability. Once everyone had regained their ease, he looked towards Jiang Nian and asked, I know the abilities of the others who have reported. What is yours, Jiang Nian? At this question, the expressions of the group shifted. Cheng Jing coldly interjected. He has no special abilities. Yang Kai shook his finger. That essay lie. If he had no abilities, you would surely keep him locked at home, not let him out. Jiang Nian retorted. That's too much. A mere pretend rival knows so much about my boyfriend. For a moment, everyone found his reasoning quite convincing. Cheng Jing, unable to counter, merely thought, I detest undercover agents. Yang Kai continued to scrutinize Jiang Nian. Can't you say? Jiang Nian hesitated briefly before honestly nodding. Right? I can't say. Just treat me like I have no abilities, for the sake of my brother Jing. Since he says I don't have abilities, then I don't. Boyfriends are meant to be useful. Yang Kai was momentarily taken aback. It said that sincere playfulness is a lethal technique, and Jiang Nian wielded it expertly. He felt that further questioning would be impolite. However, he had already shared his own abilities. It seemed only fair to reciprocate. Yet, Jiang Nian met his gaze candidly. Without reporting, it's as if it doesn't exist. Let us discuss it when we're more familiar with each other. He certainly wouldn't disclose it now. More familiar? Yang Kai mused inwardly. Is he doing this on purpose? Is he waiting until the Black Knight is obtained to reveal it? Is he afraid I wouldn't keep my word? How childish. He sighed. All right. Let us become more familiar first. I have no other intentions, just thought it would be good for teammates to understand each other. You're just a temporary transfer student. You're not a teammate, Jiang Nian stated bluntly, appearing harmless, yet clearly offending. Yang Kai thought that joining them was feasible, depending on what he was willing to offer. A single Black Knight was evidently insufficient. The others, including Cheng Jing, tacitly acknowledged Jiang Nian's assertion, thus refraining from intervening or defending Yang Kai. Very well. I shall be a transfer student for now. Yang Kai did not feel embarrassed, offering a wry smile. Initially, he had seen Jiang Nian merely as Cheng Jing, as obedient boyfriend. But Uncle Zhou had warned him that Jiang Nian was not simple and advised him to avoid antagonizing him. Offending Jiang Nian meant antagonizing Cheng Jing and his entire team. Therefore, conversely, if he could win Jiang Nian over, Cheng Jing and the others would likely accept him. As the apocalypse gradually settled into a stable phase, tensions began to simmer between various base factions due to disparities in resources, talent, and overall strength. He wished to avoid entanglements in chaotic matters, thus leaving Base S. Before the apocalypse, his life had been overly complicated. Now, he simply desired to live freely and simply according to his own wishes. For him, the military's territory would always be cleaner than elsewhere. Upon learning that Cheng Jing and the others were at the South City base, he made his way there. Having collaborated with Cheng Jing before, he trusted these individuals based on their character and capabilities. Following a minor, inconsequential interlude, the group readied themselves and set forth towards the target factory, the distance not being too far. Zhou Rongbin took the lead with the map, while the keen-eyed Jian Cheng and Zhao Lei flanked him on either side. The rest followed cautiously, with Yang Kai bringing up the rear. As they walked, they shot zombies on sight, particularly Jian Cheng, whose marksmanship seemed as if it were equipped with a built-in targeting system. After dispatching a zombie, Cheng Jing took charge of incinerating it, while Huang Qian collected crystal nuclei with vines, a perfect synergy. Aside from their group, sporadic gunfire echoed from other areas, indicating the presence of others who had entered the industrial park, leading into Chapter 71, Cannibalism.
Bang!
After another shot felled a zombie, Jiang Nian couldn't help but tease. Because of the virus triggering the control AI, the factory was automatically sealed, trapping those who were working inside at the time. It reminds me of that old movie featuring the Umbrella Corporation as Hive. I must say, it truly feels like a game scenario, doesn't it? Walking behind him, Liao Yu earnestly engaged in discussion. Surely this is better than in the movies. We don't have to descend into a basement, we can flee at will. And there are supernatural abilities involved. However, our reality-esque zombies possess their own peculiar powers as well. Tang Yi, with a somewhat naive expression, inquired earnestly, "Do you think there might be survivors inside?" Lu Ningzhou winced slightly, replying, "Please refrain from uttering such unsettling thoughts. Those who manage to survive are undoubtedly more terrifying than the zombies. If they exist, they would be the children of fate, the protagonists of the apocalypse." Liao Yu's voice grew animated. "You're being a bit melodramatic, aren't you? I'm merely extending reality in a reasonable manner. Typically, such protagonists reincarnate before the apocalypse, hoarding supplies and establishing harems while decimating foes. It's not that cringeworthy." Laughter erupted from the group. Jiang Nian, while sniping at the zombies, couldn't help but smirk at the mention of hoarding supplies, rebirth, stockpiling resources, spatial rings, beloved companions, and good teammates. He has it all. Yet, he cannot sweep through the apocalypse like those protagonists. He merely manages to survive in slightly more comfort than others. As they entered the factory area, the team slightly dispersed, adopting a surrounding search method to collectively act and eliminate the wandering zombies outside the enclosed workshop. Only afterward did they forcefully break down the door. With a resounding crash, the workshop door collapsed, and everyone donned their masks and secured their protective gear, bracing for what lay ahead. Peering through the torn doorway, the interior of the workshop was shrouded in darkness. A chilling roar echoed from deep within the workshop, soon accompanied by the sound of chaotic footsteps as a horde of grotesque ordinary zombies emerged. However, the group quickly sensed something was amiss. Each zombie that rushed out bore severe physical deformities, not the typical rotting kind, but rather missing limbs, as if they had been torn apart during a struggle or had been consumed in the early stages of infection. Despite their confusion, these evolved zombies, even in their disfigurement, moved with remarkable speed and soon confronted them. Gunfire erupted, the sound of bullets resonating like thunder as the aggressive zombies were instantly obliterated. After retrieving the crystal cores, Cheng Jing gestured for the group to switch on their headlamps and enter the workshop. The interior, tainted by the presence of zombies and the apocalyptic virus, mirrored the decay of other areas. Dark, viscous bloodstains and signs of violent destruction were pervasive, with various machine parts and chemical materials strewn across the ground, all tainted and deteriorated beyond recognition due to contamination. Numerous severed limbs and decaying human tissues littered the floor, some reduced to mere bones, others still bearing teeth marks embedded in muscle and sinew. Once inside the factory, the team paired off to move in a unified direction. Cheng Jing led Jiang Nian, while the others adjusted their positions based on their supernatural abilities and the situation at hand, resulting in 5 groups. Something fell off, while everyone else cautiously advanced. Jiang Nian abruptly halted and directed his headlamp toward a blackened, stiff hand, clearly belonging to a zombie. "What's wrong?" Cheng Jing inquired, following Jiang Nian's gaze. The others also paused momentarily, alert to the situation. "Brother Jing, look at this. The bite marks are very fresh," Jiang Nian exclaimed, squatting down to pick it up with a tissue, revealing several newly inflicted bite marks. "Zombies eating zombies?" Cheng Jing voiced gravely, prompting the others to examine the severed limbs scattered about. After a short while, they confirmed that many of the severed limbs bore fresh bite marks. This revelation sent chills down everyone's spines, as they recalled the previous group of zombies, all of whom were mutilated, likely due to such cannibalistic behavior. However, based on their current understanding, zombies did not consume their own kind. They were drawn to the fresh flesh of the living. As speculation swirled among the group, Jiang Nian spoke with a serious tone. "There's a strong and chaotic fluctuation of supernatural energy here. Either the zombies' cannibalistic behavior is linked to this energy, or something else exists in this vicinity. Let us proceed with caution." Were it not for Yang Kai's presence, he would have utilized his own abilities, as his purification powers reacted to zombies and could serve as a warning mechanism. The teammates were aware of his sensitivity to energy reactions and naturally trusted his words. Yang Kai, observing the others' responses, suspected that his powers were likely of a warning type and nodded in acknowledgement. "Groups, back to back, remain vigilant and focused," Cheng Jing instructed. And the team continued onward, every member fully alert. According to the supervisory logs, approximately 100 individuals had been confined within the workshop at the time. Besides the 20 or so they had just dealt with at the entrance, the majority remained inside. Guns were loaded, and their abilities were primed and ready. Any disturbances from the shadows would be met with overwhelming firepower. As the saying goes, most fears stem from insufficient firepower. Thus, should anything feel amiss, they would unleash a collective barrage without hesitation. Consequently, some unfamiliar zombies met their end amidst a flurry of sparks and gunfire, reduced to nothing but crystal cores. The cacophony drew more zombies toward them, especially since this area was considered a zombie den. Thus, there was no need to actively search. The zombies would inevitably present themselves. Yet gradually, as a pungent, acrid odor wafted toward them, they ceased encountering any more zombies. The surrounding machinery showed signs of corrosion from acidic substances. "What a stench!" Huang Qian exclaimed, tugging at her mask. "It smells like a chemical pool," Lu Ningzhou replied casually. "Indeed, there is an indoor chemical pool here," Zhou Rongbin interjected. "According to the map, it is situated right in the center of the workshop. We've reached halfway." The group pressed on, and finally, after maneuvering around a cluster of chemical barrels, they beheld the chemical pool, a square, 4-meter stretch, yet only about a meter deep. 1/3 of the water had evaporated, leaving behind a thick, blackened substance, exuding a nauseatingly acrid odor. Most disturbingly, a male zombie clad in a blue work uniform was seated in the chemical pool, gnawing on a severed arm like a chicken leg. Surrounding it were several floating severed limbs and some bloated, deformed entrails. Chapter 72, Dual Attribute Zombie, with Abilities. Holy hell! Someone gasped, and the others couldn't help but instinctively draw in sharp breaths. Ugh, Huang Qian was already retching, faced with such a high degree of repulsion. Even Jiang Nian felt his stomach churn. The feeding zombie, noticing them, discarded the limb it had been holding and let out a ferocious roar as it rose from the chemical pool, generating a cacophony of metal clashing. This zombie was of medium height, slightly plump and bald, its lower body ensnared in a chaotic tangle of chains, some as thick as arms, others as thin as fingers. How it had become entangled remained a mystery, but clearly, a significant portion trailed into the pool, restricting its range of movement. Be careful, it possesses supernatural abilities. Jiang Nian warned just as Cheng Jing fired without hesitation, the two actions coinciding perfectly. However, before anyone could commend Jian Cheng for his quick reflexes, they discovered that the bullets he fired did not succeed in blowing the heads off the zombies in the chemical pool. The bullets seemed to strike an invisible, transparent barrier, rebounding directly back. Zhao Lei swiftly manipulated metal to erect a protective wall in front of his comrades. Yang Kai employed gravity manipulation to reduce the speed of the rebounding bullets aimed at the chemical pool, while Liao Yu seized the opportunity to unleash ice magic in an attempt to freeze it, only to have their efforts repelled. Everyone, be cautious. The gravity dissipated abruptly, and ice shards ricocheted back, prompting Huang Qian to raise her vines as a shield. Just as they were taken aback by a seemingly cannibalistic, hulking zombie that turned out to possess a defensive rebound ability, they witnessed its decayed hands contorting grotesquely, emitting a series of disconcerting cracking sounds. The energy fluctuations shifted. It possessed dual attribute abilities. Before Jiang Nian could finish speaking, Cheng Jing had already yanked him behind him. In the next instant, they saw the zombie's rigid hands elongating forcefully towards them. The teammates, in unison, aimed to strike decisively while it was in the midst of transitioning its abilities. Jiang Nian only caught a glimpse of a flash of lightning and fire darting towards the chemical pool, while Zhao Lei wielded metal, transforming it into a sharp blade aimed at the approaching hands. Lu Ningzhou and Huang Qian utilized earthen walls and thorny vines for protection, while Liao Yu remained vigilant, and those unable to use their abilities resorted to gunfire.
Bing, bing, clang, ratatatat.
In an instant, bullets and powers collided against the zombie, creating a spectacle of sparks and energy surging within the workshop. Yet after an intense exchange, the water in the chemical pool evaporated, many objects disintegrated into ash, and even the large machinery surrounding them twisted, warped, and melted under the pressure of the abilities, while the zombie remained utterly unscathed. Its seamless switch between rebounding and transforming rendered it remarkably agile. Had it not become a zombie, it would have been a remarkably nimble behemoth. This muscle memory indicated that it had been adept at utilizing abilities even before its mutation. Goodness! This is utterly monstrous, Liao Yu exclaimed, carefully dodging the ice magic that had rebounded. Everyone fall back. Its reach is limited. Judging by the previous attack, it's approximately 5 meters. Cheng Jing's expression grew serious, and upon hearing this, everyone instinctively retreated to a distance of 5 meters, simultaneously spreading out to encircle the chemical pool, maintaining mutual vigilance. Indeed, upon noticing their retreat, the zombie lunged at them once more, its lethal claws thrashing wildly within a 5-meter radius, roaring in rage. Fortunately, the chains binding it were numerous, with some still anchored at the bottom of the pool, preventing its escape. It relied on its transforming hands to grasp its kind for sustenance. No wonder there were no other zombies in the vicinity. How absurd. Jian Qing shook his head, gun in hand. Jiang Nian interjected. Zombies can sense the status of their kin and possess an instinct for self-preservation. The more evolved they become, the keener their senses. This mutated creature charges at the living, yet behaves differently towards its kind, especially after evolving to form crystal cores, making them increasingly formidable. Let us give it another shot. This time, I'll defend while you all attack together. As Zhao Lei spoke, he manipulated metal to create a circle of metallic walls, and his teammates concentrated their fire for another assault. However, after several rounds, the outcome mirrored the previous encounter. While the rebounding and transforming abilities were not particularly potent when separate, their simultaneous application proved to be quite challenging. Moreover, the agility exhibited by the dual attribute zombie exceeded their expectations. Thus, a group of them found themselves in a standoff against a single zombie, with brief skirmishes yielding no advantage to either side. Ridiculous. Tang, he could not help but scoff. Their team's balance of abilities had been reasonable, yet they were now at a complete loss against a single zombie. Liao Yu also shook his head. The confined space of the workshop limits us, making it easy for our own powers to inadvertently harm us. We can't fully unleash our potential. If we were outside, we could simply overpower its defenses and resolve the situation. Exactly, Yang Kai added. We need to devise a way to render its rebounding abilities ineffective against us. Otherwise, this attrition is futile. We will be the first to exhaust our mental energy. During his time at Base S, he had faced numerous missions, yet this was the first time encountering such a situation. The thought of an ability user turning into a zombie was truly horrifying. Yang Kai's words sparked a realization in both Cheng Jing and Jiang Nian, while the others discreetly glanced in their direction. Although there was no way to negate the rebounding abilities, Jiang Nian's power would not affect them even if it rebounded, and it could still be effective against the zombie. It was worth a try. A tacit understanding flashed among the teammates. Huang Qian was the first to speak. Wasting time here is not productive. We still need to explore other areas. Indeed, it can't escape, so let us search this workshop thoroughly for any peculiarities. And then we can return to figure out a solution. Zhao Lei, the vice captain, chimed in, glancing at Cheng Jing. What do you think, Captain? Cheng Jing furrowed his brow in contemplation while silently reflecting. These individuals are quicker with their words than I am. Liao Yu concurred from the side. I think so too. Qianjia, Ningzhou, Chengge, and Yange, you four stay here to keep watch. We'll search elsewhere. After causing such a ruckus, no other zombies have emerged. So they're likely all consumed by this fellow. Let us just go through the motions and complete the task. Yes, agreed. The others, including Yang Kai, nodded in affirmation. Cheng Jing pondered for a moment before nodding. All right, be cautious. We will keep an eye on it here and wear it down. You continue forward to complete the task. Once you've searched the workshop, wait for us outside to regroup. There's no need to return. If absolutely necessary, we can consult the base. After all, he was a person with dependence and did not possess a hero complex. If they could not resolve it, he would let those more capable handle it. Understood. Zhao Lei nodded, waving his hand to lead the others in reconfiguring their formation and proceeding. Yang Kai took a few steps back, contemplating whether to stay behind, but met Cheng Jing's indifferent gaze and held his tongue, silently following Zhao Lei. Chapter 73. Mission accomplished. The zombie continued to thrash about menacingly, yet it appeared comically furious, unable to reach its prey amidst the terror it exuded.
Bang, bang.
A few minutes later, the sounds of gunfire erupted from Zhao Lei and his group in the distance. Huang Qian and Lu Ningzhou exchanged nods, using their powers to erect a wall that shielded their rear. Cheng Jing glanced back at the direction of the gunfire and said, Nian Nian, give it a try. All right. Jiang Nian replied, yet did not act immediately. His gaze fixed on the approaching zombie. Purification abilities are undoubtedly effective against the zombie virus, but are not lethal. Merely expending energy in this manner will not resolve the issue. I have an idea we can try. He had thought of it earlier. Had it not been to avoid Yang Kai, they would have already exited the workshop. What idea? We cannot take risks if danger arises, Cheng Jing inquired, trusting Jiang Nian but hoping to dissuade him from taking unnecessary chances. Don't worry, it's not dangerous. Understanding Cheng Jing's concerns, Jiang Nian reassured him before stating earnestly, according to the fundamental theory of ability attributes, purification is an auxiliary type ability, and auxiliary attributes generally enhance most abilities, at times. It can also serve as a medium or conduit, akin to a healer in a game. Conversely, the majority of supernatural abilities possess a fundamental compatibility with auxiliary attributes, ensuring that conflicts do not arise between them. This is indeed the case, rendering the rebound effect ineffective against your abilities. Huang Qian nodded, recalling the foundational knowledge they had acquired about supernatural powers since entering the base. Auxiliary abilities indeed exhibit such characteristics, being both feeble and formidable. Jiang Nian raised his right hand, and as he wore fingerless gloves, he concentrated, causing a blue-white aura of supernatural energy to manifest at his fingertips. He then articulated his thought. In that case, if I utilize my abilities alongside Brother Jing, we can inflict harm upon the zombies. You mean to use purification powers as a medium for lightning fire? Cheng Jing grasped his intent, and after careful contemplation, he deemed it feasible. Yes. By covertly employing my purification ability, this theoretically should work, so I wish to give it a try. Jiang Nian turned to Huang Qian and Lu Ningzhou, saying, You two merely need to ensure that Brother Jing's abilities do not rebound back at us. While the theory is sound, it is prudent to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. Despite having lived 2 lives, he realized his understanding of his own abilities was woefully inadequate, thus seizing the opportunity to practice was paramount. Absolutely. Huang Qian and Lu Ningzhou replied in unison, affirming that their plant and earth attributes were ideally suited for isolating Cheng Jing's powers. With minimal risk, Cheng Jing readily agreed. If anything seems amiss, we will withdraw promptly. Safety is paramount. Of course, Jiang Nian nodded, positioning himself behind Cheng Jing to grasp his left hand, enveloping him in supernatural energy before directing it towards the ground to expand towards the zombies. Cheng Jing seized the opportune moment to manipulate his lightning fire, overlaying it upon the blue-white aura of purification. With a series of crackling sounds, the 3 different types of energy swiftly fused together. With a sudden surge, The lightning fire shot up over 2 meters high, shrouded in the blue-white aura, creating an eerie yet beautiful spectacle that illuminated the surroundings as bright as day. A wave of heat surged forth, and the zombies in the chemical pool seemed to sense the impending danger, howling as they reached out with distorted hands towards the soaring fire dragon, only to be instantly consumed by the blue-white lightning fire. As the purification-encased lightning fire completely enveloped the zombies, Cheng Jing withdrew, pulling Jiang Nian behind him for protection. "Brother Jing, don't be anxious. Everything will be fine. Trust me." Jiang Nian reassured him with a pat on the back. Huang Qian and Lu Ningzhou swiftly erected a protective wall in front of them, bracing for any eventuality. After waiting for a considerable time, the lightning fire that had traversed through the auxiliary power did not rebound, validating their theory that Cheng Jing's lightning fire successfully bypassed the rebound effect, effectively impacting the zombies. "From now on, we need not worry about such situations," Huang Qian remarked, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazed at the distant flames. However, the dual attribute zombies remained formidable, even after enduring the flames for a prolonged period. They continued to roar and thrash about. The sharp, furious screeches echoed deafeningly, drawing the attention of Zhao Lei and the others, who had safely reached the rear of the workshop. They couldn't help but glance back, discussing, "It's agitated. Brother Cheng and the others must have succeeded. They must have." That sound is unmistakably one of furious desperation before death. "Brother Cheng is impressive." Yang Kai, who had not participated in the discussion, simply stared back at the distinctly unusual color of the lightning fire and, after a while, sighed to comfort himself. As an uninvited transfer student, it's only natural to be temporarily marginalized by my would-be teammates. After nearly half an hour, the roars of the supernatural zombies gradually diminished, ultimately reducing to a pile of ash, while the concrete structure of the chemical pool had changed color from the heat. What remained was a molten heap of iron chains, along with several dozen crystal nuclei that had originally been buried within them, comprising both ordinary and supernatural zombie nuclei. This particular abomination had evidently consumed many of its kind. Perhaps due to this reason, its crystal nucleus did not exhibit the usual dual attribute coloration but instead presented a murky red-black hue. Having undergone high-temperature sterilization, it emitted a strong, pungent odor of blood, clearly indicating mutation. Huang Qian meticulously collected the crystal nuclei, counting a total of 57. Half of those trapped within had been devoured by the crimson nucleus. Jiang Nian held the blood-colored nucleus for a prolonged period, posing a chilling question. If zombies mutate after consuming the nuclei of their kind, do supernatural beings also risk mutation upon consuming similar nuclei? This could be considered a question of shared origins. The other three were momentarily taken aback, sensing an inexplicable chill creep over them. Jiang Nian handed the blood-colored nucleus to Huang Qian for safekeeping, adding, "The probability of such occurrences is significantly high. It is wise for us to remain vigilant." Cannibalism among humans is an inescapable phenomenon in times of great calamity. However, since we are not in that desperate position, it is easy to overlook. The depravity of human nature knows no bounds. Should a deviant awaken supernatural powers and consume their kin, leading to a fortunate mutation, one can only imagine the horror that could ensue. Indeed, Cheng Jing replied solemnly, with Huang Qian and Lu Ningzhou nodding in agreement. A thunderous sound erupted from ahead,
diverting their thoughts.
It was Zhao Lei and others unlocking another door at the far end of the workshop, indicating a successful completion of their task. Sure enough, moments later, Huang Qian's phone rang. Zhao Lei's boisterous voice reported that they had safely exited the workshop, inquiring about the situation on their end. "We've handled things here as well. We're on our way out now, so you all wait for us outside," Huang Qian said with a smile before hanging up. Cheng Jing personally conducted a final inspection of the chemical pool's vicinity, confirming there were no oversights or abnormalities. And the four of them proceeded toward the exit where Zhao Lei and the others awaited. Chapter 74. The difference between a husband and a teammate. Their teammates led the way, clearing obstacles and ensuring a smooth passage for them. Unfortunately, in the heavily contaminated chemical plant, there was little of value left to salvage. As they neared the glowing light of the exit, Huang Qian suddenly inquired, "Brother, have you agreed to let Yang Kai join us? He seems quite familiar." "No. I still have not fully understood his circumstances here," Cheng Jing denied, then turned to Jiang Nian. "What are your thoughts?" After a moment of careful consideration, Jiang Nian replied. Yang Kai has official backing and has collaborated with you before. His journey from base S must have a specific reason. We are all sensible individuals, and it is necessary to have an open and frank discussion. His sincerity is sufficient, and I do not oppose his joining, however. If he merely intends to play the emotional card for high-level moral coercion, then that is another matter entirely, as I am not well acquainted with him. He is neither a cold-blooded devil nor a saint. In this apocalypse, everyone has their challenges. The emotional appeal is the least valuable currency. A pragmatic approach of weighing benefits and fulfilling mutual needs is the standard for cooperation. Regarding someone of Yang Kai's status, Jiang Nian's stance was that having one more friend is preferable to having one more enemy. If it comes to worst, he would not be deterred, and they would simply get the job done. Cheng Jing nodded in agreement. Yes, he said, then turned to Huang Qian and Lu Ningzhou, asking, what about you two? After careful deliberation, Huang Qian responded, Yang Kai's identity previously made deep connections difficult. However, he is fundamentally sound and of good character. In this apocalypse, the risks associated with his identity no longer exist, and I agree that having more capable allies is beneficial. In terms of Yang Kai's background, he is not one to rely on others. Rather, it is others who eagerly seek to establish connections with him, approaching him with intent. Ideally, a harmonious coexistence would be most favorable. I align with the perspectives of Brother Nian and Sister Qian. Lu Ningzhou has not expressed much, as he is more suited to operate within established protocols and less inclined towards critical thinking. Even if he wished to dissent, he would struggle to find justification. Furthermore, thus far, every decision made by Brother Nian within the team has proven to be correct, leaving him with little to contest. I have come to understand. Cheng Jing has a clear sense of direction. Let us observe his sincerity. He harbors no principled bias against Yang Kai, even holding a profound admiration for the latter's anonymous heroism, taking on great responsibilities at such a tender age, steadfastly advancing the cause of peace. However, due to their previous charade as a couple during a mission, he worries that Jiang Nian might feel uncomfortable about it. Additionally, Yang Kai had once confessed his feelings to him, although they have clarified that no negative misunderstandings arose, and Jiang Nian remains oblivious. He still fears that Yang Kai might bear some resentment, which could adversely affect his little rascal. In essence, his lingering apprehensions towards Yang Kai began after reuniting with Jiang Nian. Little did he expect that the rascal had not taken it to heart at all. Jiang Nian's trust in him is commendable, yet it irks him that he feels a tinge of jealousy, while someone else remains unaffected. Finally emerging from the stifling confines, they stepped outside, shutting off their headlamps and disassembling their gear, as Huang Qian humorously complained. On the other side of the workshop lay an expansive square, previously utilized for material transport, now housing several forklifts and wooden frames. Their time in the workshop had spanned over 4 hours, and it was now nearly 3 in the afternoon. Having not eaten, they each retrieved rations from their bags to satiate their hunger while reviewing their mission as circumstances. Cheng Jing briefly mentioned the resolution of the dual-element ability zombies, and the others tacitly refrained from probing further, quickly shifting their discussion to their next destination. Observing this, Yang Kai could only endure, quietly consuming his food, though he cast a few resentful glances towards Cheng Jing and Jiang Nian, particularly towards Jiang Nian who, despite having provided him with transportation, showed no gratitude. Oh, the irony. Their plan was to regroup around 5 o'clock, slightly delayed, just in time to return before the base closed. 2 hours remained. Zhou Rongbin munched on a compressed biscuit, unfurling a map and gesturing towards it. There's a shopping mall in the second industrial lane ahead. It's the largest in this vicinity. Let us explore it. Generally, such large malls within industrial parks offer a variety of goods. And even if they had been previously visited, a stroke of luck could still be had. Since earlier, the sound of gunfire had been incessant from that direction. The group had no objections, and after filling their stomachs, they departed the chemical plant, following the mapped route. Along the way, they encountered zombies that had been decapitated or dismembered, and at that moment, the team felt immense gratitude for Cheng Ge's fire-based abilities. The mall consisted of 2 floors, repurposed from a factory. The ground floor housed a food court and a pharmacy, while the second floor featured clothing and various miscellaneous stalls. Regrettably, the mall had been ravaged by fire, and it was evident that the flames had been particularly fierce. Large panes of glass that once adorned the surroundings lay shattered on the ground, and the interior was completely charred. The group stood before the blackened entrance, exchanging glances. After a moment, Cheng Jing said, "Let us proceed. We can circle around this road and exit. If we can't find supplies, we'll take out some zombies and regroup." The teammates nodded, but Jiang Nian fixated on the escalator leading to the second floor, stating, "I still want to go in and take a look. Head to the second floor." Yang Kai, perplexed, replied, "The floor is completely blown apart. It's clear there are no hidden stores here. Let's south find another place. It would be quicker." With only the framework remaining, exposed to the elements, and the zombies' destruction having left little behind, what was there to see? The others refrained from persuading him, speculating that Brother Nian was likely experiencing a bout of hoarding syndrome, unable to move past the sight of the mall reduced to a mere shell. Since that was the case, accompanying him for a brief look would be harmless.
Jiang Nian fällt somewhat embarrassed.
He merely held a whimsical hope of striking luck and did not wish to seem unreasonable. Cheng Jing, noticing the moment, promptly interjected, "I'll accompany you upstairs. The rest can continue ahead, ensuring we don't waste time." With that, he and Jiang Nian entered the mall and ascended the stairs.
Yang Kai stood in astonishment.
Wouldn't anyone offer a word of caution? Al Yao Yu murmured to himself. If it were anyone else suggesting to explore, Cheng Go would surely say they were out of their mind. The others stifled their laughter, nodding in agreement. As the mall had been rendered utterly devoid of any search value, Yang Kai face-bombed. He understood now that Cheng Jing only adhered to rationality in their presence. While in front of Jiang Nian, he was wholly captivated by infatuation, doing whatever Jiang Nian wished. No one chose to move ahead. They all waited downstairs for the two to return from their mall excursion. Upon rounding the upward escalator, Cheng Jing finally inquired, "What are you looking for?" Jiang Nian grinned. "You're so clever, Jinga. It's wonderful to share such a connection." "Of course," Cheng Jing replied, a smile gracing his lips. Aware that their teammates had not departed, he leaned closer to the staircase, pulling Jiang Nian's hand. "I'm your husband, not just a regular teammate." He understood his partner well, and even if Jiang Nian merely wished to take a look, it was inconsequential. The mission had already been accomplished, and it was merely a matter of spending a little extra time. Chapter 75. Seeking Gold. "You're the best, Jinga." Initially, exchanging flirtatious banter was harmless. But now that they were holding hands, it felt reminiscent of a clandestine date, causing Jiang Nian's heart to race and his ears to flush. To divert his attention from the quickening pulse, he cleared his throat and remarked, "In an industrial district, malls typically sell everything, usually the second-floor stalls. Aside from clothing and miscellaneous goods, also feature jewelry and gold stores. A fire might reduce other items to ash, but certain precious metals are resistant to flames." "You're looking for gold," Cheng Jing chuckled, tightening his grip on his hand. Indeed, his spouse was the most astute. It is often said that in prosperous times, antiques flourish, while in chaotic periods, gold reigns supreme. Gold remains a stable currency in any era. He had previously indulged in a few gold stores, stockpiling a considerable amount. Furthermore, during the initial chaos in Qingyun City, while others scoured for food and clothing, he took advantage of his position to collect gold, alongside other precious items. The quantity of gold and jewels he possessed was sufficient to ensure Jiang Nian could live comfortably even after the apocalypse. However, he had not anticipated that such an industrial park would house a gold store, having assumed it was merely a low-end daily necessities supermarket. Jiang Nian nodded. "Since we're here, we might as well take a chance." After all, upon observing the hollowed-out spaces, most individuals would dismiss the prospect of finding supplies, and many would subconsciously overlook the potential of such industrial malls. He knew this because he had previously worked as a temporary laborer during the summer and had visited similar malls. Some had gold stores, while others did not. So he thought it worth a shot. Coming all this way specifically was unnecessary. A quick glance on the way was a bonus. With no one else around, Jiang Nian began to practice his abilities in the dilapidated mall, experimenting in various ways. After more than 10 minutes, they located the jewelry stall, where several charred remains lay, grotesquely disfigured, evoking a sense of unease. Cheng Jing promptly incinerated the remains on the spot. Jiang Nian clasped his hands together and softly intoned towards the pile of ashes, "Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, we come to seek some gold to do good deeds. Amit Ba." It is said that gold possesses a certain aura. Uttering kind words while handling it is customary. Cheng Jing, though perplexed, respected the sentiment. As the squad leader, he often bore a tense demeanor, yet he found a rare sense of relaxation in Jiang Nian's presence. Once the incantation was complete, and with no one around, Jiang Nian retrieved a compact, elongated metal detector and a farming rake from his spatial ring.
Hee.
It's finally my turn. The assortment of miscellaneous items they had prepared prior to the apocalypse was truly vast, ordinary, high-end, and down-to-earth. They had everything one could imagine needing in everyday life. The sheer quantity was overwhelming, and whenever a need arose, they could simply summon the item to their minds, a delightful sensation indeed. Cheng Jing was quite pleased with Jiang Nian's mental state. As he activated the detector, he began to sift through the debris with the rake. Before long, accompanied by the rhythmic beeping of the detector, Cheng Jing unearthed various gold ornaments and gold bars of differing sizes from a heap of shattered glass and charred refuse. The thrill of prospecting surged within him. I am but a mere mortal. I adore gold, Jiang Nian exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he clutched several large gold chains. Cheng Jing suddenly felt a swell of pride and reminded him, we have plenty. Jiang Nian looked up at him and declared, in the future, I want to craft a bed from gold. I can only imagine how blissful it would be to sleep on a golden bed. Cheng Jing teased, raising an eyebrow in a playful manner. A single person could hardly envision it. With my mind's imagination, the possibilities are boundless. Jiang Nian momentarily froze, the imagery in his mind becoming unwholesome, and he shot a glare at the smirking Cheng Jing, silently stashing the gold chains away. In addition to gold, they also discovered numerous silver ornaments and other relatively intact pieces of jewelry, collectively weighing around 30 kilograms. They stored these in a snakeskin bag and promptly placed it into the spatial ring. The mall's second floor housed 2 jewelry stalls. When Cheng Jing and Jiang Nian raided the second shop, their impatient teammates arrived. Cheng Jing was busy with the rake, while Jiang Nian, beaming with joy, waved a handful of gold necklaces at them. Everyone come quick and gather some gold. After a moment of shock, the others quickly realized the situation and rushed over to assist. Huang Qian was particularly enthusiastic. You should have told us earlier, Nianzi. Liao Yu followed with flattery. Your wisdom is unparalleled, foster father. I couldn't have imagined this. The others echoed their sentiments, having known they needed to search for gold, but oblivious to its presence here. Jiang Nian waved his hand dismissively. I merely acted on a hunch based on experience. I wasn't certain if there would be any here, and how embarrassing it would have been had I been wrong. Ha ha ha. Just imagine the entire team rummaging through trash and finding nothing. With Xiao Lei, a metal-type ability user, in their midst, they swiftly gathered the gold, silver, and various ornaments. Jiang Nian divided the spoils on the spot, as using the spatial ring in front of Yang Kai was not advisable. As for the treasures they had previously found, he kept them hidden. After all, he and Jingo would surely not forget their teammates once they struck it rich. After thoroughly plundering the jewelry stores, they scoured other shops but found nothing. After an hour spent in the charred mall, the team finally made their way out. As they proceeded through the industrial park's alleys, they dealt with numerous zombies, and when the time was right, they took a different route back to where they had parked. The industrial park was bustling with people, and they felt the weight of numerous gazes from the buildings lining the streets, thus maintaining heightened vigilance. This was not a base. Many of the people were far more terrifying than the zombies. Some had left the base not just to hunt zombies and gather supplies, but to prey upon their own kind. However, their squad exuded an aura that deterred confrontation. So, even though the eyes watching them were filled with malice, no one dared to act. Just as they successfully returned to the parking area, 5 men wearing protective masks approached, dragging 2 disheveled women behind them. Without any prompting, Lu Ningzhou immediately raised a 1-meter-high earthen wall, creating a safe distance for the team. The men on the other side, seeing this, bellowed, Brothers, nice team you have here. How about 2 women for 500 crystal cores? As he spoke, he lewdly groped the exposed skin of the women, who bit their lips and looked at them with pitiable eyes. The bound women were scantily clad, and the unmarried men dared not gaze too long. Just as Cheng Jing and Huang Qian stepped forward to assert their identities as members of the rescue team, Jiang Nian suddenly sensed 2 unusual waves of energy converging towards them. In the blink of an eye, Cheng Jing and Huang Qian found their steps halted. Affected by the sudden influx, while Jiang Nian's expression darkened, his gaze turning cold as he looked at the two pitiful women, mental-type ability users. With that, he swiftly flipped his palm, cocked his gun, and without hesitation, pulled the trigger. Chapter 76. Retrieving the team. The sound of gunfire erupted in rapid succession, the entire sequence transpiring within mere breaths, too swift for the adversaries and their teammates to react. In the aftermath of his barrage, two anguished cries pierced the air, and an earthen barrier sprang forth, completely shielding them from the incoming gunfire. The teammates sprang into action, with Cheng Jing and Huang Qian recovering their composure, unleashing a counterattack through the thorny vines. Once all teammates had activated their abilities, Jiang Nian's role diminished. However, from the energy fluctuations he had sensed earlier, he discerned that the women's abilities were of a seductive nature. Though he was immune, he still felt the impact, allowing him to identify the nature of the abilities being employed against him.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The sounds of gunfire and explosions resonated as dust swirled around them, suffused with the scent of blood. The two women perished, and the 5 men on the opposing side seemed intent on a mutually destructive outcome. But after a series of agonized cries, silence fell. In this apocalypse, one must not show mercy. Confrontations often lead to life or death scenarios, leaving no room for lingering threats. To spare his teammates from witnessing the gruesome aftermath, Cheng Jing promptly obliterated the scene. Once the dust settled and tranquility returned, Jiang Nian approached to inspect the battleground, where only 3 crystal cores from the ability users remained. Among them, 2 were pink, indicative of the seductive ability, while the third was a pure gray, signifying physical enhancement. Surprisingly, among the 5 men, only 1 possessed the physical enhancement ability. The others were merely ordinary individuals. This revelation was unexpected, leading to speculation that the 2 women had orchestrated the earlier drama. They had encountered hunters masquerading as prey. Such a performance was evidently not their first, as they had not previously faced failure. At least, not for the 2 women. As for how many others had suffered setbacks, that remained uncertain. The alluring ability of charm can induce an overwhelming infatuation in individuals, rendering them utterly compliant to the wielder's commands, while also possessing the capacity to muddle memories. Over time, these manipulated emotions intertwine seamlessly with one's mental state, ultimately becoming inextricable. Thus, falling prey to such enchantment under unexpected circumstances can lead to considerable complications. When 2 individuals possess the charm ability simultaneously, their controlling effects can amplify, allowing for the domination of an even greater number of people with swiftness. In typical scenarios, it is feasible to collectively control a dozen individuals without issue, which perhaps explains the audacity of those who, despite lacking combat prowess, dare to confront them. Jiang Nian, holding a pink crystal core, was quietly analyzing the situation when he heard Jian Cheng's bright voice. "Brother Nian, your reaction just now was incredible. I thought you wouldn't fire your weapon." As soon as he spoke, the others, who had been discussing the charm crystal core, quickly shifted the conversation. "I thought they would shoot first. I was sweating bullets. Mainly because they were outnumbered while holding 2 women hostage, which distracted us. We should have been more vigilant. Clearly, we need to learn from this experience. Let's discard the habit of ignoring potential threats. From now on, even if a beauty were to disrobe, I'd scrutinize every detail." "Let us speak plainly and not go off on tangents with laughter," someone interjected. "In any case, this time, our adoptive father was formidable and saved our lives." "Not entirely. I merely happened to serve a vigilant role this time," Jiang Nian replied, feeling a bit bashful from the praise. Each time Liao Yu spoke, it sent a thrill through him. The young master always stood out when he opened his mouth. "This time, we owe it all to Nian Nian," Cheng Jing remarked, inspecting the vehicle and preparing to regroup. "Had you hesitated just now, he, Huang Qian, and the entire team would have been placed in a perilous position." Their main objective was to have the 2 women use their abilities to control everyone, but they were caught off guard when you, unaffected by their powers, retaliated decisively. Had you not been here, even if they ultimately resolved the situation, it would have come at a significant cost. He was cautious, but psychic abilities are truly difficult to guard against. Brother Nian's reflexes clearly indicate he has undergone training, Zhou Rongbin said while scrutinizing Jiang Nian intently. They had killed many zombies but encountered few people, and Jiang Nian, being doted on by Cheng Jing like a precious flower, was beyond comparison. Thus, His quick reaction in a crisis genuinely surprised them. I haven't trained extensively. I can't compare myself to you. However, I did often find myself in brawls during my school days, so sometimes my instincts just kick in, Jiang Nian explained nonchalantly, stealing a glance at Cheng Jing nearby. In his pursuit of Cheng Ge, he had indeed become much more obedient over the years. Those glorious days of beating up bullies in dark alleys were now distant memories. Besides, nowadays, most fights required the use of abilities, and as a support role, he had no need to seek the limelight. As long as Cheng Ge allowed him to venture out for reasonable trials, he would not cause any commotion. Huang Qian saw through the essence of the situation and remarked after everyone finished their praise, Little Nian's fierce desire to protect his partner is what allowed him to exhibit such rapid reflexes. She then walked over and hugged Jiang Nian tightly. Thank you. Qianjie, you're too kind. Jiang Nian did not refute, as it was indeed the truth. The two women used their psychic abilities too quickly. Upon realizing Cheng Ge was affected, my only thought was to eliminate the instigator and interrupt the spellcasting. I didn't even consider temporarily resolving it with my abilities. In that moment of impulse, the bullet had already been fired. With someone initiating the conversation, it became much easier to continue, and Liao Yu finally found an opportunity to indulge his curiosity. Adoptive father. I heard that you willingly gave up your position as the eldest brother to retreat from the world for Cheng Ge.
Who told you that?
Jiang Nian asked. His face flushed, then, noticing Liao Yu's slightly stunned expression, he laughed. You're spot on. Why would I want to be the eldest brother? Being with Cheng Ge means I have the whole world. His voice was a bit loud, and Cheng Ge would surely hear. Ahem. Liao Yu choked on the unexpected dog food thrust upon him, but, driven by his curiosity, pressed on. So, in your eyes, does Cheng Ge have no flaws? He has never been in a romantic relationship, and while rebelling against his parents during their lifetime, he was surrounded by insincerity after their passing. Aside from his teammates, there is no one who has shown him genuine honesty. Thus, he yearns deeply for the solace of love. Jiang Nian reflected seriously for a moment before responding. Cheng Ge does have flaws. He is simply too exceptional. In every sense, he is unbothered. His boyfriend is just perfect. Liao Yu, huh? The others listening intently nearby. What kind of flaw is that? What do you mean by exceptional? Huang Qian found Jiang Nian's statement rather peculiar. Familiar with Qianjie's style. Jiang Nian placed a finger over his lips and winked. Sure. It would be impolite to ask further. Those who have not experienced love should go find their own. Other sweetness is not one's own. With that, he sauntered over to Cheng Jing, who was busily working by the vehicle, chuckling to himself. He had always been aware of his teammates' penchant for gossip, and feeling in good spirits today, he decided to indulge them a bit. After all, Cheng Ge wouldn't mind. Little Nian, you've changed. Huang Qian lamented, feeling a bit heartbroken. Now that men had developed thicker skin, teasing them had become much more challenging. From beginning to end, Yang Kai had been watching their conversation and couldn't help but laugh along. It's no wonder Cheng Ge has become so enamored. Who wouldn't like a boyfriend who is so articulate and charming? Alright, let's regroup. If we delay any longer, it will be late, Cheng Jing declared, opening the car door and taking his place in the driver's seat. On the return journey, he switched to driving while Jiang Nian occupied the passenger seat. Liao Yu, catching a glimpse of the corners of Cheng Ji's mouth, which was more difficult to suppress than an AK, elbowed Zhao Lei beside him. Zhao Ge, look. Cheng Ge is truly reserved. He's about to burst from holding it in. What's wrong with being slightly reserved when your partner praises you? If you're envious, then go find a partner for yourself, Zhao Lei replied, walking towards the vehicle. Liao Yu pouted. I want to, but I can't find anyone. I'm looking for you. Zhao Lei retorted without turning back. Young master, you must be delusional. Liao Yu shrugged, as if anyone else is any more normal. After all, it's just grass growing by the nest. What's wrong with taking a bite? Chapter 77. Night snack. Upon returning to the base and undergoing health checks, Cheng Jing asked Zhao Lei and Huang Qian to stay behind to assist him while the others returned to their dormitories. It was then that everyone discovered that Yang Kai lived in the adjacent building. Cheng Jing took Zhao Lei and Huang Qian to the command center, where they reported the mission and counted the crystal cores for points, distributing them accordingly. Everyone received a share of what was collected today, along with additional points saved from previous missions. There were numerous points exchange locations within the base, including a dedicated exchange office in the command center. To avoid drawing attention, Cheng Jing had pre-packaged the crystal cores from his spatial ring. He exchanged one package at the command center while instructing Zhao Lei and Huang Qian to discreetly exchange the rest at other locations within the base. Of course, he retained one charm ability crystal core as a keepsake. As for the dual attribute zombie crystal cores, since they were targets of a core mission, they were all exchanged and submitted. Upon witnessing the inadequacy of concealment and the necessity for alternatives, Yang Kai recognized the elevated research value of the mutated zombie crystal cores of the same category. It was, therefore, entirely justifiable to submit them to the base's research facility. However, Cheng Jing was taken aback when he discovered that this dual attribute mutated crystal core was priced at a staggering 200 times that of a standard ability crystal core, earning him a remarkable 6,000 points for just one. This critical detail had not been explicitly highlighted beforehand, and the staff had repeatedly cautioned him against disclosing this information. It was classified intelligence that was not to be shared outside the base. Cheng Jing acknowledged their warning. Refraining from further inquiries, and after exchanging the points, he proceeded to the duty office to file his report. In total, after the exchange, and apart from the portion allocated to Yang Kai, their team had accumulated a commendable 13,000 points since they began collecting crystal cores. The teammates had previously expressed their strong desire that regardless of how many points they obtained from exchanging the crystal cores, all should be entrusted to Jiang Nian for safekeeping. Without Jiang Nian, their existence in this post-apocalyptic world would have been far less comfortable. They owed him a debt of gratitude for every meal they had not gone hungry for. Furthermore, Jiang Nian's aspirations to engage in business and establish a farm made the accumulation of points exceedingly necessary. They would earn the points while Jiang Nian would manage them. Such was the simplicity of their agreement. Cheng Jing, without hesitation, transferred all the points to his beloved Hamster. Having completed the final tasks and submitted the report, Cheng Jing returned to the dormitory, where the clock had already passed 10. Dressed in loungewear, Jiang Nian was humming a tune at the kitchen doorway while preparing a late-night snack, a highly sought-after delicacy known as luosafen, snail noodles. Having not indulged in a proper meal throughout the day, he craved something bold and appetizing, and the tangy, spicy, and fragrant luosafen was the perfect choice. With a tablet propped up on the stove cabinet, Jiang Nian was diligently following an online food tutorial, adding various ingredients to the pot: fried eggs, crab sticks, duck feet, braised pig's trotters, small sausages, and crispy chicken feet. Just watching was enough to make one's mouth water. "Do you need any help?" Cheng Jing asked, having shed his outerwear as he entered. The distinctive sour and spicy aroma of the luosafen wafted into his nostrils, not only whetting his appetite, but also invigorating him. Jiang Nian, engrossed in his cooking, gently shooed him away. "No need for assistance. Jingo. You go and rest while I prepare the bowls and chopsticks. The meal will be ready shortly. Your presence could be distracting." Originally, he had never eaten luosafen, but since Cheng Jing had a fondness for it, he decided to give it a try in his pursuit of winning him over. Gradually, he became addicted. Going without it for a while would leave him longing for it, especially during times of poor appetite, when a bowl of luosafen was simply exhilarating. During their university days, they would often venture out for meals during breaks. To be frank, the flavors at the stores could not compare to the intensity of what Jiang Nian was preparing. Soon, a lavish pot of luosafen was served at the table, and the two sat across from each other to enjoy their meal as Jiang Nian retrieved 2 bottles of soy milk from the freezer within his spatial ring. Sipping luosafen while drinking soy milk had become customary, a recommendation from the shopkeeper during their outings. This late-night feast inexplicably evoked a sense of nostalgia for their past. After a while, Cheng Jing suddenly spoke. "I just saw Zhou Li in the command center's duty room."
Zhou Li.
Jiang Nian paused mid-bite of chicken feet. "ISNT, he the head of the resettlement point in the western district of Qingyan City." "Indeed," Cheng Jing nodded. "He arrived alongside Yang Kai. He is a comrade of Minister Wang from the base's infrastructure department, who happens to be Yang Kai's uncle. Coincidentally, Minister Wang was on duty at the command center tonight, and when I entered, the two were having tea and chatting."
Goodness.
"So, they're all acquaintances." Jiang Nian chuckled, taking a sip of soy milk before inquiring further. "What did he say to you? Who else came?" "I must say, Yang Kai has some impressive connections. I'm quite envious," Cheng Jing admitted. "There were others, but I didn't see them. They might invite us to meet and discuss tomorrow afternoon. Don't wander off. I'll return for lunch and take you along. As he spoke, Cheng Jing casually grabbed a napkin to wipe the spicy oil from Jiang Nian's chin and mouth, scooping the last 2 pieces of chicken feet into Jiang Nian's bowl. Understood. I'll check on the renovation progress of the shop in the morning and return. Jiang Nian nodded, then resumed his focus on the noodles. Catching a glimpse of Cheng Jing's contemplative expression, he playfully teased, with Minister Wang's connections, your short-term ex could easily join our team. If Yang Kai has feelings for you, Minister Wang could exert pressure, leading us into a classic love triangle. Such a scenario could easily span 30 episodes in a drama or at least 50,000 words in a novel. Recently, he had spent his time watching numerous melodramatic novels and dramas of this nature. While he found them cliché, they often struck a chord within him. Behave yourself, Cheng Jing said, exasperated, while gesturing toward the tablet on the sofa behind Jiang Nian. Stop watching that nonsense. It's not good for your mind. He couldn't comprehend the tiring plots that stemmed from trivial matters leading to miscommunication, ultimately resulting in exhausting resolutions. Jiang Nian's thoughts were piqued. Then, Jingo, why don't you discuss something beneficial for the mind with me? Noticing the mischievous glint in his eyes, Cheng Jing felt a sense of foreboding. What do you want to talk about? Jiang Nian grinned slyly. Let's discuss what you've been up to during the 2 years we were apart. You've never shared that with me. Previously hesitant to ask, he now felt emboldened. Having triumphed in both life and love, it was time to revisit those old accounts. Perhaps this was a rite of passage for every couple that had reunited after a separation. During his 2 years of military service, he had been preoccupied with balancing his studies and career in a whirlwind of chaos. Cheng Jing recounted candidly that he had rarely exceeded 5 hours of sleep each night, and any fleeting moments of free time were dedicated to thoughts of someone special. Oh, Jiang Nian nodded thoughtfully, then posed another question. Did you ever consider starting a new relationship to shift your focus? After their breakup, he hoped Cheng Jing would meet someone even better since he deserved it. Yet he also feared that a better person might erase all traces of their past connection. In essence, human nature tends to be selfish. Chapter 78. Enemies from Another Life. Cheng Jing chuckled at Jiang Nian's bashful demeanor. I truly never considered that, as I intended to wait until you graduated from university before confronting you about it. Hence, I focused on earning a substantial amount of money. Jiang Nian's mind wandered. So you plan to bury me in wealth? Cheng Jing teased. Perhaps other than burying you, there are various possibilities, like employing the tactics of a wealthy man to win you over. Jiang Nian retorted. Indeed, it's true. Men become wicked with wealth. Yet, why do I feel a tinge of excitement? Cheng Jing's gaze settled on his face before he shifted the conversation. I've already made up my mind. If you graduate and remain single, I want to agree to a breakup. If you graduate and are with someone else, we must clarify things face to face. My love for you is profound. Even if fate doesn't favor us, I wish for a dignified conclusion. Parting on bitter terms would be too regrettable. Waiting for Jiang Nian to graduate was his way of restraining himself from seeking anyone else, though he dared not dwell on other outcomes. He recognized his own stubbornness, veering towards the abnormal, yet what of it? He was merely yielding to his own desires. One could argue that Jiang Nian was both his pressure and his motivation, combined with the support from comrades and partners. He harnessed this energy to mold himself into someone others would envy. To outsiders, he appeared youthful and accomplished, almost astonishingly capable, yet only he knew the truth. This is primarily the result of a confluence of opportune circumstances and human emotions, entangled within certain obsessive beliefs. The smile on Jiang Nian's face faded, and he suddenly felt a pang in his nose, his vision blurring. He hastily lowered his head to eat, a tear the size of a bean rolling into his bowl. What had begun as a playful tease towards his boyfriend unexpectedly led to Cheng Jing's candid honesty, leaving him utterly defenseless. Cheng Jing reached out to gently wipe away the tear at the corner of his eye. It's all right. The outcome is wonderful. You returned to find me. Had you not sought me out, I would have devised a way to reach you, even if the world had transformed into this state. In my previous life, I must have arrived too late. Even in their current state of separation, he could never believe that he would neglect Jiang Nian in the wake of an apocalypse. There must have been some reason in his past life that prevented him from locating Jiang Nian, ultimately leading to his tardiness. He could scarcely fathom the anguish of witnessing this beloved person perish in his arms, the haunting realization often roused him from sleep in the dead of night. Gripped with fear that his beloved might vanish. Did he alone survive until the end of the apocalypse in his previous life? Based on his own self-awareness, it was unlikely. Perhaps Jiang Nian's rebirth served as a form of compensation for his past regrets. Jiang Nian nodded emphatically, taking a cautious breath to avoid choking. Reflecting upon their reconciliation and the events of the past life, he increasingly believed that Cheng Jing had indeed sought him out. It was highly probable that his whereabouts had been intentionally concealed, which meant Cheng Jing had arrived too late. After indulging in a meal that matched his fluctuating emotions, Cheng Jing urged Jiang Nian to take a shower while he tidied up. "You've been out all day. You're tired. Let us not be rowdy tonight. Just wash up. Understood?"
Dad.
"A kiss for you, Mua." Jiang Nian exaggeratedly blew him a kiss from afar, stroking his belly as he entered the bathroom. Having eaten a bit too much, he thought he might need some digestive tablets after dinner. Faced with the little rascal's antics, Cheng Jing, who was washing the dishes, shook his head in exasperation but couldn't help but chuckle. Let him be, as long as he was lively. However, despite their agreement to rest peacefully, Jiang Nian often enjoyed backtracking in bed, particularly after emotional fluctuations, where certain desires would become overwhelmingly intense. Cheng Jing connected the air conditioning fan to the battery to ensure it would remain cool during power outages, tossing a small charging orb-shaped nightlight into the corner of the room to maintain a sleep-friendly ambience. As soon as he lay down, Jiang Nian snuggled up to him. "Jinga, I want." As he spoke, his hand restlessly grazed his lower abdomen. Cheng Jing wished to maintain some restraint, urging this mischievous soul to settle down, but as that hand wandered downward, his body reacted far more swiftly than his reason. Hearing the triumphant laughter of the little rascal, he had already flipped over and pinned him down. "You've asked for it." Hot breaths cascaded over Jiang Nian's neck, his heart racing like a drum. Breaths shallow and rapid as his hands instinctively explored the muscular arms above him. "Jinga, don't be so rough. I have to strip for training tomorrow." Cheng Jing, having spoken, left no room for resistance, firmly securing Jiang Nian's wrists above his head. Jiang Nian adored Cheng Jing in this commanding state. His words were few, tinged with a wildness, yet his eyes were filled solely with him. Even in moments of fervor, though his actions might lack gentleness, they brought a profound sense of comfort. He often felt that his preferences were somewhat peculiar. Ultimately, as he had wished, after a day of outdoor missions, Cheng Jing returned home late into the night. By the time he finished cleaning up, Jiang Nian had already drifted into slumber. Under the dim light, he lay curled up with a small blanket, tear stains still visible at the corners of his eyes, his fair skin marred with splotches. "Here we go again," Cheng Jing thought, sitting on the edge of the bed. Reflecting on the earlier scene, unable to suppress a facepalm. He seldom liked to engage with Jiang Nian during his emotional upheavals, for the young man would cry, releasing emotions that were usually well concealed. That pitiful visage tugged at his heartstrings, igniting a peculiar excitement. He would aim to comfort him, only to leave him in a state of distress. Each time, he felt guilt, yet he could never restrain himself, later reflecting on his behavior with a sense of perversion. Lying back down, he drew Jiang Nian into his embrace, reminding himself for the umpteenth time to be gentler whenever the boy cried. After a night of turmoil, Jiang Nian didn't visit the shop to check on the renovation progress the following day. Instead, Li Liang, who happened to be on duty at the site, kept an eye on things and called to inform him that everything was progressing smoothly. The workers, aware of his connection to the rescue team, offered reasonable rates and worked diligently. Thus, the one who remained indoors had breakfast, and then indulged in a nap to restore his spirits. By the time he fiddled with the vegetable seedlings in the flower box on the balcony, it was already noon. Cheng Jing didn't return as promised, sending a text instructing him to have a meal and not to venture outside. After spending a considerable amount of time together, a subtle telepathic connection developed between the two, and although it was merely a mundane reminder, Jiang Nian felt that something was amiss. He promptly texted, "Jinga, are you alright?" After a lengthy pause, Cheng Jing finally replied, "I'm fine. I'll explain when I get back. Just eat your meal, be good." Jiang Nian poked at the self-heating beef stew with potatoes in front of him, somewhat distracted. Taking small bites, he surmised that his Cheng Jing was likely having an unpleasant conversation with Yang Kai and Zhou Li, perhaps even a falling out. It wasn't until after 2 o'clock that Cheng Jing returned, his face darkened, bearing unexpected news. Alongside Yang Kai, there were two others. One was Cheng Jing's comrade and partner in the security company, Liang Yunhao, while the other was his longtime rival, Xia Weiwei. Furthermore, Xia Weiwei had already learned that he was the half-brother of Qin Yu and Qin Lin, and stated that once she confirmed his identity, she would send someone to bring his boyfriend's family to reunite with him. Chapter 79. The Butterfly Effect. That self-assured woman, acting on her own accord. After hearing Cheng Jing's words, Jiang Nian nearly laughed in disbelief, a surge of anger igniting within him, along with a torrent of chaotic thoughts flooding his mind. It seemed his rebirth had altered his destiny, and the resulting butterfly effect had led to a series of changes. Qin Yu had not perished from a zombie infection, and the family that was supposed to be at Z base was about to be brought over by Xia Weiwei. However, even in his absence, Qin Yu and the others' experiences should have been relatively similar to those in their past lives. In the previous timeline, they encountered a horde of zombies on their way to the base. In the ensuing chaos, Qin Yu had been injured, which turned their intended destination into the nearer, but comparatively inferior, Z base. Xia Weiwei had only been passing through Tianhe City to find Qin Yu as the new school year approached, having traveled from elsewhere. Due to her background, she received priority protection and relocation amid the chaos, and awakened her abilities early on. One could say that the preferential treatment Qin Yu's family received was largely due to Xia Weiwei's influence. In the previous life, amidst the extreme cold, Xia Weiwei had planned a roundabout route to S base in the North City, but with Qin Yu infected, he could not enter the large base. Ultimately, upon discovering that purification abilities were effective against the zombie virus, Xia Weiwei leveraged her connections to bypass the screening at Z base and enter the central district. Upon reflection, Xia Weiwei's apparent dominance at Z base was likely a mere facade, with S base exerting hidden control over Z base. His experiments and subsequent evacuation might have concealed deeper motives. Nian Nian, Nian Nian. Observing the suddenly distracted individual whose expression fluctuated with a myriad of emotions, Cheng Jing gently patted him on the back and inquired, "What is troubling you all of a sudden?" Jiang Nian jolted back to reality, meeting Cheng Jing's concerned gaze. He smiled and replied, "I'm fine, Jingji, just pondering some matters." With that, he patted his own face, conveying the thoughts that had been swirling in his mind. Cheng Jing hesitated before saying, "Could it be that in this lifetime they have never encountered a horde of zombies while at the base?" The moment Qin Yu was scratched by a zombie marked a pivotal turning point in Jiang Nian's fate. The butterfly effect works both ways. To put it somewhat cryptically, Qin Yu's life was not meant to end, and had Jiang Nian not been present, he would not have been injured. Jiang Nian shook his head. If they had never come across a zombie horde, nor faced any unforeseen circumstances, then why would they have gone to Z base? Why not follow the plan from the last lifetime, as devised by Xia Weiwei, to navigate to other bases closer to Beishur before reaching S base?
Indeed.
That does seem rather unusual, Cheng Jing agreed, sharing a contemplative glance with Jiang Nian before analyzing. It seems that Qin Yu did not get infected, but other events must have disrupted their plans. I thought the same, Jiang Nian nodded, then asked, "Is it possible for Yang Kai to discreetly inquire about this? For instance, why did Xia Weiwei come to the Nanqing base? It surely cannot be solely because of me." Setting aside whether Xia Weiwei had visited the Nanqing base in the past, it was apparent that those individuals were unaware of his abilities, and with Qin Yu uninjured, the rationale for her coming here at this stage seemed unfounded. Cheng Jing smiled and patted him on the shoulder. "I have already inquired with Yang Kai. Xia Weiwei's background is quite similar to his. They grew up in the same military family compound, and their families are acquainted. However, due to Yang Kai's profession, he is not overly familiar with Xia Weiwei. Nonetheless, he mentioned that Xia Weiwei's visit this time was not only to confirm your identity, but also to search for her sister." "A sister?" Jiang Nian was taken aback. "She has a sister?" He recalled that Xia Weiwei was the same age as Qin Yu, both 19 this year, and his stepmother had mentioned something about her being an only child. Cheng Jing nodded and elaborated. Yang Kai stated that both of Xia Weiwei's parents were only children. After marrying, they had two daughters. She took her father's surname, Xia, while her sister took their mother's surname, Jiang. Later, after her parents divorced, her mother moved abroad, leaving her sister to be raised by their grandmother in Qinyan City. After the apocalypse began, only her sister remained there. It is said she has awakened water-type powers, and Xia Weiwei wishes to bring her back to S base. "By the way, we know this person," It's Jiang Wenwen. Jiang Nian blurted out, seamlessly completing Cheng Jing's thought, while a series of his internal questions unraveled in an instant, leaving him with a sense of clarity. Yes, indeed, it is Jiang Wenwen. Cheng Jing sighed softly, remarking on the intricate and often perplexing connections between people. With a resigned smile, Jiang Nian leaned back against the sofa, gazing upward with a bittersweet chuckle. No wonder I've always felt a sense of familiarity with Jiang Wenwen, yet couldn't he quite place it. Jiang Wenwen, Xia Weiwei. What a convoluted situation. Am I destined for misfortune, such that no matter how I evade or attempt to alter my fate, a host of undesirable individuals and circumstances continuously gravitate towards me? Just when I thought Jiang Wenwen could become a friend and ally, it has turned into this. Yet in my previous life, I never heard any mention of Jiang Wenwen from Xia Weiwei, otherwise, I wouldn't be devoid of any recollection of that name. What could be the explanation for this? Lost in thought, Cheng Jing interjected. Yang Kai mentioned that the relationship between Xia Weiwei and Jiang Wenwen is not particularly strong. The sisters have not been in contact for many years. Jiang Wenwen's relationship with her biological family mirrors yours. He maintains a cool demeanor towards Jiang Wenwen and does not oppose your collaborative plans. However, should she become an adversary, he would not hesitate to act. Is that so? Jiang Nian felt reassured. Then we shall see. If Jiang Wenwen accompanies Xia Weiwei, our collaboration would be nullified, but there's no significant loss at this point. Just a touch of frustration. My concern lies with the Chen Shanmin family. Having gathered this insight, Jiang Nian deduced that, based on events from his previous life, Jiang Wenwen did not accompany Xia Weiwei to S-Space. With my presence, there is no need for worry. If they come on their own, it saves me the trouble of seeking them out. Cheng Jing squeezed his shoulder in a comforting manner, his tone taking on an unusually serious edge. The Z-Base is quite far from here. Given the current circumstances with zombies, it would take over a month to reach the Nancheng base. If there are any delays, it could extend to 2 months. This is why I am convinced that my journey to Z-Base in my past life was not mere chance, but a deliberate quest to find you. Taken aback by Cheng Jing's chilling declaration, Jiang Nian asked, Jingji? Cheng Jing laid his cards on the table. I have no intention of letting those who harmed you in the past go unpunished. Even though they have not wronged you in this lifetime and are unaware of past events, that is inconsequential. If you cannot take action, allow me to do so. He even felt a sense of relief at the thought of those individuals arriving sooner rather than later, as it would mean addressing the matter promptly and allowing Jiang Nian to live without the burden of unresolved grievances. Chapter 80. The desire for retribution. Jiang Nian gazed at him for a moment, confirming his sincerity, and then composed himself to respond earnestly. Jingji, it's not that I am unable to take action, nor is it that I do not wish for retribution. I simply recognize my limitations and do not wish to burden you and the others. Everyone is doing well now, and to disrupt that peace merely for the sake of avenging past grievances would be unwise. If I possess the combat prowess of someone like you or Zhao Lei, seeking vengeance would be effortless, but I do not. Moreover, Xia Weiwei's identity complicates matters. We cannot act against her lightly. Thus, my plan is to avoid entanglements with undesirable people and situations until I can ensure that my quest for vengeance does not endanger those around me. Whether deemed cowardly or lacking in resolve, this is how he perceives the situation. This is reality, not a realm of heroes. He is no invincible protagonist, lacking the strength to ward off countless foes with bare hands. His enemies are not merely 1 or 2 individuals, but a multitude, entangled with the powers of the base. To embark on a reckless pursuit of vengeance fueled solely by passion, given his insufficient capabilities, would ultimately lead to others risking their lives on his behalf. What a form of moral coercion that would be. Then let us devise a thorough plan. You should have more faith in me and the others. We are not afraid of you being a burden. If Huang Qian and the others were aware of the truth, Xia Weiwei would likely already be dead. Cheng Jing acknowledged his concerns, understanding that those who have been reborn carry excessive apprehensions. On the surface, they may seem carefree, but internally, they are sensitive and conflicted, and he felt a deep worry for him. Jiang Nian couldn't help but chuckle. It's precisely because I know everyone is faring well that I am even less inclined to act recklessly. Cheng Jing grasped his hand, rising from the sofa to kneel in front of him, gazing up earnestly. Do not forget. You are the one who took the initiative to save us all in this apocalypse. The peace we currently enjoy is a result of your efforts. Even if this becomes a form of moral coercion, you need not feel any burden. Perhaps influenced by familial factors, Cheng Jing was astute in many matters but somewhat cautious and oblivious when it came to relationships with those close to him. He had long realized that, from a psychological perspective, this was a manifestation of a lack of love, though he himself remained unaware. Jiang Nian felt a warmth welling in his eyes. Cheng Jing tightened his grip on his hand. All you need to do is tell me whether you wish for vengeance. Everything else is inconsequential. Kind-hearted individuals invariably suffer. Being excessively attuned to the emotions of those around them can inadvertently lead to self-manipulation akin to reverse PUA. Thoughts? Jiang Nian replied without hesitation. How could I not think about it? At times, even in nightmares, I still feel the profound despair of my past life. Very well, Cheng Jing asserted resolutely. Then let us proceed, shedding all moral burdens and placing our faith in the choices we have made in this life. Our mothers, watching from above, would surely be pleased. Indeed, Jiang Nian nodded, realizing he ought to trust more deeply in the companions and partners he had chosen for this life. In his previous life, when his mother was gravely ill, Chen Shanmin had visited him twice while borrowing 20,000 yuan. He was unaware of their conversation specifics, but it was clear that his mother worried for him, feeling he was alone in this world. Thus, when she passed away and Chen Shanmin called him to take a break, he did not refuse. Had the apocalypse not occurred, had Chen Yu not been infected, they could have lived a mundane life. However, fate had other plans, and the choice between two paths was eternally cruel. With their thoughts aligned, Cheng Jing seized the moment, saying, "If you do not wish to meet Xia Weiwei, then do not. I shall handle it." Jiang Nian composed himself, contemplating before shaking his head. Why not meet? She's already come here, likely discussing our situation with Chen Yu. I must be adequately prepared. Meeting Xia Weiwei to ascertain the fundamental circumstances before devising a plan was unavoidable. If confrontation was inevitable, then they would face it head-on. Xia Weiwei had arrived with Yang Kai and Zhou Li, and he needed to gauge their sentiments as well. At a little past 3 in the afternoon, Jiang Nian had initially intended to accompany Cheng Jing to the command center, but unexpectedly, Minister Wang, Zhou Li, and Yang Kai arrived in person. Minister Wang brought along 2 bodyguards who carried a number of gifts. After entering the house, they stationed themselves at the door. Zhou Li held a file back, while Yang Kai came empty-handed. Xia Weiwei and Liang Yunhao did not accompany them. Faced with such an unexpected visit, both Cheng Jing and Jiang Nian found themselves somewhat flustered. The guests, however, were remarkably composed, settling onto the sofas and chairs in the living room without requiring much attention. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhou Li and Yang Kai teased them, enviously remarking that they need not worry about power issues, as energy-based ability users held a significant advantage. After a brief conversation, Minister Wang, dressed in a formal military uniform, directly addressed the matter at hand. Since we are all acquainted, I'll be straightforward. Mr. Liang and Miss Xia are currently visiting the Research Institute's planting greenhouse, so let us convene a small meeting with the relevant personnel from our base. He gestured towards Zhou Li and Yang Kai, introducing them. This is Zhou Li, the newly appointed head of the base's rescue department, and Yang Kai, the deputy head. They will henceforth be responsible for the daily arrangements and assignments of the South City base's rescue team. I wanted to inform you in advance that a formal announcement will be made in a few days. His voice resonated with authority, his countenance stern yet commanding, embodying the demeanor of a typical leader. As one of the highest-ranking officials at the base, Minister Wang's words carried undeniable weight. While Jiang Nian and Cheng Jing were taken aback, they also discerned the underlying implications, exchanging knowing glances and nodding in agreement without further inquiry. After succinctly outlining the purpose of his visit and introducing Zhou Li and Yang Kai, Minister Wang shifted the focus back to them. He first commended them on the successful completion of their mission the previous day, his tone official yet sincere, offering a myriad of affirmations. He then specifically acknowledged Zhou Li and Yang Kai, indirectly praising their team for providing effective strategic ideas both before and after the apocalypse, assisting the authorities in resolving numerous pressing issues. Cheng Jing occasionally interjected a comment or two, with Zhou Li and Yang Kai complimenting him from the sidelines. Jiang Nian listened attentively, awaiting the pivotal moment, as Minister Wang's visit could not merely be for the sake of compliments. Indeed, half an hour later, after the formalities had concluded and the atmosphere had grown more congenial, Minister Wang cut to the chase. The purpose of all this is to make it clear that we have been attentively observing and recording the contributions your team has made in assisting both the authorities and the general populace. Although rewards for your efforts cannot be promptly granted due to the prevailing chaos, rest assured, they will not be overlooked. Minister Wang's words were heavy with meaning. We never sought any rewards, Cheng Jing replied calmly, his expression earnest. Being a soldier by training, he felt it was his duty to step forward in times of disaster. In such tumultuous times, he found satisfaction in stabilizing and protecting those around him in this manner, seeking no excessive recompense from the authorities unless absolutely necessary. His teammates shared his philosophy, willingly following him. Upon hearing Cheng Jing's words, Minister Wang expressed admiration. Indeed, during such times, individuals like you can serve as the harbingers of order. In my capacity as the Minister of the Base's Construction Department, I would like to extend a formal invitation for your entire team to remain at the South City base, contributing to its development and the protection of survivors. Both Jiang Nian and Cheng Jing were momentarily taken aback, their expressions perplexed. They had intended to remain here in peace. Yang Kai, noticing their confusion, timely clarified. The situation is this. Xia Weiwei and Liang Yunhao came specifically to persuade you to join the S base. The young lady Xia remained as arrogant as ever, seeking to dominate all other bases with the S base. Fortunately, Cheng Jing and his team had chosen to join the South City base of their own volition, bolstered by Zhou Li's recommendation, thus becoming semi-internal personnel, making negotiations considerably easier. Upon hearing this, Cheng Jing and Jiang Nian exchanged astonished glances, realizing that Xia Weiwei must have ulterior motives. Zhou Li confirmed, indeed, this is precisely why we avoided them today. We used Cheng Jing's training as an excuse. We won't be able to meet her until tomorrow afternoon. Xia Weiwei was Chen Yu's girlfriend, and Chen Yu was Jiang Nian's brother. Moreover, Liang Yunhao was Cheng Jing's business partner in the security company. Under normal circumstances, such persuasive power would be formidable. Cheng Jing pieced together the rationale, nodding in understanding. Now it makes sense. We comprehend the situation. Jiang Nian maintained an impassive facade, yet inwardly scoffed at Xia Weiwei's lofty aspirations, thinking she could lead them away. How absurd. Minister Wang's expression grew more serious as he addressed them. In relation to the overall population, humans with abilities are still rather rare, particularly those with formidable and unique attributes. As the backbone against the zombies, they are invaluable assets to any base. The apocalypse has now entered a stabilization phase, and what lies ahead is a protracted battle. Ability users have become an indispensable component of every base's strength. I trust you grasp the implications of this. After finishing his statement, he cast a particularly lingering glance at the quietly seated Jiang Nian. In truth, their primary objective today was to find a way to persuade Jiang Nian, as both Zhou Li and Yang Kai had indicated that convincing Jiang Nian would suffice to retain Cheng Jing's team. Should Xia Weiwei manage to win Jiang Nian over first, Cheng Jing and the others would undoubtedly follow suit, rendering Liang Yunhao's persuasion unnecessary. Although he could not discern anything particularly special about Jiang Nian, he understood the dynamics of relationships. Cheng Jing held authority over the team, while Jiang Nian had a firm grasp on Cheng Jing. Feeling Minister Wang's gaze upon him, Jiang Nian looked up and smiled politely. Thank you, Minister Wang, for your consideration of us. Cheng Jing echoed, Thank you, Minister Wang. Their expressions indicated their understanding of the situation. It was a matter of recruitment. As the chaos of the apocalypse transitioned into stability, the competition among base factions had commenced. In the pursuit of nurturing talent and expanding the influence of the base, the next step involves the smaller bases providing resources to the larger ones, thereby facilitating prompt breakthroughs in various research initiatives at the major research institutions. This is a rather commonplace progression, leading to the anticipation that in the future, the smaller bases and certain unofficial factions will establish sanctuaries that may serve as auxiliary resource hubs for the larger bases. Zhou Li felt that Minister Wang's remarks were overly subtle, apprehensive that Cheng Jing and Jiang Nian might not grasp the implications or might feign ignorance. After observing their reactions for a while, he added, in simpler terms, all bases are vying for exceptional ability users. Xia Weiwei and Liang Yunhao intend to leverage emotional ties to recruit you to base us, while we hope you will choose to remain here. Having engaged with Cheng Jing and his team since the onset of the apocalypse, Zhou possessed a deeper understanding of their capabilities than Minister Wang and others. Moreover, Cheng Jing had military experience, which significantly elevated his awareness of collective responsibility and moral principles compared to ordinary ability users, making his team more reassuring, as evidenced by their handling of the 1805 case. In a time of chaotic reorganization, both the base and the nation require such talents, which is why Zhou Li had personally written a recommendation letter upon learning of their arrival at the Nancheng base. Jiang Nian nodded slightly at Cheng Jing, who understood and then turned to Zhou Li and Minister Wang, stating solemnly, "Rest assured, our choice of the Nancheng base stems from our desire for long-term stability here. We have even rented shops and farmland. We will not leave unless absolutely necessary." Even without such an invitation, they could never follow Xia Weiwei, and if possible, they hoped she would not leave alive. As for Liang Yunhao, Cheng Jing understood his partner's intentions. After arriving at the base, Liang Yunhao managed to contact them through a few phone calls, solely seeking to secure better resources for their team without any ill intent. It was sufficient for Liang Yunhao to know they were thriving at the Nancheng base. Zhou Li nodded with relief. Minister Wang, observing the interactions between the young couple, softened his serious demeanor. "That's good to hear. Whatever terms Base S offers you, Nancheng base will match. And I assure you in the name of the military that you will not face any unfair treatment. We will also prioritize you for any favorable resources that arise." This represented the utmost sincerity that he could extend on behalf of the Nancheng base, a genuine offer rather than mere empty promises.
Yoli glunjet etiam ka ai.
Who had interjected, "From now on, we will be working together at the Nancheng base. We are all on the same side, which makes things easier." Having met countless individuals, he recognized that Cheng Jing always played his cards close to his chest and tended to exclude Jiang Nian from any official collaborations, likely out of concern for Jiang Nian being controlled. While unaware of the secrets surrounding Jiang Nian, Zhou Li understood that as long as Jiang Nian was well taken care of, Cheng Jing would be amenable to collaboration. "Good," Cheng Jing and Jiang Nian replied in unison, exchanging a relieved smile. Their assumptions had diverged somewhat. Xia Weiwei was not merely their adversary but posed a challenge to the entire Nancheng base, which made their situation significantly more manageable. A weight lifted from Minister Wang's chest as he leaned forward slightly, placing his palm flat on his thigh. "Hearing this from you reassures me. When Xia Weiwei brings Jiang Nian's relatives over, the base will ensure their proper accommodation. And Jiang Nian, you should counsel them well." "No need," Jiang Nian interjected abruptly. "Apologies, but to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings, since this pertains to long-term plans, I must clarify, they are not my relatives. My only family member passed away before the apocalypse." Minister Wang and Zhou Li exchanged puzzled glances, while Yang Kai wore a knowing smile, recognizing that Xia Weiwei's attempts at recruitment would not go smoothly. Ignoring their confused expressions, Jiang Nian continued, "I am indifferent to Xia Weiwei's schemes, but should she bring any troublemakers, I hope the base will allow me to handle the matter without interference. This would facilitate a more straightforward resolution." Upon hearing this, Minister Wang promptly nodded. "Of course, this is your personal matter. As you have stated, the base will not intervene. We respect your decisions as long as they remain discreet and do not draw undue attention." "Thank you." Jiang Nian expressed his gratitude sincerely, feeling emboldened to act with the assurance of Minister Wang's words. The base served as both their support and their territory, and he would not allow any fools to act brazenly in his presence. Thus, the issue of preventing Xia Weiwei from ensnaring them was effectively resolved. With the essential matters discussed, the atmosphere lightened into casual conversation. Shortly thereafter, Minister Wang rose and departed with Yang Kai, accompanied by a guard. After a moment of tranquility in the room, Zhou Li opened the document bag he had brought and presented a 20-page file to them. "I also came today to inform you that the final judgment and handling of Xiaoya has been decided. Please take a look." Chapter 82. The Verdict on Xiaoya. Cheng Jing skimmed through the document before passing it to Jiang Nian. "There's too much. I can't be bothered to read it. In any case, they have already learned the official handling from Li Cheng, so this is merely a formality. The outcome remains unchanged." Jiang Nian, somewhat exasperated, glanced at him before opening the file. The first thing that caught his eye was the list of victims from the 1805 case, along with their personal details. A total of 17 victims were listed, 8 of whom had living relatives, bringing the total to 20. All had been relocated to the Nanching base by the authorities, while the families of the remaining victims had perished for various reasons during the onset of the apocalypse. Following this was a detailed account of the circumstances surrounding the 1805 case, from Xiaoya bringing back her first victim under her mother's manipulation to her eventual role as an accomplice under her mother's control. This narrative aligned perfectly with Xiaoya's testimony. Furthermore, regarding whether Xiaoya was indeed coerced by her mother into the killings, the Nanching Base's Research Institute presented a report on Xiaoya's psychological and ability-related examinations. The findings indicated that during her time in Qingyun City, Xiaoya had suffered severe mental trauma related to her abilities. Additionally, her involuntary use of powers in a passive state, coupled with subconscious resistance, had resulted in cracks forming in her ability core, increasing the likelihood of a catastrophic failure. The subsequent pages comprised an analysis of Xiaoya's actions during the case, while taking into account the demands and suggestions of the victim's relatives. They also recognized her status as a minor and an ability user. Considering her motivations, remorseful behavior, and the fact that she was an orphan, the final verdict was for her to be placed under lifelong supervision by the authorities. As she was an ability user, she would be managed by a specially designated department at the Nanching base, equipped with specialized electronic restraints, prohibited from using her abilities without permission, and required to cooperate with relevant experimental research. The authorities would also provide compensation to the victims' families in accordance with regulations. The obligation to cooperate with experimental research implied she would become a test subject, didn't it? Jiang Nian closed the document, finding the outcome unsurprising. As long as the nation persisted, the law would remain in effect, albeit with adjustments reflective of the current circumstances. Such judgments were not limited to Xiaoya alone. Many juvenile offenders shared similar fates. This was merely a superficial process to provide an account to those involved, after which the treatment of juvenile ability offenders would no longer be their concern. It is not those horrifying human experiments, nor merely the occasional blood draw. Rather, it is the case that those who voluntarily cooperate receive neither reward nor compensation. Jolie elucidated that although these young ability users are criminals, they possess significant potential for redemption. Even if they were to perish, it would be on the path of atonement rather than upon a cold, sterile operating table. After all, humanity is the essence of everything. It matters not. This is beyond our purview. Jiang Nian waved his hand dismissively, simply reacting due to his own experience as a test subject, causing him to feel a slight aversion to the term cooperation in experiments. Jolie nodded and continued. This matter concludes here. I express my gratitude for your temporary oversight of her during the journey from Qingyun City to the South City base. In recognition of your efforts, the authorities have decided to award your team 200,000 points as a reward for this special commission. 200,000 points. Such a sum? Jiang Nian exclaimed in astonishment. Cheng Jing also expressed a surprise. Is it truly that much? This is the result of a comprehensive assessment, Jolie replied, as he placed the documents back into the folder, looking at them again as he added, in addition to compensating you for the provisions and accommodations you provided for her. The primary factor is that you safely escorted her to the base. To put it plainly, had you declined to oversee Xiaoya, her chances of surviving the temporary shelter would have been slim. In a poorly managed shelter, malice often overshadows goodwill, and everyone is under immense pressure. Even the slightest outlet for release could lead to an explosion. Once a riot occurs, the authorities would be unable to contain it. However, by entrusting Xiaoya to the team of ability users responsible for the case, along with a few excuses, the situation could be temporarily stabilized. The current outcome is the best possible. There are some matters that are difficult to articulate, and speculating at this juncture holds little significance. Cheng Jing understood his implication. He had considered various possibilities when accepting the temporary oversight of Xiaoya. As a shield for the authorities, he was indifferent as long as the situation remained manageable.
Well,
in any case, this matter is resolved. On behalf of the authorities, I once again thank you. The 200,000 points will be credited to Cheng Jing's account within 3 days. You may distribute them accordingly then, Jolie said as he stood up with a folder to bid them farewell. All right, Cheng Jing nodded, rising to see him out. Jiang Nian silently observed, and only when they reached the doorway did he inquire, after the case is made public, are there many who wish for Xiaoye to pay with her life? Zhou Li turned back. As you depart Qingyan City upon the conclusion of the extreme cold, the case will be fully open for trial. Until the final verdict. None among the victims' relatives called for Xiaoye to pay with her life. However, there were quite a few onlookers who did. To be honest,
I was also rather surprised.
upon finishing, he sighed softly and exited, leaving some thoughts unspoken, compared to the emotions of seeking revenge for loved ones. Some relatives of the victims appeared more exhilarated upon receiving compensatory payments. Cheng Jing closed the door and turned back to Jiang Nian, feeling inexplicably uncomfortable, unable to articulate the reason behind his unease. Should one say the relatives were overly indifferent or that the onlookers were excessively fervent? It was truly difficult to assess. After a moment, Cheng Jing smiled. Well, now that this matter is concluded, let us not dwell on it further. I will go prepare dinner. What would you like to eat tonight, Nian Nian? Jiang Nian set aside his jumbled thoughts and replied, I feel like having a drink tonight. So perhaps some dishes that pair well with it, garlic-flavored cured meat and yellow soybean fish. The rest you can decide.
All right.
You can watch some television or play games while waiting, Cheng Jing said with a smile as he walked into the kitchen. Jiang Nian neither watched television nor played games. Instead, he rested his hands behind his head and stared blankly ahead, lost in thought. It was not until Cheng Jing served 4 dishes and a soup at the table that he finally rose and moved over. The following morning, Cheng Jing went to work as usual, while Jiang Nian visited the shop to check on the renovation progress. The workers indicated that it would take about another week to complete everything. Jiang Nian was quite satisfied with both the timeline and the quality and had already begun to envision himself reclining in a rocking chair, fanning himself while selling goods. After inspecting the renovation progress, Jiang Nian noticed that in just a few days, the commercial street had become livelier than before. He donned a straw hat and strolled along the street. Many shops had begun renovations, and there were more stalls set up, although both buyers and sellers appeared somewhat shabby. The commercial street resembled a large flea market. However, with the increase in people, the once desolate street began to exude a sense of burgeoning vitality. Jiang Nian, a voice, pleasant to the ears, called out from nearby. Jiang Nian was observing an artisan at a handmade stall, crafting bags from hemp rope. At the sound, he stiffened momentarily, instinctively adjusting his straw hat before turning to respond. Indeed, it was Xia Weiwei. Chapter 83. A Fight. With fair skin, striking beauty, and a tall, curvaceous figure. She wore a high-quality beige Chanel-style ensemble paired with white shoes, her chestnut curls tied back in a high ponytail. One must admit, Xia Weiwei was stunning. The adage that one's appearance reflects their inner being did not apply to her, as who would expect such a beautiful face to harbor such darkness within. The Chen family was cold-blooded and detestable, with Xia Weiwei being the one who initiated and proposed the private experiments. Upon closer inspection, Xia Weiwei did not quite resemble Jiang Wenwen. However, a fleeting glance could evoke a sense of familiarity. Concealing all emotions, Jiang Nian cast her a blank glance before turning to leave. Had she not seen photographs, Xia Weiwei might have believed she had mistaken him for someone else. Pausing momentarily, she hurried to catch up with him, sprinting ahead to intercept him in a less crowded corner, smiling as she said, You must be Jiang Nian, right? I am Xia Weiwei, your brother Chen Yu's girlfriend. Jiang Nian lifted the brim of his hat, meeting her gaze coolly. I am an only child. I have no brothers or sisters. Xia Weiwei's smile faltered. A hint of annoyance flickered in her eyes as she bit her lip, then boldly stepped forward to grasp his arm. Jiang Nian, we need to talk. Jiang Nian gritted his teeth. Let go, he exclaimed, attempting to shake her off with force. But to his surprise, he could not free himself. In fact, he could barely budge her. Of course, he had forgotten that Xia Weiwei was a power type, an enhanced physical ability user, akin to a Barbie with immense strength. Naturally, he could break free if he resorted to force, but they were in a public place, and their tugging had already drawn the curious gazes of numerous onlookers. Feeling a touch of embarrassment, Xia Weiwei, despite being a girl, glanced around awkwardly and said,
Come with me.
With that, she discreetly activated her ability, pulling him along to a secluded alley behind the temporary dormitory at the stall square, where no one was present. I demand you let go. Seizing the moment, Jiang Nian forcefully broke free from her grasp and delivered a kick directly towards her. He did not strike women, but he would not show mercy to his adversaries. Having suppressed his resentment for 2 lifetimes, he felt it was only right to deliver a greeting of sorts. Even if he could not overpower her, still, Xia Weiwei was currently hesitant to engage in a serious confrontation, so a brief release of pent-up emotions would suffice. Xia Weiwei was momentarily taken aback when he broke free, but she quickly raised her hands to block, even though she secretly activated her ability in both hands. Nonetheless, she was still sent stumbling back 2 steps from the force of the kick. "Are you mad?" she exclaimed, incredulous at his aggression towards a girl. However, before she could finish her sentence, the wind from his incoming punches and kicks rushed toward her, forcing her to abandon her ladylike demeanor and respond earnestly. Though Jiang Nian was not an ability user, he was exceptionally skilled in combat, and he exhibited no gentlemanly restraint whatsoever. A long-legged flying kick struck her abdomen and the side of her waist, while her right hand tightly gripped a folding dagger, aimed directly at her face, nearly grazing her skin and radiating a palpable aura of lethal intent. It was astonishing how swiftly the blade had been drawn. "Jiang Nian, you've misunderstood. I pulled you over because I have something to discuss with you," she explained. The sounds of fists and feet clashing echoed as Xia Weiwei deftly evaded and blocked while cautiously regulating her extraordinary abilities. Firstly, utilizing her powers would cause her body to swell unattractively. Secondly, she was concerned about injuring Jiang Nian. However, without resorting to a modicum of her extraordinary strength, she was no match for Jiang Nian. Chen Yu had mentioned that this brother of his frequently engaged in brawls at school.
Bang.
Coughing, Jiang Nian feigned ignorance, showing no mercy as he landed another kick that sent her staggering backward, before halting to catch his breath. "I'm not familiar with you. There's nothing to discuss between us." Xia Weiwei only knew him in the context of his relation to her boyfriend's family, and he recognized her merely because Chen Shanman boasted about Chen Yu's association with a young heiress. "I truly am Chen Yu's girlfriend. I mean no harm," Xia Weiwei insisted, suppressing her irritation as she attempted to clarify once more. Had it not been for the greater good at stake, she would have already subdued him. Such an ungrateful wretch.
Ha!
Jiang Nian caught the flicker of murderous intent in her eyes and sneered, picking up his straw hat to don it once more. He met her feigned calmness with a piercing gaze, stating, "It's none of my business." With that, he turned on his heel and briskly departed, leaving her in stunned silence, unsure of how to retort. Engaging in close combat with a power-type ability user was truly a daunting task. Regardless, he had vented his frustration and felt a temporary sense of tranquility wash over him. Their earlier altercation had stirred quite a commotion, attracting the attention of the security team and prompting some residents of the nearby dormitories to peek out and see what was amiss. "Jiang Nian." Xia Weiwei ground her teeth, struggling to contain her urge to curse, feeling a painful knot in her chest. Observing Jiang Nian conversing with the security personnel, she could only stomp her foot in frustration and walk away in another direction. When Jiang Nian glanced back, he caught sight of her stamping her feet in exasperation, a mocking smile curling at his lips. Upon returning to the shop to retrieve his vehicle, he texted Cheng Jing to inform him of the basic situation before happily heading back to the dormitory. He had gleaned a fair understanding of Miss Xia's temperament. Having provoked her today, she must be seething with indignation and would undoubtedly keep a mental note of it. Regardless of whether he agreed to go to base S, she would find a way to make his life difficult. Those accustomed to being high and mighty often behaved this way. As long as she took the first strike, the consequences could not be blamed on anyone else. Meanwhile, when Jiang Nian's message reached Cheng Jing, he was at the command center's office, engaged in jovial conversation with Liang Yunhao alongside his teammates. Liang Yunhao, of similar age to Cheng Jing, shared a comparable outlook and approach to life, both being tall, handsome individuals. However, whilst Cheng Jing exuded a roguish charm, Liang Yunhao projected an air of righteousness, his demeanor warm and approachable, lacking the profound aloofness that characterized Cheng Jing. For Huang Qian and the others, although both Cheng Jing and Liang Yunhao were their employers, their long-standing association with Cheng Jing had blurred the lines of that hierarchical relationship, making them more reserved in Liang Yunhao's presence. Nevertheless, they no longer regarded Liang Yunhao as a boss. After the apocalypse, the company had ceased to exist. If they were to identify an employer, it would undoubtedly be Jiang Nian, their provider. Even now, they were still reliant on Brother Nian. Cheng Jing and his teammates firmly expressed their stance to Liang Yunhao. They would not accompany him and Xia Weiwei to base S. Liang Yunhao, of course, did not press them further, nor did he attempt to persuade them. His initial concern was simply to assist a brother he believed was struggling. And now that they were faring well, there was no necessity for a trip to base S. His primary reason for accompanying Xia Weiwei was to navigate the political landscape at base S and to assess the conditions at the South City base. He had no interest in scheming. Should he find himself unable to stay at base S one day, he could always seek refuge with Cheng Jing here. Cheng Jing harbored similar thoughts. Thus, Liang Yunhao did not compel Cheng Jing to go to base S, and Cheng Jing would not insist he remain, allowing both parties to retain an escape route. They maintained a facade while remaining comrades and partners in arms. Throughout the morning, Liang Yunhao generously discussed matters regarding base S with Cheng Jing and his team, even providing Cheng Jing with relevant documents and internal blueprints for future reference. This was both a gesture of sincerity and a demonstration of trust in a brother.
It was not until lunchtime,
when he received a message from Xia Weiwei requesting to meet at a restaurant, that Liang Yunhao took his leave from Cheng Jing and his team's office. Chapter 84. Each with their own thoughts, brother. Do you still completely trust Liang Yunhao? Huang Qian broke the brief silence in the office after Liang Yunhao's departure. Although they had enjoyed a pleasant conversation with their former boss and acquired valuable information, the times had changed, and they needed to be pragmatic. Upon Huang Qian's inquiry, the others turned their attention to Cheng Jing. Trust is reciprocal. If he trusts me, I shall trust him. No one should consider anyone else a fool, Cheng Jing replied, affirming that he still held trust in Liang Yunhao thus far. Zhao Lei scratched the back of his head. As long as you're aware, Brother Cheng will follow you and Brother Nian. If you get along with Brother Hao, we'll be on good terms with him. If not, we'll ignore him. Cheng Jing smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, I'm aware of the situation. With Jiang Nian's vigilance in play, he would always maintain a rational and composed perspective on all matters, ensuring they remained in a safe and advantageous position. Meanwhile, in a private room of a restaurant on Commercial Street, upon hearing Xia Weiwei's frustrated complaints about Jiang Nian's ungratefulness, Liang Yunhao helplessly admitted he had not been able to persuade Cheng Jing. They had agreed to separately try to convince both Cheng Jing and Jiang Nian. As long as the two agreed, they could later leverage their connections at base S to appease those in charge at the South City base. Unexpectedly, neither had been swayed. I absolutely detest pretentious waste, Xia Weiwei exclaimed, her frustration boiling over. At least Liang Yunhao had been able to sit down and negotiate with Cheng Jing, whereas Jiang Nian had not even granted her the opportunity to speak, resorting to violence after merely being pulled in public. It was utterly absurd. Learning that they had even fought, Liang Yunhao couldn't help but wonder, did you offend Jiang Nian previously? Normally, a mere grievance wouldn't incite such violence.
No.
I've only seen his photograph. I don't even know him well enough to have offended him. I even considered his lack of abilities and showed restraint during our encounter. Xia Weiwei retorted, increasingly irritated and regretting not using her powers at that moment. Regardless of being the girlfriend of his brother, or even a stranger, Jiang Nian's behavior was utterly reprehensible. Even if he held grievances against Chen Yu, it was unjust to unleash them upon her, an innocent party. Liang Yunhao shrugged. It seems Jiang Nian's relationship with Chen Yu is not favorable. He had only seen Jiang Nian's photograph through Cheng Jing. He had appeared quite docile. However, upon hearing that Jiang Nian had pursued Cheng Jing only to be rejected, it became clear that the situation was far more complicated. Xia Weiwei huffed in annoyance, neither affirming nor denying his statement. She had previously inquired with Chen Yu, who had claimed that their interactions with Jiang Nian were minimal, their relationship merely average, not reaching a level of animosity. Yet, Jiang Nian's attitude towards her today seemed as though he held a grudge against her. That evening, she planned to call Chen Yu to inquire about the situation. Were it not for her desire to cultivate a rapport with Cheng Jing, she would not have the audacity to ingratiate herself with someone so utterly devoid of abilities. What if he had commendable skills? In the presence of supernatural beings, he was merely a novice. She could easily snap Jiang Nian's neck with a single hand. After observing her for a moment, Liang Yunhao inquired, "And what did your sister say? Is she willing to return with you?" As the temperature continued to rise, experts across various bases predicted an impending heat wave. making water-type supernatural beings particularly invaluable. Humph. At this remark, Xia Weiwei's temper flared anew. She claims that she's quite content at the South City base, utterly oblivious to her own lack of discernment. Earning a meager 500 points in salary each month, she can't even afford to rent a place in the inner district. I wonder what lofty ideals Jiang Nian is pretending to uphold. Having ventured out without consulting the almanac, she found herself beset by an array of mentally unstable individuals. She had never endured such indignities before. Unfazed by her mounting ire, Liang Yunhao casually remarked, "In light of this, I believe you need not waste any more time here. Every individual has their own aspirations. We must respect their choices." Frankly speaking, if she had not awakened water abilities, your father likely wouldn't have permitted you to seek her out. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, every emotional bond could be appraised in cold, hard currency. Even the familial and romantic ties often extolled were not exempt from this reality. Xia Weiwei made no denial of this, her brows furrowing as she scrutinized him. "Why do I get the impression that you haven't swayed Cheng Jing, but rather are lecturing me? The recruitment of supernatural beings is tied to our mutual interests. You wouldn't want to remain at the South City base, would you?" Liang Yunhao shrugged his shoulders. "Wrong. I would gladly return tomorrow. I merely wish for you to consider the matter with a clear head. Both your sister and Cheng Jing, along with his team, are essentially public servants of the South City base. If they disagree, even the S-base cannot simply take them away." Xia Weiwei's expression soured as she bowed her head in silence, ultimately refraining from further comment. She understood the reasoning, which only fueled her frustration. Liang Yunhao, having observed her for a moment longer, shifted the conversation. "Or is there another task that brought you here? Did Professor Xia have additional instructions for you?" Recently, he had caught wind of some baseless rumors that quickly vanished, leaving only a quiet undercurrent of tension. Xia Weiwei's father, a second-generation military officer, had once been a medical professor. Following the apocalypse, he awakened the rare ability of precise incision. His hands could transform into surgical instruments, a remarkably uncommon professional attribute. He had since become the deputy director of the Experimental Research Institute at the S-base. Many surgical procedures that previously required complex machinery could now be executed solely by Professor Xia, utilizing his abilities to achieve precise extractions from even the most challenging locations, thereby conserving resources and enhancing efficiency. Consequently, Professor Xia personally assembled a team for a bioweapons laboratory dedicated to researching zombies, crystal cores, supernatural powers, and those who possess them, transforming into a veritable mad scientist. Many looked up to Professor Xia, as his awakened abilities were immensely beneficial to research. However, Liang Yunhao found this notion somewhat unsettling. From certain perspectives, a mad scientist bore a striking resemblance to a psychopathic killer. "No," Xia Weiwei replied, a hint of urgency in her tone. Yet upon seeing his inquisitive expression, she regained her composure. "I've asked Chen Yu and the others to come here to wait. Besides, Jiang Nian attacked me without provocation, and I intend to address that. Even if I were to overlook it for my boyfriend's sake, he still owes me an apology." "Oh," Liang Yunhao replied, understanding dawning upon him. "Very well, it's no longer my concern, and I prefer not to get involved." After a moment of silence, Xia Weiwei hesitated and asked, "Do you truly wish to return?" "Yes, I've said all I needed to. Cheng Jing has shown no inclination to cooperate, and unlike you, I have no other matters at hand, so I see no reason to waste my time," Liang Yunhao responded, his tone reflecting disinterest. Simply possessing abilities placed Cheng Jing far above him. He needn't worry about his brother. It would be best for him to return to his own territory and pass the time there. "Suit yourself," Xia Weiwei replied, refraining from further persuasion. Liang Yunhao's initial plan to convince Cheng Jing for a mutually beneficial outcome had fallen flat, and since he could not persuade him, it was best not to create animosity. Returning home seemed preferable. Liang Yunhao pretended not to notice the fleeting glimmer of calculation in her eyes. Nodding with a smile, "I will take care of the aircraft and crew first. Once you are finished here, contact the base for pickup." "All right," Xia Weiwei replied absently. Their lunch concluded amidst their respective preoccupations. However, due to this unexpected turn of events, Xia Weiwei's plans to meet Cheng Jing that afternoon were ultimately cancelled. Chapter 85. The benefits of drinking. In light of the earlier conflict with Xia Weiwei, that evening, Jiang Nian invited his teammates over for a meal. Recounting the entire sequence of events, He spoke solemnly and candidly about the strained relationship with his stepmother's family, as well as the complications with his biological father, including the truth behind what was initially a family scandal, their parents' divorce. Afterward, he cautioned his comrades to be particularly wary of that family in the future. As for Chen Shanmin, I cannot escape our blood ties, but beyond that, I owe him nothing. You need not consider my feelings. I wouldn't mind if you were to eliminate him right before my eyes. Familial bonds constituted the highest form of moral coercion in the world. Without the experiences of a past life, he would not have been capable of such ruthlessness. His mother had maintained a level of rationality throughout that outsiders might find incomprehensible. She did not cast blame or harbor resentment. He had once asked her if she regretted her choices, and the frail figure in the hospital bed had responded thus: "We agreed to wait until our careers were stable before having children." Your unexpected arrival changed nothing for him.
It was I who changed.
I initiated the divorce without placing any burden on him. He chose to leave with nothing, allowing us to part ways amicably. Adults must bear the consequences of their choices, and your mother has no regrets, only sorrow for your plight. In her eyes, the situation bore no clear right or wrong. It was merely a decision made by adults. Thus, upon reaching maturity, she had divulged the truth to him and even consented to his reconnection with the man. He could not condone it, yet he felt powerless to speak against it. Much like the sentiments expressed in the online discourse, they truly loved each other. But true love is ever-changing. This was also the reason he harbored a certain degree of unease towards Chen Shanmin, devoid of any twisted malice. Had the apocalypse not occurred, they would have likely coexisted peacefully for a lifetime. After all, in a time of prosperity, no matter how selfish the other party might be, they could not jeopardize his life. He would grow, ultimately freeing himself by other means and embarking on a new life far from any burdens. Rest assured, adoptive father, we are now a family. If anything troubles you, speak freely, and we shall ensure their discomfort. Indeed, Brother Nian, you need not take action. We will handle it for you. Exactly. Out of sight, out of mind. We will clean up the mess for you. Having previously heard Cheng Jing's accounts, the teammates, upon learning the intricate details, were filled with righteous indignation. Jiang Nian pulled his slightly wandering thoughts back, smiling as he raised his glass. With your support, I feel inclined to take matters into my own hands. The others echoed his sentiment enthusiastically. Of course, Brother Nian, go ahead and do what you must. Absolutely. Let's drink to that first. We will handle the aftermath alongside Brother Cheng. Fear not. Precisely. Jiang Nian downed his drink in one go, a haze of inebriation clouding his gaze. Cheng Jing felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Jiang Nian ought to be like this, shedding all reservations and burdens to seek vengeance for himself. Regardless of how dire the outcome, he would manage the aftermath. Having released his emotions and secured the unwavering support of his comrades, Jiang Nian joyously indulged in libations. In a state of pleasant inebriation, not thoroughly intoxicated but delightfully tipsy. The guest departed, leaving behind a sticky, whimsical atmosphere as Jiang Nian clung to Cheng Jing, indulging in drunken antics. As Cheng Jing washed the dishes, Jiang Nian embraced him from behind, exclaiming, "Brother Jing, you are so considerate. It's truly wonderful to be with you." Cheng Jing, slightly exasperated, swatted away Jiang Nian's persistent hands that roamed lower on his abdomen. "Go take a shower. I'll run the bath for you," he replied. Jiang Nian's gaze was intensely focused on him, his fingers gliding along the edge of Cheng Jing's belt, and he playfully suggested, "Let us do it together. After you finish with me, you can tend to your other tasks." The blissful sensation of mild intoxication was exquisite, a delightful benefit of drinking for him. Cheng Jing silently clenched his teeth, drying his hands before pulling Jiang Nian into the bathroom, preparing a warm bath with frothy bubbles and tossing him into the tub, saying, "Just relax and enjoy the soak. I'll join you once I'm done tidying up." Indeed, there were moments when he feared this person would become a handful after drinking. "Wait, brother," the inebriated Jiang Nian insisted, refusing to release his grip. "If I accidentally doze off and slip underwater, you'd be left without a wife." At that moment, Cheng Jing truly wished he could sew Jiang Nian's mouth shut. After a brief silence, he resumed filling the tub, rolling up his sleeves, and kneeling beside the bathtub to wash Jiang Nian. His rough hands brushed against Jiang Nian's skin, prompting him to instinctively shift his body, only to be gently pulled back. "Don't move," Cheng Jing instructed. "Your hands are too rough," Jiang Nian murmured. "I've never heard you complain before," Cheng Jing thought to himself, while adjusting his grip. Choosing not to dwell on Jiang Nian's drunken antics and simply wanting to clean him up swiftly. The daylight had not yet faded, and the room remained dim, not quite requiring artificial light. Under the soft shadows and the hazy glow of intoxication, Jiang Nian found Cheng Jing even more attractive. With a sudden impulse, he tilted his wet head and pecked at Cheng Jing's Adam's apple, declaring, "Brother Jing, I love you so much." Oh dear, how stunning his boyfriend appeared. In his tipsy state, he grew ever more handsome. Cheng Jing's breath caught momentarily as he lowered his gaze to meet Jiang Nian's eyes, leaning down to plant a soft kiss on him. "I know," he responded. Whenever Jiang Nian was drunk, his words were especially sweet, and he would flirt with Cheng Jing relentlessly. Receiving a reply, Jiang Nian's hands climbed onto Cheng Jing's shoulders, and the water he splashed stained Cheng Jing's clothes. After the kiss, a slight shortage of oxygen made Jiang Nian feel even dizzier. "I love Brother Jing the most," he murmured, his mind clouded with emotion, burying his face against Cheng Jing's chest to steady his breathing. Cheng Jing gently patted his back, soothingly whispering, "Just relax.
Hold on to me.
I'm here." Only in such moments did Jiang Nian reveal the grievances he usually kept hidden. The water in the bathtub overflowed, washing away the bubbles. But Cheng Jing paid it no mind until Jiang Nian calmed under his reassurance. After ensuring Jiang Nian was clean, he wrapped him in a towel and carried him back to the bedroom. The room had grown considerably darker, but he could still make out the dazed and flushed expression on Jiang Nian's face. Sitting on the edge of the bed to dry his hair, Jiang Nian bit his lip, his head bowed, his hands tightly clutching the towel, avoiding Cheng Jing's gaze. Once the hairdryer ceased, Cheng Jing caressed his face, asking, "What's wrong? Why haven't you recovered yet?" Jiang Nian, feeling somewhat aggrieved, looked up and inquired, "Brother Jing, was I a bit too hasty just now?" He felt he hadn't performed well that day. Cheng Jing was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled at the realization of Jiang Nian's words. "Not at all. Don't overthink it. It's just the alcohol." Drunken Jiang Nian had no qualms about saying anything, whereas Cheng Jing, typically reserved, would explode at the slightest provocation.
"Indeed."
Jiang Nian nodded. "It's all your fault for being too rough and having such large hands." After saying this, he rolled deeper into the bed, wrapped in the towel. "I'm going to sleep now." "Nian Nian." Cheng Jing watched as Jiang Nian rolled further into the sheets, his hands on his hips, feeling a mixture of irritation and affection. How could he just roll over and sleep? He still had dishes to wash and chores to do. After washing the dishes and tidying up, Cheng Jing's restless mind finally calmed. However, upon returning to the room after finishing a shower, he found Jiang Nian fast asleep, unresponsive to his calls, making it impossible for him to enlist Jiang Nian's help. It was still early, so Cheng Jing took out his phone to respond to a message, then changed his clothes and grabbed the access card for the rescue team before heading out. Chapter 86, Concerning Brain Domain Evolvers. The black Hummer sped through the night, stopping after circling the base and heading toward the wasteland. The streetlights were sparse and the moonlight was hazy, but fortunately, the area was deserted, offering excellent visibility. The night patrol had just passed, ensuring no interruptions. Cheng Jing parked the vehicle beneath a street lamp, just as Liang Yunhao in the passenger seat pulled out a cigarette. Cheng Jing promptly reminded, "No smoking in the car." Liang Yunhao paused, surprised. "Why not?" "It's not like I haven't smoked in this car before." Cheng Jing explained with a smile, "This car now belongs to Jiang Nian. If you want to smoke, we'll step outside." With that, he turned off the engine and exited the vehicle. Other cars might be fair game, but this one was off limits. "Fine." Liang Yunhao pouted, following suit to light his cigarette. Taking a puff and teasing, "I didn't expect you to be so controlled by your partner." He genuinely could not see it, in terms of personality or appearance. Cheng Jing seemed the epitome of a domineering man, one who expected others to cater to him. This was not bias, but merely Liang Yunhao's limited perspective. Cheng Jing contemplated before refuting, "He doesn't control me. I want to set a good example. I don't allow Jiang Nian to smoke. So I don't smoke either, making sure our home and car are free of tobacco odors for health reasons. Even if he has purification abilities. It's still not permissible. Liang Yunhao clicked his tongue. They say a good horse doesn't return to old pastures. But look at you. Many good horses perish in search of new pastures. Cheng Jing maintained his stoic expression, delivering his illogical rationale with utmost seriousness. Ha ha ha, cough cough cough. Liang Yunhao was unexpectedly caught off guard, choking at Cheng Jing's words, waving his cigarette in mock surrender. Okay, I give in, brother. You're clearly in the throes of love. Even your self-critique is refreshingly unconventional. It seems that as long as you love deeply enough, you can always find a way to save face. Of course, such antics, if mismanaged, could lead to the fate of a devoted admirer ending up with nothing. So caution was warranted in imitating such behavior. Enough with the laughter. Cheng Jing formed his hands into mock fists, clearing his throat to mask his love-struck ramblings.
Now,
Tell me, what is so urgent that you needed to go through all this trouble to meet me alone? Liang Yunhao had messaged him while they were still dining, initially suggesting they could discuss it the next day, but with the drunken fool asleep, that plan changed. Liang Yunhao shrugged, smiling. I'll be heading back to base S the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow, I'd like to have a meal at your place and formally meet Jiang Nian. Since I'm here, it would be inappropriate not to meet the legendary figure behind the enigmatic brother. It's worth noting that during their time in the military, they often vented about their exes to each other, with Liang Yunhao being the quintessential complainer, lamenting over past romances, while Cheng Jing resembled a scorned lover, harboring no hatred, only reluctance and a fear of losing his partner. Back then, he resolved that if the opportunity arose, he must meet Jiang Nian in person. Welcome, Cheng Jing nodded. I'll make the arrangements. Sounds good. Liang Yunhao nodded and then smiled at him. Let us get down to business. Have you received any news from your brother and the others recently? Given how long the extreme cold has persisted, they should have come to find you by now. Under the stark white light, Cheng Jing's previously relaxed demeanor abruptly tightened, his gaze sharpening. Why the sudden inquiry? He was invariably sensitive to such matters. Don't be anxious. Liang Yunhao waved his hand, casting a glance around. Before arriving at the South City base, I caught wind of some rumors. It's highly likely that Xia Weiwei is approaching you for this very reason. Oh? Cheng Jing leaned against the car door, his brow furrowing. What rumors? I heard that your brother Cheng Lei went missing after evacuating with his family from the military district in the north following the extreme cold, Liang Yunhao stated, observing his friend's reaction. Yet, Cheng Jing remained impassive, showing no signs of distress. After a pause, he scoffed. Is that all? Old Cheng. Liang Yunhao sighed, contemplating his words before continuing. I'm serious. I will relay some information, and you simply confirm whether it's true or not. Although the higher-ups are suppressing news, I feel compelled to inform you since I've heard it. You must be cautious. The rest of the team is counting on you. Zhou Li and Yang Kai must have also caught wind of this, which is why they are coming at this time. However, compared to Base S, I believe the South City base is more suited for you. He expressed this primarily because Cheng Jing possessed an inherent integrity, often described as a soldier's spirit that is steadfast and unyielding, apt for principled conduct. Yet, the power dynamics at Base S are a tangled web of intrigue, unsuitable for those with a strong moral compass. Cheng Jing pondered for a considerable time before nodding. All right, go on. After taking a few puffs, Liang Yunhao began. The military district where Cheng Lei is located has not established a permanent base or shelter. After the extreme cold, it fragmented into several rescue teams, guiding survivors to various bases, correct? Upon seeing Cheng Jing nod, he continued, yes. Following the apocalypse, a division management system was implemented, with military academies and districts collaborating to establish temporary shelters. Your brother and the others indeed left once the extreme cold ended. Before the network collapsed, he had already informed his family of his satellite phone contact. Although frequent communication was impractical for various reasons, they were aware of the basic situation. Liang Yunhao continued, within the rescue team that Cheng Lei is part of, besides your parents, there is also a research group of around 10 survivors who were reportedly working in an experimental base at a border area before the apocalypse. The specifics of their research remain unknown. Indeed, Cheng Jing affirmed, acknowledging the presence of researchers among his brother's group, though he was uncertain of their exact number. Yet, he was aware of their field of study, researchers from the Special Phenomena Management Research Base. This referred to the official mysterious organization mentioned by Jiang Nian. The scope of research at the Special Phenomena Management Research Base is vast and imbued with an air of mystique. Under normal circumstances, it remains concealed. Not only the general populace, but even most within the system are oblivious to its existence. The extraordinary phenomena of the prosperous era, as well as the abilities of post-apocalyptic beings and zombies, ostensibly fall under their jurisdiction. However, whether in Jiang Nian's previous life or the present, this enigmatic official department has only revealed its name and a few researchers. There have been no significant actions or countermeasures against the apocalypse. The precise circumstances will have to await Cheng Lei's arrival at the South City base for clarification. Exhaling a final puff of smoke, Liang Yunhao extinguished the cigarette beneath his foot, stating the crux of the matter. I've heard that among these researchers, some have awakened extraordinary abilities related to healing and brain domain evolution. Consequently, upon learning of this, all bases dispatched rescue teams to the northern border for support and protection, effectively to seize them. Yet, Cheng Lei's team has suddenly gone dark. As the rumor surfaced, the information was swiftly locked down. It's likely that it won't be made public until the brain domain evolutionists have been securely settled at a base. Until then, any internal contention must remain concealed from the public eye.